Hi all, be sure to listen to the story before the con. There is a link in the attached comment. Go to it and get more content.
Chapter 1. Chapter 1. The room was shrouded in darkness, illuminated only by the soft glow of a laptop screen. A man in his early 20s, Alexander Hector, sat amidst towering bookshelves that bore the weight of countless volumes. These were not mere books. They were the bricks of a tower he had constructed in his pursuit of knowledge and a cure for his lifelong disability. The wheelchair, a silent companion in this journey, stood as a stark reminder of the physical boundaries that had defined Alexander's existence. Yet, the laptop screen before him held the key to realms beyond his reach. On it, the characters of Naruto danced, their adventures a balm for the wounds of his own limitations. Postdoctorate degrees in medicine adorned the walls like a silent testament to his brilliance. Alexander had become one of the most respected researchers in the world, despite his young age. His work in the fields of medicine and associated disciplines had garnered accolades, but the cure he sought for himself remained elusive. As he completed the final episode of Naruto, a strange tranquility settled within him. His physical form seemed to dissolve into the shadows, merging with the vast expanse of the universe. In that moment, he whispered his gratitude to the cosmos, a silent acknowledgement of a life well lived. The room, now devoid of degrees and books, transformed into a vortex of shadows. Arcane symbols etched themselves into existence, swirling and pulsating with an ethereal energy. Alexander's consciousness, like a leaf caught in a cosmic tempest, was pulled away from the familiar and hurled into the unknown. When awareness returned, it was not within the confines of his wheelchair or the dimly lit room. Instead, howling cries filled the air, and the warmth of blood enveloped him. Alexander, reborn from the alchemy of shadows, opened his eyes to the vibrant hues of the hidden leaf village. The shadows of Alexander lingered in the recesses of Kajuki's consciousness, a legacy that transcended the boundaries of life and death. The room of postdoctorate degrees had been replaced by a room in Konoha, and the adventure had just begun. The Konoha Hospital, once a bastion of healing, now resembles a nightmarish medical bay in the aftermath of the Nine Tails attack. The air was thick with the acrid scent of burnt flesh and the metallic tang of blood. The makeshift beds were crammed with injured villagers, a symphony of moans and cries echoing in the crowded room. At the heart of the chaos lay a small, frail figure, a 3-year-old child heavily injured and swathed in bandages. The room's harsh fluorescent lights illuminated the severity of the wounds, a canvas of agony etched on the child's innocent face. The makeshift bed, a cruel juxtaposition against the severity of the injuries, barely offered any comfort. The medical personnel, clad in stained white coats, moved with a frenetic urgency. Their faces, etched with weariness and determination, spoke of the relentless battle against time and overwhelming casualties. Each bandage they applied and each dose of medicine administered felt like a futile attempt to quell the rising tide of suffering. The hospital walls bore the scars of the Nine Tails rampage. Shattered windows, cracked tiles, and scorch marks narrated a gruesome tale of devastation. The once sterile environment now mirrored the harrowing reality of a village in agony. As the minutes passed, the casualty rates climbed relentlessly. The medical personnel, despite their tireless efforts, faced an insurmountable tide of wounded. It was a war zone without the distant thunder of battle, a silent battlefield where the enemy had come and gone, leaving in its wake a sea of broken bodies and shattered lives. The child on the makeshift bed whimpered, a heartbreaking sound lost in the cacophony of suffering. The medical ninja worked with stoic determination, their hands moving mechanically yet their eyes betraying the weight of each life they fought to save. In a corner, a mother clutched her child's lifeless body, tears streaming down her face. Nearby, a medic shook their head in resignation, unable to revive another lost soul. The room became a canvas of despair, where hope flickered like a dying ember amidst the overwhelming darkness. Outside, the village continued to grapple with the aftermath. Homes lay in ruin, and streets were stained with the memories of the night. The Nine Tails attack had scarred not only the physical landscape but also the collective spirit of Konoha. As dawn approached, casting a feeble light through the shattered windows, the Konoha hospital remained a sanctuary of suffering. The medical personnel pressed on, driven by a sense of duty yet haunted by the relentless echoes of a night when the beast within had been unleashed, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. The Nara clan house, a traditional structure with a distinct blend of wood and earth elements, has weathered the aftermath of the Nine of Tails attack. The outer walls display the resilience of Nara architecture, albeit with traces of soot and minor damage. The Nara compound, typically a haven of tranquility, bore the weight of sorrow in the aftermath of the Nine of Tails attack. Shikaku Nara, the current head of the clan, trudged wearily through the halls of the clan house. His once alert eyes, marked by shadows of fatigue, betrayed the emotional toll that the recent tragedy had taken on him. The meeting hall, usually a place of strategy and contemplation, felt heavier than ever. Maps and scrolls were scattered across the table, remnants of attempts to plan and rebuild. Shikaku's hands, usually steady and calculating, now trembled as he moved pieces on the map. The losses suffered by the Nara clan were etched in every line on his face. As Shikaku sank into a worn chair, his thoughts lingered on his younger brother, a genius shinobi whose potential was snuffed out in the chaos. His brother's wife, a Tokubetsu jonin with an uncanny affinity for yin release, had stood valiantly beside him, sacrificing herself to protect the village. The weight of their sacrifice pressed on Shikaku's chest like a crushing boulder. The room, dimly lit by a single lantern, cast long shadows that danced in melancholic rhythm with Shikaku's thoughts. The air was heavy with the scent of aging wood, mingled with the somber fragrance of extinguished candles. The grief in the atmosphere was palpable, a tangible entity that clung to the walls like a spectre. Shikaku's fingers traced the edges of a photograph on the table. It captured a moment of joy, a memory that felt distant and surreal amidst the current sorrow. His brother's bright smile and the warmth in his wife's eyes were frozen in time, a painful reminder of what had been lost. The silence in the hall was shattered by a muffled sob, and Shikaku realized it emanated from him. He had been the pillar, the strategist who guided his clan through countless challenges, but this tragedy had stripped away the stoic facade. The tears flowed freely, a release of the grief that had settled in his heart like a festering wound. Outside, the shadows deepened as dawn rose, and the rays of the first light held no warmth, mirroring the depth of sorrow within the Nara compound. The once vibrant forest whispered tales of lost comrades, their memories woven into the very fabric of the clan's legacy. As Shikaku grieved for the fallen, he made a silent vow to honor their sacrifice. The burden of leadership, heavier than ever, rested on his shoulders. With a heavy heart, he leaned on the chair, the weight of sorrow still etched in his eyes. The path forward was unclear, but one thing was certain: the Nara clan would endure, shadows and all, as a testament to the resilience of those who had given everything for the village they loved. The quiet room, cloaked in the aftermath of the Nine of Tails attack, was abruptly disturbed by the hurried entrance of a disheveled Nara jonin. His breaths came in ragged gasps, and his wide eyes held a mixture of fear and urgency that mirrored the chaotic events of the previous night. "Clan head," he panted, struggling to find his voice. "Kazuki is missing. No one has seen him since the start of the attack." The words hung in the air, heavy and foreboding, as Shikaku Nara's heart skipped a beat. The name Kazuki resonated through the room like a haunting melody, a poignant reminder of the last ember of his brother's legacy. His eyes, once dulled by fatigue and grief, now widened in stark realization. A chill, cold and unsettling, slithered down Shikaku's spine. Kazuki, a mere 3-year-old child, represented not only the future of the Nara clan but also the living memory of his beloved younger brother. In the midst of chaos, Shikaku had meticulously ensured the safety of the clan's young ones and those who could not defend themselves. He had taken every precaution, leaving nothing to chance. The message of Kazuki's disappearance hit Shikaku with the force of a physical blow. The room seemed to contract around him as the weight of responsibility bore down. He could feel the eyes of the fallen, whose sacrifices still lingered in the shadows of the compound, watching in expectation. The flickering lantern cast eerie shadows on the walls, the room itself echoing the turbulence within Shikaku's mind. The anguish in his eyes was a reflection of a leader's burden, a father's worry, and a brother's grief, all interwoven in a tapestry of emotions. Without a word, Shikaku rose from his chair, his movements swift and purposeful. The gravity of the situation demanded immediate action. The Nara compound, usually a haven of strategic calm, now burst with an urgency that pulsed through its very foundations. In the midst of turmoil, Shikaku's thoughts raced. Where could Kazuki be? Was he safe? Panic clawed at the edges of his composure, but the Nara clan had suppressed it, letting the calculated strategist take control. The echoes of the Nine of Tails roar seemed to mock him, a reminder of the chaos that had stolen Kazuki away. Summoning a team of Nara shinobi, Shikaku's voice cut through the room, resonating with a stern determination. Find Kazuki. Search every shadow, every corner. We leave no stone unturned. As Kazuki slowly regained consciousness in the midst of Konoha Hospital's chaos, the dissonant symphony of wailing and urgent shouts enveloped him. The air was thick with the stench of despair, and the agonized cries of the wounded carved through the somber atmosphere like a serrated blade. The room, once a sanctuary of healing, now echoed with the remnants of the Nine Tails rampage. Kazuki lay still on the makeshift bed, his small frame marred by bandages, a physical testament to the devastation that had befallen the village. The fragmented soul of a young man named Alexander now resided within the broken boy, a soul yearning for new life and fresh beginnings. The world around Kazuki blurred. His senses were a kaleidoscope of pain, sorrow, and desperation. Even in his disoriented state, he caught snippets of information, a testament to Alexander's proficiency. The urgency in the voices, the desperation in the cries all wove together into a tapestry of tragedy that surrounded him. His body, broken and unresponsive, felt like a vessel for the collective suffering of Konoha. Yet, amid the cacophony of despair, an unexpected emotion stirred within him. Ecstasy, an emotion rarely associated with such dire circumstances, flickered in the depths of his consciousness. For Alexander, a man who had lived a lifetime as a cripple, the sensation of pain radiating from his legs was a revelation. It was a paradoxical joy, a newfound experience that resonated with the deepest recesses of his soul. The brokenness of his body, once a prison, now offered a tantalizing glimpse into a world of physical sensations he had yearned for all his life. In the midst of the wailing and chaos, Kazuki's lips curled into a fragile smile. It was a defiance against the tragedy that surrounded him, a testament to the resilience of the human spirit even in the face of unimaginable pain. The hospital room, painted in hues of sorrow, became a canvas for the complexity of emotions that swirled within the broken boy. Comment 18. Vote 1 left. Chapter 2. Quick, the boy is alive. Administer more healing solutions. His whole body is broken, and I am not sure if his body will be able to handle the stress, a senior medic ninja urgently commanded as soon as he noticed Kazuki's movement. The seasoned medic conveyed the order to another medic ninja, who swiftly approached Kazuki to carry out a quick diagnosis and change the now empty nutrient solution. The medics, initially taken aback by Kazuki's resurgence, quickly snapped into action. The urgency in the senior medic's voice cut through the chaos of the hospital, prompting the medical team to prioritize the boy who had defied initial expectations. As the medic ninja began their swift examination, there was palpable tension in the air. Kazuki's small form lay on the makeshift bed, a mosaic of bandages and injuries. The senior medic's concern mirrored the collective skepticism that had initially surrounded the young boy's chances of survival. The hospital, strained by the aftermath of the Nine Tails attack, had rationed its resources, including the expensive healing solutions. Many had believed that Kazuki was beyond saving and that the precious medicine could be better used on patients with a higher likelihood of recovery. The medic ninja carefully disconnected the now empty nutrient solution, and as the bag was replaced, a renewed sense of urgency filled the room. The healing solutions flowed into Kazuki's fragile body, each drop a testament to the uncertainty that hung in the air. The medics worked with a focused determination, driven by the possibility that this young survivor might defy the odds. The medic, having administered the nutrient solution, began diagnosing Kazuki's current condition. As she delved into the examination, what she discovered left her gasping in awe. The revelation was so astonishing that she could not help but falter, stumbling backward in disbelief. The senior medic, frustrated by the apparent clumsiness, approached the fallen medic. "Why are you being so clumsy? All you had to do was diagnose the child. Why are you adding more chaos as if we already do not have enough chaos around us?" the senior medic demanded, his frustration evident. The medic who had diagnosed Kazuki managed to collect herself, still in a state of astonishment, and quickly responded to the senior medic. "Sir, the child's body is mending itself at an astonishing rate. It is as if his broken body is being rebuilt from scratch." The senior medic, initially irritated, was taken aback by this revelation. He quickly approached Kazuki and activated his back again, his experienced eyes scrutinizing the seemingly miraculous recovery. "The child is lucky. He must have awakened his Kikki Jinkei. Some bloodline limits are known to reconstruct the body at the time of awakening. What is the child's name, and to which clan does he belong? We should be able to diagnose him better if we knew what kind of Kikki Jinkei he had awakened. The medics exchanged a glance, a shared realization of the extraordinary nature of Kazuki's condition. As the hospital continued to buzz with activity, the small figure on the bed became a focal point of curiosity and wonder. The awakening of a Kikki Jinkei in the aftermath of the Nine Tails attack added a layer of mystery to the unfolding events, turning Kazuki's survival into a beacon of hope amidst the prevailing chaos. As Kazuki gradually awoke, he found himself in a world that seemed both familiar and alien. Unaware of the intricate changes occurring within his body, he started the process of collecting and adapting himself to this new reality, the Naruto world. The sights, sounds, and smells of Konoha Hospital surrounded him, and he struggled to comprehend the magnitude of the events that had unfolded. While acclimating himself to this unfamiliar environment, a senior Hyuga medic approached his side with a kind smile. The seasoned medic exchanged a few words with others in the room before turning his attention back to Kazuki. "Child, do you remember your name? Can you speak?" The senior Hyuga medic inquired gently, his demeanor radiating reassurance. "We can help you find your family if you can give us your name. I am sure they must be looking for you everywhere." Kazuki, still in a daze, was brought back from his trance-like state by the old man's words. His eyes, reflecting a mix of confusion and vulnerability, met the compassionate gaze of the senior Hyuga. My name is Kazuki Nara," he stuttered with a soft voice that carried the weight of fatigue. The mere act of vocalizing his identity seemed to drain the remaining energy from his small frame. With that statement, Kazuki succumbed to unconsciousness again as fatigue overpowered him. The senior Hyuga medic observed the young boy with a mixture of concern and intrigue. The revelation of his name was a crucial piece of information that could potentially reunite him with his family. As Kazuki slipped back into unconsciousness, the medic orchestrated the next steps, silently contemplating the mysteries that surrounded this resilient child with the Nara name. As Kazuki slowly emerged from a week-long slumber, he found himself in a Konoha medical room bathed in the soft glow of sunlight filtering through the curtains. The room was a blend of sterile cleanliness and a comforting warmth that hinted at the compassionate care he had received during his unconsciousness. His first instinct was to ensure that this was not a dream, and that the newfound reality he sensed around him was indeed his second chance at life. Tentatively, he explored the sensations of his new body, the physicality of it confirming the tangibility of this fresh start. With a growing sense of awareness, Kazuki turned his attention to his surroundings. By the window, he noticed a small sofa and a child's crib nestled beside it. A lady, peacefully asleep on the couch, stirred as Kazuki moved. The rustling of the sheets and the creaking of the bed drew her attention, and she approached with a concerned gaze. "Kazuki-kun, you are awake. It is me, your Aunt Yoshino. Do not you recognize me?" she inquired, her voice laced with both relief and apprehension. Yoshino's concern emanated from the information conveyed by the senior Hyuga medic ninja, who had warned the Nara family about potential head injuries and lasting trauma. Kazuki, still processing the flood of memories and assimilating his new identity, recalled Yoshino as the mother of Shikamaru Nara. His eyes shifted to the child in the crib nearby, confirming his assumption. The realization hit him, a profound understanding of the bonds that connected them. "Yoshino Abasan," he uttered, using the respectful term for aunt. His voice carried a mix of recognition and a tinge of vulnerability. In response, Yoshino's eyes softened with a blend of affection and worry. Before Kazuki could fully sit up, he found himself enveloped in a gentle embrace. The sensation was foreign yet strangely comforting, a feeling of being cared for, of finding solace in the arms of family. Kazuki, still fragile from his recent awakening, allowed himself to be held. The warmth of Yoshino's embrace resonated deep within him, creating a newfound sense of security. In that moment, surrounded by the soft murmurs of the medical room and the presence of family, Kazuki experienced profound reassurance, a tangible reminder that he was no longer alone and that he had a second chance at life, embraced by the bonds of kinship. As Kazuki, still wrapped in the comforting embrace of Yoshino, gathered the courage to voice the question that lingered in his heart, a faint feeling of foreboding crept over him. The room, once filled with a sense of warmth, now held an unspoken tension. "Abasan, where are Otosan and Okasan? I do not see them anywhere." "Are they out on duty?" he inquired, his voice carrying a fragile hope against the shadows of uncertainty. Yoshino's eyes, usually warm and reassuring, flickered with a complex mix of emotions. In that moment, the weight of unspoken truths hung heavily in the air. She tightened her embrace around Kazuki, a silent attempt to shield him from the heart-wrenching reality that loomed. The room seemed to echo with the unspoken answer, and for a brief moment, time hung suspended in a delicate balance. Yoshino, unable to find words that could soften the impact of the truth, simply held onto Kazuki, her embrace offering a form of solace that words could not convey. Tears welled in Yoshino's eyes, glistening like unshed raindrops. She, too, grappled with the pain of knowing and the anguish of not being able to spare Kazuki from the heartache that awaited. The silence became a canvas painted with the shared sorrow of an aunt who wished to shield her nephew from the harshness of reality. Kazuki, though he had sensed the answer, held onto the slender thread of hope, yearning for a different outcome. As Yoshino's tears silently fell, the room bore witness to a poignant moment, the intersection of loss and the resilient bonds that sought to navigate the storm. In the poignant silence that followed, Kazuki grasped the unspoken truth. The weight of that knowledge bore down on him, and tears welled up unconsciously for the parents of the body he now inhabited. He remained cocooned in Yoshino's embrace, the room steeped in the somber atmosphere of shared grief. As the tears fell, a sudden cry shattered the heavy stillness. The sound, though initially jarring, became a beacon of distraction for both Yoshino and Kazuki. Swiftly wiping away her own tears, Yoshino recognized her role as the pillar of support for the newly orphaned child. She redirected Kazuki's attention to the crib, where a crying baby demanded their notice. "Kazuki, this is your little brother, Shikamaru. Is not he cute? From now on, you should help your aunt take care of him, alright? Would you like to hold him?" Yoshino's voice, filled with both warmth and resilience, sought to provide a lifeline to Kazuki amid the storm of emotions. Kazuki understood the underlying intention behind Yoshino's words to offer solace and diversion from the overwhelming grief of losing his parents. Grateful for her attempts to comfort him, he accepted little Shikamaru into his hands. As he cradled the baby, a new sense of responsibility and connection began to blossom within him. "So, this is the lazy little prodigy of the Nara clan, and now he is going to be my little brother, huh?" Kazuki thought to himself, a hint of a smile playing on his lips. The presence of a sibling felt like a blessing for someone who had been alone all his life. Yoshino, watching Kazuki's expression shift from sorrow to a more subdued calmness as he held Shikamaru, felt a sense of relief. She was confident that Kazuki, despite the challenges he now faced, would be a caring and supportive older brother to Shikamaru. The room, once heavy with grief, now bore witness to the subtle dance of resilience and the beginning of a newfound family forged in the crucible of loss. As Kazuki engaged in playful interactions with little Shikamaru, the door to the medical room swung open, allowing a familiar figure to enter. Shikaku Nara, the uncle of the original owner of the body Kazuki now inhabited, stepped in with a quiet and observant demeanor. His posture, usually marked by relaxed laziness, now bore the subtle traces of fatigue and weariness. Shikaku, despite being known for his strategic mind and laid-back attitude, held a position of significance in Konoha. The weight of responsibilities etched lines on his face, and his tired eyes revealed the burdens he carried. The stress of the recent events, compounded by the loss of close friends and family during the Naruto's attack, had taken its toll on Shikaku's usually composed demeanor. "Kid, you gave every one of us a heart attack when you went missing from the family compound like that. I hope you're ready for your punishment when you return," Shikaku declared, his tone attempting a blend of sternness and levity. He assumed that the loss of Kazuki's parents must have deeply affected him, and he intended to break the tension with a teasing remark. However, when Shikaku noticed Kazuki playing with his son, a dangerous glint in Yoshino's eyes made him swiftly realize the gravity of his misjudgment. The attempt to lighten the mood had inadvertently struck a nerve, and Shikaku found himself caught in the crossfire of unspoken emotions. Comment. Vote on left. Chapter 3. Yoshino, protective of Kazuki and still grappling with the recent loss, shot her husband a glare that conveyed a mixture of disappointment and warning. The room, once filled with the joyful sounds of a new family forming, now bore witness to an unexpected tension. Shikaku, caught between the weariness of his responsibilities and the delicate dynamics in the room, took a moment to assess the situation. His tired eyes met Kazuki's, a silent acknowledgement of the unspoken complexities that connected them. In the charged silence that followed Shikaku's half-joking remark, Kazuki's response cut through the tension like a breath of unexpected maturity. His words, spoken with a solemnity that belied his age, held a weight that left both Yoshino and Shikaku momentarily surprised. "I am sorry, Oji-san. I know what I did was wrong and irresponsible. I will make sure not to repeat such things in the future," Kazuki confessed, his voice carrying a mixture of sincerity and self-accountability. The unexpected display of composure from the young boy resonated in the room, a testament to the resilience that lay beneath the surface of his recent trials. Yoshino, while appreciating Kazuki's newfound maturity, shot Shikaku an angry glare. She was pleased to see that Kazuki was owning up to his actions and displaying such a level of responsibility, but the way Shikaku's remark had unintentionally triggered guilt in the child did not sit well with her maternal instincts. Shikaku, despite feeling the weight of the impending consequences, could not help but smile nervously. He had expected some scolding or reprimand, but the depth of Kazuki's response caught him off guard. The fear for his nephew's emotional well-being had prompted the ill-conceived attempt at humor, but now he found himself grappling with the consequences of his misstep. As the room lingered in the aftermath of Kazuki's apology, an unspoken understanding passed between the Nara family members. The dynamics of their redefined family continued to shift, shaped by loss, resilience, and unexpected moments of growth. In the delicate dance between pain and maturity, the bonds between them deepened, forming a foundation for the challenges that lay ahead. The Nara clan training area, nestled within the confines of Konoha, bears the distinctive marks of the clan's strategic and shadow-centric techniques. Tucked away amidst the foliage of the village outskirts, the training ground reflects the Nara clan's preference for quiet and secluded spaces, where shadows play a vital role in their unique jutsu. Surrounded by a natural canopy of trees, the training area offers a serene and peaceful atmosphere. The tall, slender trunks of the trees cast long shadows that dance upon the soft ground, creating a dynamic landscape that mirrors the clan's affinity for manipulating shadows to their advantage. Kazuki stood at the center of the Nara clan training grounds, a place that had become increasingly familiar to him over the past few weeks. Fully recovered from the physical toll of recent events, he faced Shikaku, who had called him to the training grounds that morning. It was a pivotal moment for Kazuki, who had personally conveyed a few requests to his uncle. After deliberation with Yoshino, Shikaku relented, deciding to assist Kazuki in his chakra training. "Kazuki, are you sure you want to start with chakra training so early? You can still wait for a year or two, you know." Shikaku attempted to convince Kazuki to postpone his training. Despite his persuasive words, Shikaku had already resolved to give his best in teaching Kazuki, recognizing the determination in his nephew's eyes. "Yes, uncle, I would like to start training earlier. The earlier, the better. And you should also know that our clan has taken quite a lot of damage. I also have a bloodline limit awakened, so I think it is better I start training early," Kazuki responded, his tone carrying a surprising level of maturity. Shikaku observed the resilience in Kazuki's demeanor, realizing that this was the child's way of coping with the tragedy that had befallen their clan. "Fine, then. I will help you with your training. I've already gone through the clan records, and there was no mention of any specific bloodline limit. But then, we never know because we do not have any detailed records maintained from the time of warring states and before that. So, we may never know," Shikaku conceded, acknowledging the limitations of their historical records. "Do you have any other requests before we officially start your training?" Shikaku inquired, wanting to ensure that Kazuki had all the support he needed. "Yes, uncle. I would like to access all the knowledge about Funjutsu and area ninjutsu as much as I possibly can. I hope uncle can help me gain access to this knowledge." Kazuki requested it with a nonchalant attitude and an innocent look. Shikaku could not help but sigh in mild frustration. He knew that denying Kazuki's request might lead to complaints to Yoshino, a prospect he found both amusing and exasperating. "Sigh, fine. I can help you with access to the clan library. But I would like to know why you need access to all this knowledge. I thought you only wanted me to help you with your chakra training." Shikaku inquired, curious about the sudden expansion of Kazuki's learning goals. Kazuki, aware of the question his uncle would pose, responded calmly, "Uncle, our Nara clan specializes in medicines and herbs, so it is only natural for me to want to learn more about Ryu ninjutsu. As for Funjutsu, I simply think that with my lack of chakra quantity, it is a good way to enhance my knowledge until my body grows up." Shikeko, though initially reluctant, found merit in Kazuki's reasoning. "Fine, Kazuki. Although you have already awakened your chakra, let me give you the important aspects of chakra, and I hope you always remember these points. Is that understood?" Kazuki, fully attentive and aware of the seriousness of his uncle's teachings, nodded in acknowledgement. The training grounds became a canvas for the transfer of knowledge, where the shadow techniques of the Nara clan met the budding curiosity and determination of its newest member. In the quiet training grounds on the outskirts of Konoha, a seasoned shinobi, Shikeko, sat down with his young nephew, Kazuki, beneath the shade of a large tree. The morning sun cast dappled shadows on the ground, setting the scene for an interactive lesson on the mysterious essence known as chakra. Shikeko regarded Kazuki with a knowing gaze. "Before we embark on this journey, Kazuki, you must grasp the essence of chakra. It is the fundamental energy that courses through every living being in our world, a combination of the physical and the spiritual." Kazuki furrowed his brow in contemplation. "So, it is like the life force that connects us all." "Indeed," Shikeko affirmed. "Now, close your eyes and feel it. Let your mind become aware of the inner energy that resides within." Kazuki obediently shut his eyes, and Shikeko could sense the young ninja's focus deepening. "Good. Chakra awakening often commences with meditation and concentration. It is about harnessing that energy within." As the gentle breeze rustled the leaves overhead, Shikeko continued his guidance. "Controlled breathing is the next step. Regulate your breath consciously. It enhances your ability to gather and manipulate chakra." Inhaling deeply, Kazuki absorbed the lesson, realizing the intimate connection between breath and chakra control. "Stamina is key too," Shikeko continued, shifting the conversation seamlessly. "Chakra is tied to physical and mental endurance. Engage in exercises that build your stamina. It is the foundation of your chakra reserves." Kazuki nodded, mentally making a note to embark on the physical aspect of his training. "Now, chakra circulation exercises," Shikeko continued, his voice taking on a soothing cadence. "Visualize the flow of chakra through your body's energy pathways, or as we call them, chakra points or tenketsu." As Kazuki immersed himself in the mental imagery, he felt the ebb and flow of energy within. Shikeko observed with a subtle satisfaction. "You are beginning to grasp it. Although this is advanced knowledge, you should also undergo this training in the future. Nature transformation training. Nature transformation aligns your chakra with the elements fire, water, wind, earth, and lightning. It is the path to elemental jutsu mastery." Questions flickered in Kazuki's eyes as he absorbed the wisdom. "So, I can control different elements with my chakra?" Shikeko smiled, acknowledging the spark of understanding. "Exactly. But remember, it is not just about physical prowess. Mental focus is crucial. Concentrate during stressful situations, and you'll find yourself controlling and manipulating chakra effortlessly." Kazuki pondered the profound connection between mind and chakra, realizing the intricate dance required for mastery. "Mental strength is the key," he remarked. Shikeko nodded, a mentor's pride evident in his gaze. "Lastly, emotional control. Chakra is deeply affected by emotions. Learn to keep them in check, and you'll prevent your chakra from going astray." "So, uncle, what can you tell me about my Keki Genkei? Any suggestions will help me train in a certain direction?" Kazuki inquired of Shikeko because he knew that Shikeko was one of the brightest minds in the current ninja world, so any suggestion from him would help him in his training. Shikeko pondered Kazuki's question for a moment, considering the unique circumstances surrounding his nephew's awakening as a Keki Genkei. With a thoughtful expression, he began to share insights. "Your Keki Genkei is a rare and valuable asset, Kazuki. Since it involves elements and yin release, you might find that your jutsu leans towards versatility and control rather than brute force. I would suggest focusing on finesse and precision in your techniques rather than raw power." Shikeko emphasized the importance of understanding the synergy between the elements and yin release. "Your Keki Genkei is a reflection of your individuality. Mastering it will require creativity and adaptability. Do not be afraid to explore uncharted territory and find your unique approach. He concluded, lastly, patience will be your greatest ally. Developing a Keki Jinkai takes time and perseverance. Train diligently, but do not rush the process. Let the knowledge unfold naturally, and you'll find yourself unlocking new depths in your abilities. With these words of guidance, Shikeki aimed to set Kazuki on a path of thoughtful exploration and mastery of his unique Kokuton abilities. Shikeki observed with a keen eye as Kazuki closed his eyes, focusing on the instinctive connection to his Keki Jinkai. In the bright morning sunlight, an unusual shift occurred within the training grounds. The air seemed to thicken, and Shikeki felt an unspoken darkness enveloping the area. As Kazuki's eyes opened, Shikeki noticed an eerie transformation in the shadows. They took on a tangible form, resembling pitch-black ink that responded to Kazuki's will. The shadows around a certain radius, with Kazuki at the center, seemed to come alive, moving with an instinct of their own. Kazuki, exploring his newfound abilities, raised his hand, and from the ink-like shadows, a thin, pitch-black senbon materialized. Shikeki's surprise was evident as he witnessed the solid form of the senbon, seemingly unaffected by the morning sunlight. "Uncle, look, this is something I can do. I feel like my connection to the shadows is so deep that I can command them the way I want," Kazuki explained, a sense of excitement and discovery in his voice. He handed the ink senbon to Shikeki for examination. The senbon, though pitch black and seemingly ethereal, held a tangible presence in Shikeki's hands. Intrigued by this new revelation, Shikeki attempted to manipulate the senbon with his shadow mastery. However, to his surprise, the senbon resisted any external influence. Kazuki, understanding his uncle's intentions, released his control over the ink senbon. Shikeki was then able to manipulate the shadowy projectile with his own shadow techniques. This discovery left Shikeki both surprised and fascinated. Before he could conduct further tests or delve deeper into the implications of this newfound ability, the ink senbon dematerialized, as if erasing its presence from reality. The training grounds returned to their usual state, but the knowledge of Kazuki's connection to shadows had opened a door to a realm of possibilities, blending the mysterious nature of the Nara clan's shadow techniques with the unique elements of Kokuton. Kazuki had decided to name his new bloodline limit because of its deep connection to shadows. Comment Wolf comment. Vote on left. Chapter 4. Chapter 4. Brilliant, Kazuki. Your bloodline limit might be a fortune for our entire Nara clan. I need to access more records for information. I'll make a trip to the village archives and see if I can find anything there. Meanwhile, you should continue honing your skills, Shikeki expressed, genuine excitement in his voice. If his suspicions were correct, Kazuki's abilities could indeed be a boon for the Nara clan. I understand, uncle. I will diligently train. And about the Funjutsu and area ninjutsu scrolls? Kazuki inquired innocently, his eyes reflecting a genuine curiosity. Shikeki could not help but rub his head in a mix of amusement and frustration. Fine, kid. You will have access to all of it. But remember, Kazuki, not everyone in the family has such a privilege, even within the family. So, I hope you do not misuse the chance, Shikeki cautioned, a hint of paternal concern in his tone. Kazuki acknowledged the responsibility that came with the privilege, understanding that Shikeki's position as the clan head allowed him such access. As Shikeki prepared to leave for the village archives, the training grounds became a nexus of potential for the Nara clan, with the shadows seemingly stirred by the newfound abilities of their young prodigy. Time flies. It has been more than a year and a half since Kazuki was reborn in this world. Amidst the playful banter of the brothers, Kazuki seized a moment to inquire about a matter of clandestine significance. So, uncle, have there been any updates on the book I had asked you to deliver for me? Kazuki questioned, his eyes glinting with a subtle intensity. Shikeki, momentarily distracted from the light-hearted ambience, considered the curiosity that lingered in his nephew's gaze. I am not sure why you had me send such a book over, but rest assured, the book will reach its intended recipient away from any prying eyes. But tell me, Kazuki, is such secrecy warranted? It is not something dangerous, you know, Shikeki inquired, his brow furrowed with a tinge of concern. The Nara clan had a penchant for shadows and mysteries, but this particular request seemed to pique Shikeki's interest. Kazuki, with a confident smirk, responded, Come now, uncle. You do not want someone else taking credit for your nephew's hard work, now, do you? And, uncle, even though such information may seem harmless at a glance, in the right hands, it can be dangerous. Shikeki marveled at the unique genius of his nephew, Kazuki. The air hung with an unspoken understanding that the young Nara had played a pivotal role in the clan's recent prosperity. Uncle, have you tested the efficacy of the new recipes I provided? Kazuki inquired, his gaze steady and discerning. Yoshino, seated nearby, could not help but be drawn into the conversation. Her curiosity piqued. What new recipes, Kazuki? A proud smile danced on Shikeki's lips as he cast a glance towards Kazuki. Yoshino, our young Kazuki here has been a silent force of change. Over the past year, he's dedicated himself to refining our clan medicines and has contributed novel ideas that have propelled our business ventures forward. Ever wondered why the Nara clan has experienced such rapid prosperity compared to others? Yoshino's eyes widened with a mix of surprise and pride as she absorbed the revelation. Shikeki, with a fatherly glow, continued to weave the tale of Kazuki's silent contributions. Kazuki has, in his own way, become the architect of our success. His insatiable thirst for knowledge has led him to explore every nook and cranny of the Nara clan library. He devours information like a hungry shadow, and in return, he gifts us with ideas that resonate with innovation and tradition. Shikeki reminisced about the weekly sessions where he and Kazuki assessed the progress made, discussing the myriad of ideas that flowed from the young mind. With Shikamaru now a lively 2-year-old, Kazuki had subtly hinted at introducing him to the world of training, a prospect that left Shikeki torn between reluctance and the acknowledgement that exceptionalism might run in the Nara blood. Well, the new recipes boast at least a 30 improvement over the previous iterations, Shikeki announced with a tone of measured satisfaction. His eyes, sharp and analytical, conveyed the meticulous calculations behind his findings. Yoshino, ever the astute observer, could not help but nod in acknowledgement, recognizing the depth of her nephew's contributions. Shikeki, a seasoned strategist, continued with a sense of pride and anticipation. And the soldier pills from the latest batch are nothing short of marvelous, Shikeki praised, his gaze meeting Kazuki's. I've already shared the results with the Akimeki clan and the Hokage. Kazuki's brows arched with a mix of curiosity and expectation. And what's the overall impact of these contributions, uncle? A knowing smile played on Shikeki's lips as he painted a canvas of financial prowess and strategic brilliance. By combining all our previous efforts, the monetary contributions, the innovations in rebuilding the village, and the seal tags and explosion tags, I believe we are on the path to securing what you've been seeking. Shikeki, recognizing the subtle dance of intellect and strategy, could not help but nod in acknowledgement of his nephew's prowess. He had witnessed Kazuki's uncanny ability to outsmart even the most seasoned tacticians, a skill that had manifested in their intense shoji sessions. What took Shikeki years to master, Kazuki effortlessly grasped within a mere 2 weeks of instruction. Shikeki's words carried a weight of pride. As Kazuki absorbed his uncle's words, the atmosphere seemed to thicken with a sense of gravity. And remember, Kazuki, the higher-ups in the village have been a bit restless lately, Shikeki began, his voice a low murmur that echoed in the quiet space. When you and the others go out on your regular strolls, especially when visiting the kid from the orphanage, exercise caution. The kid holds a special status within the village, and you must remain vigilant. Kazuki, ever attentive, nodded in acknowledgement. He was well aware of the gravity that clung to the village's leadership, their restlessness casting a shadow over the tranquility that the Nara clan often sought. Shikeki continued, his gaze steady and wise. I know you spend a significant amount of time with the orphan kids, especially the Nainitils Jinchuriki. Despite my instincts telling me that you may be aware of the kids' true identity, I've never questioned your motives. If anything, I appreciate your efforts. The kid's father sacrificed his life for the village. I understand, uncle, Kazuki replied, his voice carrying the weight of responsibility and determination. Well, I am taking Shikamaru to the training grounds. We'll be back later for lunch. See you then. With those words, Kazuki gracefully scooped up the somewhat reluctant Shikamaru, who wore an expression of mild protest. The soft rustle of leaves accompanied their departure from the Nara compound, leaving behind a sense of purpose in the air. In a quiet, remote town nestled within the Fire Country, an inn served as an unlikely sanctuary for Tsunade Senju. The room, dimly lit by the soft glow of a lantern, was an enclave of concentration. Sinead, seated at a sturdy wooden table, was immersed in a thick book that sprawled across its surface, a tome of profound knowledge that spanned several thousand pages. The air in the room carried an air of intellectual intensity, almost palpable in its weight. Scrolls, neatly arranged, encircled Sinead, creating a tapestry of information that complemented the vast expanse of the open book before her. The inn's rustic charm blended seamlessly with the scholarly atmosphere, as if the wisdom contained within the pages breathed life into the very walls. Shaizun, a loyal and astute apprentice, sat nearby with Tonton, their presence adding a touch of familiarity to the intellectual enclave. Her gaze shifted between the scrolls and Sinead, whose focus remained unyielding. The unexpected sobriety of the legendary Sanin over the past 3 days had left Shaizun both surprised and curious, for Sinead had forsaken her usual haunts: no gambling houses, no rockers' taverns. Instead, the slug sage had chosen to delve into the profound depths of the book that now held her undivided attention. The book itself seemed to possess a certain aura, its fresh pages whispering untold secrets to Sinead's keen mind. It was a beacon of enlightenment, and each turned page unraveled mysteries and unveiled knowledge that sparked the fire of inspiration in the Sanin's eyes. As the lantern's glow cast flickering shadows across the room, Shaizun could not help but marvel at the transformation. The inn, once a transient stop, had become a crucible of wisdom, a sacred space where the Sanin immersed herself in the pursuit of understanding. In the hushed aftermath of hours spent engrossed in the profound pages of the colossal tome, Sinead, with a deep inhalation, lifted her gaze from the book's embrace. The room, once immersed in the scholarly ambience, now bears witness to the transformation of intent. A contemplative silence lingered as Sinead stood, her eyes reflecting the weight of the knowledge she had unearthed. Shaizun, who had been a quiet observer in the background, felt a subtle shift in the air, a change in the currents of purpose that surrounded the Sanin. Breaking the stillness, Sinead issued a command that reverberated with urgency. Shaizun, pack everything. We are going back to the village. We'll be leaving as soon as possible. Shaizun, initially taken aback by the abruptness of Sinead's declaration, swiftly grasped the gravity of the situation. The abrupt decision to return to the village spoke volumes, revealing that whatever Sinead had discovered within the pages of the massive tome transcended the boundaries of ordinary revelations. The slug sage's immediate and resolute decision ignited Shaizun's own curiosity. She understood the significance of this abrupt return, a departure from the prolonged avoidance of the village. As Sinead carefully stored the monumental tome within a sealing scroll, Shaizun could not help but wonder about the nature of the revelation that had spurred such a decisive action. In the serene expanse of the Nara family training grounds, Kazuki, with unwavering determination, guided young Shikamaru through the intricacies of chakra refinement. The atmosphere was steeped in tranquility, juxtaposed against the impending storm that Kazuki foresaw in the tumultuous future of the ninja world. Despite his tender age of 5, Kazuki exhibited a level of chakra proficiency that surpassed the expectations of even seasoned shinobi. His reservoir of chakra was a testament to the relentless training and careful nurturing he had undertaken in the past 2 years. Unlike the physiological norms of Earth, the ninja world's unique anatomy demanded a nuanced approach to body conditioning. Drawing from his extensive knowledge of medicine and the intricacies of chakra manipulation, Kazuki had meticulously crafted a regimen that not only elevated his own abilities but also served as a foundation for Shikamaru's burgeoning potential. Every gesture and every instruction was imparted with precision, as Kazuki aimed to instill a profound understanding of chakra control in his younger brother. Kazuki, with a gentle yet encouraging demeanor, guided his barely 2-year-old little brother, Shikamaru, through a simple yet essential training routine. "Come on, little brother, you can do it, just one more lap. And after that, we'll figure out your chakra's nature. Quick, one more lap." Kazuki's voice carried a blend of reassurance and enthusiasm as he urged Shikamaru forward. Shikamaru, with his tiny legs and reluctant expression, toddled along the designated path, mirroring the footsteps of his older sibling. The training ground, typically a space for more advanced exercises, had been adapted to accommodate the fledgling steps of a young prodigy in the making. Kazuki, ever patient, walked alongside Shikamaru, offering words of encouragement and occasional playful gestures to keep the young one motivated. The familial bond between the brothers was evident in the way Kazuki's eyes lit up with pride at each wobbly step Shikamaru took. As they completed the final lap, Kazuki crouched down to Shikamaru's eye level with a comforting smile on his face. Great job, little brother. Now, let's sit down and focus on understanding your chakra nature. It is an exciting journey, and I am here to guide you every step of the way. Comment. Which one left? Chapter 5. Chapter 5. You are such a big bully, Kazuki Naisen. You have been telling me it is the last lap since the last 10 laps. I kept counting, you know. Under the shade of the tree, Kazuki chuckled at Shikamaru's astute observation and his candid complaint about the seemingly never-ending laps. You caught me, Shikamaru. I guess I got carried away with the last lap excitement, Kazuki admitted with a playful grin. He listened attentively as Shikamaru, in his childlike wisdom, pointed out the discrepancy in lap promises. You know kids my age are playing, and you always keep dragging me to the training yard. Choji even runs away because you always drag him to train too. Little Shikamaru sighed like a wise old man, and Kazuki could not help but laugh at the antics of his cute little brother. Well, we'll not let Choji off the hook next time. Now, let's get down to business, Kazuki said, reaching into his pouch to reveal a chakra paper. Shikamaru's eyes widened with curiosity at the sight of the valuable item. Kazuki Naisen, is not it too early for me to learn about nature's transformations? I can barely perform the basic jutsus, and I am not a prodigy like you, Shikamaru protested, his tone a mix of reluctance and genuine concern for his abilities. Kazuki chuckled again, ruffling Shikamaru's hair affectionately. Do not worry, little brother. This is just to help you build your basics. I am not planning to teach you advanced jutsus right away. Now, let's see what nature chakra you have. Infuse your chakra into the paper, and let's find out together. As Shikamaru infused his chakra into the paper, the anticipated reaction occurred. A portion of the paper crumbled away, while the remaining section burst into flames and turned to ash. So I have earth and fire affinity, Kazuki Naisen, Shikamaru deduced from the chakra paper test. Kazuki smiled at his little brother's attentiveness to his studies. Yes, little brother, and you should also have the yin affinity because of our Nara bloodline, Kazuki explained, appreciating Shikamaru's quick grasp of the information. Already, he was forming mental plans for a training routine tailored to Shikamaru's unique affinities. Curiosity sparkled in Shikamaru's eyes as he posed another question. Kazuki Naisen, what about your chakra affinities? And do you think I have a chance to awaken a Kiki Jinkei like you? Kazuki considered the inquiry thoughtfully before responding. Well, I have 3 elemental affinities: water, earth, and lightning, and also the yin affinity, just like you. As for awakening a Kiki Jinkei, currently, I do not know. I should be able to help you awaken one, but I am somewhat stuck in my research. I might need some time to solve the issue or seek outside help. Do not worry about it. At worst, I should find a solution before you graduate from the academy. Shikamaru, still absorbing the information, could only marvel at his brother's foresight and planning. At just 5 years old, Kazuki had mapped out a course that extended all the way to Shikamaru's graduation from the academy. With a resigned sigh, Shikamaru thought, this is going to be such a drag, realizing that his Naisen's meticulous approach was going to shape much of his future. The root base, hidden deep within Konoha, was shrouded in an air of secrecy and darkness. The structure was a maze of underground passages and hidden chambers, designed to keep its existence concealed from even the most astute ninja. It was a place where Danzo Shimura, the shadowy figure behind the curtains, orchestrated his schemes for the sake of what he believed was the village's greater good. Danzo, with his right eye covered by a bandage, sat atop a high-backed chair in a dimly lit room filled with the echoes of whispered conversations. His demeanor, as always, exuded an air of authority and ruthlessness. His hand rested on the armrest as he received a scroll from a kneeling root ninja. Danzo-sama, here is the detailed list of all the Nara clan's recent activities and information about a few more clans, as you instructed, the root ninja reported dutifully. Danzo accepted the scroll with a stern nod, his eyes scanning the contents with intense scrutiny. However, his displeasure became evident as he read through the information. The Nara clan's recent growth and activities seemed to be slipping beyond his control, and the wrinkles on Danzo's forehead deepened into a scowl. I do not see any information about the Nara kid who interacts with the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. Is this how incompetent you guys have become? Are not you ashamed to admit that you were outsmarted by a kid? Danzo's voice, cold and demanding, filled the room. The root ninja lowered his head further in submission. Forgive us, Danzo-sama, for our incompetence. The kid is way too crafty, and his mastery of Funjutsu and shadow techniques is beyond exceptional. We are not able to covertly monitor him, and the Nara clan has also upgraded their barrier seals. Trying to enter their compound will only trigger it, and we have no way to bypass it. Dance's anger flared, frustrated by the limitations of his own clandestine operatives. However, as his mind worked through the situation, a calculating look replaced the initial rage. An idea, born out of necessity and ambition, formed in his mind. Very well, the Nara boy might prove to be an asset. We need to bring him under our wing. If we can control him, we shall mold him into a loyal tool for the village, Danzu declared, his eyes gleaming with the prospect of bending even the prodigious Nara to his will. The root ninja, still kneeling, acknowledged the order with a bow, realizing that Danzo's ambitions sometimes overshadowed the very village he claimed to protect. Danzo, after receiving the disappointing report about the Nara clan, felt a surge of restlessness within him. The time for passive observation had come to an end. He rose from his chair, the dim light casting shadows on his determined face. Two elite root members followed closely behind him as he made his way towards the exit of the clandestine root base. It seems like I have kept myself and the root passive enough since the attack of the Nine Tails. It is time we actively start working again. Our root also needs new members to bolster its forces, Danzu declared, his voice echoing with authority through the dimly lit chamber. Exiting the room, Danzo continued down the underground corridors with purpose. The roots were an extension of his will, a force working in the shadows to ensure the village's security. He needed them to be efficient, vigilant, and proactive. Redeploy all the teams back into the field. There is no need to lay low. I want complete information in my hands as soon as possible. Do not disappoint me again, he commanded, his tone unwavering. The kneeling root ninja, still in the room, received his final directive. The urgency in Danzo's voice was clear, and the ninja understood that their leader demanded immediate results. As Danzo exited the base, the root operatives swiftly began preparations to re-enter the field, their activities no longer restrained by the need for secrecy. The root was about to become an active force once again, and Danzo intended to make sure they left no stone unturned in their pursuit of information and influence. Hokage Building, Konoha. The Hokage's office in the towering Hokage monument was bathed in the warm glow of the setting sun, casting long shadows on the Hokage's regal figure. Hiruzen Sarutobi, the third Hokage, sat with a dignified presence behind his large desk. His long, flowing robes denoted the wisdom and experience that came with years of leadership. His eyes, though aged, sparkled with keen intelligence. Seated on either side of him were the two esteemed advisors, Homura Mitokaru and Koharu Utaten. Both advisors, with their own areas of expertise, complemented the Hokage's leadership. Homura's stern features and Koharu's sharp gaze spoke volumes about their dedication to the village. Welcome, Hiruzen said with a nod. Let us proceed with our discussions. Homura, the elder of the two advisors, opened the meeting. Hiruzen, the recent financial reports are in. The village's coffers have been replenished thanks to the significant contributions from the Nara clan. Their financial aid has prompted other clans to follow suit, reluctant to lose standing during these challenging times. Hiruzen leaned back, steeping his fingers. The Nara clan's generosity is appreciated. It is heartening to see the unity among the clans when the village needs it the most. We must use these funds wisely to rebuild and strengthen our defenses. Koharu, her eyes piercing, interjected, however, the Uchiha clan's activities have been causing unrest. There are whispers of dissent among the villagers. We cannot ignore the growing tension. Action must be taken. Hiruzen sighed, his eyes reflecting the burden of leadership. The Uchiha issue is delicate. We cannot afford a civil conflict. I believe in trying diplomatic avenues first. We must engage with the Uchiha, address their concerns, and find common ground. Homura leaned forward, his expression grave. Hiruzen, we cannot afford to be too lenient. The Uchiha's actions have stirred fear among the populace. We must show strength and decisiveness. Swift measures need to be taken to ensure the village's safety. Koharu, nodding in agreement with Homura, added, peaceful resolutions are admirable, but we must be prepared for any scenario. The safety of the village is paramount. Hiruzen's gaze shifted between his advisors, contemplating their perspectives. I understand your concerns, but we cannot abandon our principles. It is my hope that through dialogue, we can prevent unnecessary bloodshed. The village has endured enough pain. The discussion delved deeper into strategies to address the Aceh issue, involving both internal and external matters. The advisors presented their differing opinions, reflecting the complexity of the situation. Just when they were planning to share more ideas regarding the Aceh clan's issue, the door to the Hokage's office opened abruptly without any notice, and Danzo walked in with measured steps and moved next to the other advisors. The Hokage's office, once a haven for measured discussions, was disrupted by Danzo's sudden entrance. Hiruzen, Hamura, and Koharu looked at him with a mix of surprise and annoyance. Danzo's presence in the Hokage's inner circle was always a contentious issue. "Danzo, what are you doing here?" Hiruzen demanded, frustration etched on his face. The scars on his face seemed to tighten as his expression hardened. Danzo, with an air of nonchalance, took a seat next to the other advisors. "Hiruzen, if I did not intervene, you had led the village to ruin. Take a look at this." He dropped a folder on the table. Its contents a meticulous breakdown of the financial details of each clan for the past few years. The information was unnervingly accurate, even detailing the Saratobe clan's finances. Hiruzen, Hamura, and Koharu delved into the contents, realizing the potential chaos this information could cause if it reached the ears of the other clans. "Danzo, what is the meaning of this? Do you understand the turmoil this would create among the clans if they found out?" Hiruzen questioned, his displeasure evident. Hamura and Koharu mirrored Hiruzen's discontent. The breach of trust between the clans and the village leadership was palpable. "I had no intention of delving into individual clan finances. I was merely seeking additional funding for the route. Our village needs more elite shinobi. However, the recent activities of a specific clan caught my attention. Have you not noticed it yet?" Danzo explained with a calculating gleam in his eye. Hiruzen, although aware of the Nara clan's remarkable financial contributions, remained vigilant. He knew Danzo always had a hidden agenda. The Nara clan's income has surged significantly, even during these difficult times. While their efforts support the village, we must consider the potential ramifications. The other clans might perceive this as favoritism. We cannot afford internal strife, especially with the Aceh situation looming, Danzo continued, emphasizing the underlying tensions that the Nara clan's prosperity could ignite. Comment 3. Vochun left. Chapter 6. Hiruzen, conflicted, weighed the consequences of the Nara clan's success against the need for unity in the village. The delicate balance between financial stability and clan harmony had to be maintained. The Nara clan's contributions are voluntary and crucial for the village's well-being. We must handle this situation delicately. We cannot jeopardize the unity we have strived to rebuild, Hiruzen asserted, his tone unwavering. Danzo's eyes narrowed, unsatisfied with the response. The room hung heavy with the unspoken tension of conflicting ideologies, leaving the future of the village precariously poised. In the hushed atmosphere of the Hokage's office, Danzo's proposal hung in the air, threatening to disturb the fragile balance Hiruzen sought to maintain. The old Hokage, aware of the precarious state of the village, felt the weight of Danzo's words, but he could not bring himself to compromise the trust he had built with the clans. "Hiruzen, this is a time of emergency, and with Kumo eyeing us eagerly to launch an attack, such lucrative businesses and secrets should be shared with the village so that we can prosper better," Danzo asserted, his voice carrying an undertone of urgency. He sought to exploit the fear of external threats to push his agenda. Hiruzen, however, was not swayed. Danzo continued, "Concentrating resources as they are will cause internal strife, and the Nara clan has a duty towards Konoha. You should order the Nara clan head to submit these enterprises to the higher-ups so that they can better benefit the village." Danzo's cunning glint betrayed the true essence of his idea to highlight the benefits the Nara clan monopolized. Human greed, he knew, was a potent tool to sow discord among the clans. Hamura and Koharu, although typically at odds with Danzo's methods, saw some substance in his words and maintained a thoughtful silence. "Enough, Danzo. I will not have you harming the village clans for your personal interests," Hiruzen declared, his aura flaring with the pressure tangible in the room. He resisted the urge to lash out physically against Danzo. "Sundame, are you insane? My suggestions are simply logical and in the best interest of the village," Danzo defended, attempting to deflect Hiruzen's righteous anger. "Hiruzen, you are knave. As long as it is for the benefit of the village, any sacrifices are worth it. Our village is currently in dire need of finances. Such drastic measures are necessary, Danzo argued. The atmosphere in the Hokage's office was thick with tension, an unspoken conflict lingering in the air as the three advisors discussed the village's affairs. Hanura, a seasoned strategist, disclosed that the village's financial turmoil had been quelled thanks to the unexpected generosity of the Nara clan and other allies. Danzo, always one to seize opportunities, immediately saw this as a chance to advance his agenda. Hiruzen, he pressed, now that our finances are stabilized, it is imperative that you approve an additional budget to strengthen the route we need to be prepared for any unforeseen threats. Hiruzen, feeling cornered by the sudden demand, responded, Danzo, the route was conspicuously absent during the village's time of need. We cannot simply allocate more resources without accountability. Danzo countered smoothly, Hiruzen, during the Ninetales attack, the route was actively engaged in protecting the village from external threats. We received intelligence of a potential invasion and took appropriate measures. Here's a new funding report for the route to ensure our readiness. The third Hokage's frustration was palpable. Danzo, your methods have always been dubious. We need transparency and collaboration, not secretive actions. This report does not address the route's past failures or expenditures. As Danzo rose to leave, he dropped a bombshell. Oh, by the way, I'll be recruiting orphan children from the clans into the route. It is for the benefit of the village, of course. Hiruzen's response was swift and cutting. Recruiting children without the clan head's permission. That's a breach of trust. I cannot approve such a move without proper consent. Danzo, with his trademark smirk, retorted, the situation demands swift action. I'll ensure that the clan heads understand the necessity of these measures. The route's role is crucial for the village's safety. Hiruzen, knowing he was cornered, cautioned Danzo, tread carefully. We must uphold the values of Konoha. Recruiting children into the route is a sensitive matter, especially without the clan's consent, so without the respective clan heads' permission, the clan children are out of bounds. However, you can try the orphanages that the village personally sponsors. Danzo, whose face contorted with displeasure, was about to exit the hostage's office. The denial of exclusive access to the clan's orphan children without the respective clan heads' permission had clearly irked him. Despite the setback, his resolve remained unshaken. Determined to get the young Nara orphan under his wing, he left the office, leaving behind a lingering threat. Hiruzen, you will regret this, he uttered with a chilling assurance, the ominous words hanging in the air. The statement carried a weight of potential consequences, hinting at the tumultuous times that might unfold in the wake of this clash of ideologies and power within Konoha. As the door closed behind him, the room still resonated with the echoes of Danzo's ominous warning, leaving the third Hokage to contemplate the challenges that lay ahead. The Nara clan training grounds lay bathed in the warm glow of the setting sun, casting long shadows across the landscape. Shikaku, the head of the Nara clan, stood poised, his silhouette elongated by the dying light. On the opposite end, Kazuki, the prodigious young Nara, prepared for a battle that would test not only his skills but the very foundations of the clan's techniques. Kazuki, let's see what you've got. Show me your water elemental mastery, Shikaku declared, a hint of a challenge in his voice. His hands swiftly weaved through intricate seals, signaling the commencement of a battle that would resonate through the training grounds. Kazuki acknowledged with a nod, channeling chakra through his body. The surrounding water responded to his command, the very elements bending to his will. The air thickened with anticipation as the first clash loomed. Shikaku moved first. A master of the clan's signature technique was Doton. Doryuke Earth Release. Earth-style war, he summoned colossal earthen walls that rose from the ground, altering the terrain. Kazuki, however, countered Suiten. Suijinheku Water Release. Water formation wall, creating a cascading wall of water that intercepted the Earth's onslaught. The clash resonated through the surroundings, the ground trembling with the impact. The once pristine training grounds now bear the marks of elemental warfare. As the battle unfolded, both combatants unleashed a barrage of jutsus, each one leaving its mark on the terrain. Kazuki surged forward, manipulating the water beneath his feet to propel himself. Doton, Dutch Aegis Shikek responded, causing the ground beneath Kazuki to shift and undulate. The landscape transformed into a dynamic battlefield, with the very earth responding to the clash of elements. The Nara clan techniques were not limited to offense. Shikaku initiated Kageman no Jutsu, extending his shadow across the ground with the intent to ensnare Kazuki. The young Nara countered again after dodging Suiten. Mizubunshin no Jutsu water clone technique, creating water clones that absorbed and disrupted the shadow's advance. The dance of water and earth continued, with both combatants seamlessly blending offense and defense. Kazuki conjured a water vortex, deflecting the sharp projectiles of Shikaku's earth release. Tracking projectiles technique. The aerial display of elemental prowess was nothing short of breathtaking. Not content with the elemental clash alone, Shikaku infused his techniques with wind release, creating a tempest that distorted the trajectory of Kazuki's water-based assaults. The surroundings echoed with the howl of the wind, leaves spiraling through the air in the wake of their battle. The complexity of the jutsus escalated as the battle unfolded. Shikaku executed Doton, Dosakuri earth release, mudslide, causing the very ground to shift beneath Kazuki's feet while trying to imprison him. The young Nara retaliated Suiten, Daibakufu no Jutsu water release, great waterfall technique, conjuring a colossal water wave that crashed against the mud prison, shattering it into fragments. Kazuki, undeterred, tapped into his chakra reserve. The water around him shimmered with ethereal energy as he initiated a new attack Suiten, Suijinhiki, manifesting a protective barrier that absorbed and reflected Shikaku's incoming attacks. The battlefield now bears witness to the clash of elemental forces and the mastery of in-release. The final act of the battle approached. Shikaku, utilizing his shadow manipulation, executed Kage Kyubei Shobare no Jutsu shadow neck binding technique, attempting to bind Kazuki in an inescapable shadow stranglehold. Yet Kazuki responded Suiten, Suijin no Mei water release, hard whirlpool water blade, transforming into a torrent of water blade that effortlessly cut through the confines of the shadow. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows that merged with the remnants of their battle, Shikaku and Kazuki stood facing each other. The training grounds bore the scars of their elemental symphony, a canvas painted with the artistry of the Nara clan's techniques. Shikaku, the clan head, observed his nephew Kazuki with a mixture of pride and amusement. The young Nara had grown immensely over the past 2 years, his dedication to training evident in every move. Shikaku acknowledged Kazuki's progress, a satisfied grin playing on his lips. Not bad, kid. Your mastery over water manipulation has improved significantly. With your current skills, you could take on elite shunins even without relying on your Keki Jinkei and Funjutsu. Kazuki, grateful for the praise but ever focused on improvement, responded with a thoughtful nod. Thank you, uncle. I appreciate the acknowledgement. However, I believe there's still room for improvement. If I could access more notes or scrolls on Suiten techniques, I think I could progress even faster. Shikaku could not help but chuckle at Kazuki's earnestness. You're quite the ambitious one, are not you? Most kids your age are more concerned with playing than asking for advanced scrolls. Kazuki, aware of the realities of the ninja world, remained steadfast in his pursuit of strength. Uncle, times have changed. Since the loss of Yondaime, the other villages are actively strengthening their forces. We never know when the next war might break out. I am not the only genius out there. Rumor has it there's someone from the Uchiha clan, Itachi, who's considered as good as or even better than me. Shikaku raised an eyebrow, acknowledging Kazuki's awareness of the changing landscape. Itachi Uchiha, who? He's considered quite a prodigy. But, I must say, even if you were to compare yourself to him, I would place my bets on you. You've got a lot of hidden cards up your sleeve, do not you? Kazuki grinned, appreciating his uncle's teasing. Maybe a few, uncle. But, as for my Keki Jinkei, I have not fully mastered it yet. It is not something I can easily integrate into our sparring sessions. I still have a long way to go before unlocking its full potential. Shikaku leaned against a tree, a thoughtful expression on his face. The Nara clan's Keki Jinkei is a mystery even within the clan. You've been developing it on your own, and that's commendable. Just take your time, Kazuki. There's no rush. You've already become a force to be reckoned with. It is not like I have not made progress regarding my Keki Jinkei, uncle. Kazuki gazed out across the tranquil Nara clan training grounds, the sun dipping below the horizon and casting shadows that danced along the landscape. Shikaku, ever observant, noted a certain intensity in Kazuki's eyes. So, Kazuki, Shikaku began, you mentioned progress with your Keki Jinkei. Care to elaborate? Kazuki, still in a meditative stance, conjured a swirling mass of dense, dark energy around his hand. The air seemed to thicken as tendrils of this energy slithered and intertwined. A faint aura surrounded Kazuki, casting an ominous glow. "This is Kokuton. I chose the name myself," Kazuki explained, his voice calm yet brimming with confidence. "Dark energy manipulation, it is more than just shadow manipulation. It is a force born from the fusion of yin and yang." Shikeku observed, and his interest peaked. "Impressive. What can you do with it?" Kazuki extended his hand, and the dark energy coalesced into a protective barrier, shimmering with corrosive energy. "Defensive constructs. It can withstand attacks and absorb chakra. But that's not all." He retracted the barrier, allowing the dark energy to disperse. Comment 6. Vochun left. Chapter 7. Kazuki focused, his hand now surrounded by a condensed sphere of Kokuton. He directed it towards a nearby boulder, and upon contact, the dark energy corroded the rock as if it were mere paper. Corrosive properties. It breaks down anything it touches. Shikeku nodded, acknowledging the power at play. "But every technique has its drawbacks. What are yours?" Kazuki's expression turned thoughtful. "Chakra intensity. Kokuton demands a substantial amount of chakra. Prolonged use can lead to exhaustion." He flexed his fingers, dismissing the dark energy temporarily. "Control is another challenge," he continued. "Manipulating such potent and corrosive force requires precision. Although it is highly versatile, it requires a really high level of mastery of shape manipulation. A lapse in control can lead to unintended consequences." Shikeku, leaning against a tree, absorbed the information. "And the range?" "Kokuton is most effective up close," Kazuki admitted. "Its potency diminishes over long distances." Shikeku grinned, a mixture of pride and curiosity in his eyes. "You've been busy, have not you, developing this Kikki Jinkei of yours?" Kazuki nodded with a determined gleam in his eyes. "I want to be prepared for whatever comes our way. With Kokuton, I can amplify all my elemental release techniques, and it also increases my elemental affinities. It also helps absorb incoming attacks." Shikeku pushed himself off the tree. "Well, it seems you've given our clan an edge. Just remember, with great power comes great responsibility. Do not let it consume you." Kazuki met his uncle's gaze, a sullen nod conveying his understanding. "Oh, by the way, uncle, before I forget, Shikamaru, get your big brother's bag over here," Kazuki instructed, his tone carrying a playful note. Shikamaru, who had been observing the training session from under a tree, swiftly grabbed the bag and ran towards them. "Here, Kazuki-Naisen, will you take me out on a stroll to the market now that you are done with your training? Remember, you promised," Shikamaru eagerly reminded, his eyes shining with anticipation. Shikeku, standing nearby, raised his brows, silently urging Kazuki to share more information. Kazuki chuckled and produced 3 storage scrolls, handing them over to Shikeku, who collected them with growing excitement. "Is this what I think it is, Kazuki?" Shikeku inquired, his anticipation evident in his voice as he examined the scrolls. "Yes, uncle. I have perfected it, and I believe it can now be used by our family members," Kazuki confirmed, a hint of pride in his tone. "I've left detailed instructions regarding it in the scrolls. However, I would suggest first testing it on the field with the help of our family Jonins, who have exceptional mastery over their shadow manipulation. I do not have to tell you its importance, uncle. I hope you can take the necessary measures." Kazuki's reminder carried a weight of responsibility, emphasizing the significance of the contents within the scrolls. Shikeku nodded in acknowledgement, realizing the potential impact this advancement could have on the Nara clan's strength. "Kid, rest assured, I know of its importance, and I will assign things accordingly. And do not stay out late if you guys are going out. Is that understood?" Shikeku instructed with a mix of authority and concern. The well-being of his family was always at the forefront of his priorities. Kazuki, respecting his uncle's words, nodded sullenly. "Understood, uncle. We'll be back in time." With that, he and Shikamaru set off, with the promise of a stroll to the market awaiting them and the potential of the new scrolls promising a brighter future for the Nara clan. Kazuki accompanied Shikamaru and walked in the direction of the Akimiki clan to bring Choji along with them to the market. "Shikamaru, come quickly. Do you know how hard it is to get a reservation at the new restaurant? Such exquisite food, he never thought that food could be so heavenly. Our family members have been whining with Dad to ask your father to provide exclusive discounts to Akimichi members to dine. Choji, who was the same age as Shikamaru, has been chubby since young but has been his best friend and is currently almost drooling because big brother Kazuki had promised to take them to the most famous restaurant in Konoha. The food here was simply a novelty. Kazuki, ever observant, could not shake the feeling that they were being observed. His attention shifted towards a distant shadow, a subtle movement that betrayed the presence of a hidden onlooker. The root ninja, skilled in the arts of stealth, recoiled as Kazuki effortlessly detected him. Damn, that kid's senses are monstrous. Is he a sensor type? I should inform Danzo-sama about this. Even then, I was almost over 500 meters away from his position. How did he find me? The root ninja thought to himself and retreated to make a new report about the Nara kid. Choji, remember, we first go to the market and then to the restaurant at the end. That's what we have planned. And what reservation are you talking about? I never had to wait to eat at the new restaurant. Shikamaru teased Choji, knowing how much he loved eating. Yeah, well, of course the restaurant is owned by your Nara clan. Why would you have to wait? Say, Shikamaru, why do not you ask your dad to give me VIP access? Are not I your best friend? Both kids were jokingly exchanging words, while Kazuki was making sure that there were no more annoying flies around trying to disturb their day out. Boys, have not you forgotten something important before we head to the market? Kazuki inquired about the boys, who were too immersed in their playful banter. Well, big brother Kazuki is paying for all the expenses. I don't think we have forgotten anything, right? Choji said while rubbing his tummy, making sure to mention that it was Kazuki's treat. However, before he could continue, Shikamaru smacked him lightly and said, Choji, is food the only thing you can think of? We still have to pick up Naruto on the way. Remember, big brother Kazuki had promised to take all three of us out together. Shikamaru's reminder made Choji realize that he had completely forgotten about his new friend because of food. He could not help but give out a sheepish grin and start walking in the direction of the orphanage. As Kazuki, Shikamaru, and Choji approached the entrance of the park, their light banter subsided as they noticed a lonely figure sitting on a bench. A mop of unruly blonde hair, large, innocent blue eyes, and a cheerful orange jumpsuit revealed the identity of the child waiting eagerly. Naruto, a mere 2 years old, sat on the bench near the entrance of the orphanage, his tiny legs swinging back and forth. His eyes sparkled with a mix of excitement and anticipation. His attention was fixated on the entrance, hoping for the arrival of his newfound friends. The vibrant orange of his jumpsuit contrasted against the greenery of the park, making him a beacon of youthful energy. Kazuki, ever vigilant, observed the scene with keen eyes. His perception extended beyond the obvious, catching the subtle nuances in the surroundings. He noticed the Anbu ninja, clad in the shadows, monitoring Naruto from a distance. A second ninja, hidden even more expertly, eluded the average observer. Yet, with Kazuki's affinity for darkness, every shadow became a canvas for him to paint with his awareness. The presence of these unseen protectors did not go unnoticed by Kazuki. He understood the significance of their watchful eyes, a testament to Naruto's unique status within the village. The lonely child, marked by the 9 tails sealed within him, had found companionship in Kazuki and his friends. This bond was both heartwarming and bittersweet, for Naruto's innocence belied the challenges that lay ahead for him. As the trio approached, Naruto's face lit up with joy. His wide smile revealed the dimples that made him all the more endearing. His small hands clapped together in excitement as he saw Kazuki approaching. Big brother Kazuki. Shikamaru. Choji. Naruto exclaimed, his voice filled with genuine happiness. Kazuki could not help but feel a sense of responsibility and warmth towards the little boy, who faced the world with unbridled optimism. The Anbu remained hidden, allowing Naruto to enjoy his moments of joy with his friends. The second ninja, though concealed, subtly acknowledged Kazuki's vigilance. Hey, Naruto. Ready for our adventure today? Shikamaru called out, his own enthusiasm matching Naruto's. The bustling ninja market in Konoha was a vibrant tapestry of colors, sounds, and scents. Stalls and shops lined the narrow streets, each one brimming with a diverse array of merchandise catering to the needs and desires of the shinobi populace. The lively chatter of vendors haggling with customers, the clinking of coins, and the occasional burst of laughter created a lively atmosphere. As Shikamaru, Choji, and Naruto entered the market, their eyes widened with excitement. Shikamaru's typically lazy demeanor seemed to fade as he eagerly explored the various stalls. Choji, driven by his love for food, was drawn to the enticing aromas wafting from food vendors, his mouth watering at the prospect of the upcoming feast. Naruto, despite the hardships he faced, radiated an infectious enthusiasm, his bright eyes reflecting the wonders of the market. However, the joyous mood faced a harsh reality when some shopkeepers, recognizing Naruto as the container of the 90 tails, denied them entry. The stigma associated with the tailed beast made the trio unwelcome in certain establishments. Shikamaru and Choji, initially unfazed, grew increasingly frustrated by the unfair treatment of their friend. Naruto, though hurt by the rejections, maintained a positive attitude. His resilience shone through as he smiled and shrugged off the negativity. However, the continuous encounters with prejudice were beginning to wear on him. At one point, as the trio approached a weapons shop, the gruff shopkeeper eyed Naruto with disdain. "We do not serve his kind here," he barked, pointing at Naruto. Shikamaru scowled, ready to voice his protest, but before he could speak, Kazuki stepped forward, intercepting the hostility. "We'll go elsewhere," he calmly stated, shielding Naruto from the verbal assault. The shopkeeper, dissatisfied, raised his hand threateningly towards Naruto, but Kazuki intercepted the impending blow. He took the hit stoically, preventing any harm from befalling Naruto. It was a moment of silent solidarity, a testament to the bond that had formed among the trio. Ignoring the aggressor, Kazuki redirected the group towards a different section of the market, specifically the Nara clan's own shops. Nara's influence held sway in these establishments, and the trio found themselves welcomed with open arms. The shopkeepers, familiar with the trio, warmly greeted them. Kazuki, putting on a facade of indifference, subtly communicated to Shikamaru and Choji the importance of staying composed in the face of adversity. Naruto, despite the recent hostility, embraced the newfound warmth, appreciating the genuine kindness. Amidst the bustling ninja market, a quaint and unassuming relic shop beckoned to the trio of children. With its entrance adorned with faded curtains, the shop seemed to whisper tales of a bygone era. Rumors circulating in the village hinted that the elderly owner was once a member of the first Hokage's esteemed personal guard, adding an air of mystique to the establishment. As the trio stepped inside, the shop unfolded like a treasure trove of history. The dimly lit interior was a heaven of antiquities, each item telling a silent story of the shinobi who wielded it in times long past. Shelves meticulously arranged with ancient scrolls, withered ninja tools, and mysterious artifacts created an atmosphere of reverence for the ninja arts. The scent of aged paper mixed with a faint trace of incense hung in the air. Dim lanterns cast a warm glow, illuminating the eclectic collection. Scrolls with intricate seals lay carefully wrapped, their secrets preserved for those who sought the wisdom of the ancients. The centerpiece of the shop was a massive oak counter, where an elderly man reclined in a comfortable chair, his eyes dancing with a glint of nostalgia. His weathered hands, adorned with scars and calluses, rested on the surface as if connected to the very essence of the relics around him. Comment. Vote on left. Chapter 8. Chapter 8. The old man wore a traditional brown robe that seemed to have witnessed countless seasons. His demeanor exuded wisdom, making him a living repository of the village's history. A mop of silver hair framed his face, and a pair of spectacles perched on the bridge of his nose, accentuating the keenness of his gaze. "Oh, young ones, welcome," the elderly shopkeeper said with a warm smile, his voice carrying the weight of years spent in the shinobi world. His eyes twinkled with a knowing gleam, recognizing the curiosity that sparkled in the children's gazes. Shikamaru, Choji, and Naruto found themselves drawn to the shelves, their eyes flitting from one artifact to another. Aged kune, scrolls sealed with symbols lost to time, and masks that once concealed the faces of enigmatic warriors adorned the space. As the trio explored, the shopkeeper observed with a silent acknowledgement of the children's thirst for knowledge. Occasionally, he would share anecdotes, each story transforming the inanimate relics into living echoes of the past. Kazuki, despite being a seasoned visitor to the relic shop, maintained an air of reverence as he perused the items on display. The elderly shopkeeper, with a keen eye, sensed the young Nara's familiarity with the artifacts. The shop had become a hidden heaven for Kazuki, a sanctuary where the echoes of the past whispered to him in the language of forgotten shinobi. The relic shop held a trove of relics, each with its own untold story. Kazuki's fingers danced over the aged bindings of scrolls, tracing the intricate patterns on ancient weapons and lingering over masks that once veiled the faces of enigmatic warriors. The shopkeeper, well acquainted with Kazuki's penchant for unraveling the mysteries of the past, observed him with a knowing smile. This particular visit was rooted in routine for Kazuki, a ritual that had been unfolding for nearly a year. The shopkeeper, a collector of curiosities from wandering merchants, presented a peculiar blend of genuine artifacts and seemingly mundane items. Among the assortment of relics, Kazuki once unearthed a tattered book, its pages yellowed with age and written in a language lost to contemporary scholars. The book, initially overlooked by casual observers, held secrets that beckoned Kazuki's keen intellect. The coded language concealed within its pages proved to be a puzzle that consumed 2 months of his time. With unwavering determination, Kazuki deciphered the arcane script, unveiling a treasure trove of sealing arts knowledge. The contents of the tattered book were nothing short of profound. The intricate funjutsu inscribed within its fragile pages surpassed the mundane, ascending to a level that could rival the esteemed scroll of seals. "Kid, there's a new batch of items over in that corner. Go through it if you would like. I have not sorted them out yet," the old shopkeeper said to Kazuki without turning towards him, as he happily entertained the trio. Kazuki, catching the old man's words, made his way to the corner mentioned and began inspecting the neatly stacked items. Among the diverse assortment old scrolls, books, antiques, and more a few tattered scrolls initially caught his attention. However, none met his expectations. Finally, his discerning eye fell upon an old, large, and exquisite box. Though its appearance seemed unassuming, the wood used for the box hinted at its immense value. When Kazuki attempted to open it, he discovered that it was sealed with intricate seals, signaling the precious contents within. Setting aside the sealed box for further exploration, Kazuki continued sifting through the remaining items. After about half an hour of patient examination, he decided on the old case, 2 tattered scrolls, and a sizable book. The old man, still immersed in entertaining the trio, was weaving tales around each item, emphasizing their uniqueness to capture the kids' interest. Meanwhile, Shikamaru held an antique shoji set crafted from crystal, and Kazuki could not help but suppress a smile. On the other hand, Shikamaru clutched an ancient-looking calligraphy set. The old man's exaggerated storytelling had effectively intrigued the kids, with Naruto and Choji also grasping a couple of items each. As Kazuki approached the trio, completing his selection, he marveled at the choices made by the young ones. Shikamaru's interest in strategic games, Naruto's fascination with an ornate kune set, and Choji's fascination with a unique food pill container were all emblematic of their individual personalities. After spending nearly another hour exploring the intriguing relics and antiques, the trio of young shinobi were satisfied with their selections and gathered at the counter to finalize their purchase. The old man, now behind the counter, mentally calculated the total bill with a gleam in his eyes. "That will be a total of 987,500 ryu. Since you're a regular here, I'll round it off to 983 ryu. So, will that be cash or a new kid?" the old man inquired, his anticipation for the monetary exchange evident. The 3 youngsters, stunned by the quoted amount, unconsciously began placing the items back on the counter. Even Kazuki, momentarily taken aback, responded with a teasing tone, "Old man, are not you being a little greedy? That's almost the fee for issuing an class mission, you know." The old man, nonchalant and amused, retorted, "Kid, the things I sell here are treasures, not roadside junk. You can leave the items if you cannot afford them." Kazuki sighed, realizing the playful banter with the old man, but the young trio was still grappling with the cost. Naruto, in his small but emotionally intelligent manner, expressed his reluctance. "Kazuki-Naisan, I do not think I like these items. There is no need to buy them. We can try some other shops later." "Haha, Naruto, worry not. Big brother Kazuki's pockets are filled with ryos. Do not worry about it. Quick, pack those items for us, old man," Shikamaru reassured, while Kazuki produced anew for the quoted amount. The old man, happy to have secured the sale, packed the items onto sealing scrolls provided by Kazuki. Naruto, reassured by Shikamaru and Kazuki, took the scroll with tear-stained eyes, feeling warmth from the care and kindness shown to him. The old man, recognizing Naruto's situation, presented a lifelike miniature wood-carving set of the Hokages as a complimentary gift, bringing a genuine smile to Naruto's face. "Here you go, kid. This is a complimentary gift for the purchase," the old man said, and Naruto, with gratitude, accepted the wood-carving set. Kazuki and the trio thanked the old man before leaving the shop. Continuing their shopping spree, they purchased more gifts and clothes for the kids in Naruto's orphanage and indulged Choji's growing hunger with snacks from little stalls. After an hour, they reached the highlight of Choji's day, the new Nara restaurant. Situated on 5 floors, the Nara restaurant was a marvel of architecture and ambience, personally designed by Kazuki. A harmonious blend of traditional Naruto world aesthetics and a modern touch. The restaurant prohibited alcohol on the first 2 floors. The top floor, designated for VIPs, was an open-air space. The ground floor welcomed patrons with a warm, inviting atmosphere. The decor included wooden furnishings, soft lighting, and intricate Nara clan symbols subtly embedded in various elements. The second floor, mirroring the first in design, catered to those seeking a more private dining experience. The third and fourth floors showcased the fusion of tradition and modernity. The walls were adorned with scrolls depicting the Nara clan's history, while smartly placed screens provided a glimpse into the kitchen, where skilled chefs prepared the delectable dishes. The VIP floor, the fifth and final level, was a masterpiece. With an open-air setting, patrons enjoyed an elevated dining experience under the stars. Elegant wooden furniture, soft cushions, and ambient lighting created an enchanting atmosphere. The panoramic view of the village added to the restaurant's allure, making it a sought-after destination for special occasions. As the trio of kids and Kazuki entered the restaurant, the aroma of carefully crafted dishes wafted through the air, tantalizing their senses. The waitstaff, dressed in traditional attire, welcomed them with a courteous bow. The Nara restaurant, a testament to Kazuki's vision and the Nara clan's dedication, stood as a culinary heaven for the people of Konoha. The restaurant manager, a seasoned individual who took pride in offering exemplary service, personally approached the trio to welcome them. With a respectful bow, he guided them to a private booth on the second floor. The booth exuded an air of intimacy, adorned with wooden furnishings and soft cushions, providing a comfortable yet elegant dining experience. As they settled into their seats, the dedicated staff presented each of them with a meticulously crafted menu. The dishes featured a delightful blend of traditional Naruto world cuisine and recipes from Kazuki's past life, making the menu truly exquisite. Choji, ever the food enthusiast, could not contain his excitement and asked Kazuki if he could order everything on the menu. Kazuki, with a chuckle, responded, "Choji, let's not waste food. Order what you can finish." Shikamaru, overhearing the conversation, smirked knowingly, well aware of Choji's voracious appetite. Naruto, wide-eyed and eager, was experiencing the novelty of such a fine dining setting for the first time. The array of unfamiliar dishes intrigued him, and his excitement was palpable. As the trio perused the menu, the manager, sensing their curiosity, approached them with a warm smile. "If you have any questions about the dishes, feel free to ask. We want to ensure you have the best dining experience," he offered. Shikamaru, always the strategist, glanced at Naruto and teased, "Naruto, make sure you do not mistake the tablecloth for a napkin. This is a high-class place, you know." Naruto, despite not entirely grasping the joke, chuckled along, eager to embrace the jovial atmosphere. The waiter patiently explained the details of each dish, describing the ingredients and preparation techniques. Choji, undeterred by Kazuki's advice, enthusiastically pointed to various items on the menu, exclaiming, "I'll have one of these, 2 of those, and, oh, definitely one of these special ones." Kazuki, amused by Choji's enthusiasm, simply nodded. Shikamaru, known for his laid-back demeanor, leaned back in his chair and commented, "Well, if Choji cannot finish it all, I am here to help." Choji shot him a playful glare, realizing that Shikamaru might indeed take advantage of the situation. Naruto, though unfamiliar with the customs of fine dining, watched the interactions with curiosity. He tentatively pointed to a dish, asking, "What's this one?" The waiter, recognizing Naruto's innocence, patiently explained the details, earning a nod of understanding from the young orphan. As the orders were placed, the trio eagerly awaited the culinary delights that awaited them. The ambience, the laughter, and the prospect of flavorful dishes created an atmosphere of camaraderie and joy, turning a simple meal into a memorable experience for the young kids. Amidst the joyful atmosphere in the restaurant, the ambience shifted as a loud commotion erupted from a nearby booth. The manager, who had been overseeing the trio's dining experience, excused himself and promptly made his way towards the disturbance. After a brief exchange, he returned to Kazuki with a concerned expression. "Young master, I apologize for the inconvenience. It appears there's a group causing trouble in one of our booths. They seem to be deliberately creating chaos and disrupting the other customers' dining experience," the manager explained, glancing back at the source of the disturbance. Kazuki, maintaining his composure, leaned in to hear more details. "What seems to be the problem, and how can I help?" he inquired. The manager sighed. "It is a group of shinobi who have been recently causing disruptions in various Nara establishments. They are demanding special treatment and causing scenes to intimidate staff. Unfortunately, they are creating a hostile environment, and we are doing our best to handle the situation without escalating matters." Kazuki, frowning at the news, considered the best course of action. "I do not want the kids to be exposed to unnecessary trouble. Please handle this discreetly and also send someone to inquire about the background of these ninjas," he said, glancing over at Shikamaru, Choji, and Naruto, who were curiously observing the unfolding events. Comment to comment. Vote 1 left. Chapter 9. Kazuki's mind burst with thoughts as he navigated the delicate situation in the restaurant. The disruptive group's deliberate targeting of Nara establishments hinted at a deeper conspiracy, and one name floated to the forefront of Kazuki's suspicions. The mere thought of the insidious dealings behind the scenes made him smirk, and he could not shake the idea that someone was orchestrating this assault on his clan. As the manager settled the issue discreetly, Kazuki's mind shifted gears. Orochimaru's departure from the Leaf was a crucial development. While Danzo had managed to erase most evidence of their clandestine partnership, this unforeseen circumstance presented an opportunity. Kazuki pondered the implications of Orochimaru's betrayal and how he could leverage it to undermine Danzo. The memory of their past dealings lingered in the shadows of Kazuki's thoughts. He knew Danzo's cunning ways and the depth of their clandestine collaborations. Orochimaru's departure could potentially expose some of these connections, and Kazuki could not help but see it as a chance to dig a substantial pit for Danzo to fall into. Kazuki, however, understood the importance of timing. It was not the moment to act impulsively. He needed a stronger backing, a force that could withstand the intricate web Danzo had woven. The mention of the Sharingan crossed his mind as a powerful tool that Danzo might be harboring. Whether he had already started implanting Sharingan on his arm or not, Kazuki was not certain, but he was convinced that the bandaged eye concealed a Sharingan. As these thoughts circulated in his mind, Kazuki decided to tuck them away for the time being. Taking on someone as cunning and influential as Danzo required careful planning, and Kazuki knew he needed to bide his time. The chessboard was set, and the pieces were moving, but it was not yet the right moment for a decisive move. After relishing the meal, Kazuki escorted Naruto back to the orphanage, ensuring the gifts for the other children were distributed. Choji was dropped off at his home with a satisfied grin and a bag full of goodies. As he returned to the Nara compound with little Shikamaru, Kazuki hoped for a smooth transition back into the quietude of his home. However, the moment they stepped through the door, a sudden uproar in the living room shattered the tranquility. Shikamaru sat on the couch, looking like a cornered cat, while Yoshino paced back and forth, brandishing a new in her hand. Kazuki, sensing trouble, attempted to retreat quietly with Shikamaru in tow, hoping to avoid the impending storm. Yet, before he could take more than a few steps, Yoshino's thunderous voice stopped him dead in his tracks. "Kazuki Nara, I dare you to take one more step. I will break both your legs. Come here now. We need to have a talk regarding this." The threat in Yoshino's voice echoed through the room, freezing Kazuki in his tracks. Even Shikamaru, with a gloomy premonition, knew that trouble was brewing. The only person Kazuki seemed to fear was his mother, and if Yoshino was angry, both of them were in for it. Reluctantly, they sat down as instructed, preparing for what lay ahead. As Yoshino paced, holding the U like a damning piece of evidence, Shikamaru tried to offer a feeble defense of Kazuki. He knew better than to wade into the storm when Yoshino was in such a state. The mention of 1,000,000 ryu spent in a day left Yoshino flabbergasted, her anger simmering just below the surface. "Sit, both of you. Care to explain what made you guys spend 1,000,000 ryu on a day shopping? Do you guys know the value of money?" Shikamaru, unconsciously hiding his scroll of gifts behind his back, drew a dangerous look from Yoshino. Kazuki, however, stepped in to defend his little brother before things escalated further. Yoshino-obasan, the items we bought were genuinely valuable and would greatly benefit our clan. I never make a losing deal, and the gifts Shikamaru picked were barely a few hundred ryos. So, please do not look at him like that, will you? Kazuki's defense aimed to defuse the situation, emphasizing the strategic importance of their purchases. Yet Yoshino remained visibly upset. Taking a deep breath, Kazuki tried to console her. Yoshino-obasan, let me explain. The items we acquired today will contribute significantly to our clan's strength and prosperity. I understand the importance of money, and I assure you, this was a well-thought-out investment. Meanwhile, on the couch, Shikamaru, taking advantage of the diversion, animatedly showed off his new crystal shoju board to Shikaku. The older Nara, ever intrigued by relics and history, found himself drawn into a conversation about the origin and significance of the unique piece. While the storm raged in one corner, a quieter moment unfolded on the couch, where Shikaku and Shikamaru bonded over the intricacies of a centuries-old board game. Shikaku, ever the calm mediator in the face of his wife's storm, suggested a momentary diversion. Yoshino, why do not we first let the kid show us what he bought? Maybe what the kids brought might be truly valuable. Look at this shoju board. I am sure this one was something that was once a prized collection of a great clan. Yoshino shot a dangerous glance at Shikaku, torn between her desire to reprimand and her curiosity about the crystal shoju board. Shikaku, however, continued to indulge in the intricacies of the antique, drawing her attention back to the items at hand. Although Yoshino knew Shikaku's penchant for artifacts and history, she could not help but agree that understanding the value of the items before passing judgment made sense. Reluctantly, she turned her attention back to Kazuki, awaiting an explanation for the extravagant purchases. Her internal resolve to discipline all three of them remained firm, regardless of the treasures Kazuki might unveil. Fine, let's see what you have brought that's worth 1,000,000 ryos. Yoshino ordered, as Kazuki knew that he had to grab this chance and immediately started forming hand seals at a blinding speed. Sanraku-Kekkei-Fen, threefold isolation barrier, Kazuki intoned, completing a series of intricate hand seals. The air shimmered with chakra as various runes began to glow around the Nara house, forming a three-layered barrier. This unique sealing technique was one of Kazuki's own creations, a testament to his mastery of Funjutsu. As the runes settled into their protective positions, the entire residence was enveloped in a secure shield. Kazuki had taken it upon himself to enhance and fortify the Nara clan's barriers. His expertise in Funjutsu had reached a masterful realm, enabling him to rival and surpass even the most skilled sealing masters in the Leaf. With each passing day, Kazuki continued to grow stronger, both in terms of raw power and intricate knowledge. The deployment of the barrier was a routine occurrence for the Nara clan, and none within the house displayed any surprise. Kazuki had diligently provided Shikaku and Yoshino with the necessary details for barrier control, ensuring that the Nara home was even more secure than the Hokage's office. The scene reflected not only the advanced level of protection Kazuki had established for his family but also the depth of trust he shared with Shikaku and Yoshino in matters of security and sealing techniques. Shikamaru's wide-eyed amazement at the three-layered barrier quickly shifted to gloominess, especially when he recalled Kazuki's recent interest in teaching Funjutsu. The complexity and strength of the barrier made him ponder if such caution was genuinely necessary. Yoshino, initially surprised by Kazuki's actions, began to reconsider her nephew's actions, leaning towards the belief that the items he brought back must be truly significant. Kazuki calmly retrieved the items from the storage scroll, a large book too big for even adults to hold, two old tattered scrolls, and an ancient wooden case larger than Yoshino herself. As they gathered around, Kazuki decided to introduce each item one at a time, starting with the massive book. As Yoshino carefully flipped through the book's pages, her eyes widened with delight. The book contained detailed explanations of various medicinal herbs, their cultivation methods, and numerous recipes for medicines and poisons. It was a treasure trove for someone with Yoshino's background as a former medic and herbalist. Kazuki, this is incredible. The wealth of knowledge in this book is extraordinary. It is a true treasure, Yoshino exclaimed, completely absorbed in the contents. Kazuki then directed their attention to the scrolls, particularly the one Shikaku was examining earlier. He explained its significance, describing it as a Funjutsu ritual that enhances a shinobi's overall chakra capacity. The ritual, most beneficial when performed during the initial chakra refinement stages, could result in a remarkable 8-fold increase in chakra capacity over their lifetime. However, the effect would diminish to 4 or 5 times for a mature shinobi. Shikaku, absorbing this information, felt a mix of astonishment and concern. The potential impact of such a technique, especially if it leaked outside the Nara clan, could lead to disastrous consequences. He quickly seized the scroll, going through its contents and realizing the rarity and expense of the required materials. As the head of the Nara clan, he began mentally strategizing the acquisition of these materials, creating a list of Nara ninjas who should undergo the ritual, and devising countermeasures to keep this newfound knowledge a top secret within the clan. The possibilities and challenges presented by Kajuki's discoveries were profound, and Shikaku knew that the Nara clan was on the brink of significant transformation. Well, uncle, the ritual can only be performed once per person. I believe our Nara clan should be able to handle anywhere from half a dozen to 10 rituals with our current resources. I would like to reserve 2 spots for Aunt Yoshino and little Shikamaru. As for the rest, you can arrange them yourself. From the level of Funjutsu, I do not think anyone else in the family will be able to perform it other than me. So, please let me know beforehand when it is time, Kajuki nonchalantly declared, as if he were sharing some sweets. Shikaku could not help but shake his head, impressed by how much importance Kajuki placed on his family. So what about the other scroll? It seems to be blank. But I am sure you would not have picked up an empty scroll for no reason. Yoshino, who had already forgotten about the kid's lavish spending, curiously pointed at the ancient-looking scroll on the floor. This one might not be of much help to our Nara clan because of our yin affinity, other than a few members who have fire element affinity. This should have been the clan treasure of a fire-related clan during the warring states. The nature of the seals placed on the scrolls is so haphazard and inefficient that they ended up destroying the scroll a bit. But I should be able to extract a dozen or more jutsus out of it, and the best part is I should be able to get 1 or 2 class fire ninjutsus from it. Kajuki explained the significance of the scroll to the family. Shikaku started doubting if Kajuki had raided a treasure trove because each of these items held immense significance and could form the foundation of a clan. Shikaku mentally made a note to visit this mystery shop later to try his luck. Uncle, with this, there should be no trouble in exchanging things with Sundema-sama. I am sure the village would be happy to have a complete lineage for fire mastery in its library, Kajuki suggested regarding the scroll. It would be a waste to keep the fire scroll to themselves, and Kajuki might be able to extract more jutsus than the village Fune masters could, making it a win-win for the Nara clan. The information Kajuki was eyeing had eluded him until now because he did not have a proper item for exchange. Fine, I will make sure to get in touch with Sundema-sama about this. Just make sure to get as much out of the scroll before we make an exchange. Shikaku understood that the information little Kajuki was looking for was not easily obtained without a significant contribution to the village. Comment to comment. Vochun left. Chapter 10. Chapter 10. Shikamaru, who was silently observing the old wooden case, could not hold back his curiosity any longer and questioned his big brother. Kajuki-san, what about this old wooden case? Do you think it has a treasure inside it? Well now, little brother, yes, this case is a treasure. When I first laid my eyes on the content of the case, I could not believe myself that such a precious item was left around, lying down in a corner. This is something our clan has been lacking since its establishment, and today we hit the jackpot, Kajuki explained in such a dramatic fashion that even Shikaku was more intrigued now to find out what was inside. Kajuki performed a few intricate seals, drew his kunai, slit his finger, and dropped a few drops of blood on the wooden case. The symbols on the box started glowing, and a click was heard as the box opened. Even though Kajuki had opened the case earlier, he needed to drop a few drops of blood every time he wanted to open it. The case itself was a treasure. What came into view was a large, pitch-black exterior summoning scroll. The exterior of the scroll was so exquisite that it felt like it was not made of paper but of black velvet. The scroll exuded a dark and ominous aura, which was so overwhelming that it was only contained because of the case, as it was specially crafted to restrain it and was completely lined with jade-like material on the inside to contain the aura. Is that what I think it is, Kajuki? Shikeki could not help but clench his hands in excitement when he noticed the huge scroll inside the case. For a clan to establish proper status in the ninja world, having a blood conjuring bond related to their bloodline was paramount. The Nara clan, due to their extreme yin affinity, had never had a suitable bloodline contract. From the way Kazuki was portraying it, Shikeki knew that the Nara clan's name was going to be added to the list of esteemed clans with bloodline contract summons. Quick, kid, tell me what kind of summon it is. Do not keep me waiting. My name is going to be recorded in history as the clan head who procured a bloodline summons for our family. Shikeki, who was always composed, started behaving like an excited kid. This was a significant day of his life, and his name would be penned in the clan records, an achievement none of the Nara clan heads had been able to achieve. Haha, uncle, I would not want to spoil the surprise. It would be rude to the summoned clan if the clan head was not the first to seal the contract. If I am not wrong, the first summons will have you reverse a summon to their location, where you will have to reach an agreement with the other side. All I can say is that they need a bloodline with high yin affinity, for which our Nara clan qualifies. The case was simply a test to check our level of yin affinity, and with my Keki Jinkei, it was a piece of cake to break the seal. Kazuki knew that Shikeki was eager to get the bloodline contract concluded so that, in the future, all Nara clan descendants could have their own summons from the blessed land of whichever summoning it was. Like Kazuki thought, Shikeki did not waste even a second. After taking proper precautions, he performed the summoning art as mentioned on the scroll, and with a poof, he vanished. Big brother, where did father go? What kind of summoning beast is it? Can you at least tell me, pretty please? Shikamaru used his puppy eyes to inquire about Kazuki because he could not stand the suspense. However, Kazuki did not fall for his antics and just kept teasing his little brother by asking him to wait patiently for Shikeki to return. It had been a week since the Nara clan gained their exclusive bloodline contract. All the jonin in the family without a summoning had signed a contract, and Shikeki was pleased with the new summon. It was leagues better than what he had initially expected. The summon was so attuned to their Nara bloodline. It was simply a blessing. Shikeki had partied all night long and was so drunk when he returned that he had to sleep on the couch in the living room for the past week. Mother, why do not you let Kazuki Naizen cook? The food he makes is much more delicious, Shikamaru asked with childlike innocence, fully aware of what he was implying. One glare from Yoshino made him shut his mouth and continue eating his breakfast. Kazuki, you spoil him too much. What do you think he would do in the future when he has to eat those bland soldier pills to sustain himself? Yoshino questioned Kazuki, who was having his breakfast, as if the matter did not involve him. Ah, no worries, mother. Brother has already created some fruit-flavored soldier pills, which I am sure will not taste bland. You should have a list of flavors to pick from, Shikamaru casually replied, sparking Yoshino's intrigue. As a herbalist herself, specializing in making various medicines, she gazed at Kazuki questioningly. Kazuki simply said that he would share those recipes later. As the family was happily enjoying breakfast, a Nara clan shinobi arrived and informed them that a village elder had personally made a visit and was waiting in the clan hall to meet the Nara clan head. Kazuki quickly realized who the elder was and knew that trouble had come knocking. He asked Shikeki's permission to follow him to the meeting hall, which Shikeki was against. However, he knew that his nephew was not going to take no for an answer. Given Shikeki's intelligence, he could vaguely guess Danzo's purpose. Shikeki reluctantly agreed, but under the condition that Kazuki does not speak and just observes. In the dimly lit meeting hall, Danzo sat with an air of authority, his right eye concealed by bandages, and an intricate seal covering his right arm. The Nara clan elders were in attendance, attempting to entertain the village elder, who seemed uninterested in the expensive offerings provided by the Nara family. By Danzo's side were two shadowy root ninjas, acting as vigilant bodyguards. The untouched feast on the table hinted at the elder's disdain for such luxuries. As Shikeki and Kazuki entered the hall, Danzo's attention snapped to the latter, scrutinizing him from head to toe with a gleam in his cunning eyes. The village elder seemed to find something in Kazuki that pleased him. Meanwhile, Kazuki observed Danzo and his two subordinates, realizing that the anime portrayal of Danzo as a non-powerhouse was far from accurate. Danzo, in reality, was a true Kage-level powerhouse, more formidable and dangerous than the animated version. Kazuki, who had never divulged his Keki Jinkei's resistance to genjutsu and mind-related arts, could sense the fluctuation under Danzo's bandage-covered right eye. It was not a mere 3-Tamu Sharingan. It was a genuine Manjikyu Sharingan. Internally shocked, Kazuki upgraded Danzo's threat level in his mind. He realized that Danzo must have achieved a high degree of success in integrating the first Hokage's cells, scrapping all his previous plans. Unbeknownst to Kazuki, Danzo was equally surprised. The fact that the kid withstood the subtle influence of his Manjikyu Sharingan without displaying any discomfort intrigued and alarmed him. Now more determined than ever to bring Kazuki under his control, Danzo saw an opportunity to groom him for his own ambitions. He envisioned securing the kid, a natural counter to the Uchiha, and believed that, with Kazuki under his wing, his dream of becoming the Hokage was within reach. Danzo was willing to go to extreme lengths if anyone dared to deny him his prize. The meeting hall echoed with a heavy silence as Danzo's sharp gaze pierced through the dim lighting, and Shikaku Nara offered a courteous yet cautious greeting. Danzo-sama, it is an honor to have your esteemed presence in our Nara clan, Shikaku stated with a polite nod. Danzo inclined his head slightly in acknowledgement, his bandaged eye giving off an air of mystery. Shikaku-san, I have heard of the prosperity and comfort your clan enjoys here. However, it is essential to remember that we are in challenging times. The recent attack by the Nine Tails has left the village in need, and every clan must contribute to its recovery. Shikaku maintained a calm demeanor but sensed the subtle hints in Danzo's words. Danzo-sama, the Nara clan has always supported the village in its own way. We contribute not only through our shadows but also through our expertise in various fields. Danzo's expression remained stoic, but there was a spark of displeasure in his hidden eye. Shikaku-san, I've received reports. Some villagers believe that the Nara clan is taking advantage of the village's condition for personal profit. Complaints have been raised about certain Nara establishments. If your clan cannot handle these matters responsibly, the village may have to intervene, ensuring the safety and well-being of all. The Nara clan elders exchanged uneasy glances, their faces contorting with displeasure at the blatant threat. Shikaku, however, kept his composure, though the vein on his temple pulsated slightly. Danzo-sama, I assure you, we will look into these matters personally. The harmony of the village is our priority. Danzo, though infuriated by Shikaku's composed response, shifted to his primary reason for visiting. Furthermore, Shikaku-san, the recent attack has left us with a shortage of manpower. I propose that the Nara clan contribute by allowing us to recruit and train the orphans under our care. This will relieve your clan of the burden of caring for them and, in turn, strengthen the village forces. It is a contribution that befits the current situation and aligns with the Leaf's prosperity. Shikaku and the Nara elders exchanged glances, realizing the true nature of Danzo's proposition. The Nara clan had always taken pride in caring for their own, and the idea of handing their orphans to Root's control was met with firm resistance. Danzo-sama, while we appreciate the village's needs, the Nara clan has its own traditions. We will continue to groom and care for our own, Shikaku asserted, knowing the delicate balance he had to maintain. Danzo's facade cracked, and frustration seeped into his tone. Shikaku, you seem to forget your place. This is not a mere proposal. It is a command from the village elder. Refusing it might be seen as a conspiracy against the Leaf, hoarding resources, and various other charges. Shikaku's jaw clenched, but he stood firm. Danzo-sama, we understand the village's needs, but compromising the principles and traditions of the Nara clan is not an option. Our loyalty to the Leaf has never wavered. Danzo's temper flared, and the two Root ninjas by his side moved with intent, ready to enforce Danzo's commands. The air in the meeting hall grew tense as both sides stared each other down, unwilling to yield. The tension in the room escalated as Danzo's confrontation with the Nara clan reached a critical point. Kazuki, calculating the possibilities of an imminent clash, was ready for the scenario to unfold into a violent exchange. However, a sudden burst of laughter shattered the oppressive atmosphere. A hearty laugh echoed through the hall, causing everyone to turn their attention to its source. Danzo, irritated by the interruption, raised his hand, signaling for his Root elites to stand down. He recognized the individual responsible for the disruption. Well, if it is not the shameless village elder trying to strong-arm an innocent clan into extorting their wealth, a confident voice resonated, cutting through the tense air. Tsunade Senju, the slug sage, made a grand entrance, her presence commanding attention. Stepping in with deliberate strides, she was accompanied by Shizun. As one of the revered three sages, Tsunade's influence rivaled that of the Hokage himself. Her exploits in the field of medicine and the countless lives saved during battles had earned her unparalleled respect among Leaf ninjas. As the granddaughter of the Shodaime Hokage, her authority was not to be challenged lightly. Comment 6. Vote 1 left. Chapter 11. Chapter 11. Tsunade, I thought you had abandoned the village for good. Do not tell me you're here on vacation, Danzo mocked, attempting to discern her motives and the duration of her stay, which could potentially disrupt his plans. Oh Danzo, if I did not return, would not any stray dog and sewer rat try to take control of the village my grandfather built with his own hands? Tsunade's retort was laced with disdain, making it clear that she held no respect for the village elder. Tsunade, watch your words. I am still the village elder. Insulting me is like insulting the leaf, Danzo retorted, his face contorted in displeasure. Insulting you is insulting you. Do not you know even Tonton holds more value to the village than yourself? Tsunade pointed at Tonton, held by Shizune, implying that Danzo was less than a swine. Danzo simply broke the armrest after hearing the comment, and one of the root ninja immediately drew the blade in a clumsy way, but Kazuke realized it was a calculated move as a few drops of blood spilled from the action and Tsunade flinched, but she quickly collected herself when she saw blood and the root ninja was going in for a kill strike. Kazuke, who wanted to intervene, realized something was wrong, so he stayed his hand, and Shikekyu and Shizune had reacted. Shikekyu had blocked the Tanto with his kune, while Shizune was ready to attack at a moment's notice. Danzo-sama, we will not have our esteemed Senju princess be harmed under our Nara roof. If you cannot control your subordinates, then we will consider them rogue and strike them down for you. Shikekyu was being serious about wanting to kill the root ninja and warned with an intense gaze. Danzo, recognizing the potential escalation, stood up, and his root ninjas followed suit. Passing by Tsunade, he smirked at her, attempting to taunt the slug sage. Nara clan head, I hope you reconsider and send your clan orphans over to be trained at root. You never know what kind of misfortune may befall, and you will not always have someone by your side to protect you, Danzo threatened, leaving the room with an ominous warning. However, what Danzo failed to grasp was that by threatening Shikekyu in front of Kazuke, he unwittingly invited the wrath of the young Nara, setting in motion a chain of events that would alter the course of their destinies. Well, now that the unsavory person is out of the picture, Shikekyu, are not you going to invite me in for some tea? Tsunade's casual remark broke the lingering tension in the air, drawing Shikekyu's attention back to the present. Shikekyu sheathed his kune with a slight smile, responding to Tsunade's request. Tsunade-sama, you jest. How can I not invite the esteemed sage into our humble home? We should be blessed to have you grace us with your presence. Using his eloquent words to create a welcoming atmosphere, Shikekyu invited Tsunade to the meeting hall, where she took a seat as Shikekyu poured her some tea. Not bad, Shikekyu. It seems like your taste has been enriched since the last time I visited your clan. You're enjoying much finer things in life now, Tsunade jovially commented, familiar with the changes that time brings. After taking a sip, Tsunade's expression turned serious, and she spoke in a stern manner, as if advising a junior. Shikekyu, I have no idea why exactly Danzo has targeted your clan, but he is someone who does not easily give up. Be careful. That man would go to any lengths to fulfill his ambitions, and Sensei is too blind to see his true intentions. Tsunade, having experienced the darkness within the leaf, knew the rot at the village's core. Her decision to stay away from the village reflected her understanding of its complex politics. Acknowledging Tsunade's advice, Shikekyu responded, Understood, Tsunade-sama. I will be careful. As Kazuki silently observed, Shikekyu continued, So, Tsunade-sama, please tell us the reason for your visit. If there is anything you need from the Nara clan, you need only ask. Oh, nothing much. I am just here to meet my disciple, Tsunade said, directing her attention towards Kazuke, who was silently observing the proceedings. Confusion filled the air as Shikekyu and the clan elders tried to comprehend Tsunade's words. Kazuke himself was taken aback, realizing the unexpected weight of her statement. Becoming Tsunade's apprentice was a far better outcome than he had initially envisioned. Recovering from the shock, Shikekyu directed Kazuke forward. Kazuke, come here quick and greet your sensei. Walking forward, Kazuki kneeled respectfully and addressed, Greetings, sensei. Tsunade waved her hand, signaling him to forego any formalities. So, you are the little Nara prodigy daring enough to send a medical compendium claiming to have personally penned it over to me. It seems like you are confident in your knowledge, Sinead commented, growing more satisfied with her new apprentice. Sinead was more and more satisfied with her new apprentice after keenly observing the kid. The child had such exquisite control over his body that it was beyond exceptional. The amount of chakra in the kid's body could rival a full-fledged jonin. The more information Sinead discerned about Kazuki, the more surprised she was. Even geniuses like Orochimaru and Minato paled in comparison with this kid in front of her. Sensei, you jest. I just shared what little knowledge my humble brain could handle. Kazuki tried to act modest in front of his new sensei. Shikeki could not help but think about the massive book with thousands of pages, but he chose not to comment, as the joy on the slug sage's face was apparent due to the kid's attitude. Shikeki, I need some time with my apprentice in private, and I hope you and the elders can excuse yourselves if you do not mind, Sinead requested, and though she asked politely, everyone knew it was a command. Shikeki and the clan elders cleared the hall, leaving the new master and apprentice to discuss. Kid, this here is Shizune. She is your senior sister. She can be a bit clumsy at times, but she is a good child whom you can trust, Sinead introduced Shizune, who nodded back at Kazuki with a bright smile. So, tell me, kid, how much more knowledge do you hold in that little head of yours? If you were a child from an enemy village of the Leaf, I would have gladly nipped you in the bud to avoid future troubles. I am sure you are going to grow up to be a monster. Luckily, you were born here, and I am glad to say that I will protect you with all my strength until you grow. Sinead shared her thoughts seriously, envisioning the kid potentially rivaling or even surpassing her grandfather in the future. Shizune was taken aback by Sinead's strong words, but Kazuki did not mind, understanding it as Sinead's genuine praise for him. Kazuki stopped acting coy and pulled out 4 seal tags, throwing them onto the 4 walls in 4 directions. A faint chakra ripple was generated, and what surprised Sinead was that she could not perceive the translucent barrier that was built around them. Before we proceed, I would like to clarify something, Sensei. Are you suffering from hemophobia? Kazuki's curiosity arose from the details in his past knowledge that made him reevaluate everything in the real ninja world, especially after encountering Danzo. Sinead could not help but smirk at how perceptive her student was, and she was not angry about him straightforwardly asking her such a question. Well, little one, I used to have an irrational fear of blood in the past due to certain reasons that I would not like to delve into, but I have been trying to cure myself of the phobia since I left the village. I could not have the world laughing at the best medic ninja because of the fear of blood. I had solved the issue by about 80, but then your book provided me with the insight to cross the final threshold. Without your book, I would have had to spend another year or 2 searching for a complete cure for my trauma. Sinead revealed her secret without holding any information back. Kazuki realized how great a medic the slug sage was because, in a world where there was not even a basic structure for curing mental maladies, she could cure herself with no prior knowledge of it whatsoever. Kazuki understood that someone like Sinead, even in his old world, could have been someone who could have rivaled him in the field of medicine. I understand. No wonder I felt something was wrong when the root ninja tried to attack you. So, you were deliberately acting like you were afraid of blood, is not that right, Sensei? Kazuki questioned now that he realized what the odd feeling was during the exchange earlier. Not bad, kid. Even someone as cunning as that rat, Danzo, was fooled by my actions, but you were able to find out. Not bad, not bad. See, Shizune, your little brother is going to surpass you soon enough if you do not practice much harder, Sinead commented, and Shizune could only sigh. If she had spent all the time that she spent taking care of Sinead on her studies, she could have become a formidable ninja by now. However, it is not like she disliked the quiet life with Sinead. On the contrary, she liked it. So now that your question is answered, tell me what other secrets you hold, and I also have a lot of questions for you. With me being your master, you should not withhold any information from me, Sinead exclaimed with the excitement of a child on Christmas morning. Even Shizune was dumbfounded when she heard Sinead. Normally, is not that supposed to be the other way around? The student asks the teacher for knowledge. However, Shizune simply ignored the peculiarity and concentrated on the information that her new junior brother and her master were discussing. The discussion between the master and student continued all the way into the evening. If Yoshino had not come and reminded them of dinner, as they had already skipped lunch, they would have simply continued. Tsunade, immersed in her thirst for knowledge, graciously accepted Yoshino's invite to join them for dinner. Kazuki personally took it upon himself and cooked a fine array of dishes for his sensei and his senior sister, along with his family. Shikaku even took out some sake that he had kept reserved for special occasions. Yoshino did not question Shikaku's decision as an exception of bringing alcohol to serve the slug sage because they wanted to offer the sage the best treatment, and everyone knew her immense love for alcohol. Even though Kazuki was only 5 years old, he was more than proficient in the art of cooking. With Yoshino's help, the Jew started cooking more and more dishes and serving the guests. Shikamaru, as always, was curious about the famous Sannin and questioned Tsunade herself for information. The Sannin happily indulged him with answers. In a span of 2 hours, Kazuki had prepared close to 2 dozen dishes. Tsunade genuinely enjoyed the dinner. Each dish was a novelty. Even for someone who had traveled far and wide, every dish was a new experience. After everyone settled around the table for dinner and all the dishes were served, Tsunade was enjoying the warmth of a family dinner after a long time. Yoshino, you are quite lucky to have a kid who is so good at cooking. That's one less work for you. Tsunade teased Yoshino about the novelty of Kazuki's cooking. Yes, Tsunade Nizan, big brother Kazuki's cooking is much more delicious than Kessen's, but she never lets him cook, Shikamaru complained. Tsunade could not help but tease Yoshino a little more after Shikamaru's statement. Yoshino chuckled at Tsunade's remark, appreciating the light-hearted banter. Well, Tsunade-sama, you have not tasted the burnt chicken and overly salted soap phase of his culinary experiments. Trust me, it is a phase every parent goes through with their little chefs. Comment. Votron left. Chapter 12. Tsunade laughed heartily, enjoying the friendly atmosphere. Ah, the joys of parenting. I suppose I missed out on that experience myself. As the dinner continued, Tsunade, Shikaku, and Yoshino engaged in various conversations. Shikamaru bombarded Tsunade with questions about her legendary exploits and adventures, his eyes wide with fascination. Kazuki, who had been relatively quiet, occasionally interjected with a comment or observation, keenly absorbing the interactions around him. The Nara clan dinner table became a melting pot of stories, laughter, and the clinking of utensils against plates. Tsunade marveled at the unity of the family and the welcoming atmosphere created by the Naras. Despite her tough exterior, she felt a genuine warmth in the air, a feeling she had not experienced in a long time. As the evening progressed, Tsunade could not help but appreciate the exceptional culinary skills displayed by the young Kazuki. You know, kid, your cooking might just give my favorite gambling den a run for its money. Ever thought about opening your own restaurant? Kazuki blushed at the unexpected compliment. I just enjoy cooking, Tsunade-sensei. A restaurant might be too troublesome, and if you would like, you can find these dishes in the new Nara restaurant. Tsunade raised an eyebrow. Troublesome, you say? That's an interesting perspective, especially coming from a 5-year-old chef prodigy. The next day dawned upon the Leaf Village, and before Tsunade-senju could fully settle down after her long years of absence, the tranquility was shattered by a piece of shocking news that reverberated through the village like a thunderclap. The once revered Sannin, Orochimaru, had rebelled against the Leaf and deserted the village. The news spread like wildfire, casting a pall of anxiety and uncertainty over the villagers. Orochimaru, known for his unparalleled skills and unquenchable thirst for forbidden jutsu, had always been a mysterious figure. His departure sent shockwaves through the core of the village, and whispers of fear and speculation echoed through the streets. Jiraiya, the gallant Toad Sage and one of the legendary Sannin, had taken up the responsibility to intercept Orochimaru. He was on a hot pursuit, vowing to capture his former comrade and bring him to justice. The gravity of the situation added a layer of tension to the already unsettled village. Amidst this turmoil, the news of Tsunade's return served as a bittersweet counterpoint. Her presence, once a beacon of hope and strength, now became a pillar of stability in the face of Orochimaru's betrayal. Villagers found solace in the fact that another of the 3 famed Sannins was present to safeguard the village. In the Hokage's office, Tsunade sat across from her sensei, the 3rd Hokage, Saratobe Hiruzen. The gravity of the situation was etched on both of their faces. The Hokage's room, adorned with ancient scrolls and symbols of the village's heritage, served as a backdrop to the intense discussion. Sensei, we must act swiftly. Orochimaru's actions pose a grave threat to the village. I'll do everything in my power to aid Jiraiya and bring him to justice, Tsunade declared, her eyes reflecting a mixture of determination and concern. Sarutobi, his weathered face carrying the weight of his responsibilities, nodded solemnly. Tsunade, your return is a timely blessing, and no, it is better you stay back in the village. We must ensure that the other villagers do not exploit this moment of vulnerability. The leaf cannot afford another blow. Sensei, you are hiding something from me again, are not you? Are you still not willing to share even after all this? Tell me honestly, Sensei, did Orochimaru escape, or did you let him leave because you could not harm him? Tsunade's heartfelt inquiry carried the weight of understanding, acknowledging the conflicted emotions that Hiruzen harbored for Orochimaru. Among the three Sannin, Orochimaru held a special place in the Hokage's heart, known to both Jiraiya and Tsunade. Hiruzen could not respond to Tsunade's question because he knew in his heart that if he were genuinely serious, he could have stopped Orochimaru and captured him. However, he could not bring himself to harm his student, whom he had raised like his own son. After struggling for a long time, Hiruzen pulled out a folder from under the table and passed it over to Tsunade, who took the folder and started going through it. The more she read, the uglier her face became, and her anger escalated to the point where she could not control it. In an instant, 4 Anbu guards surrounded the Hokage in a defensive formation. Tsunade, still fuming with anger, dismissed the Anbu guards herself. How could you do this to him? Will you not even let him rest after sacrificing himself for this village? Human experimentation, how low can you even fall? Do not you have any conscience? Was not second grandpa your teacher? How could you betray him like this? Tsunade's fury was palpable, and if Hiruzen were not her sensei, she would have attacked with the intent to kill. Tsunade, listen. These experiments were voluntary, and even all the Senju members willingly participated. When I realized that the experiments were futile, I had them stopped immediately. But Orochimaru carried out these human experiments again in secret. After losing to Burma-sensei, we were desperate. I am not saying what we did was right, but I just hope that you can understand, Hiruzen genuinely pleaded. The man had aged even more and looked more lost after admitting his wrongdoings. Before Tsunade could respond, the door to the hostage's office opened, and Danzo walked in, the 2 root ninjas waiting by the door. Danzo looked displeased after noticing Tsunade's presence in the room. He steadily walked into the office and sat down. Hiruzen, you need to take responsibility for this recent blunder. Orochimaru was your student. Do you know how much damage this has done to the leaf? The root will be personally handling the investigation. I hope to have full authority regarding the matter, Danzo insisted, attempting to assert his authority over Hiruzen, who was at an all-time low due to the loss of his beloved disciple. However, before the Sandaime could reply, Tsunade, standing by the side, simply declared, Sensei, I will be handling this matter personally, and I will hold absolute authority until I can get to the bottom of this. And whoever was a part of this, no matter who it is, I will hunt them down personally. Tsunade was not asking for permission but was relaying an order. Danzo had planned to clear up all his traces and monopolize all the research that Orochimaru had left behind. Because Orochimaru had left in a hurry, most of his forbidden works were left behind, and Danzo wanted to get his hands on them under the name of investigation. However, with Tsunade's interference, all of his plans were foiled. Hiruzen, this is a matter of village security. The root is much more equipped to handle this situation, and because Tsunade was close to Orochimaru, we cannot let her handle the investigation, Danzo countered. He could not allow Tsunade to handle the investigation as there were chances she might find evidence regarding his and Danzo's collaboration. Hiruzen found himself plagued by a headache as the situation unfolded. He was well aware that Danzo likely harbored ulterior motives in seeking authority for the investigation. Hiruzen had personally put an end to human experiments after the First Shinobi War, but Orochimaru had continued these clandestine activities behind his back. The Hokage recognized that Orochimaru would not have been able to conceal all these shady dealings from him throughout the years, leading him to suspect Danzo's involvement in corrupting his student. Bitterness welled up within Hiruzen as he contemplated the situation. Despite giving Danzo numerous allowances, considering their long-standing friendship and the latter's fervent desire to become Hokage, the way Danzo achieved his position was less than ideal. Hiruzen had tolerated Danzo's actions, granting him exclusive power within the root as a gesture of gratitude for being a staunch supporter during troubled times. However, as the years passed, Danzo's resentment seemed to fester like an unhealed wound. The once close friend had transformed into a power-hungry figure, unrecognizable to Hiruzen. Even with this transformation, Hiruzen could not bring himself to strike down Danzo, despite the provocations during the Kyubey attack. In the hushed and tense atmosphere of the Hokage's office, Hiruzen Sarutobi, the third Hokage, drew upon the immense well of his authority. The dim light seemed to converge upon him, casting his figure in a commanding glow. His eyes, usually warm and grandfatherly, now held a stern and unwavering gaze. As he spoke, the weight of his words carried a majestic aura that demanded respect. Tsunade, you will have complete control over this investigation. I will need regular updates on your progress. You are granted access to information from all departments, including Anbu and Root. No exceptions. Hiruzen's pronouncement echoed in the room, leaving no room for dissent. However, Danzo, ever the shadowy figure in the background, reacted with immediate disdain. He scowled, his eyes narrowing as he interjected, Hiruzen, this is a matter of village security. Root's records contain sensitive information that cannot fall into outside hands. Danzo's attempt to maintain control over Root's secrets was met with a firm response from Tsunade. Her eyes, reflecting a mix of determination and skepticism, met Danzo's challenging gaze. Are you suggesting, Danzo, that I compromise village confidentiality? Or perhaps you're worried that your own secrets will be unearthed? Tsunade countered, her tone cutting through the air with precision. Danzo, refusing to yield an inch, taunted, given that one of Hiruzen's students has already betrayed the leaf, it is not impossible. What's stopping the second from doing the same? I will not be providing access to Root records. The tension in the room escalated, and the clash of wills between Tsunade and Danzo set the stage for a power struggle that would determine the course of the investigation. Before another word could be exchanged between Tsunade and Danzo, Hiruzen unleashed his chakra in a display of authority that filled the room. The pressure was so intense that even the Hokage guards and Root operatives staggered, struggling under the weight of his power. Danzo, that was not a request. It is a command. You better not defy my orders, for old time's sake. If you cannot follow orders, perhaps I should disband Root and integrate them into Anbu. The gravity of Hiruzen's words hung heavily in the air. Both Danzo and Tsunade were taken aback by the Hokage's sudden shift in demeanor. For a moment, the office was draped in silence, broken only by the tension lingering in the room. Danzo, seething with frustration, gritted his teeth. He rose from his seat and walked out, his mind racing with thoughts of damage control. Tsunade, too, was surprised by Hiruzen's unprecedented display of authority. As Danzo left, he formulated a plan. He could not afford to lose a significant part of Root due to Tsunade's investigation. His private army, carefully nurtured within the village, was a key element of his strategy to ascend to the position of Hokage. Now, with Tsunade scrutinizing his every move, he decided to take a bold gamble. Go and summon Inu. Have him meet me, he ordered one of the two Root agents who had followed him, setting his risky plan into motion. In the aftermath of Danzo's departure, Hiruzen, now seated again, let out a tired sigh. The weight of the situation bore heavily on the old Hokage. Tsunade, despite her bitterness, felt a pang of sympathy for her sensei, understanding the profound sense of helplessness he must be experiencing. Tsunade, I'll be making a trip to meet the Fire Daimyo in 2 days to stabilize the situation and reassure them. Orochimaru's actions have caused unrest, and I am sure Aiwe and Kumo have caught wind of the news. I've assigned a special envoy mission, and Shikaku's team will be leading it. Coordinate with him for follow-up until I return. If we can establish a peaceful resolution with Kumo, we should strive for that opportunity, Hiruzen informed Tsunade, laying out plans for the days ahead and providing her with specific instructions during his absence. Comment to comment. Vote 1 left. Chapter 13. Chapter 13. In the heart of the Nara clan compound, Shikaku was preparing himself for the diplomatic mission assigned by the Hokage. However, Kazuke, feeling a sense of foreboding, had armed his uncle to the brim, expressing his concerns. Kazuke, do not you think this is too much? It is not like I am going to fight an entire army alone. This is just a diplomatic mission, and it might not even come to an exchange of blows. The meeting place is on neutral grounds at the border, Shikaku reasoned, aware of the inherent dangers of such missions but confident in his abilities as the Jonin commander. Uncle, I feel like something is not right. The timing of the meeting sounds suspicious. It all might be some sort of trap. Kazuki shared his worries, expressing a deep sense of unease. Shikaku, acknowledging the possibility of a trap, reassured Kazuki, emphasizing the intelligence Konoha had gathered to confirm the meeting's validity. But, uncle, where did Konoha gather this information? From what I know, Kumo has been watching us eagerly for any chance to pounce. With Orochimaru's recent defection, why are they still seeking peaceful dialogue? Something does not sit right with all this, Kazuki questioned, drawing from his past knowledge and recognizing that this was a crucial moment in the timeline, possibly influenced by recent tensions between the Nara clan and Danzo. In this altered world, where the familiar plot did not apply, Kazuki's unease continued to grow. Deep in thought about Kazuki's concerns, Shikaku meticulously reviewed all the information regarding the upcoming diplomatic meeting. Most of the information had been gathered through Anbu channels, but the certainty of the entire exchange being limited to Anbu communications could not be guaranteed without delving into the records. Unfortunately, time constraints prevented Shikaku from conducting a thorough investigation. Responding to his lingering doubts, Shikaku decided to take additional precautions. He submitted a request to the Hokage, expressing his concerns and proposing the inclusion of another Junin team. Alongside this, he enlisted the support of Chozo Akimichi and a seasoned Nara Junin to bolster the diplomatic team. Thus, what initially comprised 3 members was expanded to a more formidable group of 8. As Shikaku made his way to the village gate, he passed by several young Chunin squads preparing for missions within the Fire Country. The rising tensions and recent loss of manpower compelled even these young Chunins to take on perilous missions that typically would have been reserved for more experienced shinobi. The village was adapting to the heightened atmosphere of uncertainty, and everyone, regardless of rank, was feeling the weight of their responsibilities. As the diplomatic team proceeded towards the Fire Country border, a route member diligently monitored their movements. Once the team's departure was confirmed, the route operative hastened back to report to Danzo. Good. Everything is proceeding according to plan. Have all details related to the ninjas been thoroughly erased? Danzo inquired, his tone authoritative. Aware that he could not retain all the root shinobi he had nurtured, Danzo was determined to ensure none of them went to waste. Yes, Danzo-sama. All your orders have been executed. Every record has been purged, leaving no trace connecting these ninjas to the root. With this plan, Sundame will surely perish, and Danzo-sama will rightfully ascend to the position of Hokage. The root operative praised Danzo sincerely, viewing him as the key to the Leaf Village's prosperity. If only it were that simple. You underestimate Hiruzen. If such a petty trick could end him, do you think the other villagers would still fear him? Despite his age, that man remains as sharp as ever. Otherwise, do you believe the Raikage would merely be patrolling the border? Danzo explained that his jubilant mood was evident. While he typically would not share such information with subordinates, today was an exception. If his plans unfolded successfully, he would achieve his dream. If Hiruzen perishes, well and good. If not, as long as my other plans come to fruition, he will no longer pose a threat, and he will step down from the Hokage position voluntarily. One more thing, ensure that none of the bodies can be retrieved. Place self-detonation seals on every one of them, Danzo commanded, and the root ninja, without hesitation, set out to carry out the orders. The next day dawned with a crisp air as Shikaku's diplomatic team approached the border where the meeting was scheduled to take place. The cliffside chosen for the rendezvous provided a panoramic view of the surrounding landscape. Jagged rocks jutted out from the earth, and the team could hear the distant rustling of leaves as the wind whispered through the trees. The sheer drop from the cliff made it an ideal location for a clandestine meeting, but Shikaku could not shake the feeling that something was off. Shikaku signaled for his team to remain vigilant as they approached the meeting place. The Kumo diplomatic team was already waiting, their figures silhouetted against the morning sun. The exchange of pleasantries seemed routine as the two teams met halfway, but Shikaku's instincts were on high alert. The Kumo Jonin leader, a formidable figure with a stern expression, stepped forward and said, Shikaku of the Nara clan, the Leaf's Jonin commander. We have been looking forward to this meeting. Shikaku nodded, maintaining his composure. Likewise, we are here for a peaceful dialogue. The exchange of scrolls commenced, with each side handing over their respective diplomatic documents. However, just as Shikaku was about to open the scroll presented by the Kumo Jonin, he sensed a disturbance. In a swift motion, he threw the scroll to the side, and before anyone could react, it detonated in a cloud of smoke and debris. The sudden explosion set off a chaotic chain of events. Both sides, initially gathered for diplomacy, swiftly armed themselves. Shikaku, having anticipated the betrayal, took evasive action, narrowly avoiding the brunt of the blast. As the smoke cleared, the tension escalated. The once peaceful meeting place now echoed with the sounds of drawn weapons and crackling chakra. Amidst the turmoil, the Kumo Jonin leader could not help but smirk. Well, Shikaku. It seems we have caught ourselves a big fish. Shikaku, blooded but undeterred, retorted, You may have sprung a trap, but catching us will not be so easy. The surroundings revealed a shocking sight. The Kumo team had been joined by a third party. Dozens of shinobi, not all belonging to Kumo, emerged from the shadows. Shikaku's strategic mind quickly assessed the situation. Leave ninja, reform the defensive formation. We are surrounded, but not everyone here is from Kumo. Stay sharp, and let's figure out who our true enemies are, Shikaku commanded, rallying his team. The Kumo Jonin leader, now reveling in their supposed triumph, gloated, You leaf shinobi are always so predictable, falling right into our trap. Shikaku, with a calm yet determined demeanor, replied, This may not go the way you expect. The tension in the air was palpable as the standoff continued. Shikaku's team, battered but resilient, faced a formidable adversary, a collaboration between Kumo and an unknown faction. The cliffside, once a picturesque setting for diplomacy, had transformed into a battleground, and the fate of the Leaf's diplomatic mission hung in the balance. The ambush intensified as the smoke dispersed, revealing not only Kumo shinobi but also the presence of shadowy figures, their faces concealed beneath dark hoods. The atmosphere crackled with hostility, and the Leaf team found themselves besieged on multiple fronts. Amid the chaos, Shikaku's senses picked up a faint rustling behind him. Reacting on instinct, he swirled around, narrowly evading a lethal strike from a familiar figure. The Leaf sensor ninja, once an ally, has now revealed himself as a traitor. Shikaku, though swift, could not escape unscathed, and the enemy's kune grazed his shoulder, leaving a searing wound. Why? Shikaku demanded, disbelief etched across his face. Why betray your comrades? The now rogue sensor ninja, his eyes hidden behind a cold facade, replied, Orders. I was given orders, and I followed them. Nothing personal, just surrender and die. Shikaku gritted his teeth. The revelation stung, but there was no time for sentiment. The enemy forces closed in, launching a coordinated assault. The Kumo shinobi, skilled in lightning-style jutsu, unleashed a barrage of attacks, while the hooded warriors wielded grim techniques that hinted at a dark and twisted allegiance. As the battle unfolded, Shikaku's strategic mind kicked into high gear. His team, now encircled, fought valiantly. Kosa Akimichi, using his immense strength, created shockwaves that sent opponents flying. The Nara Jonin manipulated shadows to confound the attackers, while the third Jonin utilized wind-style jutsu to create a protective barrier. Shikaku, with Kazuki's provided tools at his disposal, seized the opportunity to turn the tide. He hurled explosive tags and smoke bombs, creating diversions that momentarily disoriented the enemy. The Death Warriors, relentless in their pursuit, advanced, their eerie resilience making them formidable adversaries. In the midst of the chaos, Shikaku activated a series of seal tags, strategically placed beforehand. The tags emitted a radiant glow, and a surge of chakra enveloped the Leaf team. Unbeknownst to the attackers, these seals were not meant for offense but served as a defensive mechanism. They absorbed incoming attacks, granting the Leaf shinobi a brief window to counter. Shikaku's voice cut through the tumult. We need to break their encirclement. Aim for the openings and coordinate attacks on my signal. The Leaf team, despite the odds, fought with unwavering determination. Shikaku's quick thinking and Kazuki's foresight had provided them with a slim chance of survival. The battle raged on, a dance of jutsus, clashes, and strategic maneuvers, each member of the Leaf team contributing their unique skills to the effort. As the skirmish continued, Shikaku could not help but feel a mix of gratitude and resolve. Gratitude for the timely warnings from Kazuki and resolve to see the mission through, no matter the challenges they faced. The cliffside, once a site for diplomacy, now bore witness to a fierce struggle for survival, with the fate of the Leaf team hanging in the balance. The battlefield crackled with the intensity of jutsus colliding. The Kumo shinobi, and the mysterious black-clad warriors relentlessly pressing against the beleaguered Leaf team. The Death Squad moved with eerie precision, their attacks devoid of concern for personal safety, creating a chaotic dance of lethal intent. Amidst the onslaught, the Kumo Shinobi initiated a collective lightning jutsu Raiten Jubashi, channeling their chakra into a potent electric surge. The impending attack loomed over the Leaf team, promising devastation. However, Shikaku, ever resourceful, swiftly retrieved a seal tag and hurled it into the path of the impending storm. The seal tag, activated upon impact, unfurled a pitch-black barrier that seemed to defy the laws of physics. The barrier absorbed the formidable electrical onslaught, leaving the surrounding combatants astonished by the unexpected defense. The Leaf team seized this momentary distraction to regroup and counter. Capitalizing on the chaos, Shikaku, with calculated precision, directed Choza to create an opening. Choza, his massive form expanding exponentially, became a human battering ram, charging through the enemy ranks with the Nikuden Hari Sensha technique. The sheer force of his attack sent opponents scattering, creating a brief respite for the Leaf Shinobi. However, the enemy forces swiftly regrouped, their determination undeterred. Shikaku, who had momentarily retreated during Choza's assault, prepared to resume the fight. Multiple attacks were hurled his way, and frustration etched his features as he dodged and weaved through the onslaught. Meanwhile, the Kumo Jonin commander, discerning the potency of the fallen seal tag, carefully retrieved it. Recognizing the threat it posed, he smirked, realizing its potential to turn the tide in their favor. The Kumo Shinobi, now aware of the Leaf team's attempt to retreat, intensified their assault. Choza, despite enduring the brunt of the attacks, persisted in his mission to carve a path for his comrades. The Kumo ninja, determined to halt the Leaf team's escape, threw a barrage of attacks at the resilient Akimichi. Each blow he sustained seemed to fuel his resolve. His teeth gritted against the pain as he pressed forward. Comment for comment. Vote on left. Chapter 14. Chapter 14. The battlefield became a canvas of chaos, with jutsus colliding, explosions resonating, and the clash of wills echoing through the gorge. Shikaku, Choza, and the remaining Leaf Shinobi fought with every ounce of their strength, determined to navigate through this lethal gauntlet and emerge victorious. Quick, stop them. They are about to break through. As the chaos of battle raged on, the Kumo Jonin leader keenly observed Shikaku's strategy. Recognizing the imminent breakthrough attempt led by Choza, he quickly grasped the perilous intent behind the black-clad ninja rushing to intercept. These mysterious figures, poised for self-destruction, aimed to take Choza down with them. In a split-second decision, Shikaku, his strategic mind working at lightning speed, snatched another seal tag and hurled it towards the approaching enemy. Activating the Ryukyu, the seal marks rapidly expanded, forming a translucent sphere with a radius of about 30 meters. Shikaku ensured that only the enemy ninja were encapsulated within the sphere, leaving the Kumo Shinobi, who were caught within, with an ominous feeling. Quick, get out of there! The Kumo Jonin leader barked, realizing the impending danger. However, before he could react, the seal tag in his hand glowed, triggering two distinct explosions within the battlefield. The first explosion compressed everything within the sphere to a single point at its center. The suicide ninjas, unable to escape the confines of the seal, were compressed and exploded simultaneously. As the dust settled, the Kumo Jonin leader emerged battered and bleeding, missing an arm, as a testament to the destructive force of the explosion. The second explosion, a consequence of the pursuing Leaf ninja taking advantage of the chaos, claimed the lives of more than 24 shinobi. Seizing the opportunity, the Leaf team broke through the encirclement and made a swift escape, leaving the black-clad ninjas in pursuit, their relentless pursuit unaffected by the Kumo Shinobi's predicament. Leader, please issue us an order. Let us pursue. We might still be able to capture and kill them, Kumo Jonin pleaded, eager for vengeance. The battered leader contemplated the situation, his disappointment evident in the aftermath of their unpreparedness against Shikaku's array of lethal tactics. The Kumo Jonin leader acknowledged defeat, realizing that they underestimated the Leaf Jonin commander's strategic prowess. Each unexpected move had proven more lethal than the last, and their lack of information on the seal tags had cost them dearly. Surveying the devastation and considering the proximity of the fire border, he deemed pursuit unwise. Shikaku, armed with superior knowledge and a knack for deploying high-end traps, would render any pursuit futile. Retreat, the leader commanded, erasing any traces of their involvement as they vanished from the scene, their pride wounded and lessons learned in the wake of an unexpected clash with the Leaf's formidable Junin commander. Deep within a secure cave, about 60 miles away from the site of the Leaf diplomatic team's ambush, Shikeki activated the defensive barriers provided by Kazuke. The ceiling barriers were of high quality, providing a secure location for the Leaf team to regroup and strategize. While they had successfully escaped the immediate threat, the black-clad ninjas were relentless in their pursuit. The Leaf team, however, did not emerge from the ambush unscathed. They had lost a Jonin during the ambush, a somber reminder of the dangers they faced. Shikeki, though striving to keep everyone alive, could not prevent the casualties. All members were injured to varying degrees, and their chakras had bottomed out, except for Shikeki and the Nara Jonin. Having undergone the Fun ritual, their chakra reserves were nearly 5 times greater than before, granting them a substantial advantage. In the dimly lit cave, Shikeki swiftly pulled out a few scrolls and distributed them among the weary team. He provided clear instructions on how to use the scrolls, and a green halo enveloped each of the 6 Leaf ninja. Miraculously, their injuries started healing visibly, and even Choza, who had sustained severe injuries, felt his fighting spirit restored after using a second scroll on himself. "Commander, what kind of divine scroll is this? How is it healing our injuries? I can feel my chakra being restored. And those Fun tags literally saved our lives out there today," inquired the Saratobe clan ninja, expressing the collective curiosity of the group. Choza, grateful for Shikeki's preparedness, joined in, eager to uncover the secrets that had proven life-saving during their dire situation. "It is just some new things that our Nara clan created. I am relieved that I was carrying these along, but what worries me is something else altogether. Something still does not feel right," Shikeki confessed, his mind still racing to identify the missing piece of the puzzle. "Honestly, it would be great if the Nara family could share these life-saving items with other clans. Young Master Asuma is always a bit of a hothead, and with a few more trump cards, it will relieve some of Sandame's stress," remarked the Saratobe clan Jonin, unaware of the impending urgency in Shikeki's demeanor. Suddenly, a shift in Shikeki's expression caught everyone's attention. His tone grew serious as he addressed the Saratobe clan ninja. "Asuma Saratobe, we need to move quickly. Asuma Saratobe's life might be in danger. We are going to split up. Jin, Teiki, both of you are with me. Choza, I want you to lead the other 2 towards the village, cause a distraction, and make sure you reach the village. Pass the message. We will need reinforcements if I am right." Shikeki's instructions were delivered with urgency, and the team quickly mobilized. The necessity of splitting up was clear with the black-clad ninjas still on their trail. A prolonged battle was not an option. Shikeki shared a few scrolls and their functions with Choza, and though the team did not fully understand the situation, they trusted Shikeki's intellect and followed his orders. Time was of the essence, and a blind rescue mission began to unfold. Luckily, Teiki had casually asked Asuma about their mission, so they had a general direction to move. If not, Shikeki would have been flying a blind rescue. The dense forest echoed with the rhythmic pounding of footsteps, accompanied by the heavy panting of a man sprinting through the shadows of towering trees. In a swift and desperate motion, he clutched a young teenage lad to his back, his body limp and unconscious. The forest path seemed to blur as the man moved with urgency, navigating the uneven terrain with a singular focus. Upon closer inspection, the signs of an intense struggle became apparent. Both the man and the teenager were covered in dust, dirt, and fresh wounds. The teenager's face was pale, and his body hung lifelessly over the man's shoulder. Blood seeped through a makeshift bandage hastily tied around the lad's torso, evidence of a severe injury. The man, too, bore the scars of a fierce battle. His clothes were torn and stained with blood, and the left side of his shirt hung loosely, revealing a gruesome sight. His left arm was missing. A crude and hurriedly tied cloth attempted to stem the bleeding, but the fabric bore witness to the difficulty of the task. Despite the urgency of their flight, the man moved with controlled desperation. His eyes scanned the surroundings, searching for any signs of pursuit. Every rustle of leaves or snapping twig caused him to tense, ready to react to an unseen threat. The forest canopy above cast intermittent shadows on their path, creating an ominous backdrop for the man's desperate journey. The air was heavy with a sense of urgency, and the man's gritted teeth and furrowed brow revealed the pain and determination etched on his face. He navigated through the forest with an almost instinctive knowledge of the terrain, as if every step was a calculated move to elude an unseen adversary. The distant echoes of pursuit, or perhaps his own racing heartbeat, fueled the man's determination. He knew that time was of the essence, and the forest, with its twisting trails and concealed dangers, became both his ally and his enemy. The gravity of the situation was palpable, etched into the lines on his face and the silent plea in his eyes. Meanwhile, in another place, the moon hung high in the velvety sky, casting an ethereal glow upon the darkened forest. Leaves rustled and shadows moved silently among the trees as the bodyguards of Hirus and Sarutobe stealthily navigated the underbrush. The third Hokage, a silhouette of wisdom and power, stood with an air of anticipation. Without warning, the tranquility shattered. Lightning asked through the air as the Kumo Shinobi revealed themselves, a well-coordinated ambush led by Dade. The Hidden Leaf's defenders reacted with practiced efficiency, Kune meeting shuriken in a symphony of clashing metal. Dade's voice cut through the chaos. "Tonight, the Hidden Leaf falls," he proclaimed. As the battle ensued, Dade's elite Jonin squad moved with speed and precision, attempting to outmaneuver the Anbu. A Kumo Shinobi launched a barrage of senbon, aiming for the Hokage. Hiruzen swiftly deflected them with a twirl of his staff. Doten, Shinjusanshu no Jutsu, Earth Release, Double Suicide Decapitation Technique. One of the Anbu chanted, causing the earth to swallow an approaching Kumo ninja, trapping them in a prison of solid rock. Amidst the melee, Dade, fueled by arrogance, advanced towards Hiruzen with a whirlwind of momentum. "Your era ends here, Sarutobe." But the third Hokage remained unfazed, executing a seamless substitution jutsu. Dade's attack connected with a log, leaving him momentarily off balance. Hiruzen reappeared behind the Kumo leader, delivering a precise kick that sent Dade sprawling. Meanwhile, the Eight Tails loomed, its chakra resonating with the forest. Hiruzen's Anbu guards, expertly coordinating their efforts, engaged in a synchronized dance of taijutsu. The Eight Tails swung their immense tails, creating shockwaves that threatened to upend the battleground. Hiruzen's eyes narrowed, and his hands wove through a rapid series of seals. Katan, Heizkish. Fire release. Ash pile burning, he incanted, spewing forth a torrent of burning ash that obscured the battlefield. Dade's squad struggled to maintain their formation as the ash clung to their forms, limiting their visibility. The Hokage seized the opportunity, his staff channeling wind chakra. Futon, Rapusho. Wind release. Gale palm, he shouted, unleashing a powerful gust that dispersed the ash and sent Dade's squad reeling. The Kumo Shinobi, disoriented, found themselves facing a renewed assault from the Anbu. Yet Dade, undeterred, gathered his composure. Raiten, Jen. Lightning release. False darkness, he roared, sending a lightning javelin hurtling towards Hiruzen. The Hokage met the challenge with finesse, weaving through the attack and countering with a barrage of explosive tags. Doten, Kekkei, Dordmu, Earth Release Barrier, Earth Prison Dome of Magnificent Nothingness. Another Anbu intoned, erecting an earthen barrier that confined Dade within a makeshift prison. The Jonin struggled against the confines, thwarted in his attempt to reach the Hokage. Amidst the chaos, the Eight Tails roared with fury, their tails morphing into deadly weapons. Hiruzen, undeterred, faced the colossal beast head-on. Suiten, Tsuruden no Jutsu. Water release. Water Dragon Bullet Technique, he commanded, conjuring a massive water dragon that clashed with the Eight Tails, creating a spectacle of elemental power. As the battle reached its crescendo, Dade's voice echoed, strained but defiant. "You cannot stop us, Sarutobe." The third Hokage's eyes gleamed with unwavering resolve. "This is the village that will endure through generations," he declared, channeling his chakra into the very core of the battlefield. The majestic dance of fire, earth, wind, and water continued beneath the moonlit canopy, a testament to the indomitable spirit of the Hidden Leaf. The forest bore witness to a battle that transcended time, etching the saga of a Hokage who stood resolute against the storm. As the battle raged on through the night, the moon waned, and the first light of dawn began to pierce through the dense forest canopy. The air was thick with the scent of smoke and the residue of chakra-infused clashes. Hiruzen Sarutobe, the third Hokage, stood resolute amidst the dwindling shadows, his aging yet formidable frame a testament to the indomitable spirit of the Hidden Leaf. The Kumo Shinobi, battered and bloodied, faced an adversary who seemed to draw strength from the very essence of the village he protected. Today, the Kumo squad leader sported injuries from the numerous exchanges, his haughty demeanor replaced by a simmering desperation. The 8 tails, now diminished with 2 sacrificed tails, loomed ominously behind him. Comment to comment. Vote on left. Chapter 15. Chapter 15. Hiruzen, his breath visible in the cold morning air, scanned the battlefield. His eyes, sharp with experience, detected the signs of exhaustion and hesitation among the Kumo ranks. Seizing the opportunity, he gathered his remaining Anbu guards and prepared for the final push. A Kumo shinobi, sensing the impending assault, launched a barrage of wind-infused kunai at the Hokage. Hiruzen countered with precise hand movements, weaving a protective barrier of swirling wind that deflected the projectiles harmlessly away. Doton, Yomanuma, Earth Release, Swamp of the Underworld. Another Anbu intoned, causing the earth beneath a group of Kumo shinobi to transform into a quagmire, swallowing them whole. The muck proved to be an inescapable trap, hindering their movements. Dode, undeterred, unleashed a surge of lightning-infused chakra, his body crackling with electricity. Raiton, Raish, Lightning Release. Fiery lightning howl, he shouted, directing a powerful lightning beam towards Hiruzen. The Hokage, however, countered with an advanced wind release jutsu. Futon, Kezkiri no Jutsu, Hiruzen declared, summoning a razor sharp whirlwind that intercepted and dispersed the incoming lightning. Dode's attack was thwarted, leaving him momentarily vulnerable. Seizing the opportunity, Hiruzen's staff danced through the air, leaving trails of fire and wind as he engaged the Kumo shinobi. Katon, Keriandan, Fire Release. Fire Dragon Flame Bullet, he roared, exhaling a torrent of flames imbued with wind chakra. The flames took the form of a mighty dragon that engulfed Dode and his squad, forcing them on the defensive. In the midst of the chaos, an Anbu operative intercepted a Kumo shinobi attempting to flank the Hokage. The two engaged in a swift exchange of taijutsu, the clash of fists and kicks echoing through the forest. The Anbu's movements were precise, but the Kumo shinobi, fueled by desperation, displayed remarkable agility. As the battle continued, the casualties on both sides mounted. Anbu operatives fell, their sacrifices marked by the silent shadows of the forest. The Kumo shinobi, outnumbered and outmatched, struggled to withstand the relentless onslaught. Hiruzen, his eyes reflecting the weight of leadership, pressed on. Dode, now visibly fatigued, attempted a final gambit. Rantan, Jian, he shouted, launching a barrage of laser-like beams infused with both fire and lightning chakra. The beams cut through the air with deadly precision, threatening to overwhelm the Hidden Leaf defenders. Yet Hiruzen stood unwavering. With a series of hand seals, he invoked a protective barrier of swirling elemental chakra. Doton, Grimu no Jutsu, Earth Release. Gullen Technique, he declared, creating an impenetrable fortress of earth and wind that absorbed Dode's destructive assault. With Dode momentarily stunned, the Hokage seized the opportunity. Chunshin no Jutsu Body Flicker Technique, he whispered, disappearing in a blur and reappearing behind the Kumo leader. Hiruzen's staff arced through the air, aiming for a decisive strike. However, the 8 tails, sensing the imminent danger to their commander, roared defiantly. Bijudama. It thundered, gathering an immense sphere of chakra in its maw. With a forceful release, a colossal shockwave of energy erupted, dispersing the battlefield and creating a crater in its wake. The explosion sent both Dode and Hiruzen flying in opposite directions. The forest fell into a stunned silence as the echoes of the clash resonated through the morning air. Dode, battered and on the brink of defeat, gazed defiantly at the Hokage. As Hiruzen rose from the rubble, his tattered robes billowed in the morning breeze. His weary eyes, reflecting both the physical toll of battle and the weight of leadership, met Dode's defiant gaze. The Kumo squad leader, bruised and battered, struggled to maintain his composure in the face of the Hokage's unwavering resolve. Is the Raikage intent on starting a full-blown war between our villages? Hiruzen's words echoed through the clearing, each syllable carrying the weight of responsibility and concern. The forest seemed to hush in anticipation, awaiting Dode's response. Dode, though prideful, recognized the gravity of the situation. The 8 tails, its chakra subsiding, loomed in the background, a silent witness to the unfolding dialogue. The Kumo squad leader swallowed his pride and spoke. This was an infiltration, not an official declaration of war. Our intent was not to provoke conflict but to test the strength of the hidden leaf. Dade's eyes narrowed, a mixture of frustration and realization crossing his face. Hiruzen's expression remained stern. Testing our strength with such aggression is a dangerous game. Dade, the hidden leaf has endured through countless trials, and we are not afraid of war. Return to your Raikage and make it clear if it is a war he desires, then that's what he will have. But let him also understand the consequences. The Hokage's words hung in the air, a solemn declaration that resonated through the forest. Dade, recognizing the futility of further resistance, nodded reluctantly. We will return, he conceded, his voice a low growl. But know this, Sarutobi, the hidden cloud will not forget this night. With those words, Dade signaled to his surviving squad members, and the remnants of the Kumo Shinobi began to withdraw. The Eight Tails, still recovering from the battle, followed suit, retreating into the shadows of the forest. As the Kumo Shinobi disappeared into the distance, Hiruzen turned to survey the aftermath of the conflict. The battlefield, scarred and battered, bore witness to the resilience of the hidden leaf. His Anbu guards, though diminished in number, stood ready, their loyalty unwavering. Sunday Mesema, the Anbu guard leader, spoke in a low, respectful tone. Why do not we capture the Eight Tails and seal it? It would deal a fatal blow to Kumo, and they would not dare carry out such sneak attacks in the future. Hiruzen, his weary eyes reflecting both the toll of battle and the burden of leadership, considered the suggestion. The battlefield was now in their favor, with the enemy in retreat. However, he knew that decisions made in the heat of victory could have far-reaching consequences. That is not the Eight Tails' true body. It is simply a clone with the majority of the Eight Tails' chakra, Hiruzen explained, his voice measured. After losing so much chakra, even the Eight Tails would take a couple of months to recover. The Anbu leader nodded, understanding the intricacies of the situation. The Hokage's awareness of the limitations of the Eight Tails clone revealed his deep knowledge and strategic foresight. Hiruzen, despite the apparent victory, felt an ominous undercurrent beneath the surface. The recent attack had left him uneasy, and his instincts warned him against complacency. He looked at the clearing where the battle had raged, the scars of conflict still fresh in the morning light. Clear the battlefield and return to Konoha immediately, Hiruzen instructed the Anbu guard, his tone firm. Something does not sit right with me. We cannot afford to let our guard down. The Anbu leader acknowledged the order with a silent nod, and the operatives swiftly moved to clear the area. The fallen leaves and debris of the battle were swept away, leaving only the echoes of the confrontation in the now quiet forest. Hiruzen, despite the relative calm, remained vigilant. The ominous feeling lingered, a reminder that the Shinobi world was a delicate balance of power and intrigue. The victory, while significant, left a trace of uncertainty in its wake. As the Anbu guard completed their task, the Hidden Leaf forces prepared to return to Konoha. The journey back, though victorious, was undertaken with a sense of caution. The forest, having witnessed the clash between two powerful villages, seemed to exhale a sigh of relief as the Shinobi departed. Hiruzen, walking among his retreating forces, pondered the implications of the night's events. The Raikage's actions and the deployment of the Eight Tails were not to be taken lightly. Outskirts of Konoha. The moon hung low in the night sky, casting a pale glow upon the dense foliage of the Forest of Death. Unbeknownst to the residents of Konoha, a shadowy group of cloaked shinobi, numbering more than 100 strong, stealthily infiltrated the village through the forest. Silent as the wind, their movements were coordinated and precise, befitting a force with a definite goal to cause maximum disruption within the village. The group advanced in a formation that betrayed their extensive training, moving with a fluidity that allowed them to breach the village's barrier undetected. Their cloaks, blending seamlessly with the shadows, rendered them nearly invisible in the moonlit night. The air was tense with anticipation as the infiltrators navigated the labyrinthine trails of the forest, their senses attuned to any signs of detection. Just as they were about to emerge from the Forest of Death, a sudden disruption shattered the stillness of the night. A massive barrier, unseen until that moment, materialized around the infiltrators, encasing them in a glassy dome that shimmered in the moonlight. Before they could react, the tranquility was replaced by a symphony of deadly intent. In an instant, the dome was filled with a barrage of shurikens and kunes. The air buzzed with the lethal hum of the projectiles, each one seeking its mark with deadly precision. Simultaneously, the silence was shattered by the unleashing of powerful fire ninjutsu, the flames dancing with an almost malicious intent. The black-clad ninjas found themselves trapped in a meticulously crafted ambush. The Forest of Death, once a place of eerie quietude, is now echoed with the chaos of conflict. The infiltrators, skilled though they were caught off guard. Their formation shattered as they desperately sought cover within the confines of the barrier. Within the dome, the shadows played tricks, and the moonlit glint of weapons clashed with the dancing flames. The air became charged with the chakras of both attackers and defenders, creating an almost tangible tension. The clash was swift and brutal, with the hidden assailants struggling to regain their footing against an enemy whose mastery of the terrain proved formidable. The leader of the infiltrators, a figure distinguished by a red insignia on their cloak, barked out commands, attempting to restore order among the chaos. "Spread out. Counterattack," they shouted, their voice cutting through the pandemonium. The Konoha defenders, concealed within the forest and armed with a meticulous knowledge of their surroundings, continued their assault. The sound of jutsu colliding, metal meeting metal, and the sporadic cries of the infiltrators filled the night. The once tranquil forest became a battleground, its serenity replaced by the harsh reality of shinobi warfare. As the battle unfolded, the residents of Konoha remained blissfully unaware of the conflict raging so close to home. The village slept, its guardians engaging in a silent struggle to protect the peace that lay just beyond their walls. Among the defenders was a skilled tracker, clad in the vestiges of the Konoha police uniform. His eyes, sharp and observant, followed the movements of the infiltrators with precision. Sensing a moment of vulnerability, he signaled to a group of hidden ninjas poised in the treetops, ready to rain down a deadly barrage. The attackers, now realizing the severity of their predicament, attempted to regroup. The leader, their red insignia now smeared with dirt and blood, issued a retreat order. "Fall back. We have walked into a trap." The Konoha defenders, however, were relentless. Their knowledge of the Forest of Death, combined with their home field advantage, gave them an upper hand. The barrier that had initially entrapped the infiltrators now became a prison from which there was no easy escape. The black-clad ninjas, disoriented and facing an overwhelming force, fought desperately to break free. However, their attempts were met with a strategic barrage of jutsu and projectiles, turning the once stealthy infiltrators into targets within the confines of the barrier. As the battle wore on, the forest floor became littered with bodies, both attackers and defenders. The moon continued its silent vigil, bearing witness to the clash of shadows beneath its pale glow. In the heart of the Forest of Death, the ambush unfolded with relentless intensity. The echoes of the skirmish reverberated through the trees, a haunting symphony of combat. The infiltrators, having lost their initial advantage, faced the relentless determination of the Konoha defenders. As dawn approached, the battleground painted a stark picture of the night's conflict. The once hidden assailants were now exposed, their ranks decimated by the defenders. The Forest of Death, true to its name, stood witness to the ebb and flow of shinobi warfare. Comment and comment. Vote on left. Chapter 16. Chapter 16. As the sun cast its first light upon the leafy canopy, the victorious Konoha defenders regrouped. The infiltrators, their cloaks stained with defeat, faced the consequences of their ill-fated mission. The residents of Konoha, still oblivious to the nocturnal struggle, would wake up to a village that had weathered another clandestine threat. The aftermath of the battlefield lay silent, a haunting canvas stained with the remnants of a night's skirmish. Tsunade Senju, one of the legendary Sannin, strode amidst the echoes of conflict. Her presence commanded respect, and the Uchiha police force, clad in their distinct attire, surrounded her in a stoic formation. From their ranks emerged Uchiha Fugeku, the leader of the Uchiha clan's police force. As Tsunade walked through the scene, the gravity of her aura seemed to cut through the tension-laden air. The ground beneath her sandals bore the indelible marks of the clandestine battle that had unfolded beneath the Forest of Death's looming canopy. The cloak she wore, now stained with the remnants of enemies, was a testament to the ferocity with which she had defended the village. Fugeku, his Sharingan eyes ablaze with an unwavering resolve, stepped forward from the ranks of the Uchiha defenders. His stern expression reflected both duty and acknowledgement of the legendary Sannin's authority. Tsunade, her gaze sharp and unyielding, addressed the Uchiha leader with a question that carried the weight of urgency. "Were we able to retrieve anything?" Suned's inquiry resonated with authority demand for answers in the aftermath of the covert assault. Fugake, meeting the legendary Sanin's gaze with a respectful nod, responded, "None, Suneda-sama. Every body has been destroyed by some kind of technique. There are no traces left." The revelation hung in the air, a somber acknowledgement of the methodical eradication of evidence. The Uchiha clan, despite its discontent with the village's higher-ups, held an unwavering loyalty to Tsunade Senju, one of the three legendary figures who had left an indelible mark on the Shinobi world. Tsunade's gaze swept across the battlefield, her acute senses absorbing the gravity of the situation. The absence of evidence hinted at a calculated Animian adversary who left no trail for investigators to follow. Her mind, sharp and analytical, processed the information as she considered the implications of the attack. The Uchiha police force, a silent and vigilant presence, awaited further instructions from their legendary Sanin. The forest, which had been witness to the clash of shadows and the dance of little jutsu, seemed to exhale a sigh of relief in the wake of the Hokage's scrutiny. As Tsunade continued her inspection, her thoughts delved into the shadows of the Shinobi world. The forest, with its gnarled branches and concealed pathways, held secrets that transcended the battlefield. The Uchiha, once regarded with suspicion, now stood as guardians of the village, their loyalty proven through action. Fugeku, recognizing the unspoken burden that Tsunade carried as one of the legendary Sanin, spoke with a solemn yet respectful tone. "Tsunade-sama, we are at your disposal. The Uchiha clan stands ready to assist in any way necessary to safeguard Konoha." The legendary Sanin acknowledged his words with a nod, her expression revealing a mix of gratitude and concern. The village, though momentarily spared from the immediate threat, now faced the challenge of unraveling the mysteries concealed within the shadows. The Forest of Death, having borne witness to the clash between unseen forces, stood silent but not indifferent. Its secrets were intertwined with the very fabric of Konoha, a reminder that the village's guardians must remain vigilant against the ever-present threats that lurked in the dark corners of the Shinobi world. As Tsunade and the Uchiha police force retreated from the battlefield, the Forest of Death enveloped the scene in a shroud of mystery. The echoes of the night's conflict lingered, a haunting melody that would resonate in the memories of those who guarded the village hidden in the leaves. Forest within Fire Country. The dense forest, once tranquil, bore witness to a desperate chase. A lone Jonin, burdened by the unconscious form of his junior Asuma, pushed forward through the foliage, a trail of blood marking his faltering steps. Behind him, a relentless pursuit unfolded, with the menacing figures of Kumo Shinobi closing in with deadly intent. Among them, the ominous presence of Yujita Nae, the two-tailed Jinchuriki, added a layer of dread to the pursuit. The Jonin could not fathom how the mission had spiraled into this nightmare. What was meant to be a routine rank bandit extermination had morphed into a meticulously laid trap. As an elite Jonin, he grappled with the weight of helplessness, haunted by the memories of his fallen comrades. The Chunin under his command had been mercilessly slaughtered, and he had sacrificed not only his partner Shiromura but also one of his arms to save Asuma. Blood loss sapped his strength, yet sheer will propelled him forward. Asuma's unconscious form, draped over his back, was a reminder of the cost paid in the chaos that had unfolded. The Inushika Jonin struggled to recall the precise moment when everything went awry. Now, with the shadows of Kumo closing in, his thoughts raced, focusing on the immediate need to survive. Suddenly, an electrifying attack cut through the air, a Raiten technique aimed at ending the desperate flight. The Inushika Jonin, with heightened senses and alertness, instinctively dodged using his own technique, a swift and evasive Gatsuko. The abrupt evasion disrupted his stride, leaving him vulnerable as the sixth Kumo Shinobi closed in, encircling the faltering leaf Shinobi. Amidst the encirclement, Yujita Nae, the Jinchuriki, taunted the beleaguered Jonin. "It is true what they say about dogs. They sure can run. Are all of the Konoha ninjas cowards like you?" Despite the mocking words, the leaf Jonin remained silent, his focus on the encircling threat, calculating the moment to break free. "Enough playing around. Quickly finish them both. We need to retreat before their reinforcements arrive," the leader of the Kumo hit team urged Yujito. The urgency in the leader's voice hinted at the gravity of their mission. Yujito, acknowledging the advice, signaled it to her comrades. The sixth Kumo Shinobi unleashed their individual raiding techniques, a synchronized assault meant to overwhelm and obliterate. The encirclement tightened, and Jonin braced for the impending onslaught, resigning himself to what seemed an inevitable fate. Yet, just as despair threatened to consume him, salvation emerged from the shadows. Out of nowhere, two black, metallic-like constructs materialized, surrounding the beleaguered Jonin. With astonishing speed, the constructs erected a protective barrier, absorbing the onslaught of raiding attacks. The sudden turn of events left both the Kumo Shinobi and the Jonin astonished. The barrier, a testament to an unknown Ellie's intervention, held firm against the storm of lightning. The Jonin, gripped by a mixture of relief and bewilderment, watched as the black constructs absorbed every attack meant for him. In that fleeting moment, a renewed surge of hope coursed through him. The leader of the Kumo hit team, frustrated by the unexpected turn, barked orders to regroup and retreat. The encirclement dissolved as the Kumo Shinobi, begrudgingly acknowledging the unforeseen obstacle, faded into the shadows. The constructs lowered the protective barrier, and Jonin, now free from the immediate threat, slumped to his knees. The weight of exhaustion and the toll of the harrowing ordeal pressed upon him. He spared a grateful glance at the mysterious savior, whoever they may be, and silently expressed his gratitude. Curtain. Paiskish fire release. Ash pile burning. As the ashen veil blanketed the battlefield, obscuring the chaos that had transpired, the sixth Kumo ninja moved swiftly to regroup. Amidst the settling ash, one of the Kumo Shinobi became momentarily distracted, unaware of the ominous shadows that concealed a deadly threat. In a sudden and silent ambush, multiple shadow thorns skewered him from various angles, rendering him injured. The remaining 5 Kumo ninja, shaken by the unforeseen attack, regrouped swiftly. 3 of them closed in on the exhausted Inuzuka Jonin, whose breaths were heavy and his strength was waning. The battlefield, now shrouded in tension, awaited the next surge of action. 2 black constructs, manipulated by the skilled puppeteers Shikekyu and Jin, advanced purposefully to engage the Kumo Shinobi. The metallic puppets, enigmatic in their origin, moved with a fluid grace that belied their seemingly rigid structure. The Kumo team, cautious and wary, exchanged glances during the initial confrontation with the mysterious constructs. Simultaneously, Teiki, the third member of the Leaf team, ignited a sudden and potent ash-based attack. The ashen veil spread rapidly, burning the entire battlefield. Amidst the confusion, the distracted Kumo ninja, who was already injured, failed to notice the dancing shadows. The concealed threat culminated in the swift skewering by multiple shadow thorns. The Kumo team leader, a seasoned ninja with keen observation skills, quickly recognized the puppeteering mastery behind the rescue attempt. Nara Shikekyu, the Leaf Jonin commander, and his skilled companion Jin Nara. A sly smile crept across the Kumo leader's face, realizing that their hunt for the exhausted Inuzuka Jonin might yield an even greater bounty than anticipated. The fallen comrade seemed like a trivial cost in the grand scheme of their mission. The engagement intensified as the Kumo ninja, now on guard, faced the dual threat of the metallic puppets and the determined Nara Jonins. Shadows danced across the battlefield, blending with the settling ash and the dappled moonlight filtering through the canopy. The black constructs, guided by Shikekyu and Jin's strategic minds, executed a synchronized assault. Swift and precise, they countered the Kumo Shinobi's every move, showcasing a level of coordination that hinted at the expertise of their puppeteers. The Kumo team, though cautious, found themselves pressured by the relentless barrage. As the 2 Nara Jonin, accompanied by their enigmatic black metallic puppets, held back the relentless assault of the 5 Kumo Shinobi, Teiki swiftly fell back into the shadows. Unfurling multiple scrolls with practiced efficiency, he initiated a rapid healing process for both Asuma and the exhausted Inuzuka. The scrolls glowed with restorative energy as Teiki worked his scroll magic, mending wounds and revitalizing the weary shinobi. Without a moment's pause, he reached into a pouch, retrieving a handful of medicinal pills provided by the Jonin commander earlier and deftly administering them. Asuma, though still in the clutches of mental fatigue, showed signs of stirring. His eyelids twitched, a testament to the revitalizing effects of the medicinal intervention. The Inuzuka Jonin, now fully restored to a fighting state, stood guard over Asuma, a silent sentinel protecting his comrade's vulnerable state. The Sarutobi Jonin, having ensured the young master's safety, did not linger. With a swift and determined motion, he propelled himself back into the fray to reinforce his Nara comrades. The forest echoed with the clash of steel and the hum of chakra, a battleground where shadows and puppets danced in tandem. The Kumo team leader, though commanding, found himself at an impasse. His attempt to find the chakra threads controlling the metallic puppets proved futile. The Jonin leader's voice sliced through the chaos, echoing his frustration. "What are you guys doing? Someone, sever those chakra threads. They are puppets. Once we sever the connection, we can overwhelm them." It is not chakra manipulation. They are using shadow manipulation to control the black puppets. Yuji Tanae, a perfect Jinchuriki, was able to find out how the puppets worked with the help of Matatabe, and the two-tailed Biju warned her owner to be aware of those black puppets as they were emitting ominous energy. The Kumo ninjas were confused about how the hell they were supposed to sever shadows. Confusion gripped the Kumo ninja as they grappled with the enigma before them. The black puppets resisted physical blows, actively absorbed in coming ninjutsu, and were brimming with concealed weapons and poisons. Doubt crept into their minds when did the Nara clan master the art of puppetry. The Nara, with their shadow manipulation, seamlessly controlled both their puppets and engaged in combat simultaneously, presenting a formidable challenge. The Kumo team found themselves gradually overwhelmed, with the metallic constructs proving to be resilient adversaries. Frustration etched across their faces as they struggled to find a way to sever shadows. The Kumo team leader, recognizing the urgency of the situation, issued a decisive order. "Yujitu, there's no need to hold back anymore. Quickly release the two tails." Comment for comment. Vote on left. Chapter 17. Yujitu, weighing the risks and understanding the mission's importance, nodded in acknowledgement. The two-tailed beast within her, Matatabe, had warned her of the potential failure if they continued down the same path. The Inazuka ninja, now healed and standing guard over Asuma, sensed the gravity of the situation. Determined to support his allies, he chose to stay behind rather than retreat with Asuma, his fighting strength restored. As the tide of battle shifted, Yujitu, facing the disadvantage, decided to unleash the full might of Matatabe, the two tails. The transformation unfolded in a blaze of azure flames, revealing the majestic and fearsome form of the ancient cat-like entity. Matatabe, adorned in sleek, azure fur, possessed multiple tails that swirled with ethereal flames. The beast's eyes gleamed with a combination of intelligence and feral intensity, and its whiskers extended gracefully from its formidable visage. Sensing the impending threat, the Leaf Ninjas tactically retreated. Before Taiki could advise on further action, the Jonin commander Shikaku and Jin bit their thumbs and swiftly formed hand seals and pressed their hands onto the ground, initiating the complex technique of summoning. Kochiu's no Jutsu. As the ritual concluded, two colossal entities materialized on the battlefield, standing tall and formidable. Shikaku's summon took the form of a Cerberus-like hellhound, boasting 3 ferocious heads, each with eyes that gleamed with an otherworldly intelligence. Jin's summon, resembling a two-headed Orthrus, exuded an aura of darkness, with pitch-black flames escaping from its menacing maws. Both hellhounds were shrouded in an eerie shadow, and their presence alone sent a collective shiver through the battlefield. The sudden appearance of these monstrous entities, comparable in size to the Two Tails, caught everyone except the Nara members off guard. The Leaf and Kumo ninjas alike were momentarily stunned by the summoning, their focus drawn to the overwhelming power the Nara had just unleashed. Yujitu, these beasts are from the ancient clan of Hell Beasts, believed to guard the underworld itself. Matatabe spoke, the information laden with a weight that hinted at the beast's formidable lineage. It is not going to be easy to bring them down quickly. Their family is known to hunt down their offenders aggressively, and their ancestry goes back even beyond the 3 blessed lands. It is believed they were responsible for killing the tailed beasts a couple of times. If we could not revive continuously, the number of tailed beasts would have been less because of them. The revelation underscored the dire challenge that lay before Yujitu and Matatabe. The Hellhounds, manifestations of ancient power and guardians of a sinister lineage, stood as formidable adversaries on the battlefield. Damn it, first shadow puppets, and now monstrous summons. What the hell has our intelligence team been doing? How can we be blind to all this? The Kumo Jonin leader fumed, frustration etched across his face. The mission, intended to assassinate a mere Chunin, had escalated into a maelstrom of chaos with the deployment of a tailed beast. His reputation hung in the balance, and the fury that surged within him overrode caution. In a fit of impulsive anger, he issued a reckless order to launch an all-out attack. Amidst the tension, Shikaku, the Nara Jonin, betrayed a cunning gleam in his eyes. This was the moment he had been waiting for, an opportunity to unleash the trump cards provided by Kazuke. Properly coordinated, these tactics could turn the tide of the battle, potentially burying the Kumo Jonin team on this very battlefield. With a bit of luck, Shikaku even entertained the thought of dealing a heavy blow or, if fortune favored him, eliminating the Jinchuriki. Determination radiated from him as he prepared to deploy the main trump card against the tailed beast. The shadow puppets, which looked like simple puppets, held more secrets. The battlefield became a stage for the impending clash as the two hellhounds, summoned by the Nara Jonin, lunged towards the two tails. The confrontation unfolded on a grand scale, with each side showcasing their might in a symphony of jutsu, claws, and ethereal flames. The Leaf and Kumo ninjas, caught in the midst of this escalation, felt the seismic shift in the battle's dynamics. The very air crackled with anticipation as the shadow puppets, yet to reveal their full potential, awaited Shikaku's command. The Hellhounds, embodiments of ancient power and guardians of the underworld's secrets, clashed ferociously with the two tails. The forest, once a serene backdrop, now resonated with the clash of elemental forces and the roars of mythical beasts. Shadows danced amidst the chaos, and the moonlight filtered through the canopy, casting an otherworldly glow over the unfolding spectacle. Konoha. The sun hung high in the sky as Hiruzen Saratobe hurried through the bustling streets of Konoha. The village, seemingly tranquil on the surface, belied the tension that lingered in the air. The elderly Hokage's senses were on high alert, his instincts tingling with the anticipation of troubling news. As he approached the Hokage office, he noted the subtle changes in the atmosphere, the hushed conversations, the occasional glances exchanged among the Anbu guards stationed strategically across the village. Upon reaching the Hokage office, Hiruzen was met with Tsunade Senju, who had taken charge in his absence. Her expression was a mix of concern and determination, mirroring the gravity of the situation. The room itself seemed charged with an unspoken urgency. "Tsunade, what has transpired in my absence?" Hiruzen inquired, his voice a low rumble that conveyed both authority and worry. Tsunade's gaze met Hiruzen's, and without mincing words, she began recounting the events of the previous night, the ambush, the black-clad shinobi, and the treacherous betrayal by one of their own, the Leaf's own sensor ninja. As the narrative unfolded, she also shared that there might be a possible threat to Asuma's life. Hiruzen's furrowed brow deepened in worry, and the lines on his face etched a story of concern and regret. Hiruzen's eyes widened with a mix of shock and concern. The weight of the situation rested heavily on his shoulders. Before he could process the entirety of the information, Tsunade continued, "Asuma Saratobe is currently out on a mission with 2 Chunins and an elite Jonin. The attackers seem to aim for a direct assassination. It is suspected the mission listed was a trap set for Asuma's life. However, Shikaku Nara is currently leading a makeshift rescue team. The original diplomatic team managed to escape the Kumo trap, and Jonin Chozo and 2 others reported back to the village with Shikaku Nara's plans and requested reinforcements. The Jonin commander must have foreseen the danger and had already set up an intercept team a day in advance to rescue Asuma." A sigh of relief escaped Hiruzen, but it was short-lived. The realization that his son was in grave danger fueled a surge of anger within him. Tsunade, recognizing the turmoil in the elder Hokage's eyes, stepped forward and offered her support. "Sensei, we have already dispatched 3 squads to intercept and rescue Asuma. Chozo Akimike is leading the mission personally. We are doing everything in our power to bring him back safely." Originally, Tsunade wanted Chozo to rest because the team led by Chozo Akimichi had only returned early in the morning. His team of 3 had to literally go through hell to reach the village, as the black-clad shinobi were relentless in their pursuit, and without Shikaku seal tags, there was a high chance they would not have made it back. The team had to kill close to 2 dozen ninjas to make it back to the village and relay all the details to Tsunade Senju, who was temporarily in command of the Leaf village. After realizing the seriousness of the issue, the Sannin immediately sent 3 squads of ninjas as reinforcements to intercept the enemies and save Asuma Saratobe. Chozo had personally offered to lead one of the 3 squads after replenishing himself with the new Nara medicines, and even though he was mentally fatigued, he joined the rescue team to support his friend. As the weight of the situation pressed down on Hiruzen, he staggered back, the gravity of the news threatening to overwhelm him. Tsunade quickly moved to his side, guiding him to a chair. The aging Hokage, known for his unwavering composure, was visibly shaken by the revelation of his son's peril. Carefully, Hiruzen asked, "Is there any news from Asuma's side? Have they made contact?" The atmosphere in the room became charged with a mix of anxiety and determination. As Hiruzen regained his composure, a renewed fire burned in his eyes. "If any harm befalls my son, there will be consequences. I swear it," he declared, his voice carrying the weight of a leader and a father pushed to the edge. Tsunade nodded solemnly, her expression mirroring the gravity of the situation. "We share your concern, Sensei. Our priority is Asuma's safety, and we will not rest until he is back within the walls of Konoha." Hiruzen, despite his aged appearance, emanated a quiet strength. "Tsunade, mobilize the forces, and put them on standby. Gather intel on Kimu's movements. I need to know every detail. We cannot afford any more surprises." The once calm and orderly Hokage's office was now a scene of turmoil. The usually diplomatic and dialogue-seeking Sandaime had cast aside his usual approach, opting for a drastic measure. In a rare move, he declared a full-scale war mobilization, signifying the severity of the situation. Tsunade, perceptive as ever, recognized that this time the enemy had crossed a line that struck a chord deep within her sensei. As the Hokage's orders reverberated through the village, the Anbu swiftly sprang into action. Their shadows darted through the hidden pathways, relaying urgent commands to the various ninja clans that comprised Konoha's formidable military force. The village, a well-oiled machine in times of crisis, responded with alarming efficiency. The gears of war started turning, and the intricate clockwork that was Konoha's military apparatus began to hum with activity. Tsunade, observing the rapid mobilization, could not shake the gravity of the situation. The enemies had not only attacked Konoha's representatives but had also ventured into the sacred territory of the Sarutobe clan, crossing a line that demanded a response. As the village geared itself up for the impending conflict, Tsunade harbored no illusions about the consequences that awaited those responsible for endangering the young Sarutobe. She knew that if any harm befell Asuma, it would not just be a matter of personal vendetta for the Hokage. The declaration of war was imminent, and the formidable war machine known as Konoha, with its skilled ninja, strategic prowess, and unyielding spirit, would unleash its might upon those who dared to threaten one of their own. Root Base, Konoha. The root base echoed with the destructive symphony of breaking objects as Danzo, in a rare display of losing composure, vented his anger and frustration. The usually composed and calculating leader was now fuming, unable to contain his rage at the failure of the meticulously crafted plans. The root ninjas, loyal to a fault, knelt in silence, allowing their leader to unleash his wrath on the inanimate objects surrounding him. Danzo's mind raced, grappling with the reality that none of the four-pronged attacks had succeeded. His frustration was compounded by the fact that not even one of the elaborate plans had borne fruit. "How can you all be so incompetent?" Danzo's voice thundered through the room. He had invested heavily in these schemes, sacrificing deep undercover spies and compromising the security of the village by selling confidential information to Kumo. The loss of nearly 200 elite root operatives, though a mere inconvenience to him, added fuel to his fury. Despite the setbacks, Danzo was not one to succumb to defeat. In the midst of his rage, a glimmer of hope emerged. The pursuit of Ashima Sarutobe by Kumo presented a potential opportunity. If the young Sarutobe were to fall, Danzo calculated that it would break Hiruzen, paving the way for him to step into the role of Hokage and lead the village to what he deemed a glorious victory. Comment 5 Comment. Voton left. Chapter 18. Chapter 18. He composed himself momentarily, realizing that all was not lost. Internally scoffing at the perceived incompetence of the Kumo elites, Danzo focused on recalculating his countermeasures. He knew the importance of keeping his involvement discreet and ensuring no evidence traced back to him. However, what baffled him the most was the unexpected counterattack from the Uchiha clan. His plan to use the root to cause chaos within the village and question Hiruzen's competence had backfired. He directed his frustration at a kneeling root ninja, demanding an explanation for the oversight in monitoring the Uchiha. Danzo's anger reverberated in his question. "Had I not asked you to monitor all the clans? How were the Uchiha able to deploy such a force without our knowledge?" The root ninja, feeling the weight of Danzo's wrath, gulped before attempting to explain. "Danzo-sama, it was the Sanin Tsunade who led the Uchiha to intercept our offensive. As for how the Uchiha escaped our monitoring, we are still investigating, and the root operatives are barred from entering the Uchiha compound." Danzo seethed at the thought of rebellion within the village. His mind raced with suspicions about Tsuned's knowledge of the plan. The root ninja, though unable to provide answers, reassured Danzo that no leak had occurred from their end and that they had systematically removed anyone even remotely connected to the failed incident. Danzo, though infuriated by the current state of affairs, found solace in the fact that his tracks were well covered. Inside the Nara compound, the atmosphere was thick with worry as Yoshino anxiously awaited news about Shikekyu and the perilous mission to rescue Asuma. The weight of the situation pressed heavily on her, but she tried to maintain a facade of composure for both her sake and that of little Shikamaru and Kazuki. Kazuki, though deeply concerned, demonstrated a calm exterior. When he first received word of the ambush and Shikeku's subsequent decision to lead a rescue effort, an impulse to rush out and aid his uncle surged within him. However, he quickly suppressed this emotional reaction, adopting the rational mindset characteristic of the Nara clan. Realizing that venturing out alone would only exacerbate stress within the Nara family, Kazuki chose to trust in Shikeku's intelligence and capability. Throughout the village, an air of anticipation lingered, with the fate of the young Saratobi hanging in the balance. The night passed in tense silence, with the villagers collectively holding their breath. However, with the early dawn of the next day, a glimmer of hope emerged. 4 figures, clad in the recognizable attire of Konoha Jonin, made their way stealthily towards the Leaf's main entrance. Despite their battered and bruised appearance, each displaying wounds more severe than the last, the group maintained a steady and vigilant pace. Shikeku's team had already spotted the Anbu agents returning to report to the Hokage, ensuring that their journey continued without interruption. Shikeku, leading the party, was visibly injured. A bandage covered his right eye, a testament to the severity of his wounds. Jin Nara, one of Shikeku's trusted comrades, had suffered a devastating loss. His arm was now missing. The severity of their injuries was evident, and yet, their steps remained resolute as they approached the village entrance. The news of their arrival spread quickly, and the village held its breath, waiting for the report that would bring relief or despair. Shikeku, understanding the emotional turmoil the Hokage must be experiencing, directed the team to hasten their pace towards the Hokage's office. Teiki, carrying his young master Asuma on his back, pressed forward, navigating through the village with determination. The severity of their injuries spoke volumes about the challenges they had faced, creating an atmosphere of both concern and anticipation among the onlookers. An Anbu ninja materialized next to the Hokage, adopting a respectful kneeling posture. Hokage-sama, the Jonin commander, and his team are back. They are currently escorting Chunin Asuma safely to the Hokage's office. Hirusen Saratobi, eagerly anticipating news about his son, could not help but sigh in relief. The entire Hokage office, including the Anbu guards and Tsunade, let out a collective exhale. Knock, knock. Come in, Hirusen responded, regaining his composure upon hearing that Asuma was safe. He straightened his posture, ready to welcome the Jonin rescue team. Unnoticed by many, Danzo, who had been occupying a corner in the office, had an unpleasant expression when the Anbu announced Asuma's safety. Danzo and the other elders excused themselves upon confirming Asuma's safety, leaving to face the impending turmoil. After ensuring Asuma was unharmed, Tsunade quickly examined him and relayed that he was only resting due to mental fatigue. The Hokage's office now was only occupied by the 4 Jonin, Tsunade, and the Hokage, with Asuma peacefully sleeping. Only after confirming his son's safety did Hirusen turn his attention to the 4 Jonin. Tsunade had already begun administering treatment after assessing the severity of their injuries. Shikeku, your eye, the Hokage inquired, a hint of concern evident as he observed the bandaged right side of the Jonin commander's face. There's nothing to worry about, Hokage-sama. Luckily, I did not lose my eye, just a few scars. I got a bit ambitious, thinking I could take down a cat. It is a mere scratch. My nephew should be able to patch me back up. However, Jin and Azuna's wounds are much more serious. Of the 4 Jonin, Jin and Azuna had lost an arm each, potentially ending their shinobi careers. Shikeku had recovered Jin's arm and sealed it, ensuring that Kazuki, their nephew, might have a solution, as he had directed Shikeku to do so under similar circumstances. Tsunade, attending to the Inajika's wounds, was surprised to see that the severed stump had completely healed. Such high-level healing could only be achieved through advanced Aryu ninjutsu. Knowing that none of the 4 Jonin were proficient in such techniques, she could not help but question. How did you guys heal yourselves? Did you meet up with the reinforcements we sent? No, Tsunade-sama. With Asuma's life being targeted, we made sure to avoid any and all teams. We could not be sure if we could trust all our ninjas, so I had to take a cautious approach. I am afraid we have a few traitors in our midst. Otherwise, how can one explain the Kumo ninja infiltrating so deep into the Fire Country? Shikaku had a grave tone when expressing his concerns to the Hokage and Tsunade. As for the healing, it was thanks to this. Shikaku pulled out 2 healing scrolls, passing one each to Hiruzen and Tsunade while also explaining how to activate them. Both Tsunade and Hiruzen marveled at the ingenuity of the healing scroll. It represented a fusion of Funjutsu and Airyu ninjutsu, a portable medical ninja encapsulated in a simple scroll. Tsunade, as Kajuki's master, could not help but appreciate the practicality and complexity of the scroll. Even Hiruzen, known for his vast knowledge, found himself gaping at its intricacies, pondering what he could offer the Nara clan in exchange for a steady supply of these remarkable medical scrolls. After the moment of admiration passed, Shikaku proceeded to give a detailed report of the mission from its inception. Hiruzen and Tsunade were intrigued by the motivation behind Kumo's sudden attack. Considering their losses during the Third Shinobi War, the death of the Third Reikage, and now the Fourth Reikage's attempt to assert authority, they speculated that Kumo sought war merits to strengthen their position. Hiruzen shared his personal encounter with Kumo during the attack on him, recounting how he repelled the Eight Tails clone. In that case, with both their Jinchuriki incapacitated, I guess they will not be able to launch a larger-scale offensive, at least for half a year or more, Shikaku calculated, assessing the strategic implications of the information. It dawned on Hiruzen and Tsunade that when Shikaku mentioned a cat, he was not making a joke. They had confronted and survived an encounter with the Two Tails Jinchuriki. They had even managed to save Ashima from this formidable opponent. What do you mean by their Two Tails being incapacitated? If your information is authentic, we can push Kumo back and gain momentum, Hiruzen proposed, realizing the strategic advantage they could exploit in the absence of 2 powerful Jinchuriki. Honestly, Tsunade-sama, if I had been a bit more careful, we might have been able to terminate the Two Tails carrier. Unfortunately, we overextended and could only retreat after partially sealing the Two Tails, Shikaku admitted, expressing a tinge of regret for not achieving a more decisive outcome. Hokage-sama, it was not the family head's fault. I got a bit too greedy for glory and broke formation, allowing the Two Tails to escape. However, I still took a good chunk out of that cat in exchange for my arm. I am sure, as Shikaku-sama said, the Two Tails should be out of commission for at least a year after our partial sealing. Nara chimed in, taking responsibility for the missed opportunity. They had killed all the Kumo shinobi, but the Two Tails Jinchuriki had managed to retreat safely. The Hokage considered the information carefully, weighing the strategic advantages and contemplating the potential ramifications of Kumo's weakened position. The more they heard about the Nara members' claims, the more dumbfounded Hiruzen became. He unconsciously turned towards the Sarutobi Jonin, who had been part of the mission, seeking confirmation. Taiki simply acknowledged that whatever they were saying was true, and, if anything, they were downplaying their prowess and contribution. Taiki reflected on the arsenal of techniques and tools employed during the mission: special sealing tags, summons, puppets, medical scrolls, special medicines, and the remarkable larger-scale Funjutsu executed by the 2 shadow puppets in tandem to seal the Two Tails. It struck him that the Nara clan had become remarkably powerful. While Hiruzen was surprised, he chose not to delve further at the moment. Instead, he decided to have a detailed discussion with the Nara clan head later, after obtaining a comprehensive rundown from his own clan, Jonin. As the Hokage, I am delighted to say that the mission was executed exceptionally well. However, as a father, I would like to sincerely thank each of you for saving my son. I promise that I will not rest until everyone involved in this attack is punished. Moreover, I intend to personally visit each of your clans to express my gratitude for saving Ashima. I understand the sacrifices you made, and you have my heartfelt gratitude once again. Even though Hiruzen acknowledged the inherent risks of a shinobi's life, his concern for his child's well-being was evident in his words. Asuma was carefully taken back to the Sarutobi compound, where he could receive the care he needed. Meanwhile, the Jonin, accompanied by Tsunade, proceeded to the Konoha hospital for a thorough checkup to ensure there were no hidden injuries. It seems like I should give that kid a good whack. He has kept so many things, even from his master. It seems like I need to have another good talk with your nephew, Shikeku, remarked Tsunade, who was accompanying the Jonin. While still examining the medical scroll in her hand, she could not fathom how the young Kazuki had dared to keep such a novel invention a secret from her. Now, with the medical scroll being deployed on the field, many of the village clans would undoubtedly want to get their hands on these life-saving treasures. With Tsunade backing the young prodigy, Shikeku could not help but smile at the ingenuity of Kazuki's idea and why he had chosen to delay the release of the scrolls. Tsunade, too, understood the importance of having strong backing. If the Nara clan had introduced such novel items without sufficient support, the village higher-ups would likely try to take advantage in the name of the village's well-being. The other clans, seeking their own benefits, would gladly back up the council to ensure they got a piece of the pie. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, Hiruzen was becoming increasingly intrigued by the little Nara prodigy. He was well aware that Danzo had his sights set on the child and that he was creating trouble for the Nara clan. After learning from Shikeku that all these inventions were from a 5-year-old Nara, Hiruzen's curiosity piqued. He picked up a crystal ball and placed it on the table. Comment. Vochon left. Chapter 19. Initiating the telescope technique, Hiruzen began searching for the Nara clan's chakra signatures that he was familiar with. However, what awaited him was a foggy picture, as if the entire Nara compound was shrouded in a thick mist. Determined, Hiruzen tried to zero in on Shikeki-san's chakra signature, a familiar one. The scene changed, but it was a blank screen with no pictures. Just when Hiruzen contemplated ending the jutsu, the picture cleared, revealing the Nara clan head's home. Before he could focus on the house, he saw a child stepping out, looking directly in his direction as if monitoring him. The child waved and returned to the house, and the screen turned blank again. Hiruzen was shell-shocked. The child must have been Kazuki, and he had detected his spying. Realizing that the kid must have extraordinary spatial awareness and had set up specialized barriers around the Nara clan, Hiruzen felt a mix of amazement and shame. A child had managed to deploy a barrier better than the entire village, which struggled to detect enemy ninjas. He knew he needed to have a talk with the kid sooner or later. Kumagakure, Reikage's office. What's the current status of Yujutsu? How long do you think it will take for you to break the seal? The Reikage's voice resonated with impatience and anger. The Funjutsu used is unlike anything I have witnessed before, the old man began, his tone grave. Yujutsu was fortunate that the sealing ritual was not completed. The seal was only applied partially. If it had been completed, you can be sure that we would have lost the two tails. The level of sealing jutsu rivals that of the Uzumaki clan, but the base of the Fun is entirely different. It is a completely new lineage of Fun mastery, and this might prove to be a great issue for our Biju in the future. The old man shared his conclusions and concerns with the Reikage. Despite his fury, the Reikage showed respect to the elderly expert. The old man belonged to the generation of Reikage's great-grandfather and had been around since the Warring States era. His vast experience and deep knowledge regarding various clans commanded reverence even in the face of the Reikage's wrath. Are you telling me that we might not be able to deploy the two tails in the future? The Reikage's voice carried a mix of frustration and disbelief. No, you fail to recognize the severity of the threat. What I am telling you is that it was heaven's luck that Yujutsu survived. Trying to tamper with such a complex Funjutsu is as good as sentencing Yujutsu to die. Although we may not be able to break the seal, as the seal was only partial, I believe, by my estimation, that the seal should dissipate naturally within a year. If you want to remove the seal right away, then the only solution is to get the entire sealing formula from the leaf, the old man explained calmly. He was the only one who could casually address the fourth Reikage by name, and I did not refute because the old man held the knowledge and ability to treat I as his junior. If not for this, the fourth Reikage would have responded with force to anyone who dared speak to him in such a manner. Remember, Funjutsu is the most complex and difficult art to master. It is believed that Funjutsu arts even predate ninjutsu itself. But once someone masters Funjutsu, they can be the most dangerous adversaries out there. Ashina Uzumaki was one of the best examples of what a Fun master was capable of. He took down a total of 7 cage-level shinobi before perishing, and that man was not in his prime back then, and if rumors were to be believed, he was over 200 years old at the time of his death, and each one of those who he killed was an expert in their own field. Even under the combined siege of Kumo, Aiu, and Kure, the Uzumaki stood strong. If not for the Leaf's betrayal and the Uzumaki being stabbed in the back, they would still be standing strong, the old man added, sharing a historical perspective on the potency of Funjutsu and its profound impact on the course of events. I contemplated the old man's advice. This blunder would not have happened if he had complete authority in the council, although now, with the council's plans in shambles, he could assert his dominance and get the council members in line. However, he could not hide his frustration at almost losing one of the two Jinchuriki on this wild endeavor. Do we have any news from the spies? Any idea who this new Fun master of the Leaf Village is? The Raikage inquired, expecting some information. None of them answered, as the head of the information department was already out of commission. It was at this time that the young assistant of the Raikage stepped forward to mitigate the awkward silence. Raikage-sama, from the news our spies have sent back, there does not seem to be any information regarding a new Fun master. However, from going through the mission reports, it is clear that all the special seals and tags were deployed by the Jonin commander of the Leaf, Shikaku Nara. So, the new master of Funjutsu must have an intricate connection with the Nara family, the young assistant reported, providing the information gleaned from the available reports. Elder, what do you suggest? I would like to hear your input on this matter. With both our Jinchuriki temporarily out of commission, we cannot launch a full-scale offensive. The Leaf has already deployed forces on their border, so we cannot launch a surprise attack as it would only be counterproductive, I inquired, seeking the wisdom of the council elders to formulate a plan in light of recent setbacks. First, we need to see if we can uncover the identity of this new Fun master. If possible, have him join Kumo. If not, he or she is someone who needs to be eliminated, no matter the cost. Although we do not know the current prowess of the Sealing Master, we cannot let a second Ashina-like figure to flourish, especially if it is from a Leaf, because that would be disastrous to us. I suggest you send a copy of this information to the other villages too, because it may help us down in the future, and also make sure to discreetly send a copy of this information to Danzo Shimura of the Leaf. If there is someone who we could use in the Leaf to our benefit, then that's him. The elderly man advised and he excused himself from the meeting to help the sealing team research the seal on Yujita and also possibly help her relieve some of the torment that she was currently going through. From his initial study, he understood that unlike the other seals that are used to restrict the Biju, this one was clearly designed to corrode the Biju chakra, so unless the Jinchuriki continuously provides a large amount of chakra to counteract the corrosion, they would simply wither and die. This seal was targeted directly to harm the carrier rather than to seal the Biju, because essentially killing the Jinchuriki is like directly killing the tailed beast itself. 2 days after Shikaku's return, deep in the Nara family compound, in a room prepared for a Fun ritual, Tsunade, Shikaku, and the Nara family elders silently observed from behind a glass wall as Kazuki performed an advanced Aryu ninjutsu combined with various Funjutsu. The procedure was to assist Jin in retaching his lost arm. Tsunade, as the foremost expert in the medical field, carefully observed every move. She knew of a few methods to regrow a lost arm and then retouch it, but they took a considerable amount of time, and the new limb might not integrate seamlessly with the body. However, Kazuki's methods seemed to restore Nara Jonin's arm to 100 without any drawbacks. It was a marvel that incorporated Funjutsu to compensate for the original loss of vitality in the arm, something not achievable with standard Aryu ninjutsu. The kid is simply a marvel. At first, I came here to discuss the medical scrolls, but here he is retaching an arm as if he's simply gluing it back on a doll. I feel like I wasted so many years studying Aryu ninjutsu when I compare myself to him. Tsunade shared her thoughts with the Nara elder as she observed as the operation neared its end. Come now, Tsunade-sama. You cannot say that. If you feel so, you need only ask about the countless lives that you have saved. They will tell you otherwise. And Kazuki himself praises you, saying that if there was someone who could outsmart him in the field of medicine, that would be you. Shikaku offered his humble opinion, highlighting Kazuki's admiration for Tsunade. Come now, Shikaku, do you expect me to be so shameless as to compete with a 5-year-old, right? Do you have any idea what I was doing when I was 5 years old? And, at the end of the day, he is my student. So, no matter how far he grows in the future, I will share the glory, Tsunade countered in a jovial manner, boasting about her prodigious student. As they continued their discussion, the room's door opened, and Kazuki and Jin stepped out. Jin's arm was completely bandaged and hung from a sleeve around his neck. Kazuki-kun, I really do owe you one for helping me get back my arm. If not, my career as a shinobi would have ended. Jin expressed his gratitude sincerely. Come on, Uncle Jin. You owe me more than for your arm. I heard from Uncle Shikaku that you lost the shadow puppet that I gave you. You better pay me in full, Hamph. Kajuke retorted in a jovial way, showcasing his comfortable relationship within the Nara clan. Jin could only sheepishly scratch his head with the free arm, pretending he did not hear young Kajuki's comment. Jin, how are you feeling? Is there any discomfort? Shikaku inquired, showing genuine concern as Jin was one of his close friends and they had grown up together. Oh, I feel like I am good as new. I should be able to return to clan duties within a couple of weeks, Jin replied after feeling his now retouched arm, optimistic about his swift recovery. As the party returned to the main building, a Nara guard informed them that the Hokage had made a personal visit and was waiting for them at Shikaku's home. Everyone understood that this was not an official visit but a personal one, prompting only Shikaku, Tsunade, and Kajuki to walk and meet the Sandaime. Upon entering the house, they found Sandaime leisurely enjoying tea. Shikamaru was carefully observing the old man, while Yoshino and Shizune stood by the side, ready to serve more tea if needed. Hiruzen noticed the trio entering the house and placed the teacup back down. Ah, Tsunade, you're here too. Come, sit. There are no strangers here. Shikaku, no need for formalities. Take your seat. I am not here on official business, just a casual visit. The Sandaime welcomed them. Tsunade casually walked over, took a seat, and poured herself a cup of tea. She was familiar with the Nara home, having become a regular visitor after taking Kajuki as her student. She enjoyed his cooking, so her visits were frequent. Kajuki-Naisan, is not this the peeping Ojisan that you told me about earlier? Little Shikamaru's comment dumbstruck the entire crowd. Tsunade, who was drinking tea, sprayed out a mouthful and glared at the old man with dangerous eyes. She knew that her sensei and Jiraiya had weird habits, which she hated to the bone. Shikamaru, what nonsense are you talking about? Apologize to Hokage-sama immediately. Yoshino, the ever-strict mother, reprimanded Shikamaru and glared at Kajuki, who was looking at the ceiling as if the matter had no connection to him. Shikaku did not know how to respond, and Shizune was jiggling in the corner. Comment for comment. Votron left. Chapter 20. Chapter 20. Cough, cough. Hiruzen composed himself and said it must have been a misunderstanding. He quickly changed the topic and mentioned the reason for his visit. To personally thank them, as he had promised earlier. He then revealed that he would like to discuss various matters with Kajuki personally. Shikaku, though reluctant, knew that he could not interfere with the Hokage's decision. He wanted to clear the room, but Kajuki intervened and said there would be no discussions without his uncle present. Shikaku was grateful for the kid, knowing Kajuki could handle the conversation personally, but he wanted to give his uncle weight. Kajuki insisted on Shikaku being present. However, Tsunade had no such issues. She stated directly that she would remain to ensure that the old man would not take advantage of little Kajuki. When Shikaku heard this, he could not help but sway. He knew how intelligent and cunning his nephew was. If someone was to be taken advantage of today, it would be Sandaime himself. Shikaku quickly deployed barriers to make sure no one could eavesdrop on their conversation. Hiruzen was momentarily intrigued but then ignored it. Old man, Kajuki started. Shikaku raised his brows at the lack of a proper title and was about to reprimand him, but Hiruzen waved his arm. That's alright. With him being Tsunade's disciple, he is my grand disciple, so this way of him addressing me seems right. Tsunade simply snorted at the old man's comment. Hiruzen was so crafty that with a single statement, he established seniority in the meeting. Kajuki could not help but praise the man's intelligence. One cannot simply hold the title of Hokage for close to 4 decades without such intelligence. Old man, before we start, I need to clarify something, and your genuine answer will decide how this meeting will proceed. Kajuki dropped his childish facade and turned serious. Hiruzen understood that, no matter how young, a Nara will always be a Nara. In the future, if a day ever comes where the actions of your close ones threaten the safety of this village directly or indirectly, will you defend them? Kajuki dove into the heart of the matter. Even in his previous life, he had always wondered why Hiruzen kept defending the likes of Danzo and others, even though he held such great power. The only answer he could come up with was that it was not that Hiruzen was naive or incompetent. It was just that the man was too kind for his own good. He could not bring himself to harm Danzo, even when he had tried to eliminate him multiple times. After the recent incident with Shikaku, even though there was no evidence, Kazuki knew in his gut that it was all arranged by Danzo. However, although Kazuki might not be able to kill him right away, he was determined to make sure to completely strip Danzo of his official powers and whatever else Danzo managed to retain. He would slowly whittle them down, one at a time. Kazuki was not naive enough to believe that he could directly clash with Danzo and come out unscathed. He was confident in his abilities, but what if Danzo targets his family, especially little Shikamaru? All it would take is one blade slipping past his defenses, and he would lose his loved ones forever, and such a gamble was not worth it. So, Kazuki had to eliminate Danzo slowly, one strike at a time. Hiruzen Sarutobi, the third Hokage, listened attentively to Kazuki's question. The room was filled with a tense silence, and even Tsunade, who usually had a strong presence, was quietly observing the exchange. The question posed by the young Nara cut straight to the core of leadership, responsibility, and personal connections. After a thoughtful pause, Hiruzen leaned back in his chair and exhaled deeply. Kazuki, you ask a question that every leader must confront at some point in their journey. It is the delicate balance between duty to the village and the bonds we share with those close to us. In an ideal world, these two aspects would never conflict, but reality is often more complicated. Spare me of your words of wisdom, old man. I may be a child, but I am not naive. You should know who and what I am talking about. Kazuki did not let the elder Hokage slip to answer the previous question. Kazuki's straightforward accusation hung heavily in the air, creating a tense atmosphere in the room. Shikaku, the head of the Nara clan, felt a mixture of concern and caution. While he had his suspicions about Danzo's involvement, he understood the importance of evidence. Kazuki, Shikaku began, choosing his words carefully. Accusing a village elder without concrete evidence can have severe repercussions. I share your concerns, but we must proceed cautiously. Jumping to conclusions without proper investigation goes against our principles. Hiruzen, recognizing the gravity of the situation, chimed in. Kazuki, I understand your frustration, and I assure you we will look into the matter. However, we must follow the proper channels. If there's any truth to your suspicions, we'll address them accordingly. Accusations without evidence can lead to unrest and disharmony within the village. Tsunade, who had been silently observing, added, Kazuki, your determination to protect those close to you is admirable, but we must balance justice with prudence. Let's focus on gathering evidence and ensuring a fair investigation. Kazuki, although resolute, knew that he had to navigate this delicate situation carefully. I appreciate your concerns, but recent events have left me with a lack of trust. I need assurances that the investigation will be unbiased and thorough. Hiruzen nodded, understanding the challenge ahead. I assure you, Kazuki, that we will handle this matter with the utmost diligence. We will uncover the truth and ensure justice is served, but we must do so within the framework of our village's principles. You still try to defend that rat even after all this, Sendame. What is it going to take for you to take action? Are you not even aware that he no longer considers you a friend? He even planned to get your son killed to break you. What else is it going to take? Will you only react after seeing Ashima or someone else's cold, dead body in front of you? Kazuki's words cut deep into Hiruzen's heart. He could not help but clench his hands in anger, but he knew that whatever the kid said was true. Even Tsunade by the side showed a rare trace of helplessness, as she also understood how much leeway her sensei was providing to his friend. Danzo was only using this to his advantage. She even believed that Naoki and Dan's deaths had something to do with Danzo, but because of her sensei defending Danzo, she could not act. The room remained silent for a long time, with no one interrupting the old man's thoughts. Hiruzen let out a long sigh and looked Kazuki in the eye. As Konoha's third Hokage, I swear that if anyone, I say anyone, were to threaten the village's safety and its values, I, Hiruzen Sarutobi, will personally punish them with my awe. Kazuki knew it must be difficult for the old man, so he wanted to give him some leeway now that he heard his genuine answer. Do not worry, old man. I will not ask you to personally kill him unless he crosses the line, and this is the first request that I bring up, and it is non-negotiable. Root must be disbanded, and Danzo must be stripped of all military powers that he holds. He can hold an empty title as an elder, but that's it. He should not have any decision-making powers whatsoever, and this should be done in front of a council meeting. Kid, I understand that you are angry, but you cannot simply ask me to strip a village elder's power just like that, and with Danzo having Root entirely under control, taking power from him without a proper cause will only cause chaos in the village, Hiruzen said, his tone serious as he tried to convey the gravity of the situation. Kazuki, in response, pulled out a scroll and handed it over to the hostage. Like I said earlier, old man, I might be young, but I am not naive. I am not dumb enough to ask for something without proper evidence. The contents of the folder should be enough to remove Danzo from power, Kazuki remarked confidently. As Hiruzen read through the scroll, he became increasingly troubled and could not help but sigh, eventually nodding in acknowledgement. With Danzo temporarily contained, Kazuki shifted the conversation to the main negotiation. Now that the matter is dealt with, what is it that the Hokage of Leaf wants from the Nara clan, and what is the village ready to offer in exchange? Kazuki wore a businesslike expression, intending to maximize the benefits for the Nara clan. Hiruzen collected himself, placing the scroll inside his robe, and entered into the business negotiation earnestly. Before we start, kid, how sure are you about the seal that was placed on the two tails, Jinchuriki? Is there any way they could break that seal? Hiruzen inquired. Kazuki could not help but laugh at the old man's question and smirk before responding to the Hokage. There is no way they will be able to crack my 16-fold restriction seal Drokutsu-fin unless they have a Funjutsu Grandmaster on their side. If I am not wrong, Kumo should approach Leaf soon under the guise of negotiation. Do not be fooled. When the time comes, old man, their true intentions will be anything but peaceful coexistence. You do not have to worry about the seal being removed. You can rest assured that the two tails will be out of commission for at least a year. That's good to know, and I am just curious, kid, where did you get all this knowledge about Funjutsu? As far as I remember, the Nara clan does not have a deep understanding of Funjutsu, Hiruzen inquired, genuinely puzzled about the source of Kazuki's knowledge. I am, Hokage-sama, remember the class mission I had placed on behalf of the Nara clan to salvage the ruins of the Uzumaki clan? We were able to retrieve a substantial amount of information from the ruins, and we found a few locations where the Uzumaki had built shrines to preserve part of their knowledge. We also cleaned up the Uzumaki temple on the outskirts of the Leaf, Shikaku blurted out before Kazuki could respond. This revelation had been bothering him, and he felt a weight lifted off his chest. It was not as if the Nara clan had done something wrong. They had placed an exploration task through proper channels. According to the task guidelines, anything salvaged would belong to the person who placed the request. Back then, Hiruzen did not care much about the task because the ruins had already been wiped clean by various parties, including the Leaf. Additionally, after the Nine Tails attack, the Nara family placing so many class requests was considered a windfall, so Hiruzen did not deny it. Hiruzen could only wear a dumbfounded look, wondering how lucky the Nara clan could get. He could not help but express his thoughts. Shikaku, should not the Nara clan have handed over such important information to the village? Sundeme-sama, technically, that does not belong to the Leaf, and the Nara clan followed proper procedure to gain access to that information as it was part of the mission parameters. Shikaku sheepishly defended the Nara clan's actions. He knew this was a delicate matter, and the only ones who could actually lay claim to these items were the Uzumaki. But still, Shikaku, do not you think those things belong to the Uzumaki? With the Leaf's relation to them, these items should be left under the village's care, Hiruzen pressed, using the moral card to emphasize the value of the Uzumaki-related information. How much more shameless can you be, old man? You still have the face to ask about Uzumaki things after blatantly betraying them. And please do not give me excuses that the village did not know about it back then. This is one more reason why I want to strip Danzo of his power, Kazuka interjected, refusing to let the old man take advantage and throwing a wrench into the old man's plans. Comment man comment. Vochun left. Chapter 21. Chapter 21. And before you say anything about it being Naruto's inheritance, do not worry. I have already handed over all the original copies and the related items to my master. As Mitosima's granddaughter, she is part Uzumaki and qualified to be Naruto's guardian. Until he is ready, she will hold on to these items on the Uzumaki clan's behalf, Kazuki stated, outsmarting the cunning old man, leaving Tsunade chuckling at the exchange. Sigh, fine. Both my disciple and grand disciple hate me. Shikaku, what the village is most interested in are those medical scrolls. What would it take for the Nara clan to part with the creation method of these scrolls? Hiruzen redirected his attention to Shikaku, hoping to gain some advantage. Old man, are you ignoring me? I am the creator of those scrolls. You do not expect the Nara clan to hand over the golden-egged laying goose for a chump change, do you? Kazuki questioned, fully aware of Shikaku's respect for Hiruzen. Kazuki, quiet down. I apologize on the kid's behalf, Sendai-sama. However, the Nara clan has no intention of handing over the creation method, as this is something that would help us strengthen our family's foundation. I have already decided that the Nara, Yamanaka, and Ekimichi families will be establishing a joint venture to sell these scrolls directly. As for the village, we are able to provide a set number of scrolls each year as a tribute. There are different levels of scrolls, and we can discuss the specific number at a later time. As an added benefit, we can provide the scrolls for purchase for village use and the Saratobe clan at a discounted price, Shikaku explained, having already discussed these matters with Kazuki. Fine, that's double. I hope Nara will provide an agreeable price. Now, let's talk about those special medicines that I have heard about from Teiki. Other than the highest versions, I suggest the Nara clan share the recipes for the lowest and mid-level medicines for the benefit of the village. This way, I can even defend the Nara clan when the other clans accuse the Nara of monopolizing business and acting against the self-interest of others, Hiruzen proposed. Shikaku nodded in agreement, recognizing the necessity of such concessions in a village structure where mutual benefits were crucial to maintaining harmony among clans. Old man, so tell me, what is the village willing to exchange? You have only been taking from the Nara. I do not see you offering anything in return, Kazuki challenged Hiruzen as if trying to defer payment for goods already procured. Kid, you lack patience. How greedy can you be? Here, take a look at this, Hiruzen said, passing a scroll over to Shikaku. Meanwhile, Kazuki took out an old, tattered scroll and handed it to Hiruzen. While my uncle goes through the terms, tell me, old man, what can you provide in exchange for this? Kazuki inquired, his tone suggesting a business transaction. Hiruzen, waiting for Shikaku's assessment, was intrigued by Kazuki's actions. Tsunade, too, was curious about the ancient-looking scroll. As Shikaku carefully reviewed the terms, Hiruzen opened the scroll Kazuki had handed him. To his surprise, the scroll contained an entire lineage of fire-related jutsu, a valuable treasure that likely belonged to a specific clan. Kid, where did you get this? Do you know the value of this scroll? Why not give this to Grandpa Hokage as a gift? Hiruzen tried to coax Kazuki with a kind smile. Come now, old man, do you think I would have taken out this scroll if I did not know its value? I want the entire copy of the personal notes of the second and fourth Hokage no omissions as well as 2 jutsus from the Scroll of Seals. Kazuki stated his request plainly. Hiruzen, taken aback, widened his eyes at the steep demand. Kid, you must be joking. Even with the best sealing masters on my end, I can barely extract 2 dosen jutsus from this scroll. I am not even sure if I can get into class technique. Why would I exchange this for what you asked? This is too much, kid. Change your request. Although I would like to add such a complete lineage to the village's archive, the price you ask for is too high, Hiruzen countered, showing his reluctance. I understand that you are a sealing master. Why do not I provide you with a complete copy of the Leaf's Funjutsu record? I am sure it would help increase your knowledge, Hiruzen suggested. However, Kazuki was unimpressed by Hiruzen's offer. Hiruzen looked confused. Although the Leaf's Funjutsu knowledge was not equal to the Uzumaki's, it still held a respectable amount of information about seals. Old man, just so you know, my master has provided me a copy of Grandma Mita's entire collection of knowledge about Funjutsu and also the complete copy of the Senju clan's Funjutsu. Do you still think that the Leaf's sealing arts hold much exchange value for me? Kazuki expressed the truth with a nonchalant expression, leaving Hiruzen feeling betrayed and reflecting on the unfairness of the situation. Hiruzen looked at Tsunade with a betrayed look. These things were treasures that any village would fight tooth and nail for, and back when Hiruzen personally requested Tsunade to share a bit of this information, Tsunade had grown so angry, stating that it was her clan's legacy and no one would have access to it under any circumstances, and now she just casually passes them over to a 5-year-old as a meeting gift. The world seemed so unfair to him. I am Kazuki. No matter what, he is still your master's sensei. Why not provide the old man with a few more things in exchange? Even Tsunade felt sorry for her sensei as her little prodigy tried to extort the old man for all he was worth. Fine, fine, just because you requested it, sensei. Fine, old man, on behalf of you being my sensei's master, here you go, Kazuki said, pulling out 2 large scrolls from his storage scroll and passing them over to Hiruzen. He explained in a casual manner, this is the complete sealing formula for the 16-fold restriction seal Droku Fin and the 16 Lotus Harmony seal Droku Range Cho Fin. Both of these seals are much more advanced than any seals that the Leaf currently has access to. Maybe the Reaper Death Seal Shikifujin is an exception, but they have varied functions, so I am not sure. Except for Shikaku, both Tsunade and Hiruzen gasped at Kazuki's words. He casually mentioned that he was offering 2 seals of equal caliber to the Reaper Death Seal. One has to know that the Reaper Death Seal was one of the highest level kinjutsu that the Leaf Village currently possesses. To casually take out 2 sealing formulas of the same level meant that Kazuki was simply a god-level talent when it came to sealing arts, and his proficiency must have long surpassed mere mastery. With these 2 seals on the table, Hiruzen could not say that the value of the exchange was not enough. But as Hokage, he could only shamelessly ask his grand disciple for more benefits. Well, in that case, I can agree to the deal if you can provide me with the complete list of ninjutsu that you have extracted from this ancient scroll. Also, I would like you to design and provide me with a complete blueprint for the village barrier along with the defenses, and I want you to do your absolute best when you design this defense blueprint for the village. Hiruzen made a decision, knowing he was beaten. He really did not have much to offer the kid in exchange, so he could only shamelessly ask Kazuki to help him with the village's defenses. Tsunade could not help but speak up. Sensei, are you sure about letting Kazuki design an entire defense for the village? Do not you think it is too much? He is just 5 years old. Tsunade, you are underestimating the kid. If I am not wrong, the kid must have already reached the Grandmaster realm in Funjutsu. And the last one I personally knew who reached that stage was your grandmother. However, even she was only able to reach that stage in her 60s. Honestly, it would be simply a blessing for Konoha to have such a defensive barrier around it if the kid designed it. And are you by any chance doubting your own student's capability? Hiruzen countered, as he could vaguely guess that the kid's knowledge of sealing arts was so profound that not using it for the benefit of the village would be beyond stupid. Before Tsunade could respond, Shikaku interjected, Sendame Sama, it would be an honor for the Nara clan to contribute to the village's safety. The kid will diligently work on the plans as per your request. Shikaku simply sent a glare in Kazuki's direction because he knew his nephew was planning to extort the old man again in the name of payment. If the village genuinely wanted to employ a Grandmaster level sealing master, then the old man would have to dig deep into the village coffers. Fine, uncle. I will forego my salary on behalf of the Nara clan. However, are you sure about your earlier words, old man? Doing my best means that the resources needed to construct such a defense system will not be a simple matter. Are you sure the village can handle such a financial burden? Kazuki knew about the village's current financial status. Even though, with the help of the village's clans, they had no current financial problems, taking on such a project might be too much for the village to handle. Hiruzen could not help but waver. I am not sure. Even though Hiruzen knew that the kid was wealthy, he could not shamelessly take advantage of the kid's generosity, as he had already waived off the fees for employing him to design the defenses. However, before he could retract his plans, his student, Tsunade, and the Junin commander came to his rescue. The Senju clan will bear 20 of the total expenditure. I will also discuss this with the Uchiha to see if they can provide financial aid for the project. I am sure that they will agree to help. Tsunade, who had the entire Senju fortune on her back, decided to help her sensei out of his awkward predicament. Even after the decline of the Senju bloodline, the Senju clan still had various establishments and businesses under its name, so the family still had a substantial amount of income each year. The Senju princess normally never touched this money for her personal expenses, as she had planned to assign this fortune to the village after her time. The 3 clans of Nara, Yamanaka, and Ekimichi will jointly bear 20 of the total expenditure, Shikaku quickly added to the Senju's words, seizing the opportunity to contribute willingly to endeavors that benefit the village. It would be a significant boost to the prestige of these clans and increase their standing within the village. With the recent influx of fortune, the 3 clans combined should be able to contribute the said amount. Shikeki knew for a fact that the other two clan heads would only blame him if he missed such a good opportunity to increase their clan standings within the village. Hiruzen was genuinely moved. With the likes of Danzo, whom he had always trusted, betraying him, he realized he still had people in the village he could rely on and turned his soft gaze towards Kazuki. "What are you looking at, old man? I have already waived off my wages. I am not sparing you one more row out of my pocket," Kazuki stated as if he were being wronged by the three adults. The others could not help but laugh at his actions. "It is not that, kid. I just wanted to know if you would like these contributions listed personally under your name or that of your clans, and can you also tell me the detailed number of jutsus that you have extracted from the scroll? I am sure that you have already done so, and kid, do not hide any jutsu. You have to give me the complete list." Comment 15 Comment. Voltron left. Chapter 22. Chapter 22. Hiruzen wanted to gauge the thoughts of the young kid to see if he placed more interest in personal benefits or if he was willing to share for the collective good. "You do not have to test me, old man. All the contributions will be listed under the Nara clan. If not, I would not have insisted on asking my uncle to stay, would I? And as for the jutsus extracted, do not worry. I am not as shameless as you are. You still owe me a welcome gift. Did not you boast earlier that I was your grand disciple? The fire jutsu count should be 2 scrunk techniques, 1 kinjutsu, 1 fire attributed sealing art should be around scrunk difficulty, 11 A-rank techniques, 19 B-rank techniques, 30 K-rank techniques, and 19 D-rank techniques, for a total of 83 Keton jutsus. I am surely taking a loss here, old man. You better remember this. I personally suggest you exchange a few of these with the Uchiha in exchange for a few genjutsus. That way, you can build a good initial rapport with them. My master has already laid the groundwork, so it should not be tough to have a conversation with them." Hiruzen was delighted with the numbers Kazuki had provided. Earlier, he had a vague estimate that if he worked on it from his end, they could have extracted barely half the number, and they would have lost most of the higher level techniques. "Good, kid. I will remember this exchange. Do not worry. As for the welcome gift, although I do not have anything significant to part with that you might actually need, I can provide you with my detailed notes on all 5 nature transformations. How about it? Would you like that?" Hiruzen offered to willingly share his knowledge, which he was famous for. He was not called the professor simply for fun. It was a title he gained due to his exceptional mastery of 5 nature transformations and their applications. "Sure, old man. Why would I say no to that?" Kazuki quickly relented because he knew the value of such notes, and coming from someone like Hiruzen, who had reached an exceptional level of mastery in the field, would be more than an apt gift. "Shikeki, Tsunade, I have a suggestion. I am not sure if you guys would agree. Do not you think it would be a waste of the kid's talent and time to have him attend the academy? Why do not I give the kid a special graduation and promote him to Jinin? If I am not wrong, the Uchiha kid has also applied for early graduation, so we should be able to conduct it together," Hiruzen suggested because he understood that Kazuki was way too mature and way ahead of his peers, and putting him in the academy would simply be a blow to the other aspiring young ones. "If Sandaime-sama thinks the kid is ready, then I do not have any issues with it." Shikeki also understood the merit in the Hokage's words, and a 5-year-old graduate would be the youngest in history and the first to pass even without joining the academy. "How about you, Tsunade? What do you think? After all, you are the kid's master," Hiruzen questioned. Tsunade turned to Kazuki to know how he felt, to which he simply nodded with a smile. "Fine, if that's what the kid wants. But I hope you find a capable enough Junin to lead the team." Tsunade could not help but smile at the new kind of headache that her sensei would have to handle to appoint a Junin leader. "Fine, then, in that case, I will have the papers arranged. As for the graduation exam, it should be in a week or 2. Be prepared." After that, the Hokage and Shikeki discussed a few more things, and the meeting went all the way until noon before the Hokage went back. A week later. "So, brother, what are we doing today? Are we going to the old man's store again?" Shikamaru questioned as Kazuki led the little trio towards the shopping district. Kazuki could not help but swayed when Shikamaru mentioned the old man's store. Although it was a treasure trove, he knew he would not always be lucky, like last time. Before leaving home, when he told Yoshino that he was going out to shop, she eyed him silently, warning him of consequences if he splurged again. "No, little brother. Today we are going to pick an outfit for myself because I am going to be a leaf shinobi soon. As a responsible ninja, I cannot run around in little children's clothes now, can I? As your elder brother, I should have class, do not you think? Kazuki explained the reason for their visit to the shopping district. Big brother Kazuki, will we be going to the restaurant again? Can I have my fill like last time? Choji questioned with anticipation, as going out with big brother Kazuki was always the best. He could eat his fill, no matter how expensive the final bill, and big brother would not flinch. Choji, it is Naruto's turn to pick where to eat, and he has already picked that he wants to eat ramen this time. Shikamaru intervened on Naruto's behalf. If not, Choji would simply coax everyone to take him to the Nara restaurant, as he did every time it was Shikamaru's turn to pick. The ramen at Ichiraku is the best. It was the first place Big Brother took me to eat. Although it is not as big as that fancy restaurant, it is still the best. Even Big Brother eats there regularly. The Ichiraku ramen shop had a special meaning to Kazuki, just like Naruto. In his past life, there were so many good memories around this store, so in this life, he had helped the ramen store as much as he could. Even though Chichi was reluctant to take any aid from little Kazuki, Kazuki kept pestering until the man relented. They reached the store that Kazuki had picked. He had already ordered a custom-made outfit of his own design, which was much more fashionable and comprehensive. As Kazuki and the little trio entered the big shop, they saw a teen arguing with the shop manager. The teen had a distinctive appearance, which included his iconic bowl-cut hairstyle, green jumpsuit, and bushy eyebrows. Kazuki and the kids walked past them to not disturb them and reached a counter where the shop assistant was free. "Hello kids, how may I help you?" The store assistant greeted the kids with a smile on her face. "Here, sister, this is the receipt for the custom order that I placed. I was notified to come and collect as my order was ready." The shop assistant quickly collected the receipt, and she realized that the custom order that the shop owner had been working on for the past week without stopping was the kids' order. The order was worth over half a year of the store's total earnings, and the materials used in the order were all top-notch. "Young master, please wait. I will quickly have the order delivered." The shop assistant ran back to fetch the order and quickly returned with it. Kazuki picked up the outfit and started examining it carefully. He was satisfied with the quality of work and asked the shop assistant for a changing room to check the outfit. As Kazuki walked out of the changing room, a surprised cry attracted everyone's attention. Chobei Kakashi, Gay, who was arguing with the shop manager, was distracted and walked towards Kazuki. Kazuki simply looked like a miniature Kakashi in a black flak jacket shinobi outfit, and the custom outfit he designed came with a face mask similar to that of Kakashi. Kazuki's mother was of half Hitake bloodline, so Kazuki was blessed with silver hair, a trait of the Hitake clan. When Kazuki walked out, Gay could not help but be surprised, as, with the mask on, he looked identical to a miniature Kakashi. "Little brother, are you by any chance related to my eternal rival Kakashi?" Gay questioned him with full gusto, thinking that Kakashi had kept such crucial information about having a little brother from him. "Ah, senpai, I have no direct relation with Kakashi-senpai. It is just that my mother was half Hitake, so we might have a similar hair color." Kazuki explained the situation to Gay as he observed himself in the mirror. He did look exactly like a miniature Kakashi. The resemblance was uncanny. Maybe his lightning affinity was due to his Hitake bloodline from his mother's side. "Well, you may be right, kid. You look much more handsome than my rival. Well, that's a cool outfit that you have on." Gay genuinely praised the kid's outfit, as he could understand how practical the black outfit was. It was much better than the Jonin outfit that he was currently wearing. Kazuki simply thanked Gay, collected the other sets, paid the assistant, and left the shop with the trio. "Shop manager, did not you tell me you guys did not have a better design at your store for high-intensity exercises? The design from the kids' clothes earlier. Can I get something similar to that?" Gay inquired, as he felt that the particular design would not hinder his movements and would be able to handle the stress of high-intensity workouts. "My apologies, sir. That was a custom-made outfit, and the design was personally provided by the customer," the shop manager explained. Gay could only feel a bit disappointed, as he really liked the design. As Kazuki and the trio were walking towards the ramen shop, Naruto was curiously looking at Kazuki from time to time with a confused expression. "What happened, Naruto? Why are you looking at Big Brother again and again?" Is something wrong? Shikamaru questioned him as he noticed Naruto's weird behavior. Big brother Kazuki, are you the one who sneaks into my room at night and places the money and groceries on the table when you think I am not looking? Naruto questioned, puzzled about the similarity between the two, only the size differed. Ahaha, Naruto, why would I sneak into your room? I would wake you up instead. Maybe it is some pervert who comes into your room, and you need to be careful. Maybe you should scream loudly the next time around, Kazuki suggested. He knew that Kakashi was secretly following Naruto today, too, as his sensei's legacy. Although Kakashi did not know how to care for a kid, he still made sure to take care of Naruto's necessities and safety whenever he could. Kazuki and the trio reached Ichiraka Ramen. The Ichiraka Ramen in this world was different from the anime world that Kazuki knew. With Kazuki interference, the current Ichiraka was much larger than the original, and it occupied a large square that was big enough to accommodate 10 customers on the counter seats alone. With the other tables included, the new Ichiraka could serve 40 customers all at once. Tucci had also employed 2 more assistant chefs and a few waiters to help with the ramen restaurant. Tucci Ojisan, please, a bowl of extra-large special ramen, and provide the kids with their choice. Kazuki walked into the store. The counter seats were currently not occupied, so he led the kids to be seated. Ah, if it is not, Kazuki-kun and little Naruto, how have you kids been doing lately? What will you kids have? Tucci greeted Kazuki and the trio warmly, inquiring about the trio's choice. Naruto chose the largest bowl of miso ramen the shop offered, Shikamaru chose the special, and Choji, like always, placed an order for one of each bowl. After a few minutes, the order was ready, and piping hot bowls of ramen were placed in front of each. As they all started digging in, Tucci walked out of the kitchen, as there were not many customers. Kazuki-kun, the chashu pork belly ramen recipe that you provided has been a big hit, and little Ayame is in love with the new ramen. Tucci shared the results of the new ramen. A 7 or 8-year-old girl, Ayame, walked out carrying the additional orders of Choji, who had placed an order for one of each ramen. Comment 14 Comment. Vochun left. Chapter 23. Chapter 23. It is little Naruto and his friends, and the second best chef of Konoha, my favorite little brother Kazuki himself. Ayame was delighted to see her favorite customers and started animatedly entertaining the trio. Big brother, I want to sit on the counter too. As Kazuki was enjoying the ramen, he heard a little kid's voice from the shop's entrance. Alright, if that's where you want to sit, replied a much more mature but childish voice. Kazuki did not have to turn to know who had entered the shop, and he simply continued enjoying his ramen. Tucci, noticing the new customers, excused himself to serve them. After having a hearty meal, the trio returned to a large compound near the park. This was a house owned by the Senju family. After knowing Naruto's condition, Tsunade took it upon herself to take care of Naruto and be his guardian. Although it was Shizune who was taking care of both her master and the little Naruto, for someone like Naruto, who did not have anyone, living with the Senju princess was a blessing. And with the Senju by his side, the hatred of the villagers had mellowed down to a large degree, as no one wanted to openly antagonize her, and everyone in the village feared and respected her. Big sister Shizune, I am back, screamed Naruto. The trio, having reached the compound entrance, started running in, as they were familiar with the place. Kid, where did you go all this time? I have been looking for you all this time. Tsunade walked in from inside the house and questioned Naruto, who was rushing in. Tsunade Bachan, I was out with big brother Kazuki. Look, he looks completely different in his new outfit. Before he could continue, Tsunade boinked him on the head and growled in frustration. Kid, I have asked you not to call me grandma. I am still young, you pipsqueak. However, before she could finish, Kazuki entered, and Tsunade was surprised by her student's new look. Even Shizune was surprised because Kazuki looked like little Kakashi, as they were from the same age group. As they were happily discussing the new choice of Kazuki's outfit, Tsunade got to know that it was a personal design from Kazuki. She literally ordered Kazuki to make a few designs for her, and after looking at the excellence of the designs, Shizune asked for a design for herself. This continued until Kazuki had to give each of the trio one as well. Finally, Shizune collected all the designs to be custom-made after taking the trio's measurements. Just then, an Anbu member arrived at the entrance of the compound and informed the Sannin that a council meeting had been called for by the Hokage, and the invitation had been extended to all the clan heads. It had already been a week since Kazuki's meeting with the Hokage, and if Kazuki was right, then this meeting should lead to major changes within the village. The Hokage Council meeting room was a grand and dignified chamber located within the heart of the Hokage building in Konohagekyo. The room was designed to exude a sense of authority and tradition, reflective of the village's status as a major ninja village. The room was large and spacious, with a high ceiling that gave it an airy feel. The design allowed for a circular arrangement of seats, emphasizing equality and open communication among the meeting members. The serene atmosphere within the room was palpable as it played host to the assembly of various clan heads from the village. Even a modest clan, boasting only a handful of shinobi, had been extended an invitation to participate in this crucial council meeting. Soft murmurs of discussion wafted through the air, creating a symphony of deliberation. Fugeku, the esteemed leader of the Uchiha clan, found himself situated directly opposite the Hokage's imposing position. The seating arrangements had been meticulously predetermined by the council members, establishing a hierarchy reflective of the village's power dynamics. However, amidst this structured order, one individual boldly flouted protocol. Seating themselves next to the Uchiha clan head, this mysterious figure's audacious move went unquestioned. It was not just a breach of seating etiquette. It was a challenge to the established norms. No one within the room possessed the courage or prestige necessary to confront the enigmatic personality who had dared to sidestep convention, a person whose authority was such that it went unchallenged, even by the most influential clan heads. Even the venerable Leaf Elders exhibited patience, their seasoned presence adding gravity to the proceedings. The room, pregnant with anticipation, held its collective breath as the door swung open. In walked Danzo, his discerning eyes quickly noting Hirusen's absence. Narrowing his gaze, he registered the inconvenience of waiting for the Hokage. Nevertheless, he proceeded to take his assigned seat with calculated poise, positioning himself next to the vacant Hokage's chair, an unspoken acknowledgement of his own standing within the intricate tapestry of the village's political landscape. After a brief pause, the door swung open once more, and Hirusen entered the room with deliberate steps, adorned in his official Hokage robe. With measured composure, he took his place in the Hokage's seat, signifying the commencement of the meeting. "Thank you, everyone, for attending this meeting at such short notice," Hirusen began, his polite words belying the gravity of the impending discussion. "I have called you all here today to address important matters that will shape the direction of our village's progress in the coming years." However, before Hirusen could delve into the heart of the matter, Danzo interjected. With a swift motion, he produced a scroll and placed it on the table. "Hirusen, before we discuss anything else, we must address a crucial matter related to the village's safety. There seems to be a clan." Without a word, Hirusen calmly picked up the scroll and incinerated it, leaving everyone in the room stunned. Only Tsunade, seated opposite Danzo, could not help but smirk, privy to the unspoken dynamics at play. "Danzo, I have not finished speaking, nor have I given you permission to interrupt me," Hirusen declared. The abruptness of his reaction left even the council elders bewildered. "As I was saying, we are here to discuss several important matters regarding the future of the village. Firstly, a personal apology from me, as the Hokage, to the Senj clan head." Hirusen then provided a concise account of the human experiments conducted voluntarily at the end of the First Konoha War. He ensured to include Danzo and the other council elders collectively, preventing Danzo from exploiting the situation to his advantage. The room buzzed with animated discussions, yet none dared to voice concerns, particularly as the key figure involved maintained her stoic silence. With an unspoken agreement, Hirusen proceeded with the meeting, finally addressing a long-standing burden. Next on today's agenda, as of today, Root will be officially disbanded. Any further activities under the name will be illegal, and all Root duties will be transferred to the Anbu department. Root members will undergo thorough screening and once cleared will be integrated into existing departments. Hirusen pressed on, disregarding the sudden silence that settled over the room. "Hirusen, how dare you do this? Root has been working for the village's benefit." Danzo erupted in anger, rising from his seat and releasing his aura. Bang! Hirusen slammed his hand on the table, his own aura overwhelming Danzo's. "Danzo, this is the final warning. Interrupt me once more, and be prepared for the consequences, Hiruzen stated, his tone unchanged but the underlying intent unmistakable. Under Hiruzen's pressure, Danzo reluctantly sat back, seething with anger. The other two council elders attempted to interject, but Hiruzen silenced them with a raised hand. As I was saying earlier, there will be no more root. Elder Danzo will remain an elder on the council. However, all his other departmental powers will be revoked. A suitable department will be assigned to him at a later date. The news delivered by the Hokage left everyone in the meeting room dumbstruck. Danzo, regarded as the second most powerful figure in Konoha, was being publicly stripped of his authority. The prospect of him being assigned to a suitable department seemed more like a political maneuver than a genuine change in responsibilities. The abruptness of the decision hinted at something significant that had transpired, and the realization dawned that, from this point forward, Danzo would merely hold a titular elder position with no real power. The majority of clan elders, who had long felt suppressed by Danzo's influence, could not hide their delight. The varied reactions within the hall coalesced into a shared satisfaction over the removal of Danzo's power. The next item on the agenda is that, from today onwards, the Uchiha clan will not hold a monopoly on the village police force. The department will be recreated from scratch, and eligible ninjas with suitable skills will be added to the roster. The announcement initially brought a brief smile to Danzo's face, but Hiruzen's next words turned that smile into disbelief. In return, the original elder position held by Kagami Uchiha will be reopened and assigned to the Uchiha family. Elder Kenji will take up this position with immediate effect, and the department handled by Uchiha Kagami will be reassigned to Elder Kenji. The reshuffling of power within the Uchiha clan stirred a significant reaction. Hayashi Hyuga, who had maintained his silence until now, questioned the decision, prompting the head of the Hyuga clan to voice the concerns shared by many. Hokage-sama, I believe it is unwise to grant such power to the Uchiha clan. The scars from the incident with the Nine Tails still weigh heavily on the village. Many clan heads nodded in agreement, echoing the sentiment that the Uchiha clan might have been responsible for the Nine Tails attack in retaliation for Fugeki not being considered for the position of 4th Hokage. Is the Hyuga clan head implying that the Uchiha clan was responsible for the Nine Tails attack? Fugeki countered, visibly angered by the accusation. Uchiha clan head, you do not have to deny it. Everyone who fought against the Nine Tails on that fateful night knew that the Kyubey was under the Sharingan's control. Can you deny that, Uchiha clan head? And where were the Uchiha clan members during the village's time of need? If the Uchiha were not responsible, why did they not help the Yondaime in subduing the Nine Tails? Before Fugeki could respond, Tsunade intervened. The Uchiha clan had explicit orders not to intervene. Denying the order would have meant rebellion. However, what the Uchiha clan did not know was that the order was passed down by a village elder under the Hokage's name, without the Hokage's consent. The revelation sparked murmurs within the meeting hall, and no one questioned the authenticity of the information shared by Tsunade. Danzo's face turned ugly, realizing that the exposed information left him with no viable defense. So I have decided to reintegrate the Uchiha clan into the village entirely, like the other clans, Hiruzen announced, revealing more shocking information with each statement. Hokage-sama, forgive me for the interruption. Even though it explains why the Uchiha clan was not present on that day, no one can deny the fact that the Kyubey was controlled by the Sharingan. Personally, as the Hyuga clan head, I am not comfortable with granting the Uchiha such privilege when they were directly involved in the Nine Tails incident. Hayashi Hyuga, as the Hyuga clan head, could not allow the Uchiha clan to regain its status. This would mean a resurgence of Uchiha dominance within the Leaf, and for the benefit of his clan, he had to oppose this action by the Hokage. The Hyuga clan leader is right. With the Uchiha still under suspicion, we cannot give them power. It would only disrupt the village's balance, Danzo interjected, his anger still evident. Hayashi, is that how things in the Hyuga clan work? Do you blame an entire clan without proper evidence? The Sharingan may be a trait of the Uchiha clan, but that does not mean it cannot be acquired by others. Elder Danzo here should be aware of such a possibility, is not that right? Tsunade's words cut through the meeting hall, showing no deference to those holding high positions within the village. Comment and comment. Vote 1 left. Chapter 24. Chapter 24. With these words, Tsunade's gaze remained fixed on Danzo, who was visibly shocked. Without saying a word, she waited to see how he would react. With all due respect, Sanada-sama, how convenient for the Uchiha to lose their precious eyes. It seems more like a convenient excuse, do not you think? And even if that's the case, should not the Uchiha take responsibility for losing the eye in the first place? Hayashi continued, determined to defend his position now that Danzo had fallen silent. With Hayashi's words, many medium and small clans, which had benefited from the Uchiha's retreat, openly supported his stance. Good that you brought that up, Hyuga clan head. If I am not wrong, currently, Kurigekyo holds a Byakugan from the main branch. Will the Hyuga take responsibility for the same? And by your words, should not the Hyuga be subjected to the same treatment as the Uchiha clan? Saneda's frustration was evident as she called out the political maneuvers that the clan heads were making for personal gain, even at the cost of the village's strength. Saneda-sama, please refrain from insulting the Hyuga members' sacrifice. My clan members died on the battlefield fighting for the leaf, Hayashi retorted, incensed but cautious not to cross any boundaries. So, does that mean the Hyuga clan head knows under what circumstances the Sharingan was lost, and speaking without knowing, is not that like insulting a shinobi who has sacrificed his life for the village? Fugeki spoke up this time, determined to stand up for his clan. 3 days prior, during a private meeting with the Hokage, Fugeki had feared the worst. However, after the meeting, he felt a glimmer of hope for the Uchiha clan. Hiruzen had warned him about the radical faction, and Fugeki knew that if the Uchiha posed any threat to the village, Hiruzen would not hesitate to eliminate that threat. Unable to logically defend his position, Hayashi had unintentionally trapped himself. With Hayashi backing down, none of the other clans voiced concerns about the Uchiha's reintegration into the village. Now, I would like to know which clans among you are willing to let the Uchiha clan relocate next to them and are okay with having the Uchiha as their neighbors. Hiruzen questioned the meeting hall. However, the entire hall remained silent, with none of the clan heads stepping forward to accept the Uchiha as neighbors. Fugeki could not hide his frustration. He realized how isolated the Uchiha truly were and understood that they had to change significantly to prosper. Mentally noting the need to bring about changes within the clan, he sighed. Hiruzen was disturbed by the abrupt silence. Saned would not have any problem with the Uchiha as neighbors, but she was alone, making that impractical. Just when Hiruzen thought he would have to defer the agenda to a later time, someone spoke up. The Nara clan is willing to have the Uchiha clan as their new neighbors. Shikeka finally spoke up, understanding the consequences if the Hokage was not able to conclude this decision. Integrating the Uchiha within the village would be a significant boon, and the Nara clan agreed to have the Uchiha relocate to the mountain next to theirs. With both the Hokage and Fugeki sighing in relief, the potential disaster of resentment building up against the Uchiha was averted, at least for now. With the Uchiha matter now settled, Hiruzen continued with the meeting, introducing the idea of constructing a new defense system entirely. The plan aimed to build a barrier that would account for the village's future expansion while retaining the existing defenses. Many clan heads questioned the Hokage's decision to embark on such a colossal project. However, Hiruzen's response shocked everyone once again. He revealed news of a recent attack by over 100 black-clad ninja who had effortlessly bypassed the current defenses. Had it not been for the vigilance and counterattack of the Uchiha clan, the village would have descended into chaos. The revelation of the attack left everyone in the meeting stunned. As Hiruzen recounted the entire incident, a collective sense of shame settled among the attendees. The village was under threat, and the only clan that had responded was the Uchiha, the very clan that had faced scorn. Elder Koharu expressed surprise when Hiruzen shared that he had secured the assistance of a Funjutsu Grandmaster to personally design the new village defenses. However, Hiruzen withheld the identity of the Sealing Master for safety reasons. The significance of having a Grandmaster stage Sealing Master was not lost on anyone in the meeting. Such a person could serve as a crucial pillar of stability for the village. Despite this, Koharu, in charge of the finance department, voiced her concern about the village's ability to bear the financial burden of such a massive project. Worry not, Hiruzen reassured. The Senju and Uchiha clans have pledged to cover 20 of the overall expenditure each. The Nara, Yamanaka, and Okimichi have collectively pledged another 20. The village will only have to bear the remaining 40. With these words, many of the larger and medium-sized clans eagerly volunteered to contribute to the project. While most clans participated, none could match the financial backing of the Senju and Uchiha. The Nara, Yamanaka, and Ekimichi, though recently prosperous, could only afford their contributions due to their newfound prosperity. After factoring in all the clan's contributions, the village only had to cover about 10 of the total expenditure. The meeting persisted until the evening, delving into various large and small matters that each clan head needed to address. Such gatherings were rare, and every leader had specific issues to bring to the forefront. Danzo, eager to leave as Hirusen had already ordered the shutdown of Root, found himself unable to do so. The Hokage explicitly commanded that no one could leave until the meeting concluded, and Danzo realized the severe consequences if he defied the Hokage's orders. Remaining silent throughout the meeting, he schemed mentally, formulating plans to extricate himself from this predicament while retaining as much power as possible before Hirusen dissolved it all. Danzo intended to integrate as many Root elites as possible into the Shimura clan, securing a power base for himself. As for the remaining members, he planned to have them integrate with the civilians temporarily. Additionally, he had devised plans for the recent batch of clan orphans recruited on a large scale. His primary concern, however, was Tsunade. Danzo was not certain if she had already shared her findings with Hirusen. Tsunade had somehow learned about his Sharingan transplantations, and her statement during the meeting made it evident that this information could pose a significant threat to him. The uncertainty regarding how much Hirusen knew about his actions fueled Danzo's determination to navigate the situation cautiously and retain control over the elements that were still within his grasp. As the meeting concluded late in the evening, only the 3 elders and Hirusen remained in the meeting hall. Koa broke the silence with her frustration. Hirusen, how could you do this to Danzo? He has dedicated himself to the good of the village. Even though some of his methods are questionable, he has always had the village's well-being in mind. You have changed, Hirusen. You no longer care about the bonds that we once shared. Kohara's words struck a chord, and even Homura silently acknowledged her sentiments. Danzo maintained his silence, uncertain about how much Hirusen knew. Sigh, Danzo, will you tell them, or do you want me to tell them about it? Things are only going to get worse if I share them. Hirusen did not explicitly state what matters he was referring to, leaving Danzo puzzled. Having engaged in numerous underhanded actions, Danzo could not help but feel dumbfounded. Hirusen, what do you mean? Everything I have ever done is to benefit the Leaf. Danzo did not want to admit any wrongdoing without understanding the specific matter at hand. Fine, Danzo. If that's how you want to play, bring the kid in. Hirusen had lost any attachment he held for Danzo, suspecting his involvement in the attempt on Asuma's life. While he would not outright kill Danzo, he had decided not to tolerate his wrongdoings any longer. A silver-haired Anbu walked in with a child who appeared not to have reached his teenage yet and stood by the side. Danzo, do you know this kid? Danzo reacted furiously as Kano was escorted into the meeting hall. Hirusen, how dare you? How dare you order the Anbu to search the Root? You have no right to do so. The Root is mine, and it holds sensitive information that only I should know. Kano was one of Danzo's trump cards, and even Orochimaru was unaware of his survival. He had been specially raised to gain control of the Nine Tails in the future. Aided by the Mokuton user and Sharingan, he was sure of subduing the Nine Tails in the future. Danzo, watch your words. I am the Hokage, and I have absolute authority in the village. There is no information in the village that I am not privileged to know. You kept a Mokuton user from me, and you conducted illegal human experiments to create a Mokuton user for your personal benefit. Do you know the punishment for this crime? Hirusen flared angrily after seeing Danzo's reaction, shocking Koharu and Homura. Hirusen, you cannot slander me without proof. It was your student, Orochimaru, who carried out those illegal experiments. I just saved the kid from it. I kept him hidden for the village's sake in case a situation like the Nine Tails attack happened again. I did it for the village. Danzo defended himself, deflecting blame onto Orochimaru. With no solid evidence other than Kano himself, who had already been cursed, Danzo felt secure. Care to prove your innocence by lifting the curse mark on the boy, Danzo? Hirusen asked, already aware that Danzo would try to evade responsibility. Absolutely not, Hirusen. The curse mark will remain. Removing it would set a dangerous precedent. The curse mark is placed to ensure the village's safety. So, I will not lift the curse mark under any case. Danzo, cunning as ever, had prepared an excuse regarding the curse mark. Hirusen could not refute it, and the Hokage lacked the expertise to break such a complex seal, something Danzo had acquired personally from the Uzumaki after betraying them. In that case, why do not I have the Funjutsu Grandmaster help me look into the seal? Would that work? Hiruzen suggested it, aware of what Danzo might be thinking, and mentioned the Funjutsu Grandmaster. Danzo's face turned ugly at the mention, blindsided by how Hiruzen had acquainted himself with the Fun Grandmaster, as the intel he had only hinted at connections to the Nara clan. Hiruzen, how dare you suggest sharing village secrets with outsiders? Do you know if this so-called Grandmaster will not sell our village secrets for his own benefit? Danzo wanted to ensure the curse mark remained, not wanting Hiruzen to acquire the means to break the curse seal, which was foundational to the root. Danzo, you do not have to worry about that. The said person is loyal to the Leaf Village, and that is all you need to know. Danzo gritted his teeth, and despite his attempts to distract Hiruzen, the Hokage remained focused on the matter, prompting Danzo to seek assistance from Koharu and Homura. Hiruzen, although Danzo may be in the wrong, he did not personally carry out the experiments, and he only kept the information from us for safety's sake. If you cannot share the identity of the Fun Grandmaster, I suggest it is not wise to reveal such sensitive information, even if they are loyal to the Leaf, because the significance of Mokuton is not something we can underestimate. Koharu, with a soft spot for Danzo, suggested trying to help him out of the predicament. Fine, in that case, regarding this issue, let's give Danzo the benefit of the doubt. Now moving on to the next one, Hiruzen waved for all the Anbu and Kino to clear the meeting room. Danzo, did you have Kagami killed? Hiruzen's words sent chills down the spines of Homura and Koharu, freezing the entire meeting hall. Danzo, who believed he could escape the predicament, was dumbstruck. Comment and comment. Vochun left. Chapter 25. Chapter 25. Hiruzen, what madness are you spouting? Have you gone insane? I will not be part of this madness anymore. I am leaving. Danzo stood up, flustered, and ready to leave, understanding that staying any longer would only lead to his downfall. Stay where you are, Danzo. Answer Hiruzen's question. Did you have anything to do with Kagami's death? It was not Hiruzen who stopped Danzo, but Homura. Kagami was the kindest soul among them, and Homura had a personal bond with Kagami, just as Hiruzen shared with Danzo. Homura, are you insane? Why would I have anything to do with Kagami's death? We all know he simply went missing while performing a mission. Danzo was sweating, not wanting anyone to know about Kagami's death, a matter he desperately wanted to keep hidden. His Menjikyu Sharingan was something he stole from Kagami after killing him. Danzo, would you like me to invite Torefu to prove your innocence? And why do not you remove your bandages before we continue this conversation? Before Hiruzen could complete his sentence, Homura reached for Danzo with exceptional agility, grabbing him by the collar before he could react and questioning him in a threatening way, anger evident in his tone. Danzo, did you have anything to do with Kagami's death? Answer me. Danzo, realizing he was exposed, chose to maintain his silence. Koharu, understanding the truth from Danzo's actions, held Homura back to prevent him from doing anything impulsive. Danzo, if it was someone else, I should be slaughtering them where they stand. The only reason I am letting you leave is because of the lingering attachment and because of our sensei. And Danzo, do not think for a second that I do not know about your experiments with the Shodame's cells and the Sharingan in your arms. Danzo, sensei would be ashamed of you. Please leave while we still hold on to our sanity, Koharu stated as she held back Homura from attacking Danzo. Homura was currently like a man possessed who, if left alone, would end up tearing Danzo apart. Danzo knew he had no way out, so he did not react but simply started walking towards the exit with his head held low in frustration. And Danzo, I expect you to return the Sharingan back to the Uchiha within the week and stop all experiments regarding Shodame cells, and I hope, for your well-being, that you do not do something stupid that will make me act. Also, I expect you to return all the orphan kids that you recently recruited back to their respective clans. If I hear of any accidents with any kids, then you will know the consequences, Hiruzen reminded Danzo before he left because he knew the tricks Danzo might play. Danzo realized that he was completely cornered and did not have any way to refute him, so he simply left silently. Hidden Root Base. Danzo-sama, here is the report and the current whereabouts of the Wandering Nun. Danzo quickly went through the report and could not help but smirk. She was one of the best root operatives to have ever worked under him, but she chose to retire from Root. Now, Danzo was planning to bring her back, even though she had already retired. Because the recent blow had completely caught him off guard, he had to remain low-key if he wanted any chance of rising back. Currently, she was leading an orphanage, which only made it easier for him to regain control of her. Smart girl, so she chose to remain close to the leaf. No wonder I had to spend so much effort finding her. Go and convey my commands, and if she refuses, you know what to do. Danzo ordered in a stern manner. Although he may have lost most of his powers, he has not given up yet. Someday, he would return, and when he did, he would make them all pay. Danzo-sama, the orphanage is currently being taken care of by the Nara clan. Would you like Root to clash with them directly? For all their advantages, the Root operatives were emotionless machines, so they did not understand the meaning of subtlety. Mentioning clashing with the Nara clan at the current time was beyond stupid. Do I have to think of everything myself? Cannot you even execute such a simple order? Forget it. Have her personally come meet me. Just deliver the message. Danzo could not help but sigh in frustration. Before, he could act blatantly, but now he had to take each step carefully. Konoha Academy Training Grounds. Hiruzen personally presided over the special graduation ceremony under the guise of a surprise visit. Originally, everyone thought that only the Uchiha prodigy, Itachi, would be participating. However, the Hokage announced that there would be one more participant taking the assessment along with Itachi. When Kazuki made an entrance with Jin accompanying him, everyone present could not help but wonder if it was Kakashi's younger brother who had come to take the test. This marked Kazuki's first official appearance in public, as he usually spent his time training, and the only other times he ventured out were with the trio. Although many had heard about the Nara prodigy, this was their first time seeing Kazuki. Now that everyone is here, why do not we start the assessment? Carry on with the standard procedures. Hiruzen gave his command, and the academy instructors proceeded with the routine tests needed for graduation, and both Kazuki and Itachi were led through a series of tests and procedures, including checking the proficiency of the 3 basic jutsus. Alright, you guys have completed all the standard procedures. However, Hokage-sama has arranged for an additional activity, which is entirely voluntary. It involves having both of you spar against each other to enrich the knowledge of the kids currently attending the academy. Would you guys like to participate? Fugeki had personally requested this from the Hokage. With the Uchiha reintegrating into the village, he wanted to show their willingness to participate. He specifically asked the Hokage to arrange the matter after consulting with the Nara head and Hiruzen. Hiruzen saw this as good exposure and agreed to the plan. However, he directed Kazuki not to showcase any of his funjutsu for the time being, to which Kazuki agreed. Even Kazuki was curious to see how strong the most revered character in the Naruto series was at the time of graduation. The spa was arranged on the largest training ground by the side of the academy grounds. It was not too big nor too small, and it featured varied small terrains, such as a small grove of trees, a little pond, and a few scattered boulders. It was a perfect place to display their skills. With the Hokage personally presiding over the special graduation ceremony, most of the academy students had gathered to watch the upcoming spar. Come on, big brother, kick his ass. Little Sasuke, standing next to Fugeki, was almost 3 years old and could not help but cheer for his brother Itachi from the sidelines. Kazuki noticed a bright smile on Itachi's face when he heard Sasuke cheering for him. Kazuki wondered if that's how he himself smiled with Shikamaru around. Both Kazuki and Itachi greeted each other and stood at the center, ready and waiting for the signal to begin. The air crackled with anticipation as Kazuki and Itachi faced each other on the expansive training ground. The crowd of academy students, ninjas, and curious villagers held their collective breath, eager to witness a battle that transcended the skills of mere academy graduates. Hiruzen, the third Hokage, watched with a keen eye, knowing that this spar would not only showcase the prowess of the Uchiha prodigy but also introduce the mysterious Nara prodigy to the village. The spar began with a subtle nod from the Hokage, unleashing a flurry of movement from both fighters. Itachi, his shurikens drawn, dashed forward with incredible speed, forming a set of afterimages to create a distraction. In response, Kazuki smoothly shifted into the background, using a body flicker technique to avoid the incoming attack. Itachi swiftly shifted the battle dynamics, releasing a barrage of shurikens that cut through the air with deadly precision. Kazuki, demonstrating remarkable agility, skillfully evaded each projectile with calculated movements. The Uchiha prodigy, not content with a mere assault, utilized a metallic wire, intricately connected to each shuriken, to redirect the projectiles towards Kazuki. Seizing the opportunity, Itachi initiated Kaiten Gokekyu no Jutsu, conjuring a formidable fireball that surged towards Kazuki. The Nara prodigy, maintaining his composure, executed a series of acrobatic dodges, avoiding both the fiery onslaught and the redirected shurikens. Itachi, however, had planned a more intricate assault. With a swift transition, Itachi halted the barrage, redirecting the shurikens once again, this time with much more finesse, while simultaneously advancing towards Kazuki. As he closed in, a kunai gleamed in his hand, poised for a lethal strike. It seemed as if Kazuki had been cornered, but the Nara prodigy had a move ready. In a dazzling display of substitution jutsu, Kazuki's form dissipated into a puff of smoke, leaving behind a wooden log. Itachi, momentarily deceived, found himself attacking an illusion. The real Kazuki, however, had vanished, leaving the Uchiha on guard and meticulously scanning his surroundings for any sign of the imminent counterattack. Unbeknownst to Itachi, Kazuki's true location remained concealed. Hiding in the water with the aid of a technique, Kazuki observed Itachi's every move from the nearby pond. The battle between Kazuki and Itachi intensified, with each shinobi showcasing their prowess with a dazzling array of jutsus. As Itachi maintained his vigilance, a sudden burst of water, propelled by Suten Mizukamikare, sliced through a boulder behind him, cleanly splitting it in half. The water wave surged towards Itachi, who agilely leaned to his right, narrowly avoiding the watery onslaught. Seizing the opportunity, he swiftly formed hand seals and unleashed Keten Inyari, a horizontal blade of fire that cut through a nearby tree. Anticipating Itachi's movements, Kazuki leaped from the treetop to dodge the fiery onslaught. Before he could land, Itachi countered with a barrage of flame spears, strategically blocking potential escape routes. Unfazed, Kazuki responded with Suten Suijinhiki, creating a massive wall of water that shielded him from the incoming fire barrage. However, Itachi's attention was diverted by a series of kunai, each carrying explosive tags tied to their ends. Attempting to distance himself from the imminent explosion, Itachi retreated but underestimated the potency of the specially crafted explosive tags. Caught in the blast, Itachi was thrown back, and before he could land, Kazuki flickered to his position, swiftly executing Suten Suo no Jutsu. The water prison enveloped Itachi, seemingly marking the end of the intense battle. However, as everyone believed the duel had concluded, the Itachi inside the water prison dispersed into a puff of smoke. In a surprising turn of events, a kunai was suddenly placed at Kazuki's neck, revealing a single Tomu Sharingan in Itachi's eye. The spectators, including Fugeku, were left dumbfounded by the unexpected revelation of Itachi's Sharingan. The level of skill displayed by the two young shinobi surpassed expectations, throwing B-class ninjutsus around with veteran-like expertise. Kazuki's proficiency in water release, marked by his one-handed seals and heightened potency, left a lasting impression. "Are we sure these kids are only graduating today?" An astonished academy instructor voiced the incredulity shared by everyone witnessing the remarkable battle between the two prodigies. Just when everyone thought it was over, the Kazuki in front of Itachi started melting. It was just a water clone of Kazuki. Just when the water clone fell, a thick fog covered the entire battle venue. Fugeku quickly activated his Sharingan to see through the fog, but he realized that the fog was so thick that he could not sense more than 3 feet in any direction. Fugeku internally could not help but gasp, thinking how much chakra the kid even injected into the fog. In the center of the field, near the pond, Kazuki emerged from the water as Itachi sensed his direction and turned towards him. With Kazuki's control, the fog between them cleared, revealing a determined expression on both their faces. "Come now, Itachi. I know you've been holding back. With no interruptions and the mist concealing our true prowess, no one else will know of your strength," Kazuki declared, his curiosity about Itachi's true abilities pushing him to seek a genuine challenge. Comment and comment. Vote 1 left. Chapter 26. Chapter 26. "Fine then, if that is what you truly wish. I hope you can be of some challenge," Itachi responded confidently. As he spoke, his Sharingan evolved from 1 Tomu to 2, and then from 2 Tomu to 3. Kazuki acknowledged the monstrous genius standing before him, far surpassing the Itachi from his past life. The 7 or 8-year-old Itachi possessed a 3-Tamu Sharingan, earning Kazuki's respect. The mist reformed between them, signaling the beginning of a true clash between the two prodigies. Outside the battle venue, disappointment hung in the air as the view remained obstructed. The battle within the fog had been raging for almost half an hour, surpassing the initial display of skill. Even Hiruzen questioned if he had rushed his decision to allow the exhibition match. Fugeku's worry for his son intensified, realizing the intensity of such battles exceeded what most Jonin could handle. The spectators stood shell-shocked, feeling the palpable intensity of the clash through the occasional glimpses of fire and water cutting through the fog. Experienced veterans recognized the use of A-class ninjutsu, leaving them in awe. Fugek grew more perplexed, wondering where Itachi had acquired these advanced ninjutsu. He realized that his obedient son must have been secretly delving into the library to learn these techniques. Mentally noting to question Itachi later, Fugeki contemplated stepping forward to end the exhibition match. However, before he could act, the fog around the battle venue dispersed, revealing Kazuki stepping out with steady strides, carrying the now unconscious Itachi on his back. The outcome of the intense clash left the spectators in awe of Kazuki's capabilities. Kazuki exhibited only superficial injuries, and his custom-made battle outfit had proven its worth, maintaining its integrity despite the intense clash. On the other hand, Itachi bore the brunt of the battle, his clothes in tatters and his body battered and bruised. Fugek rushed forward anxiously to assess Itachi's condition, with a tearful Sasuke by his side. Sasuke, overcome with emotion, sent a fierce glare towards Kazuki, holding him responsible for his brother's injuries. Kazuki could not help but chuckle at the young archer's intense reaction. As Fugeki reached Itachi's side, Kazuki gently placed the unconscious prodigy on the ground. He's merely unconscious due to overexertion and chakra depletion. He must have pushed himself beyond his normal limits. Here, these are Nara clan specialties. They should help him recover in a day or two, Kazuki explained, handing 2 bottles of Nara clan medicine to Fugeki. Gratefully, Fugeki accepted the medicine, aware of its exclusivity and effectiveness. Fugeki, carrying Itachi, expressed his gratitude to the Hokage and bid farewell, leaving the venue with Sasuke and other Uchiha members who had come to support Itachi. Under Jane's insistence, Kazuki acquainted himself with some important members before collecting his graduation certificate and headband. His fame would undoubtedly soar after this impressive display of skill. With that, Kazuki and Jin departed, leaving a lasting impression on those who witnessed the extraordinary battle. A week after the special graduation ceremony, Hiruzen found himself in his office, immersed in the task of forming a team for Kazuki and Itachi. Despite numerous attempts to identify suitable candidates from the general roster, he could not find a third member for the team. Pondering the dilemma, Hiruzen decided to create a special squad with both Kazuki and Itachi, yet the question of who would serve as the Jonin leader lingered unanswered. As he grappled with this quandary, a knock on the office door interrupted his thoughts. Enter. Tsunade Senju walked in, accompanied by a silver-haired Anbu who was carrying a sizable stack of records. Upon seeing the pile, Hiruzen could not help but express his concern. Tsunade, did not you have a sealing scroll to transport such a load of records? Why burden young Kakashi here? The silver-haired Anbu, none other than Hatake Kakashi behind his Kitsune Anbu mask, responded to Hiruzen with a quick nod. Oh, this kid was stalking around my home, and little Naruto even pointed him out as a stalker and pervert. I thought it is better to educate the little one. Otherwise, he might stray from the path of good. Tsunade, having heard about little Naruto's complaint regarding a silver-haired Anbu sneaking into his room and recalling Kazuki's warning about perverts, decided it would be amusing to discipline the grumpy kid to loosen him up. Kakashi, upon hearing Tsunade's explanation, could not help but snort at her comment. Fine, do as you wish. Just do not go overboard with the young one, Hiruzen conceded, recognizing Kakashi's current state. He believed that having Kakashi around someone like Tsunade could be beneficial for the young ninja. However, Kakashi wondered why no one had asked for his opinion. Sensei, the records contain all the information I could extract from the route. Although most of the members have been accounted for, some inevitably must have slipped through the net, and from the amount of money Danzo has embezzled, it is large enough to build a private army. So, I suggest you make him or the Shimura clan pay back the debt. Hiruzen remained silent, unwilling to provide any response. Tsunade, perceptive as ever, understood that Danzo had become a sensitive topic for her sensei, so she redirected her attention to the work Hiruzen was currently engaged in. It seems like you're stuck, sensei. What seems to be the issue? Tsunade directed her attention to the scrolls haphazardly strewn on the desk. Well, it is all because of your student and Itachi's recent show of prowess. I have decided to create a special squad with Kazuki and Itachi, but it is missing the third member, and I also have no idea about who should be their Jonin leader. After pondering her sensei's words for a moment, Tsunade quickly turned to Kakashi. Hatake kid, quickly put down those records and fetch me that black record that has the list of clan orphans here. Kakashi promptly put down the records and searched for a black book. Confirming that it was the one Tsunade was looking for, he passed the book over to her. Tsunade simply started flicking through the pages and stopped on a particular entry, then passed it over to Hiruzen. Here, sensei, this kid must match your requirements. The kid is far ahead of his peers, way more mature for his age, and should fit perfectly with the other two little monsters. Even among the recent root recruits, the kid was the cream of the crop. Hiruzen took the book and, going through the details, found the candidate to be a perfect fit. However, there seemed to be an issue. Tsunade, the kid is a good choice, and he's about the same age as Itachi, but with his Rinkeichu, do you think he will fit into the team? Though the kid was an excellent fit for the team, he possessed a Rinkeichu, a rare trait even among the Abiram clan. Haha, sensei, that kid Kazuki's Kiki Jinkai makes him immune to poisons, and with his medical knowledge, even if there was an accident with the other members, he could quickly handle it, and this could be a life changer for the Abiram kid. It would be a shame if we could not nurture such a fine shinobi. Tsunade's words put Hiruzen's worries to rest. He knew how rare the Rinkeichu was, and not nurturing a shinobi with it would simply be a waste. Fine, with the third member settled, what about their leader? With the three kids' standards, I will have to assign an elite Jonin, and I will have to look for the best even among them. However, it would not be fair for the Jonin ninja I pick, as no matter what, they would simply be leading a team of kids. Hiruzen shared his concern with Tsunade to see if she could come up with a solution. Why not look for someone recently promoted to Jonin who is full of enthusiasm and spark, maybe even someone who specializes in taijutsu, so he can have something to teach the kids. Do you have someone like that on the list, sensei? Tsunade, who knew Kazuki, understood that the kid did not really need someone to teach him the ropes and would be good with anything. The only thing the other two kids really lacked was taijutsu, so finding a Jonin specializing in taijutsu should be perfect. Being young and energetic, the leader should be able to handle the group of hyperactive kids. Hiruzen started thinking about the recently promoted Jonin he could remember. However, a soft but steady voice cut through the office. I do know someone. Both Hiruzen and Tsunade were surprised when they realized who it was that spoke. Ah, so the Hatake kid can speak. I feared that he might be mute behind that mask. Tsunade could not help but comment with a light chuckle. However, Hiruzen ignored Tsunade's comment and inquired. Who do you have in mind, Kakashi? Hiruzen asked, wanting to know who his choice was. Hokage-sama, it is Jonin Meitage. He fulfills all the requirements that you are looking for. He is exceptional when it comes to taijutsu. I can personally vouch for his skills. Kakashi, though always reluctant to speak, thought about Gai when the Hokage was looking for someone specializing in taijutsu. Kakashi, are you referring to the kid who runs around the village wearing a green spandex suit and screaming youth? Tsunade could not help but ask Kakashi with a grin on her face. Kakashi could not help but nod after looking at Tsunade's slight grin. Ha 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 ha, Kakashi, I thought you had no humor in you. But who would have thought you were such a prankster? Sensei, Jonin Gai seems to be the perfect fit, Tsunade declared, still not being able to stop her laughter. She could already vaguely picture Kazuki running around the village in a green spandex suit, screaming youth. Hiruzen could understand why Tsunade was smiling. Upon thinking, he picked up the scroll with Jonin Gai's information, impressed. The young ninja had reached the level of Jonin with sheer will and effort. Although the Jonin had not even basic specializations in ninjutsu or genjutsu, he was a master of taijutsu and bukijutsu, which the team currently lacked. Fine, sensei, carry on with your work. I have to meet with Kazuki and share this news. I cannot wait to see his reaction. Oh, and I will return Kakashi after he is punished enough. Tsunade, followed by Kakashi, walked into the Nara family home. Yoshino happily welcomed them in. So where are the kids? I do not see them, Tsunade questioned as she sat down on the couch. Kakashi stood by her side, and Yoshino curiously observed Kakashi as if comparing the degree of resemblance between Kazuki and Kakashi. Distracted from her observation, Yoshino quickly answered the Sannin, "Tsunade-sama, the kids are back in the study room. Kindly give me a minute. Let me call them out for you." Tsunade, not bothering about the fact that it was the Nara home, followed Yoshino. Even the Nara family did not mind the closeness the Slug Sage showed towards the family, as it was a great show of favor. "Big brother, why should I learn about all this? Is not it enough for us to learn what we already have in the clan?" Little Shikamaru was questioned with an aggrieved tone. Kazuki had personally taken it upon himself to teach Shikamaru about seals. Shikamaru had recently undergone the chakra-enhancing ritual, so Kazuki decided to alter his training program and add Funjutsu basics to his schedule. By the side, even little Choji was holding a small ink brush and drawing on a scroll. When compared to Shikamaru, Choji was doing the assigned work diligently because Kazuki had promised to take him out to eat as long as he replicated all the symbols he provided without errors. Choji, not caring about his friend, was working hard like a child possessed. Originally, Choji had only come to find Shikamaru to play, but Kazuki caught him and made him take the lesson along with Shikamaru. Comment. Voshun left. Chapter 27. Kazuki, why not give the kids some break? We have a few important matters to discuss. Before Yoshino could inform Kazuki of Tsunade's arrival, Tsunade's voice filled the study room. Shikamaru, upon hearing Tsunade's voice, quickly seized the opportunity. Before Kazuki could refute, he dropped all the items and dragged the reluctant Choji out to play. "Sensei, did you really have to do that? You know I am more than capable of multitasking. And please tell me why Kakashi-senpai is here with you." Kazuki was a bit annoyed but let the matter slide as Tsunade was his master and queried why she had paid a surprise visit. I just came back after meeting Sensei, and we just decided on your new team." Tsunade made a grand reveal, but Kazuki showed no particular reaction, so Tsunade could not help but feel a bit disappointed. "Fine, kid. In that case, I'll keep that a secret for now. The other matter I came to find you specifically is about this kid here." Tsunade pointed to Kakashi, and even the silver-haired teen was confused about what the Sannin was saying. "As you know, this kid is Maneka's disciple, and recently, as he was taking care of Naruto in his own way, I observed something peculiar." Kazuki was keenly observing Kakashi, who was standing next to him. With the development of his Kikki Jinkei each passing day, Kazuki's senses had been growing sharper and sharper. He could sense a vague fluctuation in chakra flow in Kakashi's eyes, and Kazuki understood what exactly was peculiar about Kakashi's condition. Tsunade noticed that Kazuki had already started diagnosing Kakashi with his own methods, so she added, "Jiraiya had once told me that this kid's potential was equal to that of Minato, but recently, upon closer inspection, I seem to have found something wrong with the kid, and with Jiraiya not taking any responsibility, I feel it is my duty to fix the kid up. If not, his talent would surely go to waste." Kazuki understood what his master was saying. In the original anime, Kakashi was a prodigy who became a Jonin at 12, and although the Sharingan had given him benefits, it was more of a burden to his growth. Currently, Kakashi was still in the emo phase, so he did not know if Kakashi would accept help. But his master was not going to take no for an answer, as she felt she was helping Kakashi for Jiraiya's sake. After losing Minato and Kushina, the kid held little to no attachment to life, and Tsunade, as someone who personally experienced something similar, wanted to help him. Kakashi was aware of his own condition and knew that after getting transplanted with Obita's Sharingan, he had been feeling a shackle around him. However, he did not get it diagnosed, nor did he seek any help, as it felt irrelevant. Now, with Tsunade trying to fix him up, even though he was reluctant about participating, he could not do anything about it as the Hokage had assigned him the task of following and assisting Tsunade. Yoshino had already left earlier to reprimand Shikamaru for running away from studies, so Kazuki gestured for the two to follow him, and they walked to a separate building at the edge of the Nara compound. This was Kazuki's personal medical center. When Kakashi entered, he was surprised. The room was meticulously prepared, and the equipment in the building was high-end. For a moment, he even doubted if Konoha Hospital had such facilities. Kakashi-senpai, please. Kazuki pointed at a designated table for diagnosing patients. Kakashi was reluctant and was about to refute. However, before he could say anything in protest, Tsunade punched the wall behind her and growled, "Kid, if your doctor asks you to sit, you sit. No questions are asked. Hesitate one more time. The next punch will land on your face." Kazuki could not help but comment, "Sensei, please hold back your strength. After you brought down the last room, we had to make sure to apply seals to most of the buildings, and it costs Ryu, you know." Tsunade simply snorted because her student did not lack money, nor did he have to find a sealing master. Kakashi, who watched this exchange, could not help but think about his old days with Minato and the others. He simply shook his head and took a seat as directed. Now that Kakashi was seated, Tsunade and Kazuki started earnestly examining Kakashi. The examination continued for almost 20 minutes. Kakashi was asked to activate his Sharingan, and surprisingly, Kakashi had already developed the Sharingan to the 3-Tomo stage, but Kazuki knew that his Manjutsu had already been activated on the day Rin Nohara died. So what I suspected was right. The kid's eyes were put in haphazardly, and the medic who performed the transplant must have lacked experience. In addition to the incompatibility of the bloodlines, the feedback from the eye is causing a clash in his chakra network, stunting his growth in chakra capacity. Tsunade declared her verdict and was able to find the root cause of Kakashi's problem. However, Kakashi could not help but grit his teeth and clench his arms at the mention of Rin. There was one more reason why Tsunade had decided to help Kakashi. With Kazuki's help, she had already devised a new system for treating issues related to the mind, and Kakashi was going to be her first patient. "Kazuki, what do you think?" Tsunade questioned her little prodigy to gain his input. "Sensei, fixing the eye is not going to be an issue, but Kakashi-senpai has missed the golden phase of his growth, and even now, he is using most of his chakra to maintain the Sharingan. By my observation, I see that he is not able to control the activation of the Sharingan, and it is always in an active state, proving to be a burden on his body. Kakashi-senpai, please follow me." Kazuki directed Tsunade and Kakashi to a small training area. "Kakashi-senpai, which is your most dominant element affinity?" Kazuki questioned the now baffled Kakashi. He was still in shock at the way the revered Sannin was treating Kazuki as her peer. "That would be lightning," Kakashi stated, and Kazuki simply pointed at the large boulder in the training area and executed his strongest lightning jutsu. The barrier around the training ground was triggered, and Tsunade asked Kakashi not to hold back. Kakashi gave a quick nod and took a stance, rapidly forming hand seals, and a pale blue light filled his arm. Kazuki realized this was Kakashi's own creation, Reikiri, an upgrade of Chidori. Kazuki had already mastered all the variants of Chidori and even their upgrades, so he keenly kept observing the changes in Kakashi's body. Kakashi launched the jutsu and pierced the boulder with little to no resistance, and the boulder was blown to smithereens. Kakashi, after executing his signature Shrank ninjutsu without holding back, was panting heavily. I was right, Sensei. Out of the 100% chakra, almost 70 was passively wasted due to the clash. It is such a pity. If only Senpai was not adamant and got proper medical attention after he returned from the battlefield, he would not have to pant after executing a single jutsu. Although Kakashi knew Kazuki was right, his pride as a genius did not let him be reprimanded by a junior for his lack of action. "Kid, what do you know? This isn't a class ninjutsu. Being exhausted is normal when using such a high-intensity jutsu," Kakashi defended himself. Tsunade could not help but smile because she knew Kazuki had equally high mastery over all 3 of his chakra affinities. Although he normally uses Sutan during his spars, he never neglects the other affinities. "Kazuki, would you like to show how much the kid is losing out from neglecting his own body?" Kazuki understood that Tsunade wanted to provoke Kakashi's ego as a genius. After losing his loved ones, Kakashi had settled for mediocrity, and invoking his ego as a genius would help him find his path again. "Fine, if that's what you want, Sensei. Kakashi-senpai, excuse me for my rudeness, as I will be borrowing your jutsu. I will be using the exact same amount of chakra that you consumed to perform the jutsu." Even before Kakashi could question Kazuki on how he was going to perform his signature jutsu, what he saw made him speechless. Kazuki performed the one-hand seal for his signature jutsu, and black lightning clad around Kazuki's arm Reiten. Reikiri. Kakashi could not take his eyes away from the magnificent display of jutsu in front of him. For a second, he thought Kazuki was the jutsu's creator, and as the creator, Kakashi could feel the inherent difference between the two executions. Kakashi had to admit that his Reikuri felt like a cheap imitation of the one Kazuki executed, and he could not help but sigh, thinking that if he was not being held back, maybe he could perform the jutsu with such intensity too. Kakashi, do you still think that your body is in perfect condition? It is okay to mourn for your loved ones, kid. But do not neglect yourself and put yourself in a position where you will regret it down the line. If you really want to honor them, fulfill their dreams for them. Do not simply waste away your life. Maybe someday, when you meet them, you can proudly say what you achieved. Remember, Kakashi, when someone you love becomes a memory, that memory becomes a treasure. Tsunade left Kakashi to contemplate her words and moved to where Kazuki was standing to discuss follow-up treatment. Before you say anything, I know why you brought Senpai here. You want him to undergo the chakra ritual to compensate for his lost time. Kazuki knew why his master had wanted to bring Kakashi here. With her medical expertise, fixing him would have been easy, but she wanted to fix him up completely, not take half measures. And Kazuki and Shikeki had shared information about the chakra ritual as Tsunade had found out about the Nara Jonin's peculiarities one after the other, whose chakras abruptly started increasing almost 4 to 5 times within a span of a few days. The last time, after examining Jin, she was sure about it, and with Shikeki's permission, Kazuki told her about the chakra ritual. Although Shikeki trusted the Sannin, he agreed to share information only after Tsunade signed a blood contract developed by Kazuki himself, which Tsunade readily signed. Tsunade gave a sheepish smile, as if she did not know what Kazuki was talking about. The chakra ritual was something the Nara clan wanted to hold close to heart, and only a total of 3 people within the clan knew about it. Even most of the Jonin who underwent the procedure were not aware that they had participated in a ritual, as they were knocked out during the process. Everyone who underwent the ritual had a curse seal that Kazuki personally placed on them, and even Shikeki made sure to get one for himself just in case. The curse seal ensured that, no matter the circumstances, the information would be absolutely secure. Even if the Nara fell into enemy hands, no matter the method employed, the information was well protected. In a war-ridden world like the Shinobi world, Shikeki and Kazuki chose not to take any chances. Fine, Sensei, but you will need to speak to Uncle personally about this. I was already aware of the intention of having you, elder sister Shizune, and Naruto go through the ritual. Adding one more is not going to make a difference to me. But all of you will have to agree to the curse seal. As for Kakashi-senpai's slot, you will have to get Uncle's permission. Kazuki simply shared his thoughts. He really was only taking precautions, and with how complex the Funjutsu ritual was, Kazuki believed that there would not be another soul capable of performing it. I'm not you worried about your Nara secrets being revealed. Shikeki even made me sign a blood contract, remember? Comment. Voton left. Chapter 28. Chapter 28. You do not have to worry about that, Sensei. None of them will remember that they were ever subjected to such a ritual. Ha 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 ha. Kazuki laughed in an evil way because he had no intention of sharing the information with the others. Tsunade was the only exception. Do you want some help regarding Senpai, Sensei? Kazuki directed his gaze towards Kakashi, who was still silently contemplating Tsunade's words. To be honest, kid, I feel like his condition is similar to mine. The kid is lost after losing all his loved ones, just like I was after losing Naoki and Dan. Shizune was what kept me going, and Kakashi still has a lingering attachment to Naruto, acting as his guardian, so he is not beyond help. He just needs assistance, and the kid is not willing to seek any, so it is better I intervene to prevent him from wasting away his life. Tsunade had a nostalgic and sad tone when she mentioned Naoki and Dan, but Kazuki realized that even though she was sad, she had moved on. Fine, Sensei, I will see what I can do from my end, and about my team, who are its members. Kazuki agreed to help Tsunade with Kakashi's matter and inquired about his teammates. Not telling, kid. Find out for yourself. Tsunade simply ignored Kazuki and walked back to Kakashi, leaving the Nara home without disclosing any more information. Kazuki's life continued following the same routine of training and more training, and it was always poor little Shikamaru and Choji who got caught in the crossfire. Today, however, was a rare day of leisure because it was Shikeki's day off. Shikekyu and Shikamaru were playing on the exquisite crystal shoju board that Shikamaru had bought earlier. Kazuki watched from the side, munching on the snacks Yoshino had made for them. Shikamaru, who was only 3 years old, was now already aware of most things around him, and Shikekyu found it comfortable to teach his son while playing shogi, the exquisite crystal board being a part of the reason. "Father, is there going to be another war?" Little Shikamaru jumped into the heart of the matter as murmurs about the war had been increasing among the villagers. Both Aiwu and Kumo had strengthened their forces along the border, and even the Leaf had strengthened its patrols, with Hiruzen yet to retract the war-ready state. "No, not yet. I do not think the conditions have deteriorated to such a state yet. Unless one of the villagers does something major, I do not think there will be war," Shikekyu answered Shikamaru while making his move on the board. "Father, from what my big brother tells me, Old Man Hokage is the strongest Kage currently. So why does not he subdue the other villagers just like the Shodaime did back during his time?" Shikamaru, even though he was only 3, wanted to grow strong to support his big brother. He was lazy, but not reluctant to learn. After one day of listening to Kazuki and his father's conversation about Kazuki's parents, he tried his best when big brother Kazuki asked him to train. Sandaime-sama is a man who knows the true worth of war. According to him, the most disadvantageous peace is better than the most just war. That is why he always looks to resolve conflicts through peaceful dialogue. But sometimes, not everyone reciprocates such thoughts. Shikamaru started digesting the answer, and Shikekyu continued. "Do you know what happened to the third Raikage?" Shikamaru simply nodded, and Shikekyu continued. "Sometimes one man's strength is not enough to stop a war. Although Sandaime-sama is an extremely strong shinobi, he is not at Shodaime's level. Contrary to what everyone believes, it was not just kindness from Shodaime-sama that kept others at bay but also his strength. So what does one truly fight for, father? Would not it save lives if one party were to simply give up without fighting? Will not it be better to share everything equally?" Shikekyu raised his brows at the question raised by little Shikamaru and turned his gaze towards Kazuki, who was still munching on his snacks. "What do you think, Kazuki? Care to share your thoughts?" "Sharing equally, such a glorious dream. Tell me, little brother, if tomorrow you could avoid a war with an enemy by simply sharing your wealth equally, would you agree?" Shikamaru simply nodded. Even Shikekyu was curious to know how Kazuki viewed the world. "And the next day, the same enemy comes and asks for your lands, and the next day he comes for your women, and the next, your children, and in the end, everything you hold dear. Would you still be willing to part with it, little brother?" Little Shikamaru pondered deeply the weight of Kazuki's words and shook his head. "Greed is an inherent nature of humans, Shikamaru. Do not naively believe the world is white and black. You asked uncle, why should we fight if we can achieve peace by sharing? A true shinobi fights not because he hates what is in front of him but because he loves what is behind him. Wealth and other resources are something that you can part with, but not the lives of your loved ones. Sometimes you have to fight to protect what is dear to you." Kazuki simply shared his thoughts, and Shikekyu was really impressed with Kazuki's thoughts. He added, "It is not like sharing always brings about positive changes, Shikamaru. You should know there was a time when the Leaf controlled all the Biju except for the one it tailed. Shodaime-sama, as a gesture of goodwill, shared it among the major villages. He looked for coexistence by sharing power, and do you know what happened after Shodaime-sama's passing?" Shikamaru simply nodded because he was well aware of the history. "Without like-minded people, coexistence is simply a dream, Shikamaru. Even if it is achieved by force, it is only temporary." With that, Shikekyu made a move, ending the game. However, Shikamaru did not react, still absorbing the information that his brother and father shared. "Uncle, has there been any response from Kumo and Aiwu? I heard from Sensei that recently a Chunin team with a Yamanaka was captured and killed near the borders while performing a mission," Kazuki questioned Shikekyu, as now they were talking about war. "Yeah, that was unfortunate. It seems like Aiwu still holds the grudge they had against Yondaime. The team was brutally tortured before they were killed, and the Yamanaka girl, we could barely recognize the girl when her body was brought back by the Anbu. And there have been talks about Kumo sending a team to handle peace talks, and unlike last time, the meeting will happen in Konoha." Kazuki contemplated the timeline, realizing that the Kumo delegation was a bit early compared to what he remembered. In the original anime, no such events were unfolding. It seemed like this world was somewhat different from what he knew, hiding many more secrets. Kazuki could not wait to explore them all. He had already received the items promised by the Hokage during the exchange, and the two techniques he chose from the Scroll of Seals were Edo Tensei and Hiraishin no Jutsu. Originally, Hiruzen was hesitant about providing Edo Tensei, fearing that Kazuki might follow in Orochimaru's footsteps. However, after a week of discussions with Tsunade, Kazuki finally obtained consent. Tsunade, adamant about helping her student, personally vouched to keep an eye on Kazuki and prevent him from going astray. As for the Kage Bunshin Jutsu, it was one of the earliest techniques Kazuki learned after arriving in this world. Without it, he would not have had time to master all these skills in just 3 years. Currently, Kazuki is working on learning and mastering his own variation of Hiraishin. Much like how Minato created the Rasengan, Kazuki wanted to incorporate his own style with the Hiraishin. He chose Kenjutsu as his base, drawing inspiration from the Demon Slayer. Kazuki planned to integrate the thunder-breathing art as a new form of Kenjutsu with his Hiraishin. His spatial awareness, due to his Keki Jinkei and control over shadow and darkness, was unrivaled. Kazuki intended to take Minato's Hiraishin one notch higher by creating seals for his teleport points by materializing shadows and darkness, and his Keki Jinkei made this possible. This would eliminate the need for physically throwing special kunes with Hiraishin seals. As Kazuki could physically materialize and give form to shadow seals, he would not have to worry about light dispersing these shadows as well. Kazuki understood the degree of complexity that he had envisioned, so he estimated that it may take anywhere close to a year or two to completely master, even with his level of mastery over Funjutsu. Kazuki, have you been assigned to your new team? Any idea who your Jonin sensei is going to be? Shikakyu inquired as Kazuki casually enjoyed some snacks while pondering. Yes, Uncle, Master has informed me about it. It looks like I am going to have an interesting team, and my Jonin sensei will be Meitage. Kazuki shared the news he had acquired from Tsunade, having put in considerable effort to extract the details from his master. Uncle, we need to be prepared for the Kumo team. I am sure they are not coming with good intentions. Kazuki expressed his concerns to Shikakyu. Yes, I feel they might have ulterior motives, but Sandaime-sama does not want to let go of a chance at peace, even if the chance is inherently small. Any guesses about what their true intention might be? Shikakyu asked, relying on Kazuki's insightful perspective. I am sure they are coming for my head, or rather, the Seal Masters. Their priority will be to find my identity. In addition, Kumo has always envied our Keki Jinkeis, so I am sure their targets might also include the families that possess Keki Jinkei. I'll have to remind Master about Naruto and keep an eye on him during Kumo's visit, Kazuki speculated, outlining his thoughts on Kumo's potential motives. Shikakyu contemplated the information shared, acknowledging the possibility of Kumo's nefarious deeds, given their history. Well, in that case, I must discuss a few things with Hokage-sama. The meeting with the Kumo delegation might take place within 2 to 3 months from now. It is better to start making preparations ahead of time. Oh, I almost forgot, the Uchiha clan leader has asked our Nara for a personal favor, Shikakyu mentioned before leaving to meet the Hokage. Kazuki, still munching, raised his brows in question. Fugeka wants to employ the help of the master who built our Nara clan compound. He specifically mentioned that price was not going to be an issue, and he has also offered an option of exchange. Shikakyu informed Kazuki about the Uchiha clan's request. Kazuki was contemplating what to do about the Uchiha clan's request, considering the additional workload it would bring. However, Shikakyu would not have brought up the topic without a reason, so Kazuki patiently waited for his uncle to elaborate. Well, I was thinking of getting a few of the Uchiha clan genjutsu in exchange for the fire ninjutsu that you acquired. Helping them with their new home's design would be in our favor. Shikakyu explained his reasoning, recognizing the strategic advantage of expanding the Nara clan's jutsu repertoire. Fine, let the little kid do all the work. It is such a drag. Maybe I should learn how to be lazy from my little brother, Kazuki commented, tacitly agreeing to help the Uchiha clan as per his uncle's request. The next day, Kazuki made preparations to start his life as a shinobi. He was officially going to meet his teammates and his Jonin leader. The meeting place was decided to be the Numberton training ground. When Kazuki reached there, he saw that Meitage and Turun were already waiting. However, Turun was consciously making sure to stay away from Gei, and his outfit covered up almost his entire body to avoid unintentional physical contact with others. "Oh, if it is not Chobe Kakashi, come meet your new teammate. This is Torun Aburin. He has a special trait. I am sure Tsunade-sama has already mentioned it. Tsunade-sama will also be present today, just as an added precaution while we carry out the tests later," Gay announced. Comment. Vote on left. Chapter 29. Chapter 29. Even though Tsunade had informed Hiruzen about Kazuki's poison immunity, Hiruzen wanted to make sure that there would be no complications later on. Therefore, he had asked Tsunade to oversee and perform a few tests to ensure that the Rinkeichi would not be an issue for the new team. "Come now, Gay-sensei, can you stop calling me that? I really am not directly related to Kakashi-senpai," Kazuki politely greeted Torun, who was standing in a corner. He knew that Gay had decided on his nickname, so there was no changing it for now. As a few more people walked into the training ground, Itachi, accompanied by Tsunade and Kakashi, were the new arrivals. Gay warmly greeted Tsunade and started teasing Kakashi, suggesting he was there because he was worried about his brother. Both Kazuki and Kakashi could not help but roll their eyes at him. "Kid, come here. Let's carry on with the tests. Do not worry about harming little Kazuki. He can handle himself. And you should know about me, right? So go on." Tsunade subtly encouraged Torun in her own way. Gay and Itachi were curiously watching to see if Kazuki was truly immune to the Rinkeichi poison. Torun removed his glove and extended his arm with hesitation. However, Kazuki simply shook his hand without any hesitation whatsoever. Torun instinctively wanted to retract his arm, but he could not, as he felt that his hand was gripped by a vice-like grip. Tsunade and the rest keenly observed the process that unfolded. There was no visible reaction or discomfort on Kazuki's end. As seconds passed, Torun calmed down, as the Rinkeichi were literally trying to avoid Kazuki's arm like a plague. "So that's how it is. Your Keki Genkai literally corrodes and devours any Rinkeichi that tries to poison you. No wonder you are immune to most poisons. The poisons are simply being corroded and devoured by your blood. Kazuki, can you consciously control this?" Tsunade, with her medical expertise, quickly noted the reason for Kazuki's immunity and questioned him curiously for additional details. "Yes, Master, I can consciously control it. Even if someone in my team is poisoned, I can use my Keki Genkai to corrode and devour the affected part. With Airyu Ninjutsu, I can simultaneously heal them, so the others in the team do not have to worry about the Rinkeichi." Kazuki shared his confidence in handling Torun's special trait. With practical proof of his claim, Torun was relieved, and he believed that he could also have a team that would not be harmed by him. Just as he was thinking about Kazuki's claim about treating others who were affected by Rinkeichi, Gay stepped up, extending his arm. "Alright, little one, let's see your claim in action. Give it a shot at me," he encouraged, showcasing his trust in Kazuki's abilities. Kazuki looked at Gay with a slight smirk, understanding that Gay was testing his skills to the limit so as to put Torun's worries to rest. After a brief hesitation, Torun placed his finger on Gay's arm, and the moment their skin came into contact, the Rinkeichi started spreading on Gay's arm. As Torun retrieved his finger, Kazuki stepped up and placed his hand on Gay's arm, and with a controlled release of his Keki Genkai, he targeted the specific area where Torun's Rinkeichi had been introduced. In a matter of moments, the corrosive and devouring effect of Kazuki's blood neutralized the Rinkeichi without causing any harm to Gay. Gay, though unaffected, could not help but feel a bit impressed. "Not bad, Chobe Kakashi. You really have a unique set of skills there. This team is shaping up to be quite interesting." Tsunade nodded approvingly, satisfied with the results. "Well done, Kazuki. It seems your abilities will indeed be an asset to the team. Now, let's proceed with the rest of the introductions." As the testing continued, Tsunade explained the roles of each team member. Gay, being the Jonin leader, was responsible for the overall guidance and strategy. Itachi, as the team's prodigy, was designated the role of tactical support, utilizing his exceptional intellect and Sharingan abilities. Torun, with his unique aberrant techniques, would play a crucial role in information gathering and tracking. Kazuki, with his intellect and versatile skill set, was positioned as the team's frontline fighter and medical support. Tsunade stressed the importance of teamwork and cooperation, emphasizing that each member's strengths would contribute to the success of the team. The meeting continued with Gay sharing his enthusiasm for intense training sessions to build camaraderie and enhance teamwork. Despite the initial teasing and Gay's eccentric personality, the atmosphere was lively, and the newly formed team began to take shape. After the tests, Tsunade and Kakashi left to let the team bond. As the others departed, Gay turned to the three kids with a broad smile, and Kazuki could not help but have a bad premonition, having already come prepared. Gay began talking about their special squad, and as per the Hokage's instructions, the special squad would only deal with missions of rank and above. Initially, Gay had hesitated about subjecting kids to such a harsh life immediately, as the youngest in the team was barely 6 years old. However, after the Hokage shared information about the little one's true prowess, Gay had to agree that subjecting them to low-level tasks at such a crucial time, where war was looming, would be a waste. Kids, I know we just got together today, but the village is stretched thin with the Leaf Shinobi being deployed to the Ioi and Kumo borders. Hokage-sama has personally assured me of your levels, and I believe him. We have been assigned to a mission. Do not worry, little ones. It is okay to make mistakes. Do not worry. I am here. I will fix things if something goes wrong. Gay enthusiastically shared his thoughts with the new team. Well, now that we are a team, as your sensei, I need to take care of you guys. So, as my first contribution to making you cherish your youth, we need to get you comfortable training clothes. So here you go. Gay pulled out 3 brand new green spandex suits in front of his team with an eager glint in his eyes. Gay-sensei, not that I dislike your training clothes, but my current outfit is much more comfortable, and it is much easier to train in, Kazuki pointed out. Gay unconsciously nodded, acknowledging Kazuki's preference, and then turned to the other 2 members eagerly. Torun understood his new sensei's enthusiasm and quickly followed in his teammates' footsteps. Gay-sensei, my clothes are custom-made to help with the Rinkechu, so I think I should stick to my current outfit, Torun explained. Gay realized that what Torun said was reasonable and eagerly turned to his last student. Itachi had a dumbfounded look, and both his teammates stood aside as if they had no relation to this matter whatsoever. After the short drama, Gay was not able to convince Itachi, and he had to finally let go of making his students wear the green spandex. Gay then informed the team that they would meet at the village training grounds every day in the early morning hours and asked the team to make the necessary preparations for the upcoming training sessions. Fire Country border. In the midst of a heavy downpour, enveloped by the darkness of the night, a trio of shinobi took refuge in a cave near the border of the Fire Country. Eagerly anticipating the return of their comrade, Torun reported to their sensei, "He is back, sensei. You should be here in a minute or so." Torun had strategically deployed numerous bugs to scout the surroundings, ensuring they would be alerted to any potential threats. Shortly after, Kazuki stealthily entered the cave, skillfully avoiding the traps set up as a precaution. He shed the rain-soaked cloak and, in response to Itachi's inquiry, shared the gathered information. With the Uchiha clan now reintegrating, Itachi carried a lighter burden in this life, devoid of the mystical and Imu persona from his previous existence. Even their leader, Gay, awaited Kazuki's report. Originally assigned to eliminate a group of bandits hindering resource transport during wartime, the team, upon initial surveillance, discovered peculiarities that raised concerns shared by Kazuki and Itachi. Trusting their instincts, Gay decided to investigate further rather than launch an outright attack on the bandit camp. Kazuki confirmed their suspicions, revealing, "Yes, we were right. The bandit camp is merely a decoy. The true base is the nearby town. It is not a haven for ordinary bandits. Rather, it appears to be a covert outpost of Kumo. The entire town is under their control, monitoring all individuals entering and exiting. I am afraid they have hostages, sensei." Despite having an Abirim on the team, Kazuki's unique Kekijinke made him more suitable for stealth operations, allowing him to approach the enemy base unnoticed. The cover of night further facilitated Kazuki's infiltration. Gay pondered the information received and swiftly questioned Kazuki. "How many shinobi are we dealing with, and any insights into their levels, Kazuki?" "We have been keeping an eye on the bandit camp, and from our observations, there are approximately 10 shinobi led by a jonin, with the rest comprising chunin and genin." Itachi shared the intelligence gathered during Kazuki's absence, adding, "They also have hostages in the bandit camp. It seems Kumo has taken extensive precautions." Itachi's mind was already formulating mission strategies. Based on their chakra fluctuations, the exact number is 63, including 2 elite Jonin, 11 regular Jonin, and the rest being Chunin and Jinin. So, what are your orders, Sensei? Kazuki, standing by, reiterated his previous response to Gei's initial question. Gei, still in thought, considered the implications of the new information. Their original mission, initially classified as a B-class extermination of bandits, now took on a different magnitude with the involvement of Kumo Shinobi and the outpost. It seemed the mission had escalated to at least an A-class challenge. Although Gei led a trio of formidable shinobi, he understood the need for caution in the face of a challenging situation. We will not be launching a head-on strike at the moment. As much as I love it, the situation is not favorable. We might have to fall back or call in reinforcements. Gei, known for his love of direct confrontation, was not one to underestimate the gravity of facing close to 6 dozen shinobi with just 4. Itachi, displaying foresight, proposed an alternative. Sensei, we do not necessarily have to fall back. Before starting the mission, I checked the map for nearby leaf strongholds. We have a leaf outpost about 80 miles from this location. We should be able to gather at least a dozen or more shinobi as reinforcements. Gei swiftly formulated a plan, retrieved a scroll to relay the message, and then turned to Torun. Torun, have your insects deliver this scroll to the outpost immediately. In the meantime, we cannot stand idly by until reinforcements arrive. We need to ensure the completion of our primary mission. Gei handed the scroll to Torun, who summoned a few insects that quickly enveloped the scroll and flew away. While Torun was renowned for his Rinkeichu, being an Aberrin meant he could command various other insects. Kazuki chimed in, suggesting a strategy to weaken the enemy while awaiting reinforcements. Why do not we soften our targets, Sensei? Our primary objective is to rescue the hostages. However, we need to be cautious, as I've noticed a couple of Kumo shinobi disguised as hostages. I have a few seal tags from my family. They might come in handy, Sensei. As Kazuki began unpacking various items from his pouch, the others, understanding his intent, retrieved their items. The multitude of items Kazuki revealed caused the eyes of the 3-leaf ninjas to twitch involuntarily. Even Itachi and Torun, known for their calm demeanors, could not help but react. These should be enough for now, Sensei. Let me explain the workings of these specialized tags. Kazuki distributed the items among the team, including the highly coveted medical scrolls and medicines of the Nara clan. In dangerous and unexpected missions, such life-saving means were crucial. Comment 6. Vochon left. Chapter 30. Chapter 30. With this, Sensei, we may be able to soften the enemies considerably. I suggest we split up and take care of both sides rather than just one end. Torun offered his opinion. Although still reserved, he had warmed up to his team in the past couple of weeks. Yes, Sensei. How about Kazuki and I infiltrate the town and bandit camp separately? We'll act as insurance in case Kumo plans on using the hostages. Sensei and Torun can identify sentries and scouts from both the town and the bandit camp. Itachi shared his plan. Gei contemplated the matter. Infiltrating both the base and camp seemed plausible, and with the items on hand, they could retreat if necessary. Understanding Torun's current combat prowess, Gei assigned him a less dangerous position. Torun, you will support Itachi from outside the bandit camp. If possible, pick out any isolated Kumo ninja. Itachi, infiltrate the bandit camp, prioritize the hostages, and keep an eye out for Kumo infiltrators. Prioritize your safety. If exposed, do not hesitate to fall back immediately. Gei then turned to Kazuki, who was packing items for his teammates in various sealing scrolls. Kazuki and I will handle the town. I am not very skilled at infiltrating in such situations, so, Kazuki, will have to rely on you for the safety of the hostages. I'll try to take out a few targets if possible. After swiftly making a decision, the team divided their roles. Torun assumed the responsibility of communicating with the incoming reinforcements. To facilitate information exchange, he also left a few bugs by Kazuki's side. As Torun and Itachi stealthily made their way towards the bandit camp, Kazuki and Gei maneuvered through the shadows, heading towards the town. Did you know the recent batch of loot has been quite substantial? The commander has decided to send out the collected resources back home immediately, a Kumo shinobi disguised as a civilian said to his comrade, both casually smoking while on sentry duty. The commander has never broken his schedule. The last batch was only sent a week ago. Do not we normally send out supplies once a month? Why is the commander in such a hurry? The other Kumo-shinobi inquired, passing his smoke over. I am not sure about the exact details, but I heard a team recently found ancient ruins, and the findings were substantial. So the commander wants to send back the resources at the earliest, the first shinobi shared in a hushed tone, emphasizing the confidentiality of the information. Do you have any idea what they found? It must be something really important or valuable to take such hasty actions, the second shinobi pressed, eager for more details. I was only able to find out so much, and it is only because I am related to the vice commander. By the way, are not you being too talkative today? Before the first shinobi could continue, the other shinobi expressed disappointment. Sigh, I thought you were some kind of big shot when I saw you earlier with the elite jonin. What a disappointment. I think you are of no more use. Before the Kumo shinobi could grasp the situation, a tanta blade pierced his neck from behind, severing his spine. The bizarre aspect was that there was no one physically behind him. The tanta seemed to be manipulated by shadows. The second Kumo shinobi made a hand gesture, and in an instant, Gei appeared by his side. Kazuki, did you find anything? Why is the entire town brimming with such activity at an unusual hour? Gei inquired, while the second Kumo shinobi reverted to his original form. He placed a black tag on the deceased shinobi, and a pitch-black flame erupted, swiftly consuming the body without emitting any light. Meanwhile, Kazuki began explaining the information he had obtained from the fallen shinobi. Gei and Kazuki had already discreetly eliminated 4 chunin and 3 genin who were out on patrol. They carefully selected their targets to avoid drawing attention, taking advantage of the heightened activity in the town as the Kumo ninja prepared for the imminent shipment. On any normal day, the missing ninjas would likely have been spotted, but tonight, the attention of most Kumo ninjas was focused on the upcoming deployment. Kazuki, whatever they must have found must have high significance if they are so hasty. We must intercept the shipment, Gei advised, sharing his decision with Kazuki. Kazuki simply nodded and transformed himself into the now deceased Kumo shinobi. Gei-sensei, I am going towards the hostages. I will leave things out here for you, sensei, and I will try to delay the shipment as much as possible. If not possible, maybe I will blow it up, ha ha ha, Kazuki said with a mischievous expression. Gei could not help but shake his head at the kid's antics during such a critical time. Kazuki merged with the shadows and vanished after handing Gei a scroll containing approximate locations of the Kumo shinobi and the layout of the village. Gei, after referring to the new details at hand, moved to eliminate the next target. Meanwhile, in the bandit camp, outside the perimeter, Torun waited patiently, concealed from sight, as he carefully monitored the surroundings. His focus was on the 2 Kumo shinobi disguised as bandits, seemingly enjoying their time sharing drinks. If Torun had not known beforehand, he might have believed they were genuine bandits. He marveled at how Kazuki and Itachi had been able to discern their true identity as shinobi. The 2 Kumo shinobi leisurely savored the night with drinks in hand, oblivious to the super tiny bugs stealthily making their way into both of their bottles. Torun manipulated his poisonous bugs to taint the drinks. Meanwhile, Itachi had already departed to infiltrate and rescue the hostages. Despite the camp being populated with numerous bandits, only 10 of them were shinobi. However, caution was paramount, especially with Kumo jonin leading the camp. If discovered before reinforcements arrived, it could spell significant trouble for the team. Within the heart of the bandit camp, a makeshift prison had been erected to confine the hostages. A dozen ruthless bandits, overseen by 3 Kumo shinobi, all of chunin rank, stood guard. The atmosphere reeked of despair as the captives, tormented and abused, faced the brutality of their captors. The women, in particular, suffered unimaginable cruelty and were subjected to inhuman acts of torment. Pleas and cries for mercy echoed through the confined space, unheard by the callous perpetrators. The gang of bandits revelled in their sadistic display of power, taking perverse pleasure in the suffering they inflicted upon their defenseless captives. The air was thick with anguish and fear as the hostages endured unspeakable horrors. Unbeknownst to the tormentors and their victims, a pair of piercing red eyes observed the unfolding atrocities from the shadows. These eyes, filled with a mix of rage and determination, carefully scrutinized every action within the grim confines of the prison. In the oppressive silence of the makeshift prison, Itachi waited patiently, suppressing the anger that simmered beneath the surface. His rationality prevailed over impulsiveness, allowing him to observe the unfolding scene with a focused mind. Amid the torment and chaos, a peculiar moment caught his discerning eye. As one of the regular bandits reached out to pull a woman from among the hostages, a Chunin swiftly intervened, sternly reprimanding the bandit. "You better not touch that woman. The leader has specifically chosen her, and you know how the leader is," the Chunin warned, his words carrying a weight that commanded obedience. The bandit, seemingly intimidated, hastily retreated as if the woman were a forbidden entity. Itachi's keen eyes honed in on this abnormality. Something about the woman had drawn the Chunin's protective attention. Intrigued, Itachi observed her closely and discovered that, aside from superficial wounds, the woman remained mostly unharmed. This anomaly raised questions in Itachi's mind, adding a layer of mystery to the already tense atmosphere within the prison. Meanwhile, Kazuki, flawlessly disguised as a Kumo Chunin, strategically placed sealing tags around the village without the knowledge of the Kumo shinobi, ensuring that none would be able to escape once the conflict commenced. After completing the intricate sealing arrangement, Kazuki strolled in the direction where other Kumo ninja were hastily preparing the convoy. "Oi, Gen. What are you doing there? Come give us a hand. The commander has asked us to make sure that the convoy leaves before daybreak." Kumo Jonin, burdened with heavy boxes for the convoy, noticed Gen walking about leisurely and called out. Kazuki had gleaned some information about the original Gen, someone related to the vice commander, and an elite Jonin. Although the real Gen was not an exceptional Chunin and lacked brightness among the Kumo ranks, his status was relatively higher. Kazuki decided to play his part and approach the Jonin, hoping to discern the contents of the convoy. He was puzzled about why such a significant discovery required a large convoy for transport. Why go through so much trouble arranging for transport? Why not send a team out with sealing scrolls carrying the items? Kazuki questioned the Jonin, who handed him a hefty box while picking up another. The weight of the box only deepened Kazuki's confusion. "Gen, why do you always ask such stupid questions? Do you think the commander did not think of such simple things? It is not that we do not want to. It is just that we cannot. Whatever's in these boxes interferes with our storage scrolls," the Jonin explained, revealing the limitations of Kumo's sealing scrolls. "Just so you know, sealing scrolls are not easy to produce. They are strategic resources. Only a limited number are made each year. I sometimes wonder how you even reached Chunin rank, lacking all this essential knowledge, Gen," the Jonin added, expressing a mix of frustration and respect for Gen's connection with the vice commander. Kazuki's earlier confusion was clarified. When he attempted to probe if he could store the boxes, he found that he could do so if he intended. This meant that the quality of Kumo's sealing scrolls was subpar, unable to store items emitting strong chakra fluctuations. From his earlier probing, he discerned the identity of the mystery material. Each box was filled to the brim with the highest quality chakra metal ore Kazuki had encountered in his short life, each box weighing at least a couple of 100 kilograms each. As Kazuki assisted the other Kumo ninja, he covertly took measures to sabotage the convoy. A rough estimate revealed over 100 sealed boxes, with many more yet to be loaded. It became clear to Kazuki that Kumo had discovered a vast chakra metal ore, many a substantial one, given the volume of ore harvested in just a few days. "Gen, the vice commander has asked for you to report to him immediately at his place," a Chunin informed Kazuki, who seamlessly joined the others in place of Gen. Armed with the gathered information, Kazuki headed towards the vice commander's residence. Upon reaching the vice commander's residence, Kazuki casually walked in and entered the study, where a stern man with features resembling Gen was engrossed in documents. "Uncle, did you call for me?" Kazuki inquired. Before the vice commander could respond, a sudden explosion reverberated, alarming the entire town and prompting all Kumo shinobi to prepare themselves for battle. "Gen, quickly go to where the hostages are. Make sure they are not harmed. You know how important those people are," the vice commander urgently directed, rushing towards the commander's location. However, just as he stepped out of the study, instincts kicked in, and he deftly dodged a rising water blade that narrowly missed him. "Who are you? What did you do with Gen?" The elite Jonin, now on full alert, surrounded himself with a protective layer of lightning-infused chakra. Kazuki observed Jonin's lightning armor closely, simultaneously erecting a barrier around the house to avoid drawing attention. The Jonin quickly detected the ceiling of the house and reacted swiftly, flickering behind Kazuki to strike a fatal blow. Instinctively, Kazuki dodged, and the vice commander retreated, realizing that shadows were ready to strike if he continued forward. Comment for comment. Vochon left. Chapter 31. Chapter 31. You're a Leaf Shinobi from the Nara clan. Is the Leaf declaring war on us? Do you think Kumo will not retaliate for such blatant aggression? The elite Jonin sought to identify the mysterious assailant, correlating the shadow manipulation with the Nara clan. However, Kazuki responded with a blank expression, treating elite Jonin's words with apparent indifference. Did you take a blow to the head as a child? You're stealing from the Fire Country, killing innocents disguised as bandits, and yet you question why we are attacking. Kazuki, unimpressed by Jonin's hypocrisy, decided not to waste time, suspecting that Gei-sensei might have been discovered and initiating combat. Reiten. Reisujekishin lightning wrap violent quake. The Kumo Jonin released a lightning attack as Kazuki began responding to his question. Suten. Suijin Hikit water release. Water formation wall. Kazuki countered by creating a large water wall to defend against the lightning attack. Amateur, Jonin scoffed, but the anticipated outcome did not materialize even after a few seconds. The expected electric discharge did not follow, leaving Jonin momentarily confused. Kazuki had anticipated the electrical shock after using the water manipulation, and Jonin's miscalculation led to his failure. Kazuki could not resist mocking his opponent. Oh, waiting for me to get electrocuted, now are you? No wonder your nephew was so dumb. It seems like it runs in your family, Kazuki taunted, realizing Jonin's lack of understanding of water properties. The elite Jonin regained composure and resumed the assault, unleashing another lightning technique, Reiten. Jubaishi, with a force close to that of an Arunk technique. Kazuki acknowledged his proficiency in Jonin's lightning manipulation but could not help mocking him. Not bad. Though your lightning manipulation is not as good as mine, it can be considered somewhat decent. Do you want to see what a real lightning attack looks like? Kazuki initiated a counter, prompting the Jonin to retaliate with kunes rigged with explosive tags. However, Kazuki effortlessly dodged the projectiles and used his shadow to shield against the ensuing explosion, preparing for his next move. Reiten. Chidori. Kazuki's hands crackled with pitch-black lightning, accompanied by the distinctive sound of chirping birds. To his surprise, the Jonin exhibited intense reactions upon seeing the black lightning. Who are you? How are you able to use black lightning? The elite Jonin's chakra intensified, adding more lightning currents to his attack. Undeterred, Kazuki continued to wield his Chidori, tearing through the opponent's lightning attack. The Jonin managed to evade, but the structural integrity of the wall behind him bore the brunt of Kazuki's assault. The air crackled with lightning as the elite Jonin initiated the next move, releasing a barrage of electrified needles with the technique Reiten. Ration lightning release. Thunder needle. Shadows danced around Kazuki as he gracefully navigated through the incoming onslaught, his movements fluid and precise. Responding swiftly, Kazuki erected a colossal wave of water with Suten. Kyojin Neme Shoshiki water release. Gantewave crash, meeting the incoming electric storm head-on and tore through the lightning needles as if the attack were nothing. The clash of elements painted a mesmerizing tableau against the canvas of the night. But Kazuki was not merely a dancer. He was a tactician. His shadow stretched, seeking the Jonin, attempting to bind him in Keijo's no jutsu. The elite Kumo Jonin, skilled and nimble, evaded the encroaching shadows and the wave. With Reiten. Jubashi lightning release. Electromagnetic murder. The Jonin sent forth a wave of lightning, attempting to engulf Kazuki. Yet, the Nara prodigy dispersed his shadow, avoiding the imminent danger. Kazuki executed Reiten. Shichishobari lightning release. Four-pillar bind, lightning-infused shadows converging upon the elite Jonin, ensnaring him in a crackling prison. The night echoed with the sizzle of electricity as the shadows pulsed with the power of the storm. Amidst the chaotic skirmish, the elite Jonin, battered but unbroken, managed to break free from the entangling shadows with a burst of lightning-infused strength. He acknowledged the severity of the battle and the necessity to adapt. The surroundings bore witness to the ferocity of their clash. Most of the house within the barrier was now in ruins. On the other side of the town, the thunderous onslaught of Meitage echoed through the air. Engaged in a fierce confrontation with the Kumo Jonin commander, Ge's unleashed power left a trail of destruction in its wake. The Kumo Jonin struggled to match the relentless assault. His lightning armor was strained against the relentless strikes. Gei's rampage disrupted every attempt to encircle him, forcing the Kumo shinobi to reevaluate their tactics. As the Kumo Jonin commander grappled with the onslaught and frustration etched across his face, he barked orders to his subordinates. The urgency in his voice was palpable as he sought the whereabouts of his deputy, Teichi. The relentless attacks from Gei and the unexpected confrontation had thrown their plans into disarray. The Kumo shinobi found themselves caught in a pincer, with Gei wreaking havoc in the heart of their operation. As Gei continued his onslaught, the Kumo commander swiftly made a strategic decision. Recognizing the urgency of securing the convoy and hostages, he ordered a tactical retreat. The majority of Kumo forces were redirected to expedite the withdrawal, emphasizing swift and decisive action. The Kumo commander understood that the element of surprise had been lost and their base within the Fire Country had been compromised. Quick, retreat. Escort the convoy and ensure the hostages' safety. Cut down anyone who obstructs your path, he commanded, his voice cutting through the chaos. The Kumo shinobi, while still engaged in skirmishes with leaf reinforcements, adhered to the directive. The retreat commenced, leaving behind a battlefield strewn with the aftermath of elemental clashes and the lingering echoes of Gei's unyielding assault. The Kumo commander, though facing the relentless assault of Mate Gei, maintained his composure. He remained determined to hold his ground, buying time for the safe withdrawal of the convoy. Amidst the intense combat with the Kumo vice commander, Kazuki maintained a keen awareness of the unfolding events outside. Using the shadows, sensing abnormal movements among the enemy shinobi, he deduced their strategic retreat. With a decisive decision, he disengaged from the clash with the elite Jonin, creating a calculated distance. Retrieving a totem-like item, he plunged it into the ground, setting in motion a series of intricate hand signs. The previously buried ceiling tags around the town responded, glowing in unison with the totem. The Kumo Jonin, recognizing the urgency to interrupt Kazuki's technique, fortified his lightning armor and charged forward. Yet, in the midst of his assault, an unexpected force immobilized him, pinning his feet to the ground. Trapped in a Fune technique, he launched various jutsus to break free, succeeding just as an imminent threat drew his attention back to Kazuki. With a final hand sign, a huge barrier encased the whole town. With the barrier now active, Kazuki brandished a blade, signaling his intent to conclude the encounter. Calmly, he announced, "This is something I just started learning, so forgive me if I am clumsy." Ichi no Keita. Boruto Senk first form. Volt flash. Kazuki vanished from Kumo Jonin's perception, leaving only a lingering sense of impending danger. The elite shinobi, relying on honed instincts, narrowly evaded a potentially fatal strike, sustaining only a light cut on his neck. "It seems I need to speed up the attack more," Kazuki remarked casually, undeterred by the close call. Even with restrictions, his opponent had dodged the attack, prompting Kazuki to consider more practice. Dismissing the confrontation, he expressed nonchalance about the ongoing battle. "You just got lucky. There will not be a next time. I will make sure that you are buried here today," the elite Jonin declared, attempting to regain composure. However, Kazuki's nonchalant demeanor seemed to provoke him to launch a counterattack. To his surprise, he found himself unable to move, paralyzed both physically and in the use of his chakra. A realization struck Kumo Jonin: he had been poisoned. Panicking, he struggled to understand how such a poison had taken effect so swiftly. Kazuki approached, the shadows from his techniques constricting the immobilized Jonin. "Poison," the Kumo elite Jonin gasped in disbelief. "It is impossible. I am an elite Jonin with my current level. Even the poison of the fabled Chayu of Sand Country will not act so quickly. How and who are you? There has not been such a potent poison anywhere before." The Kumo shinobi was completely in shock, because before this, no matter how strong the poison was, he still could retain most of his fighting prowess even under poisoned status, but the opponent in front of him poisoned him with a shallow cut and was able to paralyze an elite Jonin like himself within a few seconds. Just when he shared his thoughts, Kazuki had already stepped next to him. "Ah, so you are not a complete fool after all. You should not have let your guard down," Kazuki remarked, closing in. The Jonin, still in shock, questioned how an elite shinobi like himself could succumb to such a potent poison. Kazuki explained the nature of the poison, and as Jonin's consciousness faded, Kazuki began the delicate process of modifying his memory. "I cannot have others know about my true prowess yet, so I need to modify a few things before I take you back to the village. I am sure your head costs a hefty bounty for being an elite Jonin and all." Following that, Kazuki started altering Jonin's memory with his Funjutsu arts. Unless Kazuki personally intervened, he was confident that no one else would be able to tell that Jonin's memory had been tampered with. Intricately using his Funjutsu skills, Kazuki altered Jonin's recollection of the battle. He crafted a narrative in which he captured the elite shinobi after poisoning him, ensuring that the true extent of Kazuki's abilities remained hidden. As the memory manipulation took effect, Kazuki prepared to take his captive back to the village, his true prowess shrouded in secrecy. "Now, let's go on a hunt, shall we?" Kazuki thought to himself as he shifted his form to that of the vice-commander. Ensuring every detail was in order, he meticulously obliterated all traces of the recent battle, reducing the building to ashes. On the outskirts of the town, the Kumo shinobi escorting the convoy with the chakra metal encountered a sudden commotion. The Jonin in charge hastened to the front, berating the others for the delay. As he approached, a perplexing sight unfolded. The carts, laden with valuable cargo, were halted by an unseen 4C transparent barrier obstructing their path. "What the hell is this? Attack the barrier and bring it down. Where are the hostages we need to transport?" The Jonin barked orders, prompting the Kumo shinobi to assail the enigmatic barrier. Meanwhile, Mike Gay found himself impressed by the efficacy of the medicines Kazuki had provided. Internally acknowledging their effectiveness, Gay continued to keep the Jonin commander and the remaining Kumo forces under relentless pressure. Employing hit-and-run tactics, he exploited his superior speed to target a weaker Kumo ninja. The Leaf reinforcements, numbering around 2 dozen, strategically divided their forces, with a portion dispatched to attack the bandit camp. The battle unfolded in the Leaf's favor, with Gay's seemingly inexhaustible stamina wearing down the Kumo commander's resolve. Growing increasingly frustrated and anxious due to the lack of information from the forward team tasked with escorting the shipment, the Kumo commander contemplated drastic measures. His concern escalated when he noticed his deputy and another Kumo Jonin approaching, both visibly battered from a recent clash. "We were ambushed. There seems to be a barrier surrounding the town. All our troops and the shipment are stuck. We need to resolve this fast. There might be more enemy reinforcements coming," the deputy reported urgently. Without hesitation, the newly arrived combatants joined the fray, and the commander swiftly issued commands to encircle Gay once again. The Kumo commander, sensing an opportunity, devised a strategy to encircle Gay once more. A trio of Jonin and the deputy coordinated their attacks, attempting to box in the Leaf powerhouse. The commander, confident that this would be the turning point, focused his chakra for a decisive blow. Comment 6 comment. Vote on left. Chapter 32. Chapter 32. Just as Gay found himself at a momentary disadvantage, surrounded by skilled opponents, the Kumo commander launched a powerful lightning-infused punch aimed at Gay's midsection. However, just as the attack was about to land, a sudden scream from the Kumo Jonins caught the commander's attention. In the chaotic turn of events, the Kumo commander's attention was diverted by the shocking betrayal within his own ranks. The deputy commander, seemingly loyal until that moment, swiftly executed one of his comrades, while the Jonin by his side ruthlessly dispatched the remaining Kumo shinobi. The Jonin commander, initially focused on the threat posed by Gay, now found himself faced with a different form of treachery. "Traitors!" The commander's roar echoed on the battlefield as he grappled with the sudden betrayal. His mind raced to comprehend the motives behind such an unexpected act. The chakra signatures matched. There was no sign of external manipulation. The only conclusion that surfaced in his bewildered mind was that their own comrades had defected, turning against their own village. The commander's intent to charge at the deputy and the other Kumo Jonin was momentarily halted by the emergence of a looming danger. Gay, taking advantage of the commander's distraction, seized the opportunity to elevate the intensity of the battle to a whole new level. "Harudora, Daytan Toja," Gay's voice thundered as he unleashed the devastating technique. The air crackled with the raw power emanating from Gay's unleashed chakra. The Leaf powerhouse, propelled by the might of the 6th gate and the partially opened 7th gate, became a force of nature. The technique, named after the fearsome beast, struck with unparalleled force. Caught off guard and momentarily stunned by the internal betrayal, the Kumo commander, clad in his lightning armor, was ill-prepared for the impending onslaught. The sheer pressure and impact of Gay's ferocious attack tore through the commander's defenses as if they were mere illusions. Lightning flickered, and the commander was tossed like a ragdoll, his body contorting in response to the devastating assault. As the dust settled and the echoes of Gei's ultimate attack resonated across the battlefield, the Kumo commander lay battered and defeated. The betrayal within his own ranks and the overwhelming power of Gei had turned the tide decisively against the Kumo forces. Gei, having brought down the Kumo commander with his formidable technique, shifted his focus to Kazuki, gesturing in a relaxed manner. "Kazuki, is everything on your end sorted out? Have the hostages been rescued?" Gei's inquiry carried a mixture of concern and confidence, his eyes reflecting the unwavering determination that defined the seasoned ninja. Kazuki, though impressed by Gei's ability to pierce through his disguise, returned to his original form before responding. Nearby, the Jonin under Kazuki's influence retained their Kumo appearances, seamlessly blending in with the remaining Kumo Jinin and Chunin who were still engaged in skirmishes with the Leaf reinforcements. Gei, curious about the disguised Jonin, awaited an explanation, but Kazuki merely smiled, deeming it inappropriate to reveal the intricacies of his strategy at that moment. "Yes, Gei-sensei. The hostages are secured," Kazuki affirmed, his voice carrying a sense of accomplishment. "The remaining Kumo ninjas are still attempting to break the barrier I erected around town. Once we regroup, we should be able to eliminate or capture everyone." With the Kumo commander defeated, the morale of the Kumo forces dwindled rapidly. Gei wasted no time and swiftly issued orders for the Leaf ninjas to regroup, preparing for a counterattack against the remaining Kumo shinobi who persisted in their efforts to breach the barrier. Regarding the hostages that Gei had inquired about, they found refuge in a corner of a dimly lit warehouse, their faces etched with expressions of fear and gratitude. Among them, palpable tension lingered as their eyes darted nervously towards a seemingly innocuous yet eerily cute black wolf pup. The memories of the recent chaos were vivid in their minds. The wolf pup, an unexpected savior, had torn through their captors with a ferocity that defied its adorable appearance. A black puppet, standing stoically in a corner, contributed to the relentless assault on their oppressors, leaving the once confident Kumo shinobi reduced to tattered remnants. Even among the hostages, a Kumo Chunin who had hidden his allegiance dared to catch an innocent hostage and brandish a threat, hoping to regain some semblance of control. However, the cute-looking pup had other plans. With a sudden and efficient motion, the wolf pup dove out of the shadow of the Chunin, emerging almost instantly to bite off the Chunin's head before he could comprehend the impending danger. The black puppet, having fulfilled its role in the chaos, stood silent witness to the swift justice meted out. Amidst the bandit camp, Torun patiently awaited the arrival of the Leaf reinforcements, hidden from sight as he monitored the surroundings meticulously. Unbeknownst to the bandits, the two Kumo shinobi on external guard duty had already succumbed to the poisoned drink strategically administered by Torun. While the bandits assumed their comrades had merely passed out, the timely demise of the Kumo shinobi went unnoticed. Upon the reinforcements' arrival, Torun swiftly briefed them on the situation, providing a detailed account of the bandit camp's layout and potential threats. The leader from the Leaf outpost, demonstrating decisive leadership, opted to personally lead the assault on the bandit camp. Within the confines of the camp where the hostages were confined, an abrupt and tumultuous noise from the external surroundings immediately seized everyone's attention. A Chunin, breathless from his dash into the camp, conveyed the urgency of the situation to the Jonin in charge. "The Leaf shinobi are attacking as we speak." Maintaining composure, the Jonin inquired, "How many assailants? Any recent updates from the commander?" In a concerted effort to gauge the scale of the unfolding events, the Jonin also summoned a small rodent, entrusting it with a scroll containing vital information. "Approximately 8 enemies," the Chunin replied. "However, we cannot accurately assess their strength. Even with our numerical advantage, we are struggling to hold our ground." Acknowledging the urgency of the situation, the Jonin swiftly issued orders to his subordinates. "Quickly, everyone, move out to support the others. I will remain here with a few to guard the hostages." In response to Jonin's directive, the majority of the bandits, along with the disguised Kumo ninja, hastened to reinforce their comrades engaged in combat. Left behind were the Jonin, 2 Chunins, and a handful of bandits, forming a small contingent tasked with safeguarding the captives in the heart of the bandit camp. However, in an unexpected twist, the enemy had infiltrated deep into the bandit camp, catching them off guard. Seizing the opportunity he had patiently awaited, Itachi sprang into action as most of the shinobi left to engage in the ongoing battle outside. "Ketan, Sunkatsumaben Fire Release. Phoenix Sage Flower Nail Crimson. Itachi unleashed a devastating volley of shuriken, infusing them with fire chakra mid-flight. The flaming shuriken, strategically directed to target all the bandits, caught them off guard. Most regular bandits within range were set ablaze and burned to a crisp. Only a few managed to react in time, and the number of enemies Itachi faced dwindled to a mere half a dozen. However, his attack failed to take down any of the Kumo ninjas who had reacted faster. Who are you, kid? Do you have a death wish? The Kumo Jonin, maintaining his bandit persona, sought to catch Itachi off guard. The two remaining Chunin and the remaining bandits closed in, attempting to corner the Uchiha. Keiten. Keki no Jutsu Fire Release. Great Fireball Technique. Itachi launched a massive fireball directly at the Kumo Jonin without giving any indication. The Jonin, searching for an opening, instinctively used a lightning jutsu to counter the incoming attack, considering the fireball too large to dodge casually. Raiten Dan. Ibuka Lightning Release Bullet. Power Breath. A seasoned veteran, the Kumo Jonin unleashed a full-powered lightning breath to counter the intense fireball. Meanwhile, the remaining bandits intensified their assaults. The battle grew increasingly intense. Itachi, relying on his keen instincts, effortlessly dispatched the regular bandits. The Kumo Jonin, with his considerable prowess, proved to be a formidable opponent. Itachi strategically employed explosion tags provided by Kazuki, setting counter-traps during the fight. One Chunin miscalculated the explosion range and got caught in the blast, sustaining injuries. Seeing his subordinate in peril, the Jonin moved to intervene, but Itachi reacted swiftly. Katon. Heizukish Fire Release. Ash Pile Burning. Itachi employed the burning ash technique to engulf the injured Chunin, ensuring he could not escape and obstructing the enemy's vision to prevent them from anticipating his next move. The Kumo Jonin, understanding Itachi's plan, countered by unleashing a stream of lightning attacks. Raiten. Kanjika Lightning Release. Wave of Inspiration. Intent on preventing Itachi from igniting the ash and using the smoke as cover, the Kumo Jonin attacked. However, he did not anticipate Itachi's next move. A severed head soared into the air, revealing that Itachi's true target had been the other Chunin from the beginning. Just as the Kumo Jonin thought the attack had concluded, a sudden explosion tore the injured Chunin to pieces. How? The Kumo Jonin could not comprehend the rapidly evolving battle and questioned Itachi, confusion filling his mind. Itachi remained silent, watching his opponent closely. However, in the next moment, a blade pierced through Itachi's back. The Kumo Jonin could not resist smirking, remarking, "You are still too young to be on the battlefield, kid." The assailant was the woman hidden among the hostages. But Itachi's expression remained unchanged. As the Jonin observed, Itachi's eyes shifted from normal to 1 tamu and all the way to 3 tamu Sharingan. At that moment, the Jonin realized his chest had been pierced through by a blade, and a woman stood behind him with a confused and fearful look. The Jonin understood they had fallen under the kid's genjutsu. With blurred vision, his last sight was of the woman being beheaded by Itachi, who leisurely walked towards the hostages. The Jonin whispered his final words, "Uchiha." After Itachi successfully rescued the hostages at the bandit camp, the remaining enemies faced a swift and decisive defeat. The Kumo Jonin, being the highest combat power among the bandits, could not withstand the combined force of the Leaf Shinobi, especially with Itachi joining the battle. The scales immediately tipped in favor of the Leaf Shinobi. Regrouping, the leader from the Leaf outpost left 2 Chunin behind to safeguard the newly rescued hostages. He departed with the rest of the force, heading back to reinforce the ongoing battle in the town. Back in the town, Gei and Kazuki, accompanied by the remaining Leaf Shinobi, initiated a relentless assault on the Kumo Shinobi, attempting to breach the barrier. "Gei-sensei, can you keep going? Are not you tired yet?" Kazuki could not help but wonder, marveling at Gei's seemingly limitless stamina. Despite taking Kazuki's medicines, Gei showed no visible signs of fatigue, handling immense pressure since the incident began. "This is called youth, kid. Soon enough, I will teach you guys too, haha. By the way, Kazuki, how will the others from the bandit camp enter the town with a barrier around it?" Gei, intrigued by the barrier's resilience against the combined attacks of powerful Jonin with lightning attributes, sought clarification on whether their allies could enter. "No worries there, Gei-sensei. It is just a one-sided barrier. One can enter, but they cannot exit. So, if our shinobi from the bandit camp wants to enter, there will be no issues, Kazuki explained confidently. Just as he finished explaining, a dozen leaf shinobi, including Itachi and Torin, approached. Without waiting for further instructions, they seamlessly joined the ongoing assault against the Kumo shinobi, reinforcing the leaf shinobi's efforts. The battlefield became a chaotic tableau of intensified combat as the new wave of leaf shinobi joined the fray. Kazuki, who had been holding back, discreetly intervened using the shadows whenever any leaf ninja faced fatal danger. He refrained from deploying his shadow puppets and summoning creatures as he observed that the leaf side was gradually overwhelming the Kumo ninja. With no proper chain of command and the unstoppable force of Gei wreaking havoc, the Kumo shinobi could only accept the inevitable fate that awaited them. Comment 6. Vochon left. Chapter 33. Chapter 33. As the battle raged on for another hour, the last Kumo Jonin finally fell. Despite the more than 60 Kumo shinobi present in town, the leaf ninjas emerged unscathed. The veterans among them were surprised by this unexpected outcome. Little did they know that, without Kazuki's covert assistance, the leaf would have undoubtedly lost several of their own in the fierce clashes. The town, once echoing with the clash of lightning and the shouts of battle, now fell into an eerie silence. The leaf shinobi, despite their victory, remained vigilant, aware that the dust of conflict could settle only temporarily. Gei, still brimming with energy, could not help but commend his team. Great work, everyone. This victory is a testament to the strength of youth and teamwork. Tenma-senpai, your reinforcements were invaluable. Without your assistance, we might not have been able to complete this mission. Kazuki also warmly conveyed his thanks to the Hyuga outpost leader for the timely assistance. However, he concealed the extent of his involvement, maintaining the illusion that the leaf shinobi's success was solely due to their prowess. The shadows, his trusted allies, melted back into the darkness as the town began to reclaim its original calm. After the intense battle, the leaf shinobi managed to capture only 2 Kumo ninja, a Levier Shunin and a Genin. Kazuki, however, chose not to disclose the fact that he had captured an elite Jonin. The spoils of the recent conflict promised significant contributions, and although they would be shared among the leaf shinobi for their combined efforts, Kazuki decided to keep the credit for capturing the elite Jonin for his own team. He planned to later hand him over to the old man directly, leveraging the benefits he had provided Hirusen with in the past for a bit of selfish gain. With Tenma Hyuga, a seasoned Jonin, taking temporary leadership, various arrangements were made to secure the town and the precious cargo. Gei and his team were tasked with taking inventory. During the inspection, Kazuki discreetly examined the contents of a larger box compared to the others and, without hesitation, sealed the box inside his own scroll. Itachi, witnessing Kazuki's actions, merely gave him a bland look, opting not to question his teammate at the moment. Tenma, having organized a sensor team to survey the site from which the chakra ore was originally extracted, received their report with evident delight. The chakra metal ore was found beneath old Senju ruins, and the mine itself yielded the highest quality chakra metal. Its size was astounding, dwarfing even the largest chakra metal mines discovered in the Land of Iron. Tenma understood the strategic importance of such a discovery. No wonder Kumo had covertly taken control of an entire town. Possessing such a vast and rich mine would be reason enough for any country to wage war. However, this mine was found in the heart of the Fire Country, and Tenma knew that this remarkable achievement would secure him a higher position, contributing significantly to his chances of promotion. Upon further investigation, it was discovered that the hostages originally being transported to Kumo with haste were none other than people living near the ruins. These individuals had Senju ancestry and constituted a branch of the main Senju line. Their ancestral duty was to take care of the ruins, but even the original residents were unaware of the vast chakra metal mine hidden beneath their ancestral grounds. Upon receiving this new information, Tenma requested additional reinforcements to secure the mine. The village promptly decided to dispatch a sizable force to defend the mine. Hirusen also issued orders for Team Gei to act as escorts, bringing back the chakra metal ore and the remaining Senju people to Konoha. The team could only wait as a new convoy was being arranged for transport. Upon discovering the Senju ruins, Kazuki requested permission from Gei to explore them, and Gei readily agreed. Traveling at a leisurely pace, Kazuki reached the Senju ruins. He noticed 4 leaf shinobi already guarding the site, and upon his arrival, they approached to clarify the reason. After a brief explanation, Kazuki moved in the direction of the ruins. Upon reaching the center of the ruins and ensuring no other eyes were on him, Kazuki quickly performed a series of hand signs and placed his open palm on the ground. Kachiu's no jutsu summoning technique. Out of a puff of smoke, a pitch-black wolf pup was summoned. It quickly rushed and jumped on Kazuki upon seeing him. "Hey Kuro, how are you?" The little wolf pup was special, belonging to the Hell Beasts clan, with whom the Nara clan had signed a contract. However, little Kuro was exceptional even among the Hell Beast clan. Its bloodline was so pure that it nearly rivaled the bloodline purity of their current sage, the oldest entity in the Hell Beast clan. Due to its high bloodline purity, Kuro had an uncanny affinity for yin nature, endowing the pup with special abilities in addition to the characteristics of the Hell Beasts. After summoning Kuro, Kazuki began exploring the ruins with care. He copied every detail he deemed significant. After nearly 4 hours of searching, Kazuki retrieved close to a dozen antiques, of which only 2 were intact. While examining the items, Kuro howled to grab Kazuki's attention, as Kuro was not yet proficient in human language. Kazuki followed Kuro, and after 10 minutes, they reached a small rocky outcrop. Amidst the rocks was a small opening leading underground. Without Kuro, Kazuki might not have found such a place, and with Kuro leading, Kazuki went down the hole. After following the dark hole, both Kuro and Kazuki reached a vast underground cavern. To Kazuki's surprise, the cavern was illuminated by crystals embedded at the top, covering the entire space. A barrier surrounded the cavern, and its complexity gave Kazuki goosebumps. Despite its strength, the barrier had succumbed to the test of time, showing signs of malfunctioning in various places. With some effort, Kazuki, accompanied by Kuro, passed the barrier. Inside, he was greeted by a breathtaking sight. A massive withered tree lay uprooted, bound by numerous golden chains, many of which were broken. Kazuki immediately recognized the tree's similarity to the god tree, known for bearing chakra fruits. Approaching cautiously, he examined the tree. After ensuring there was no immediate danger, he poked one of the golden chains, causing it to lose its luster and turn to ash. Woof woof. Once again, Kuro sought Kazuki's attention and directed him further into the cavern. Upon arriving, Kazuki was met with another astonishing sight. A colossal wooden construct. Referring to it as a construct would be a mistake, for it emitted a faint vitality, as if the wood itself were alive. After carefully probing the entity, Kazuki realized what it was. Resembling an Ashura with 3 heads and 6 arms, its size was comparable to that of the 10 tails. The main distinction Kazuki noted was that unlike the tailed beasts, which were entities of chakra, the wooden arrow was an entity made entirely of nature energy. Kazuki turned to Kuro and inquired, "Kuro, how did you know something like this was here?" Through various gestures and his connection to Kazuki, Kuro conveyed a response. "So you mean to say that there is something like this back at your home too? They smell the same but, at the same time, feel different. What is that supposed to mean?" Woof woof. Kuro confirmed that Kazuki understood, and without answering Kazuki, he continued exploring the cavern. Kazuki, on the other hand, examined the colossal wooden Ashura. Its size was so immense that it took hours for him to carefully inspect the entire entity. After the examination, he observed that the wooden construct was damaged at many places, adorned with huge scars as if it had survived a massive battle. Driven by curiosity, Kazuki placed his hand on the construct, but a sudden burning pain shot through his arm, forcing him to retract it. To his astonishment, the entire Ashura began to glow brightly, as if preparing to explode. Drenched in cold sweat, Kazuki braced for the explosion, closing his eyes instinctively. However, the expected devastation did not occur. Kuro's repeated howls prompted him to open his eyes, revealing that the Ashura construct had vanished without a trace. Kazuki probed the area using his senses and discovered a human skeleton in the place where the construct was. Though old, the skeleton's bone structure resembled crystal, etched with various funjutsu. Careful not to touch it directly, Kazuki promptly sealed the skeleton away in a scroll. After sealing the skeleton, Kuro eagerly dug at the same spot and pulled out a small, palm-sized wooden construct. It resembled Baby Groot from Kazuki's past life but had 3 heads and 6 arms, similar to the Ashura entity. Despite its appearance, the small entity seemed to be in a state of suspended animation, radiating a faint vitality. Understanding the significance of the newly discovered place, Kazuki meticulously collected everything of importance. Storing the withered god tree was an immense burden, draining most of his chakra and almost knocking him out cold. Fortunately, thanks to the Funjutsu ritual and his medicines, he managed to recover his chakra to an acceptable level quickly. Returning to the town after 2 days early in the morning, Kazuki found the convoy ready to depart. He had stayed in the cavern for 2 whole days, exploring its depths. Although he shared some details about the ruins, Kazuki kept the information about the hidden cavern a secret for now. Over the past 2 days, he gathered every piece of information about the sealing barrier he could find, gaining substantial insights. Additionally, he retrieved a few intact golden chains that had bound the god tree. Of course, Kazuki also made sure to collect every last piece of the god tree he could find. It took the convoy 5 full days to reach the village. Although Kazuki had ways to seal the boxes in his scrolls for transport, he could not subject the poor Senju remnants accompanying them back to the village to such discomfort. If his master found out about any attempt to pull such a stunt on people from the Senju lineage, he knew he would get a severe beating. During this week, the entire Shinobi world became aware that the Fire Country had come into possession of the largest chakra metal mine, and the quality of the ore was top-notch. Every major village stirred after getting the news, especially Kumo. The Raikage sent a letter to the Hokage, claiming that Leaf Ninja had ambushed their Kumo Shinobi who were exploring the Fire Country in peace, and demanded compensation for the dead Shinobi in the form of handing over the mine. Even Hiruzen, who was usually calm, tore the letter to shreds after reading it. He knew the Raikage was shameless, but he did not expect him to fall so low. Oegakure also increased the troops on the border after hearing about the Fire Country acquiring a huge chakra metal mine. The troops dispatched to secure the mine had already been involved in more than a dozen skirmishes launched by various missing nins and other forces. The Leaf Village had to send a second dispatchment to reinforce security, and plans for a massive war fortress surrounding the mine were underway. The Fire Daimyo himself went out of his way to fully fund the project and even approved a war fortress in place of a regular town to be built, even before Hiruzen could suggest it. Even the Land of Iron, which always boasted about its neutrality, could not resist its greed when it came to the mine. Their approach, however, was more diplomatic. The Daimyo of Iron sent an envoy team to the Fire Daimyo to discuss taking control of the mine, arguing that a neutral country like theirs should hold control to avoid unnecessary conflicts. From various sources, it was confirmed that the Fire Daimyo had simply flipped the table upon hearing the shameless request from the Iron envoys. The envoy team was promptly sent packing after the meeting ended. Comment. Vote 1 left. Chapter 34. Chapter 34. The Land of Iron held a complete monopoly over high-quality chakra metal, and the newly discovered ore was even of better quality than what the Land of Iron could offer. Their entire economy was based around weapon manufacturing and related industries. Every other Shinobi village had to agree to the Land of Iron's requests, no matter how steep, because chakra weapons were a boon for every high-level Shinobi. While Genin and Chunin might not see much difference, once a Shinobi reached Jonin level, the need for a chakra weapon became immense. A Jonin with a chakra weapon held a significant advantage over a Jonin without one. During the escort trip back, Itachi approached Kazuki to inquire about the box he had stolen earlier. Before Itachi could question him further, Kazuki simply stated that he would provide him with a few custom-made weapons personally modified by the Funjutsu Grandmaster, who had connections with the Nara clan. Itachi was dumbstruck. Understanding the significance of the promise, he chose not to question Kazuki further, and he mentally made a note to mention the promise of weapons to his father. He had already learned about the presence of a Fun Grandmaster in the Leaf Village from his father, Fugeku. With Itachi's intellect, he guessed that Kazuki must have a direct relationship to the Fun Grandmaster, especially after the items Kazuki had shared with the team during the mission. Itachi personally believed that Kazuki had been taken as a disciple by the Fun Grandmaster, so he was given special privilege. Even with Itachi's high intellect, it never crossed his mind that Kazuki himself was the Grandmaster, a 6-year-old Fun Grandmaster. One would have to be crazy to think of such a thing. Kazuki, can I have one more weapon custom made in addition, and I do not mind paying for it? Itachi made a sincere request to his teammate because he knew that after he shared the information with his father, he might not be able to get his hands on one of these without a significant contribution to the Uchiha clan. Even though he was the Uchiha clan heir, Kajuki was confused, but after looking at Itachi's awkward but sincere look, he agreed without asking any further questions. As the team reached the Leaf Village, Kajuki saw his master, the Slug Sage, personally waiting to welcome the Senju remnants. Kakashi and Shizune followed her quietly. There were a few other Jonin accompanying the Sannin. Gei quickly concluded the handover process and then proceeded to report to the Hokage building before the other two departed. Gei had specifically asked the trio to meet up at the training site in the evening. Kazuki, however, chose to follow Gei, as he had to hand over the elite Kimojonin that he had captured earlier. As Gei and Kazuki approached the building, it seemed to buzz with increased activity. They entered only after receiving permission. Inside, Hiruzen was engrossed in paperwork, surrounded by a sizable stack of neatly arranged documents. Hokage-sama, we are here to report on the recent mission, Gei announced, interrupting the Hokage's intense focus. Hiruzen, fatigued and weary, set down his pen and looked up. It is you guys. You surely know how to make an old man work extra hours. After your recent discovery, I've been handling almost 10 times more documents than I used to on any regular day. Well, never mind that. You guys did a great job out there. I've personally upgraded your original mission rank to class, and the return mission for escort has been listed as an A-class mission. Now, Gei, why do not you sit down and explain in detail what happened out there? Hiruzen set aside the documents, eager to hear the specifics. Gei proceeded to provide an exhaustive mission report, even detailing their daily meals since the day they left. Kazuki, standing next to Gei, could not help but sway at the level of detail. Even Hiruzen questioned if Gei had misunderstood his request but chose not to interrupt, allowing the young man to describe the mission with vivid details. By the time Gei finished, both Hiruzen and Kazuki were relieved. Gei was content that he fulfilled the Hokage's request. Good. The mine will help us prosper, and with the new mine, we can break free from the weapon monopoly of the Land of Iron. I estimate a large influx of new people coming into Konoha in the name of business, so we need to be prepared, Hiruzen stated. Gei was confused, but Kazuki understood that the words were directed at him, signaling the need to expedite the plans for designing new defenses. I heard that you managed to capture 2 Kimoshinobi alive. With them, we might find out who helped them infiltrate the Fire Country so deeply. Without aid from the inside, I am sure they would not have been able to set up such a town inside the Fire Country. Hiruzen, though old, was not naive enough to believe Kamo achieved the infiltration without internal assistance. Well, old man, honestly, I feel you need to capture that old dog, Danzo, and hand him over to the torture and interrogation team. I am sure he had something to do with this. Kazuki expressed his suspicion. Gei was surprised at the blatant disrespect shown towards the village elder, but he remained silent as the Hokage had yet to respond. Kazuki, I understand your disdain for Danzo, and I acknowledge that he may have engaged in questionable actions in his pursuit of power. However, I firmly believe that under no circumstances would Danzo betray the village, Hiruzen stated with clarity. He recognized that he could question Danzo's character, but he could not cast doubt on his loyalty to the village. Hiruzen also grappled with a sense of responsibility, wondering if he bore some blame for Danzo's transformation. Whatever, keep telling yourself that, old man. However, in the future, do not come crying to me when he stabs you in the back again, Kazuki nonchalantly retorted as Hiruzen tried to defend Danzo. Gei stood by like a bystander, unaware of the underlying tension. Kazuki addressed the Sandaime as if he were a next-door grandfather, displaying a level of disrespect that left an awkward silence in the room. Hiruzen sighed, recognizing the gravity of the situation. Kazuki, I respect your concerns, but we must approach this matter cautiously. Accusing someone without concrete evidence could lead to unnecessary conflict. While Danzo's methods may be questionable, I believe he remains loyal to the village. Kazuki huffed in frustration, clearly dissatisfied with the response but choosing not to escalate the confrontation further. Gei, sensing the tension, interjected, attempting to shift the conversation. Hokage-sama, is there anything else you need from us regarding the mission, or are there further instructions? Gei asked, maintaining a respectful tone, trying to divert attention away from the escalating dispute. Before the Hokage could begin, Kazuki remembered his original purpose for the meeting and pulled out a scroll. Oh, I totally forgot. Here, old man, this is a gift. This was a personal exploit of my team, and I do not want it shared among the others, just my team. With that said, Kazuki spread out the scroll and undid the Finojutsu enclosing technique to release the captured elite Jonin. Both Hiruzen and Gei were taken aback by the appearance of the unconscious Kumo Shinobi, who had been sealed using half a dozen Funjutsu tags. Gei, initially surprised, quickly reached for his bingo book to identify the Kumo Shinobi, but Hiruzen stopped him. No need, Gei. He is an elite Jonin from Kumo. I have no idea how you managed to achieve this, but you guys have earned yourselves a significant amount of contributions. Sandai-sama, I had no involvement in capturing this shinobi. I think you should just hand over the contributions to Kazuki. Gei, always straightforward, did not want to take advantage of a 6-year-old kid and voiced his opinion. However, the Hokage waved his request away, knowing that Kazuki would not have made such a request if he did not intend to share the contributions with his team. Old man, no one knows that I have captured him, so it is better to take extra precautions. It is not every day you can take an elite Jonin alive. I do not want to hear news stating that the prisoners were assassinated under lock and key, Kazuki commented, and Hiruzen could not help but sigh as he understood the implication the kid still blamed Danzo. Tora. The Hokage signaled, and a white-robed Anbu with a tiger mask appeared next to Hiruzen, taking a knee and awaiting orders. He is a high-value prisoner. Make sure there are absolutely no accidents. I want every bit of information that you can extract from him. Inform the Yamanaka clan head that I asked for him to personally read his mind, and you will be personally in charge of this. I do not want even a bit of information to spread about this. Is that understood? The Sandaime ordered the Anbu, who, from the corner of his eyes, noticed the bound Kumo Shinobi and recognized the famous elite Jonin. He flinched, but quickly composed himself. Understood, Hokage-sama. The white-robed Anbu stood up, approached Kazuki, and received the scroll. Kazuki passed it over, and the Anbu performed the enclosing technique again. The Anbu was surprised by the quality of the sealing scroll but received a nod from the Hokage. He vanished from sight, with the prisoner now secure. Old man, that scroll was expensive, so it is going on your tab. Remember to pay me back later, Kazuki remarked, causing Hiruzen's mouth to twitch. However, he could not say anything, knowing the kid's penchant for money. Oh, and by the way, I might have taken a couple of boxes from the original Kumo convoy, old man, so do not worry about it. Before he could finish, Gei jumped up to reprimand him. Kazuki, you cannot do that. Those resources belong to the village. How can you steal those? You should hand over those boxes immediately. Ah, come now, Gei-sensei. Look, even the old man is okay with it. Quick, let's leave before he changes his mind. Hiruzen could not help but get a headache while dealing with this little demon. Sometimes, he even felt like giving the kid a good beating to straighten him up. But then he sighed. Gei eagerly looked at the Hokage, expecting him to reprimand his student. However, the Hokage simply waved for them to leave to avoid further headaches. It is okay, Gei. Let the kid play with those. It is just a couple of boxes, so it is not a big deal. I will deal with that matter. You guys can leave. Gei left the Hokage building, followed by Kazuki, still pondering the fact that there were countries ready to wage war for the chakra metal, and their Hokage was giving it to a child for play. Gei could not help but doubt himself, thinking that he must be really dumb, just as his rival Kakashi always stated. As Kazuki reached home, the news of the mission stirred Yoshino into a frenzy. She expressed her concern about Kazuki being just a child and how Shikeke had seemingly forced him into the life of a shinobi. Initially, Yoshino had hoped Kazuki would attend the academy and gradually grow into the role over the years. Caught in the middle, Shikeke shouldered the blame while Kazuki nonchalantly recounted his recent exploits. Uncle, do we have any master craftsmen in our clan? Kazuki inquired, realizing he possessed a significant amount of chakra metal ore that could be forged into weapons. Once forged, he could personally modify the weapons to suit his needs. No, Kazuki, master craftsmen are quite rare. I do know about 2 master craftsmen within the village, but with the recent discovery of the mine, I am sure we will not be able to place any commission soon. Why? Are you in need of a weapon? Shikeke, seizing a momentary respite from Yoshino's scolding, redirected the conversation. Comment. Voltron left. Chapter 35. Chapter 35. Well, I was thinking of getting a custom-made blade using a rare meteorite fragment that I recently acquired. Kazuki shared his thoughts with his uncle, explaining the purpose behind his search for a master craftsman. Oh, well, you could ask Tsunade-sama about it. The Senju had various families affiliated with them before their decline, and quite a few of them were weaponsmith clans. Even though they are fully integrated into the village now, they might still have a few master craftsmen among them, Shikek suggested, drawing from his knowledge of the village's history. Uncle, here, take this and store it in the clan treasury. It has about a ton or so of chakra metal ore. It is up to you how you use it. Aunt Yoshino, I am going to meet my team. I'll only be back later at night. Kazuki casually pulled out a large box from the ceiling scroll and left to meet his team, as Gei had called for a meeting at the training grounds. As Kazuki reached Gei, the other two teammates were already waiting. With Kazuki's arrival, Gei led the trio on a light sprint towards the top of Hokage Rock. Confusion marked the faces of the three young shinobi. If Gei intended to train, there were far more suitable places. Sensing their confusion, Gei quickly explained. We are not going to train today. Gei sat down on the top of the Hokage monument, facing the village, gesturing for the trio to join him. Kazuki and Itachi exchanged puzzled glances, wondering why Gei had brought them here. Torin, a bit slower to catch on, was still uncertain about the context. Gei-sensei, are you doing alright? Did you take a blow to the head on the recent mission? I can help you examine for injuries, Kazuki offered jokingly, concerned by the unusual deviation from Gei's typical enthusiasm for training. We are just going to talk today and not train. Tell me, how are you kids feeling? Gei asked, his tone softer and more solemn than usual. Itachi and Kazuki quickly grasped the significance of Gei's question, understanding the weight behind his words. Torin, still catching up, answered about his physical condition. No, kid, that's not what I wanted to know. I mean, how do you guys feel after killing someone? Gei asked, maintaining a serious tone. He acknowledged that this recent mission marked the first larger-scale conflict for the team, and it is possible that some of them had taken their lives for the first time. I know we have only been a team for less than a month, and this might have been your first experience with such matters. So, I just want to know how you really feel about killing. You do not have to answer me according to the Shinobi Code. Just share what you genuinely feel. Gei's intention was to gauge the state of the young minds under his guidance. Despite their exceptional abilities, they were, after all, still children. He wanted to create an environment where they felt supported and understood, beyond the formalities of the shinobi world. The trio exchanged glances, realizing the gravity of the discussion and the openness Gei was encouraging. As Kazuki pondered Gei-sensei's question, he realized that this was indeed the first time he had taken someone's life with his own hands. It was a realization that had not fully settled until Gei-sensei brought up the topic. Deciding to answer honestly, he spoke up. Well, Gei-sensei, it was my first time killing someone. Strangely, I do not feel any deep remorse or regret about it. However, it is not like I cherish the feeling of taking someone's life. Gei listened intently to Kazuki's honest response before turning his attention to the other two students. Itachi, who was seated, hesitated for a moment before sharing his thoughts. This was not my first time killing someone. My father took me to the battlefield during the Third Shinobi War. Honestly, I do not like killing, but I understand that sometimes, to defend the things we love, we must resort to violence. Gei's composure shifted to a more somber tone upon hearing about Itachi's experiences on the battlefield at such a young age. He recognized that, in a shinobi clan, such early exposure to violence was not uncommon. It was the norm in their world, where the weak often got trampled on. Gei turned to Torun, curious about his perspective. I was raised by Root for a year, Sensei, so what do you think? I was barely able to retain my emotions after a year with them. All I know is that I do not regret my choice to join them because my decision helped avoid such a life for little Shino. Honestly, I do not know how one should feel when killing. Torun, despite being released from Root, still carried the mental scars of his time with the organization. What he did not realize was that Kazuki had already rendered the curse seal on his tongue ineffective long ago, a fact even Torun himself remained unaware of. A brief silence settled over the group, accentuated by the wind that swept through as if echoing the gravity of their conversation. After the prolonged silence, Gei spoke again. I almost puked my gut out after completing my first kill. I could not sleep for a couple of days after that. Only after carefully contemplating the reason why I had to kill was I able to return to a normal state. However, you kids have much more stable minds than most shinobi out there. I've seen so many shinobi who keep killing with a smile on their faces, reveling and cherishing the act. I do not want any of you to turn into such monsters. Gay shared his experiences and concerns, shedding light on why he had brought up this topic. Honestly, even now, I wonder why Hokage-sama assigned me as your Jonin sensei. All three of you are monstrous geniuses, and I am someone who is only proficient in taijutsu. To be honest, I believe that with enough hard work and dedication, one can excel in taijutsu, unlike ninjutsu and genjutsu. Sensei, so why did you agree to take over the team? Turin was curious to know why Gay had chosen to lead the team, knowing his limitations. Itachi answered instead, because there are more things in a shinobi's life that one should learn, which at some point in our lives might have more weight than ninjutsu or genjutsu. Kazuki could not help but smile, realizing the depth of Itachi's words. Although Gay might not be able to teach the trio advanced techniques, there were essential life lessons they could glean from him. Yosh, I am someone who never gives up. I am Mate Gay, Konoha's blue beast. My name will someday be revered across the whole shinobi world, and I will make sure to raise all three of you to be the finest shinobi. With a burst of energy, Gay jumped up after sensing that the kids had grasped his intent. From the top of Hokage Rock, he declared, "Well, enough talk. Let's go 50 laps around the village." The trio exchanged bland looks when Gay declared 50 laps. "Sensei, did not you say no training today?" Itachi could not help but remind their sensei. However, Gay simply waved it off and urged the trio to follow him through the village, his enthusiasm infectious. The blend of seriousness and Gay's indomitable spirit created a unique atmosphere as they continued their journey through the village. The next morning, with a week off from Gay-sensei's training, Kazuki found himself teaching little Naruto, Shikamaru, and Choji about the intricate arts of Funjutsu at his master's place. Shizune, on the other hand, was engrossed in studying area ninjutsu records personally penned by Kazuki. In the entire village, besides his master, only Shizune had the privilege to access these records. With the Slug Sage now actively participating in the efforts to restore the Senju clan, Shizune had managed to carve out more time for her personal pursuits. "Naruto, what are you scribbling? Look at Choji. See how neatly his characters are done," Kazuki advised, his demeanor shifting between strict and encouraging. The little ones, now 3 years old, felt as though they were being tormented by the seemingly relentless Kazuki. "Big brother, this is so hard. Why should I learn all these? Cannot you just teach me some super strong ninjutsu so that I can send Shikamaru flying the next time we fight?" Naruto complained, looking up at Kazuki with a pout. Kazuki, hearing Naruto mention a fight, unconsciously turned towards where Shikamaru was sitting, diligently working on a basic Funjutsu tag. The mention of a fight brought a sense of anticipation to the young Shikamaru. Damn that Naruto's mouth. Now Big Brother is going to ask me about the fight, Shikamaru thought to himself, determined to keep his eyes focused on the Funjutsu tag he was crafting and avoid drawing attention to himself. The dynamics among the young ninja in training promised both challenges and amusement for Kazuki during this unexpected break from their regular routine. "Shikamaru, care to explain what Naruto is talking about? Why did you guys fight?" Kazuki questioned, squinting his eyes as he noticed Shikamaru trying to conceal himself. "Ah, that, Kazuki-san, we were just sparring, not a fight, I swear," Shikamaru quickly replied, attempting to appear innocent. However, his attempt at a facade was shattered by Naruto's unfiltered words. "Well, it was a fight, alright. You told me that if you won the fight, then you did not have to run 50 laps around the training ground in the morning. You even asked me and Choji not to tell Big Brother Kazuki that you were sleeping instead of running," Naruto blurted out, revealing the entire scenario before being prompted. "Choji, you were a part of this too." Kazuki turned his attention to Choji, who was diligently working on his Fun characters and munching on chips simultaneously. "Shikamaru promised me that he would buy me a lot of snacks if I deliberately lost and kept my mouth shut about his sleeping," Choji responded, his multitasking skills on full display. "What, Shikamaru? You cheated. We are going to have a rematch right now." Little Naruto, fueled by a sense of injustice, flared up and got ready to confront Shikamaru once again. "Come now, Naruto. Let's not fight, and Shikamaru, should I tell Aunt Yoshino about this?" Kazuki could not help but smile, an evil smirk playing on his face. Shikamaru unconsciously gulped at the mention of his mother. He knew he was in for one hell of a scolding if Yoshino found out about their little escapade. Kazuki, stop tormenting the little ones, will you? I do not know why you enjoy doing such silly things. Chizun, who had been observing from the side, came to the defense of the trio. Fine, big sister Chizun, I will let them go for your sake. By the way, did Master tell you what time she would be back? I have a matter to discuss with her, Kazuki said, letting the trio's matter slide with Shizun's intervention. It was harmless, and he also needed to talk to Tsunade about the master blacksmith. Master said that she would be back before lunch. So, she should be back soon. Shizun shared the details she had about their master's return. After waiting for about half an hour, Tsunade returned with Kakashi diligently following her. The current Hetake was in a much more stable state after Tsunade started helping him with his mental trauma. Like promised, Kazuki had already begun working on a Fune seal to help Kakashi consciously control the use of his Sharingan, resolving his chakra drain issue. Ah, kids, you are all here. What a surprise. What made you visit this princess? Tsunade greeted them with a happy mood, always fond of the little trio. Princess Tsunade, big brother Kazuki was bullying us when you were away. He even threatened me with my mother's name. The cunning little Shikamaru seized the opportunity, causing Kazuki's eye to twitch. Comment 6. Vote on left. Chapter 36. Chapter 36. Did he now? Do not worry. I will make sure to punish him on your behalf. Now, go along and play tag, and make sure to take that silver-haired guy with you. Tsunade casually assigned Kakashi the task of looking after the kids and sat down on the cushion. Shizun dutifully poured a cup of tea for their master. Ah, such a tiring day. Who knew that being the clan head was so much work? Tsunade lamented tiredly. After finding remnants of the Senju main line, Tsunade decided to rebuild the Senju clan from the ground up. Among the survivors, most were only civilians, and only 2 were old shinobi. However, she was happy that she was not the last remaining Senju anymore. With the little kids now joining the academy, the Senju clan might flourish again, but to do so, she needed manpower and people she could trust, willing to integrate into the Senju clan. She could not ask everyone for help. She had already obtained the consent of the Keita clan patriarch to add Shizun to the Senju clan registry, and Shizun happily agreed. Although Tsunade wanted to add Naruto too, she decided to wait until he grows up and makes his own decision. The Senju clan now consists of a total of 23 individuals, including myself and Shizun here. I just have to assign someone among these to an elder position to maintain the clan on my behalf. It is such a headache when none of them are strong shinobi because they will have to represent the Senju clan in the future. Tsunade shared her recent concerns with her students. Sensei, why not ask Jiraiya-sama to take on the role of a guest elder within the clan? With him being a civilian ninja and having no allegiance to any other clan, I am sure you will have no problem. And if you really ask him, I am sure he would even be willing to add his name to the Senju registry, Kazuki suggested, offering a solution to Tsunade's dilemma. Shizun, who heard her junior's words, could not help but smile at Kazuki's subtle hint. Kid, are you looking to die? Why would I agree to add the pervert's name to the Senju registry? But the role of a guest elder seems feasible. I can throw all the work over to him while I relax. I heard from Sensei that he has sent a message to Jiraiya to return to the village, as there is no point in pursuing that slimy snake, and with a war looming over us, it would be better if he returned to the village. Tsunade shared her thoughts about Kazuki's suggestion. Oh yes, you could also ask Kino to join the Senju clan. Him being an orphan and with a Mokuton user by your side, the Senju clan will gain a lot of prestige again. Kazuki suddenly remembered Kino, who had been rescued from Root and was currently under the direct supervision of the Sandaime himself, acting as his subordinate. Kid, you really have a bright mind. You know that. Why did not I think of such a thing before? It would have saved me so much headache. Tsunade gave out an evil laugh, as if she had won a gambling bet. Well, that aside, did you have anything important to speak about? Did not you just return from a big mission? I thought you would be resting. Tsunade understood that her little prodigy wanted something from her. Otherwise, the cunning kid would not be waiting for her in the morning. Yes, Sensei, recently I chanced upon some special materials and some chakra metal, so I was thinking of forging a blade for myself and, if possible, requesting additional services. Uncle Shikaku told me that the Senju clan might have a few secluded masters under their affiliated clans. I am looking for a veteran master craftsman, and I surely would not complain if you could help me find a grandmaster. Kazuki shared his thoughts about finding a craftsman with Tsunade in an innocent and casual manner, as if he were looking for a shop to buy groceries. Kid, you are a greedy one, are not you? Asking about master and grandmaster class artisans as if they were next door neighbors. But luckily for you, your master happens to know a few veteran master blacksmiths who have retired and are currently living peacefully in Konoha. Perhaps if I personally make a request, they might be willing to reignite their forge. Tsunade proudly shared about the connections of the Senju clan. The veterans Tsunade was talking about were people who had reached the master stage during the reign of Hashirama, and the current stage of these old experts was something even Tsunade did not have a clear estimate of. Sensei, in that case, why do not you introduce me to the best craftsmen among them? I also have a few designs that might interest you. I know you like using your fists, so I am sure you will like them, Kazuki cheekily shared, saying that he would help Tsunade design a personal weapon to align with her fighting style. Everyone who was acquainted with Kazuki knew how novel the kid's ideas were, and anything he designed would blow one's mind. Kid, now you are simply bribing me, are not you? Well, if you are looking for the best, then I do indeed know someone. He used to personally forge my grandpa's ninja tools back then. Well, why do not we go and have a look to see if that old man is willing to forge again? Tsunade also wanted to meet the old man she had not seen for a long time, and with her rebuilding the Senju clan, these kinds of connections would also help her clan down the line. Chozin, stay with the kids. I will take this kid away for some time, and would you like a set of weapons? I am sure little Kazuki here would not mind designing a set of weapons for his senior sister too. Tsunade always held a soft spot for Chozin, and now that Kazuki proposed to offer her a design for a new weapon, she could not forget her first apprentice. Sensei, I would not mind getting a new set of senbons, and I also use a Tanta blade. Chozin, who was now familiar with Kazuki, did not hold back and declared the weapons that she wanted. Kazuki simply nodded with a smile because, most of the time, Chozin never asked for anything, even from Tsunade. Even during the time when they were wandering outside the leaf, Chozin never bothered the Sannin with any requests. Tsunade and Kazuki were walking along Konoha Street towards the village outskirts. Sensei, I have already checked all the barriers and defenses. I have to say Mitosuma's knowledge of Funjutsu surely surpasses my current knowledge. Even after so many years, the formations and barriers that she laid are functioning perfectly. I have just added a few more upgrades and add-ons without altering the original defenses. From my knowledge, the Senju clan compound's defenses should currently be as good as the Nara clan, if not a bit better. Kazuki shared his insights. Tsunade had made a personal request to her student to look into the Senju clan's defenses because they had been unattended for a long time, and with new residents, she wanted to ensure security because even now in the Shinobu world, the Senju bloodline was coveted, so she did not want to take any chances. Good, kid. Now I can rest assured about those defenses. So, how goes the design of the village defenses? Have you made any progress? Tsunade, now assured about her clan's defenses, inquired about the huge project that Kazuki was working on. The old man asked me to do my best, so I am putting my all into the project. I have come across a significant problem while designing the defenses. Most of the Kikkei do not stop space-time ninjutsu, and even our current village cannot detect it when space-time ninjutsu is used. If it was a small area like a clan compound, I would not have any issue. But incorporating such a space-sealing barrier over the entirety of the village seems to be an issue. Kazuki shared the progress of the project that he was working on. He was taking into consideration future plots while designing the new Konoha defenses. Kid, you are quite an ambitious one, are not you? As far as I know, there are no larger-scale barriers that can detect or restrict space-time techniques. And by the way you speak, one would think that the new Senju defenses can stop space-time techniques, haha. Tsunade could not help but laugh out loud at how ambitious her little prodigy was trying to be. But when she looked at Kazuki's wide smile, she could not help but freeze her step. Kid, do not tell me that you incorporated such a barrier over the Senju compound. Tsunade knew the significance of such a Kikkei. Why was Minato feared by the whole Shinobu world? Because his Hiraishin had no counters, the respective cage of most major villages declared their Shinobis to run away when they met the famed yellow flash on the battlefield. The kid here was casually stating that he had built a barrier to counter such a technique. Although one simply referred to the area as the Senju compound, Tsunade knew how large the area was. If the other clans knew that Kazuki could achieve this, then they would literally beg in front of the Nara clan without any care about their faces. It is not a big deal, Sensei. I am just being cautious, and with you taking Naruto to live with you back at the Senju compound, I have also ensured that the barrier is sturdy enough to take quite a beating. I am sure that even if a meteor lands, the barrier around the Senju and Nara clans should hold. Kazuki shared a few pieces of information about the extent of defenses that he had applied around the two clans and the extent he was planning for the village defenses. Kid, no wonder you asked me to acquire such rare items. Be honest, kid, is it really necessary to go to such an extent? The last space-time ninjutsu user that I know of was Magneto. What are you not telling me, kid? Although Tsunade was always a jolly character, she had keen instincts. When she heard of Kazuki's plans for the village defenses and the precautions that he was taking, it hinted that the kid knew more than he was sharing. After a brief silence, Kazuki spoke. Tell me, Sensei, how much do you know about the day of the Nine-Tails attack? Well, though the village has now cleared the suspicion on the Uchiha clan, everyone seems to have forgotten to ask the most important question. Tsunade, still walking, pondered for a second about what she knew about the day of the attack. That's when she realized. No one truly knows who caused the disaster, and Magneto, who engaged the enemy directly, did not share any details before sacrificing himself. So you mean, she wanted to probe how much her student truly knew and from what source he was able to discern such information that she was sure no one in the Leaf was aware of. You never know, Sensei. The Shinobi world is vast, and I am not even sure if anyone has entirely explored the world to its full extent, and maybe I am being simply overly cautious, but it is never a disadvantage to be overly prepared. Kazuki did not directly share the information that he had from his past life because he did not want to rely on his knowledge and jump to conclusions, but he would not neglect the advantage of the information that he had, so he was simply preparing beforehand. After catching up, Tsunade chose to disclose the matter she was there to discuss. Old man, I am rebuilding the Senju clan. I am sure you must have heard about it. And as the current Senju clan head, I would like to personally extend an invite to your clan to reintegrate back into the Senju lineage, just like the old times. Tsunade sincerely shared her reason for her visit to the old man's clan to join the Senju. Comment 15. Comment. Vote 1 left. Chapter 37. Chapter 37. Tsunadeheim, are you asking for my family to become Senju vessels again, even after forgetting about us all this time? The old man's tone was plain, so no one could discern the old man's mood. After the decline of the Senju clan in the Leaf Village, Tsunade did not care much about any of her responsibilities and simply ran away. These little clans, who were once vassals of the famed Senju, took the brunt of the blow and had no one to rely on. They had to settle for mediocrity to survive and merge with the village. Even though they had superior skills, without the Senju clan's support, they were ruthlessly suppressed. They fell and dissolved little by little. Tsunade could not help but put her head down when she heard the old man's words, as she knew what the old man said was true, so she had no words to refute. Senju clan head, do you know how long I have been waiting to hear these words? I am glad that you asked. I and my clan are willing to become the Senju clan's vassals once more and help rebuild it. The old man's words brought relief to both Tsunade and Kazuki. No one in the old man's family refuted his decision because, even since childhood, their clan elders had shared with them about their glory days. The Senju clan head placing the request to reintegrate was like breathing new life into their now declined clan. Tsunade, still with her head lowered, could not help but smile at the old man's response. She understood the weight of the history that bound their clans, and the fact that he and his family were willing to embrace the Senju name once more was like a balm to the wounds of time. She looked up, her eyes filled with a mix of gratitude and determination. Thank you, from the bottom of my heart. Your willingness to join me in this endeavor means more than words can express. Together, we shall rebuild not just the Senju clan but forge a stronger, united community within the Leaf Village. The old man's family members, witnessing this exchange, were moved by the emotion in the air. The prospect of restoring the glory of their once proud clan resonated deeply with them. It was as if the dormant embers of their heritage were being gently fanned into life. Kazuki nudged his sensei gently while she was immersed in the emotional exchange. Tsunade composed herself, regaining her aura as the Senju head. Old man, this is my student, Kazuki Nara. The other reason I came here is to ask for your help in forging his blade. The kid's requirements were too high, and yours was the first name that came to mind, so here we are. The old man, still beaming from the decision to join the Senju clan, shifted his attention to Kazuki. He studied the young Nara with discerning eyes, a silent acknowledgement of the trust Tsunade had placed in him. Little one, you should be really lucky to have gotten the Senju princess herself as your master. Cherish this relationship, and I hope that you bring glory to your master's name. The old man's words were a mixture of blessing and expectation. Kazuki accepted them with a nod and a genuine smile, understanding the weight of the old man's experience and craftsmanship. This is not the place to talk about work. Let's go to my workshop at the back. With that, the old man stood up, the little girl still clinging to his leg, her eyes filled with admiration for the Sannin. He made a silent gesture towards Tsunade, seeking her approval for his greater-granddaughter to follow along. Both Tsunade and Kazuki nodded, recognizing that the crafting process might involve confidential details related to the client. The old man led Tsunade and Kazuki to a tiny forge situated behind his house. Despite his advanced age, the old man moved with a vigor that defied time. Kazuki could not help but wonder about the wealth of experience and the secrets the old man might hold, having lived through the era of the first Hokage. Just out of curiosity, may I know if you have reached the realm of Grandmaster in your craft? Kazuki, intrigued by the old man's expertise, could not resist asking. The prospect of having a weapon forged by a Grandmaster was indeed a blessing. I've been forging weapons all my life, kid. I crafted weapons for the likes of Shodeme-sama and Madara-sama themselves, and that was half a century ago. I was already a master blacksmith back then. Just so you know, I've never neglected my blacksmithing skills to date, and I practice diligently every single day. So, what do you think my realm in blacksmithing is? The old man's words revealed a depth of experience that Kazuki had not fully grasped. While blacksmithing might not be as intricate as Funjutsu, reaching the realm of Grandmaster in any field was a significant achievement. Kazuki suddenly realized he had underestimated the old man. The respect he held for the skilled craftsman deepened as he comprehended the true extent of the old man's mastery. So tell me, kid, what kind of weapon are you looking for? Although my clan might have declined, I still hold a notable number of masterpieces that I have personally forged. I do have a few weapons here. Would you like to look at them? The old man paid extra care because this was a request personally placed by the Senju clan head, and with them now reintegrating as their vassals, he had to strive for the best. He retrieved a huge scroll and released the enclosing technique, revealing a dozen beautifully crafted blades that were neatly arranged in front of them. Even Tsunade, who only used her fists, could not help but admire those blades. As for little Tenten, she started reciting the names and properties of the blades one by one. The old man must have cherished the girl very much to let her near such treasures. Kazuki, meanwhile, carefully observed each piece. After scrutinizing every blade displayed, he could not help but shake his head. The old man, who saw this, could not help but feel his ego bruised. What, kid? Are you going to tell me that even these weapons are not up to your standards? Well, it is not about the craftsmanship but about the material itself. I am not sure if the blade will handle the stress. I do not want my weapon to break in the middle of a fight, and this weapon might accompany me forever. So, the old man was a bit angry and frustrated as Kazuki questioned the durability of his masterpieces and interrupted him. Kid, do you believe me? If it was not for Tsunadeheim being here, I would have already thrown you out of my house. Every single piece here was meticulously crafted, and each weapon has a minimum of 60% pure chakra metal in it. Kazuki sighed after realizing how the old man would react, so he thought of explaining his requirements to the old man. Do you have any blades among these that you are okay to part with? The abrupt question startled the old man. Even Tsunade raised her brows because Kazuki's words were like a challenge to the old man's creations. I will pay for it, but I just want to make sure because I would not want to destroy a beautiful weapon just because it was not compatible with me. Kazuki's steady words made the old man realize that the kid was not playing around. He hesitated but chose to follow his gut instinct. The old man walked into a nearby room and brought another finely crafted blade. This might not be a masterpiece, but the durability and the chakra metal quantity should be the same as the others, and he would not mind if he lost this one. He passed the blade to Kazuki. Although the length of the blade was longer for his small stature, he still handled the blade with finesse. "Do you have a place where I can test this blade? It is better if it was somewhere secluded." Kazuki made a request to the old man, and the old man thought and replied, "We can test it in the training yard in the back." However, Tsunade, who knew Kazuki's character, quickly interjected, "No, we will test it near the forest. We are near the outskirts, so it is better to test it out there." Though the old man was confused, he did not question Tsunade's decision, and everyone made their way to the forest to test the blade. As the test site was set, Tsunade took precautions to keep a safe distance from Kazuki and made sure to keep little Tenten behind her for safety reasons. Kazuki additionally deployed a barrier to restrict the destruction because, even though this was the outskirts, it was still within the village barrier. He did not want to cause a commotion. Once everything was set, Kazuki drew the blade and admired it one last time. He resheathed it and took a quick draw posture, preparing to launch an attack. The entire atmosphere around Kazuki quickly shifted, with black lightning dancing around him. The old man could not help but admire the pressure the little kid was emitting. Kazuki unleashed his blade, and the air crackled with electric energy as he assumed a stance for his first attack. San no Keita, Hikaruke Sanki. Third form. Thunderclap echo, he exclaimed. The blade sliced through the air with incredible speed, leaving a resonating echo in its wake. The aftershock literally ripped through the trees in the surroundings. The old man's eyes widened in amazement, and even Tsunade could not help but be impressed by the sheer power and precision of Kazuki's technique. Little Tenten peeked out from behind Tsunade, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Not wasting any time, Kazuki smoothly transitioned into his next form, Shai no Keita, Inazuma Butt. Fourth form, Lightning Waltz, he declared. His movements became a blur as he danced gracefully, incorporating lightning-infused steps into his agile maneuvers. It was a mesmerizing display of speed and finesse. As the lightning danced around Kazuki, the old man nodded in approval. Impressive footwork, he muttered to himself. Tsunade wore a proud smile, knowing that her student was showcasing his mastery. Little Tenten was now completely captivated, her admiration for Kazuki growing with each passing moment. Kazuki was not done yet. He took a deep breath, focusing his lightning chakra and Keki Jinkei, and infused the blade for the next form, Go no Keita, Hedenkere. Fifth form, Discharge Slash, he declared. The air around him crackled with intense energy as he unleashed a powerful slash. The blade cut through the air with a charged, devastating force, creating a shockwave that rippled through the surroundings. The shockwave was so strong that, by the end of the attack, not a single tree within the barrier was standing. The old man marveled at the destructive force of the technique. Tsunade nodded in satisfaction, reassured that the blade could handle the stress of Kazuki's powerful techniques. But the old man thought otherwise and kept his silence. With the demonstration complete, Kazuki sheathed his blade, and the electrifying atmosphere around him gradually subsided. The old man wore a satisfied grin, acknowledging Kazuki's skill. "Kid, it seems like the old man's blades were durable after all. You might have to apologize to him," Tsunade mentioned so as to provide a way out for her disciple, but Kazuki simply walked up to the old man and passed the sheathed blade. The old man carefully examined the blade, and while it appeared pristine to an untrained eye, his experienced gaze revealed a subtle issue. His expression turned somber as he shared his honest confusion. But how? The blade should have been strong enough to handle the level of chakra transformation and manipulation, but it is like the blade itself has been corroded from the inside. If the blade is subjected to such intensity, it might break down after a dozen clashes. Comment for comment. Vote on left. Chapter 38. Chapter 38. Kazuki, understanding the cause, responded, "Honestly, it is not the blade's fault. It is just because of my Keki Jinkei that the material of the blade tends to corrode from the inside. Kid, if this is the kind of stress you are planning to subject your blade to every time you fight, even a blade made of the highest purity chakra metal cannot handle the stress," the old man cautioned. After the demonstration, the party returned to the forge. Kazuki then pulled out his storage scroll to release the box containing the unique meteorite fragment. He also handed the old man a scroll with a detailed design of the blade he wanted. The old man marveled at the design's intricacies, appreciating the depth of the details. Kazuki opened the box, revealing a pitch-black metal with red veins running within it, a remarkable meteorite. The old man eagerly examined the wonder metal, understanding why Kazuki desired to craft a weapon from it. However, a new challenge surfaced. The meteorite fragment was too large to forge into a single sword, and Kazuki understood that the old man wanted a piece of the material. Kazuki chuckled at the old man's sheepish smile. "Well, the core of the ore will be completely for my sword. If possible, I would like it forged purely out of the core with no other additions." Kazuki stated his request. The old man agreed, noting that with a fragment this size, the core alone should be enough for a blade and a bit more. Kazuki made a request for a short blade from it. Kazuki then generously offered a part of the material for the old man to use for his family as payment for the forging. He then provided blueprints for the various weapons he wanted, including those for Tsunade and Shizune. "Well, we might have one more issue to address before we proceed. Although I have means to refine the material, none of the flames that I currently hold can refine the material to top-notch purity, so this might lower the quality of the final product." The old man shared his thoughts after carefully observing the material fragment that Kazuki provided. "Oh, that's not going to be an issue. I hope you know the flame sealing technique," Kazuki responded. Upon hearing the old man's concerns, Kazuki pulled out a scroll, and the old man nodded, stating that he knew how to seal flames using Funjutsu. As Kazuki released the scroll and partially undid the enclosing seal, a pitch-black flame appeared in the middle of the Fun circle on the scroll. Everyone except Kazuki in the room could not help but unconsciously take a few steps back away from the flame, feeling like the flame would literally devour their souls. "Old man, you need to be absolutely careful when you handle this. As a craftsman myself, I know the inherent curiosity for knowledge, but I am warning you not to underestimate the potency of this flame. I am sure this flame should be enough to refine the material." Kazuki shared a word of caution. Only Kazuki knew the true source of this flame. It was something gifted to him by the Hell Beast clan. Even he had to handle this flame with extreme caution. Kazuki quickly resealed the flame and passed the scroll over after getting the consent of the old man to handle the flame with the utmost caution. Tsunade wanted to know where Kazuki got hold of such a potent flame but chose to question him about it later, when they were in a more private setting. "I am grateful for your consideration. Upon checking your requirements and designs, it should take me somewhere close to a month to get the blade done. As for the other weapons, I can only finish those after that," the old man estimated. Kazuki nodded, having already passed all the weapon blueprints he needed crafted. Additionally, he planned to keep the remaining material in the Nara clan treasury, as the fragment was more than enough to forge a lot of weapons. "And before I forget, if there are any Funjutsu rituals or seals involved during the crafting process, I would like to be informed beforehand," Kazuki declared. Tsunade smiled, not offering an explanation, and the old man agreed without much hesitation, understanding that such requests were not uncommon when crafting high-end weapons. "And now that the weapon forging work is settled, Kazuki, why do not you tell us why you were interested in the little girl? I am sure you were simply not just admiring the child." Tsunade could not help but question her student because she knew how Kazuki would act most of the time. Kazuki created a barrier around the tiny forge and simply pulled out a blank paper tag from his pouch, gesturing for little Tenten to step forward. With her great-grandpa's nod, she stepped up. "I see that you have already started refining your chakra. Can you pour some of your chakra into this tag?" Kazuki extended the paper tag to little Tenten, who did as instructed. After a few moments, the empty paper tag started filling up with various symbols, covering almost 4/5 of the empty tag. No wonder, Kazuki could not help but mutter to himself while observing the tag's reaction to Tenten's chakra. "Kid, stop acting all mysterious and tell us what's going on," Tsunade, unable to handle suspense, shouted at Kazuki to reveal the information. "Sensei, you know that I have an affinity for space-time ninjutsu, and the little kid here is the same. I believe, by my estimate, her affinity is strong enough to match that of Yondaime." Kazuki's statement threw a curveball at both the adults who were curiously waiting for his reveal. Both knew the significance of this revelation. Only earlier today, Tsunade was discussing the rarity of space-time affinity users, and now a little girl has the talent to match Manitou. Tenten's grandfather could not help but involuntarily gulp and quickly look around to make sure that no one was eavesdropping. He was grateful that Kazuki had raised a barrier before starting this conversation. Nara kid, are you sure that Tenten has space-time affinity? As per my knowledge, there is not any way to test space-time affinity accurately, so if this is some kind of joke, you better stop it. You should know how dangerous this information could end up being for little Tenten. The old man shared his worries. Do you think I would disclose my space affinity if I was joking and paint a huge target on my back willingly? Kazuki countered. Every village knew the true terror of a space-time user in the form of Minato-Namikaze, and if any other village were to catch wind of the news that the Leaf currently had not one but two such talents, then Konoha would be filled with bounty hunters and assassins tomorrow. Old man, Kazuki might be mischievous sometimes, but he is reliable. I can vouch for his words. Tsunade, who knew about Kazuki, affirmed that he was not joking and that the little girl was truly a remarkable talent. I understand, Tsunade-sama, but I fear if this news is spread out, then little Tenten's life would be in danger. The old man shared his worries. In that case, now that you have agreed to become the Senj clan's vassals, why not relocate your clan to the Senj compound? The compound should be able to accommodate all of your clan members, and with you becoming a new vassal, no one would question the reason for moving, as it is normal. Also, Tenten will have a safe environment to grow up in. Tsunade directly provided a quick solution to the old man's dilemma. The old man, after weighing the matter in his mind, gave a quick nod. I have a request. If possible, I would like to teach little Tenten about Funjutsu personally. In the future, if she can keep up with the training and show enough determination to master Funjutsu, I can help her learn Yondame's Haraishin, Kazuki declared, looking to the old man for his permission. Kazuki did not know what this world held in the future for him and his loved ones, so he was not willing to lose an absolute gem like Tenten, who could be raised to be a formidable kunoichi. The old man was baffled again by the kid's statement. A kid barely 6 or 7 years old was confidently declaring that he would help his great-granddaughter master one of the most complex jutsu in the known shinobi world. Old man, if Kazuki says that he can teach the little girl here, then trust me, he is absolutely capable of achieving it. Tsunade quickly defended her student's claims. However, the old man still held a look of disbelief on his face. It is not that I do not believe your words, Tsunade-heim. It is just that the kid is too young. The old man could not help but whisper. Oh, why does not anyone believe the words of a kid nowadays? Kazuki simply stepped back with a sigh and pulled out a short blade whose handle was marked with Fun symbols. With a forward thrust of the tanto, he literally teleported in a straight line and reappeared outside the barrier. The old man and Tsunade both revealed their shock, as the move that Kazuki just executed was the infamous technique of Haraishin, originally created by Nadame Tobirama Senju himself. What shocked the two adults was that, with his silver hair, an image of the second Hokage himself was seen when Kazuki executed the technique. Kazuki simply reappeared within the barrier using the same technique. Both the old man and Tsunade were shocked by what just transpired. Even Tsunade was not aware that Kazuki had mastered the technique to such a degree, as it had only been a couple of months since he got the technique and Nadame's notes. Well, the technique is still in the development phase, but this should be enough to prove that I can back my claim. Kid, I stand corrected. Earlier, I said it was your luck to have Tsunade-heim as your master, but now I think it should have been the other way around. Kazuki's talent sent shivers up the old man's spine, and after all these years, his shinobi blood started to boil again. Tsunade, who heard the old man's words, did not refute them but simply acknowledged them with a huge smile on her face. So, old man, what do you think? Does my student have the ability to teach your little girl? Tsunade could not help but ask while brimming with pride. Yes, Tsunade-heim, I have no objections. Is he officially going to accept her as his student? Before Kazuki could speak, Tsunade declared, not for now. If he already accepts a student at such an age, I am sure he will start growing horns on his head. Let it go for a few years, and then we can think about it. However, Kazuki will train her to the best of his abilities. Poor little Tenten had no idea her life's decision was being made for her without her own consent, but this decision was something that she would be grateful for all throughout her life in the future. Shimura clan, Konoha. With Root being completely disbanded, Danzo chose to restrict his movements mostly within the Chimera clan and a few hidden Root bases that still lay undiscovered. Currently, Danzo is perplexed with two issues: how to get more funds to support his endeavor, as well as his recent headache regarding a certain matter. Danzo, even after the recent setback, chose not to give up but only became more cunning and shrewd. In recent days, he has tried various methods to reconcile with Hamura and Koharu. Hamura was outright hostile towards Danzo after Hirusen disclosed the matter of him being involved with Kageme's death, and as for Koharu, she chose to completely avoid him. With the new Uchiha elder among the council, Danzo continued to stay low for the time being. Seated at his desk, Danzo reviewed documents, contemplating how to secure a channel with enough funds for his ambitions and addressing recent complications with Root. Despite setbacks, Danzo's determination grew, and he became even more cunning and shrewd in his approach. He attempted various methods to win back the trust of Hamura and Koharu, but with little success. Comment 6. Vote 1 left. Chapter 39. Danzo questioned a kneeling Root elite who had integrated into the Chimera clan about the recent losses of operatives. So, we lost more than 24 Root operatives, integrated into civilian life, and have no evidence on the perpetrator. The Root elite, displaying no visible emotions at the loss of comrades, reported the recent events. Well, we lost 3 more operatives yesterday night, Danzo-sama, and as usual, no traces were left behind. Danzo, frustrated, snapped the pen he held in his hand. The situation had been going awry since his exposure. The Root elite continued, updating Danzo on Nono's activities. Regarding Nono, there is no significant information yet, but she has mentioned that she may gain access to the Nara compound soon. A glint of interest appeared in Danzo's eyes. Uncovering the information he sought in the Nara compound could potentially turn the tide in his favor. Send her a message to expedite the process. Also, find out who is hunting our Root members. They must hold significant status and strength within the village to target my operatives. Danzo issued his orders, and the Root elite promptly left to carry them out. Just as Danzo was about to resume his work, a knock on the door signaled the entrance of the vice-clan head of the Chimera clan, accompanied by other elders. With Danzo's consent, they entered the room, and the vice-leader presented a scroll. Danzo-sama, this came from the village's financial department today. It bears the Elder Council's seal along with the Hokage-sama's signature. Danzo took the scroll and began reading. The more he read, the more his expression soured. Leave. I will take care of this matter. My subordinate will come later, so allocate more funds from the clan treasury. As the others left the room, Danzo clutched the letter. It contained an order from the council instructing him to reimburse the funds he had embezzled over the years to strengthen Root clandestinely. If Danzo failed to return the money within a week, the debt would be collected from the Chimera clan itself. As the clan leader, if the clan could not pay the debt, their assets would be seized. It posed a significant challenge, and Danzo was troubled about how to resolve this new problem. However, the vice-leader and other elders had not left yet, and the vice-leader spoke again. About that, Danzo-sama, the clan will not be able to bear your personal expenses anymore. Even the debt owed to the village on your behalf will be settled by selling your personal assets within the village. The vice-leader conveyed this with an undertone of fear, unsure of how Danzo would react. It was a necessary stance, as the Chimera clan, which had once ruthlessly suppressed other clans during Danzo's peak, was now facing retaliation. With Danzo's recent debt, the clan would have to deplete most of its treasury. The elders felt compelled to take a stand in the face of these challenges. Danzo's countenance contorted into an expression of pure rage. In an immediate outburst, he seized the vice-leader by the neck. Before the other elders could react, a dozen Root elites, now dressed in Chimera clan attire, surrounded them. If I instruct you to do something, you do it without question. I am the clan head, and the Chimera clan will follow my commands without hesitation. Soon, I will reclaim everything that I have lost. Despite Danzo's significant contributions to the clan, the recent pressure had pushed its members to their limits. Danzo, aware that going to extremes might jeopardize the only sanctuary he had left within the village, his clan threw down the vice-clan head, collected the scroll, and left to devise a solution to the impending threat. Training ground, Konoha outskirts. It has been 2 days since Gei's team completed the last mission. and unlike the first mission, this was a regular escort mission, and there were not significant instances that took place during the mission. The need for such escort missions has increased significantly in recent days after the current turbulent state of the Shinobu world. War was on the horizon, and everyone was waiting for the other to make the first move. 1015, 1016. Torun was holding a huge boulder on his back while doing push-ups, and Gei-sensei was encouraging him while doing a single handstand next to him. From Gei's words, Torun had a disadvantage when compared to the other two, so he was giving extra care to the aberrant youngling. A bit further away, near the waterfall, after completing their initial warm-up set by Gei, Kazuki was ready to start his Taijutsu Kenjutsu training. Kazuki manifested a blade using the shadows, as buying a simple blade was counterproductive as he ended up destroying them every time. As for his shadows, although he could manifest a sword, they were not as durable as a real sword. Although they could support his Keki Genkei infusion, the inherent nature of his Keki Genkei did not have good compatibility with chakra, as it simply absorbed or corroded it. Ready or not, here I come. Kazuki dashed forward with blinding speed, utilizing his sheer physical strength and a hint of chakra on his feet to propel himself. Having learned taijutsu from both Tsunade and Gei, he had been mastering the art of compressing and releasing chakra in an instant. Itachi, ever improving, raised his Tanta blade to block the incoming strike. Recognizing that Kazuki's Keki Genkei countered Genjutsu, Itachi focused on enhancing his skills in other areas, particularly in Kenjutsu, practicing alongside Kazuki. As Itachi adapted to Kazuki's pace, he could not resist taunting his teammate. Come now, Kazuki. You're getting slower. Speed up, will you? Grinning in response, Kazuki disengaged and readjusted his stance. Hachi no Keta. Arashitsuki. With blinding speed, he launched a forward thrust towards Itachi's gut, transforming the shadow blade into a blunt pipe. Although Itachi could track the trajectory with his Sharingan, his body failed to react quickly enough. Just as he anticipated a trip to the hospital with potential broken ribs, Gei intercepted the thrust with his palm, the resulting shockwave throwing Itachi to the ground. Checking his reddened palm, Gei could not help but commend Kazuki's technique. The kid had refrained from using chakra, and the weapon was blunted, preventing serious injury. Apologizing with a sheepish smile, Kazuki dematerialized the shadow, while Itachi quickly stood up, assuring everyone that he was unharmed. Kid, you need to be careful during sparring. Itachi could have ended up with broken ribs. I know you can use Uryu Ninjutsu, but that does not mean you can use your friends as practice dummies, Gei sternly reminded Kazuki, who occasionally got carried away during training. Turning to Itachi, Gei questioned him about his understanding of the situation. And you, Itachi, do you know where you went wrong? Yes, sensei. I was too reliant on my Sharingan. Although my eyes could follow Kazuki's attack, my body and mind were not fast enough to react to the threat, Itachi admitted, realizing the limitations of his current abilities. With those words of encouragement, Gei returned to supervise Torun, who continued with his push-ups. Meanwhile, Itachi, standing on the side, drew his tanto and took up a stance. Kazuki smiled at Itachi's dedication to self-improvement and materialized a new blade with shadows, restarting their Kenjutsu training. After another half-hour of sparring, the team gathered by the waterfall. Kazuki carefully diagnosed each team member's health. Interesting. No matter how many times I see this symbiosis, every time I learn something new, it is really fascinating, Kazuki remarked aloud as he examined Torun's health. The Rinkeichu were helping Torun mend his body from the inside, a feat achievable due to their nanosize. Gei-sensei, I think you can increase Torun's taijutsu training up a notch. His body should easily handle the stress, Kazuki suggested. Torun gave Kazuki a bland look, and while making the suggestion, Kazuki took out a dozen bottles from his scroll, distributing the medicines among his teammates. Kazuki's proficiency in Uryu Ninjutsu allowed him to help Gei eliminate internal injuries accumulated over the years. He had also crafted pills tailored to each team member's physique. Oh, yes. I totally forgot. Kazuki brought out a glass container divided into various partitions and passed it to Torun. Upon closer inspection, everyone realized it contained various small bugs. Your birthday was last week, right? We were out on a mission then, so I could not give you anything back then. So here you go, everyone here is special. I have mentioned it in the scroll. There are only 2 bugs of each type, so breeding them is up to you. Itachi quickly pulled out a scroll from his pouch and handed it to Torun. It is an insect-based genjutsu technique. It should be compatible with you. Having shared Torun's birthday details with the team, they had prepared suitable gifts. Gay picked up a scroll and pulled out a complete set of battle gear, along with an outfit. Gay had personally asked Kazuki to design it for Torun. Being an orphan, Torun did not have anyone to take care of him beyond the basic needs provided by the Abirin clan. His shinobi expenditures were substantial, and the Abirin clan, despite being supportive, could not cover the expenses. The gifts from his team were not just thoughtful but also addressed his practical needs. Grateful for the gesture, Torun accepted the items. So, Sensei, when are we going out on the next mission? Has there been any updates from Sandaime SMO? Itachi curiously questioned Gay about any updates because Sandaime had asked them not to take any new missions for the time being. Yes, I spoke to Hokage-sama in the morning. The Kumo delegation is coming to Konoha in a month. He wants us to be around and be on Overwatch duty, Gay explained, explaining why they were still not taking any new missions for the time being. Gay's team was unlike other new teams that dealt with counter-rank missions. Gay-sensei, is not this something the Anbu should handle? Why is the Hokage asking us to handle the Overwatch duty? Torun, who was aware of the Anbu's workings, could not help but curiously ask. Honestly, our village is currently lacking manpower, and not just us but most of the major villages. That is one of the reasons why the war has not broken out yet. Currently, most of the Anbu teams are occupied, and it is not like we will be alone. There will be other Anbu teams. We are just filling the gap. Gay explained the situation to the team and continued sharing the news that he recently acquired. The Kumo might not have good intentions for coming to Leaf. Recently, there have been rumors flying around about both Kumo Jinchuriki being temporarily incapacitated. The team kept discussing the details of their upcoming mission, and Gay also mentioned that they would be taking barrier patrol duty while they are in the village for the month until the Kumo delegation leaves. After the training session, the entire team split up. Although the Uchiha clan was currently next to the Nara, Kazuki was heading to the Senju clan as he had to attend an important matter. As Kazuki walked towards the Senju clan, his senses picked up a small scuffle that was going on. Since it was snowing, the noises were muffled, but he could pick up the disturbance due to his keen senses. And what awaited Kazuki was one of the memorable scenes from his past life. Although he realized this world was different, he could not help but reminisce for a second as he observed from the treetop. Little Hinata, who had run away from home, was currently surrounded by 3 kids and was closing in to beat up the poor girl. Kazuki, who wanted to save little Hinata, simply did not want to bully kids. So, he manipulated the shadows and formed snowballs, throwing them towards the kids who were closing in on Hinata. The snowballs rained down on the kids with precision. Comment 3. Vote on left. Chapter 40. Chapter 40. Who, come out. I will punch you if you do not show up right now, shouted one of the kids. Kazuki could not help but smile at the kids' logic and rained down more snowballs from different directions. The kids started shouting more and more, and when they got no response, they started fearing. It must be some ghost. My big brother told me there are ghosts around these parts, one of the kids fearfully stated to his other 2 friends. Hinata was already crouched on the ground in a fetal position. Kazuki thought about pranking the kids and manifested the shadow to create a grotesque figure out of it, which rose from the pile of snow and started walking in the kids' direction. Upon seeing the black figure, the kids could not help but run screaming while leaving Hinata alone. Hinata, who also saw the figure, unconsciously used her Bakugan out of fear and realized that someone was using the figure to chase away her attackers. The shadow dissolved, and Kazuki flickered in front of Hinata, who was now sobbing softly. It is okay. They have already left. They will not hurt you again. It is safe now. You can get up. Kazuki softly comforted Hinata as he knew the shadow figure must have scared her. Hinata, who realized that someone was standing in front of her, slowly looked up to meet her savior's face. Hinata continued sobbing, and Kazuki could not help but crouch down to check if Hinata was hurt anywhere. His Aryu ninjutsu sent a warm current stream of chakra, making Hinata feel warm. Her sobbing calmed down, and Kazuki made sure that she was not hurt and healed the injuries on her leg. So, I am hungry, and I am going out to eat. Would you like to join me? Kazuki asked with a bright smile while crouching in front of Hinata. Hinata must have run without having eaten, so her tummy growled when Kazuki mentioned food. Little Hinata could not help but blush due to embarrassment and put down her head. Kazuki simply pulled her by the hand, and Hinata showed no resistance, so both started walking in the direction of Ichiraku. After reaching Ichiraku, Kazuki took Hinata to a table, and Aim came to take their orders. When she saw Kazuki with Hinata, she could not help but send curious glances towards both of them, but she chose not to question after seeing Hinata's tear-stricken face. Big sister Aim, 2 bowls of your special. Because Hinata did not state any preference when asked, Kazuki simply ordered 2 specials. And within a few minutes, Aim returned with 2 piping hot bowls of ramen. At first, Hinata hesitated to eat the food, but after repeated coaxing from Aim, Hinata started eating the ramen. Maybe the ramen was delicious. Hinata finished the entire bowl. When Kazuki asked if she wanted another one, she simply put her head down and nodded. After having the second bowl, Hinata's hunger must have been satiated, so she had completely calmed down, but she was still shy. My name is Kazuki Nara. Sorry, I forgot to introduce myself earlier. The moment Kazuki introduced himself, Hinata could not help but curiously lift her head and take a peek because this was not the first time she had heard his name. Her father had mentioned Kazuki's name many times as being a Nara prodigy. So would you like to tell me your name? Are not we friends now? Friends should know each other's names, right? Kazuki understood Hinata's shy character, so he did not rush to get answers from her and simply went with the pace. Hinata, gulp Hinata Hyuga, Hinata whispered in a low tone with her head still bowed. Ah, the little Hyuga princess. Why was the Hyuga princess out in the snow all alone? Although Kazuki knew the answer, he chose to ask the little girl, and when Kazuki mentioned the Hyuga, she could not help but involuntarily flinch. Kazuki understood that the little girl must have been traumatized due to something. So, can you tell me why you were out alone, Hinata? Kazuki asked in a soft tone. Ran away, little Hinata, with her head still lowered, whispered again. So where do you plan on going after running away from home? Do you have anywhere to go? Do not you think everyone at home would be worried? Kazuki questioned, knowing that Hinata must have run away because she was afraid. She was too kind, and for all he knew, she must have been lost after running away and did not know how to get back home because she was not used to leaving the Hyuga compound. I do not know, Hinata whispered, tears starting to stream down her eyes again. She realized that everyone back home must be looking for her, and with her shy nature, she was not comfortable approaching others to ask for help. It is alright. Come. Big brother will take you back home. Would that be alright? Kazuki asked with a sincere smile on his face. Hinata, for the first time, looked up meekly and gave a quick nod while wiping her tears. Kazuki and little Hinata left Ichiraku after Kazuki bid his farewell to Aim and Tichi. As Kazuki led little Hinata by the hand in the direction of the Hyuga clan, he began explaining the places they were traversing through since Hinata was unfamiliar with the surroundings, having mostly stayed within the Hyuga compound. Just as they were passing by the lake, Kazuki's acute senses picked up a chakra signature in a certain direction. After a dozen seconds, the other party must have detected them and rapidly moved in their direction. When Kazuki was preparing to explain the situation to the Hyuga Guardian, the other party launched an attack at him with no consideration whatsoever. Hakurokujin JK 8 trigrams, 64 strikes. However, before the attack could connect, the place where Kazuki and Hinata stood was switched with a piece of log using substitution jutsu. Hinata, scared by the sudden attack, closed her eyes. Kazuki's anger flared because the Hyuga Guardian had launched such a heavy-handed attack on a child. If it were any other 6-year-old, they might well have been crippled or stayed at the hospital for a few months. Hyuga, try something like that again, and I swear I will break your bones, Kazuki said, still simmering with anger from the latest assault. He had appeared about 10 meters away from his previous position, with little Hinata now hiding behind him. The Hyuga Guardian, initially surprised by the kid's quick reaction, composed himself and disregarded the little child in front of him, commanding, "Unhand the princess, you little brat. Do you want to end up a cripple? Have not your elders taught you how to treat your betters?" Kazuki, realizing the arrogance of the Uchiha and Hyuga clan members, particularly from the main branch, propelled himself forward with chakra surging from his fist. He compressed the chakra in his fist and launched a devastating punch. The Hyuga member quickly countered, Feeling the threat from the little kid's punch, Hakshikaten ate Trogrim's palm's heavenly spin. Although he executed a defensive form, the punch was too much to handle, and his rotation was broken, causing him to slide a few feet back. "Kid, you are asking for death," the Hyuga warned as he caught the casual punch that Kazuko threw next. "Oh, are you sure you are a Hyuga? You should have used your Bakugan," Kazuki taunted, further provoking the Hyuga and making him angry. However, just before launching the next attack, the Hyuga realized that he was unable to move anymore. The earlier casual punch that Kazuki threw was meant to connect their shadows, and, unlike other Nara, due to his Kiki Jinke, Kazuki did not have to maintain a hand sign to bind his opponent. His shadow bind was much more potent, and he could materialize his shadows. The Hyuga member, now immobilized, understood the kid's earlier words about having activated the Bakugan. Once caught by Kazuki, what followed was a one-sided pummeling. As promised, Kazuki made sure to break a few bones in the Hyuga. Just when he was about to continue, Kazuki realized that a little hand was holding his jacket, trying to pull him back. It was none other than little Hinata, with a tear-filled face, trying to defend the Hyuga member from experiencing any more punishment. Caught up in the moment, Kazuki had completely forgotten about little Hinata, who had witnessed the entire scene. Just then 3 more Hyuga led by an old man reached the scene. With the new arrivals, little Hinata went back to hiding behind Kazuki. However, the familiar face of the old man made her peek out again. "Kid, give me some face and let him go, would you?" The old man made a sincere request. The old man was none other than the senior medic who had saved Kazuki's life when he first came to this world. Kazuki had shared a warm relationship with the old man since then, and the old man had also helped Kazuki find his way when he started learning Airyu ninjutsu. Kazuki did not want to make it difficult for the old man, so he stepped back and released the main branch Hyuga from the shadow bind. The 2 Hyuga branch members quickly supported the now battered Hyuga, and the old man began treating him. Meanwhile, Kazuki was coaxing little Hinata not to cry and trying to explain that they were just sparring. After a brief treatment and making sure that there would be no lasting aftereffects, the old man gestured for the other Hyuga members to take the battered Hyuga back to the clan and address them. "Let the main family know that the princess has been found. I will explain the situation when I return along with the princess. You guys can go ahead and admit him to the infirmary." Although the old man was also a branch family member just like themselves, he held a higher status because of his expertise in the medical field. The other 2 Hyuga simply nodded and proceeded to execute the order. Once the other Hyuga left, the old man approached little Hinata and crouched down next to her. "Who made our little princess cry? Was it this rowdy boy?" the old man asked with a kind tone. Hinata quickly jumped and hugged the old man with a tear-filled face. "It is all right. Grandpa is here. I will take you back home." The old man gently picked up Hinata and carried her. "Would you like to accompany this old man until we reach the clan compound? We have not met in the past few months. It would be a nice time to catch up," the old man offered, and Kazuki obliged, following along as the old man carried little Hinata. Hinata had already fallen asleep on the old man's shoulders, and Kazuki realized that the little girl must have been quite exhausted. Kazuki and the old man started having a leisurely conversation as they walked towards the Hyuga clan. "Mind sharing what exactly happened, old man?" Kazuki wanted to know the exact reason, as in the anime, Hinata only ran away after the Hyuga affair when she was almost the age to start the academy. In this world, Hizeshi is still alive and fine, and Hinata is only 3 years old. "Kid, you have always been smarter than your peers by a huge margin, and being a Nara, I am sure that you know a few things about the main and branch family of our Hyuga, yes?" Kazuki simply nodded in acknowledgement to show that he was aware of it. "Normally, I should not be sharing these things with outsiders, but then I feel that you are trustworthy enough, and it is not like a huge secret, and everyone will know soon enough." Kazuki maintained his silence, not wanting to disturb the old man's flow. "This little child is the heiress of the Hyuga clan. She recently reached 3 years old, and according to our family tradition, the child's cousin, who is said to be a once-in-a-generation genius among our Hyuga, was branded with the cursed seal in the recent ceremony. The child did not take it lightly, being branded and all, and lashed out in anger at this poor little girl." The old man shared the happenings within the Hyuga clan, and now Kazuki understood why little Hinata ran away from home. Comments fin comment. Vote on left. Chapter 41. Chapter 41. Originally, Neji and Hinata were close as siblings, and after having his fate sealed by the curse mark, he must have lashed out at Hinata, and with her soft character, this must have hurt her badly. After a brief silence, Kazuki questioned, "My understanding is that the original intention of the cursed mark was to protect the Bakugan. Is not that right?" However, the old man chose to keep his silence, and by the same time, they reached the Hyuga clan compound. "Kid, thank you for taking care of the princess. It is already getting dark. You should quickly head back home." The old man, after sincerely thanking Kazuki, left with Hinata. Kazuki understood that the old man was not comfortable discussing topics related to the cursed seal. Kazuki had not explored the Hyuga's curse mark, so he was not exactly sure about how the curse works. Just before Kazuki left, he saw Danzo, followed by 2 of his Shimura guards, leaving the Hyuga compound. Although Kazuki was far away, he could discern that Danzo was in a very foul mood. Senj clan compound. Kazuki meticulously laid down a ritual circle, ensuring that every detail was in place. Once satisfied with the preparations, he walked into the room where his master, Tsunade, along with Shizune, Kakashi, and Naruto, were sleeping soundly. Kazuki knew it was time to perform the chakra-enhancing ritual. "Master, are all the materials prepared?" Kazuki inquired about the items needed for the complex Funjutsu ritual. While he had agreed to assist Tsunade and the others, the Senj clan head had to arrange for the necessary materials, and each ritual incurred significant costs. "Yes, kid, I've already gathered everything you requested. I also have one more favor to ask. I hope you can fulfill it," Tsunade said, catching Kazuki by surprise. He raised an eyebrow in confusion. "I would like to give up my slot for someone else. Do not worry. They have already been put under the sleeping drug. I understand the ritual is complex and places a burden on you. With our limited resources, it is better if I give up my spot," Tsunade explained, expressing concern for Kazuki's well-being. Kazuki questioned, "So, who is the person you're willing to give up your slot for?" He wanted to understand Tsunade's motivations. She quickly moved to a nearby room and brought back Tenso, who was peacefully sleeping under the influence of the drug. "This is Tenso. He recently joined the Senj clan. He will be taking my spot." Tsunade gently laid Tenso down with the others. "Master, you are putting me in a tight spot." "Sigh, it is fine. I hope you've procured an additional set of materials. You do not have to give up your spot. I can handle one more ritual," Kazuki replied, not wanting his master to miss out on the enhancement. He chose to compromise and perform the ritual on Tenso as well. Kazuki had to redraw the ritual circle each time, making the process time-consuming. "Of course, kid. I knew you would not let me down, so I procured a few more additional sets," Tsunade said, and Kazuki could not help but squint at his master for seemingly anticipating his reaction. She must have known he would act this way, considering she had prepared additional materials beforehand. Each set was not only costly but also challenging to find. Once everything was in order, Kazuki and Tsunade established the sequence for the chakra-enhancing ritual. The Sannin herself would be the first to undergo the procedure, followed by Shizune, Tenso, Kakashi, and, lastly, Naruto. Earlier that day, Kakashi's Sharingan issue had been addressed. After being rendered unconscious, Kazuki applied a special Funjutsu to help Kakashi consciously control the Sharingan without experiencing the usual backlash. This fix ensured that Kakashi could regulate the Sharingan like other Uchiha members. Kazuki chose to perform the ritual on Naruto last, as they needed to take extra precautions. Tsunade had obtained Hiruzen's consent to modify the Hack no Finshichi 8 trigrams sealing style seal on Naruto, replacing it with a more robust and intricate seal of Kazuki's own design. If Kazuki had not undergone the chakra ritual earlier himself, it would have been challenging to handle so many consecutive rituals. He had made ample preparations and medicines specifically for today's occasion. "Ready, Sensei?" Kazuki could not help but ask the Sannin with a smile on his face. "Ready when you are, kid," Tsunade responded, and Kazuki directed Tsunade to the chamber where the ritual was arranged. The massive Funjutsu ritual altar stood in the center of an expansive chamber, bathed in a soft, ethereal glow. Crafted from a combination of polished stone and intricate metallic materials, the altar exhibited a seamless blend of ancient design and advanced craftsmanship. Its dimensions were imposing, dominating the space with an aura of mystique. The surface of the altar was adorned with an array of meticulously inscribed seals, forming an elaborate pattern that seemed to pulse with a faint energy. The symbols and characters etched into the stone radiated an otherworldly luminescence, giving the impression of an arcane script from a bygone era. The intricate patterns seemed to tell a story only decipherable to those well versed in the art of Funjutsu. At strategic points around the altar, smaller pedestals held various ritualistic implements, a collection of scrolls containing sacred texts, vials of rare and potent liquids, and ornate tools crafted for the delicate process of sealing. Each item was positioned with precision, contributing to the overall symmetry and balance of the ritual space. Kazuki directed his master to the center of the altar, and he stepped out of the ritual circle. The ritual began. 8 hours later, Kazuki had successfully performed the ritual on 4 people, and Naruto was the last one left. Tsunade was standing by the side. When Tsunade had completed the ritual earlier, she could not help but test her new chakra level. It was almost 6 times her previous level, and being of the Senju bloodline, the increase was quite monstrous. She felt like she could simply crush a mountain with a single punch. Now, Kazuki was meditating to bring himself back to his peak state. Sandaime had vehemently opposed tampering with the Nainitil's seals in Jiraiya's absence, not wanting to take chances. However, Tsunade was able to convince the old man, and with Kazuki's expertise and assurance, the old man reluctantly agreed. Hiruzen only knew about the part where Kazuki was applying a more complex Funjutsu, which would help Naruto down the line. Kazuki had to take many things into consideration because the 8 trigrams seal that Minato had applied to Naruto was a variation of the original. During the process of changing seals, he had to make sure not to destroy the chakra imprint left behind by Minato. He intended to transfer the imprint completely to the new seal. Kazuki woke up from his meditation after attaining a peak state and was greeted by Tsunade and the old man Hiruzen waiting next to her. What most in the village did not know was that the Senju clan was now covered with more than a dozen barriers. Even Hiruzen had placed 2 barriers of his own as an additional precaution, even after Tsunade promised him that the barriers could easily subdue the Nainutales if something untoward happened. As an added precaution, Hiruzen had asked for his most loyal team of shinobi to form a perimeter around the Senju clan. Kazuki, however, had no intention of letting anything go wrong with Naruto's ritual. So, he made sure to triple-check everything before carrying the now sleeping little Naruto to the altar. Just before starting the ritual, he asked the others to clear the room, including his master. However, the primary reason was that Kazuki wanted to have a private conversation with Kurama. Once he changed the Funjutsu, it would alter many things for both little Naruto and Kurama. Drokushion 10 Fin 16 Ordeals, Heaven Seal. Kazuki initiated the Fun ceremony by weaving a series of hand signs while simultaneously working on the Nainitil's seal to ensure a smooth process. As the sealing ritual commenced, unlike the other participants, he plunged his consciousness into the Nainitil's sealing space using the ritual. Inside the seal space, Kazuki was greeted by a colossal gate. The anime had not done justice to the sheer scale of the gate that confined the Kyubey. The moment Kazuki's consciousness entered, the Nainitil stirred from its slumber. Slowly advancing towards the seal gate, a massive paw emerged from the darkness within, attempting to capture and crush Kazuki. Maintaining caution, Kazuki skillfully evaded the Nainitil's claw. Feisty one, are not you? Kazuki could not help but comment on the beast's blatant aggression. Finally setting his sight upon the most iconic entity in the Naruto world, Kazuki marveled at the magnificent chakra beast. Naruto's growth would not have been the same without the Nainitails. Contrary to his expectations, the Nainitails was tightly bound with massive golden chains, each of its colossal tails staked to the ground with huge pillars, allowing no freedom of movement. Truly a pity, such a magnificent beast. Kazuki could not help but admire the creature sealed behind the gates. The Nainitails observed Kazuki, awaiting an opportunity to strike or perhaps manipulate him into opening the seal. Kazuki's subsequent actions rekindled the deep-seated hatred within the Nainitails. After executing a series of hand signs, Kazuki initiated the new Funjutsu. Simultaneously, in the ritual room, altars and Funjutsu seals glowed, while Kazuki, seated outside the ritual circle with closed eyes, maintained his consciousness within the sealing space. As the sealing commenced, the Nainitails became aware of the abnormality, thrashing around in an attempt to break free. Unexpectedly, the entire sealing space transformed, filling with black ink that rose to Kazuki's knee. Out of the ink, numerous pitch-black chains emerged, binding the Ninetales completely. Now that you are truly bound, shall we have a talk? Kazuki, cautiously maintaining his vigilance, walked toward the Ninetales without fear, standing next to the massive gate. Kid, who are you? How did you get here? How did you know I was not completely bound? While conversing, Kurama attempted a sneak attack, but with a simple gesture, the black chains tightened, pinning the Ninetales into the black pool of ink. It was then that the Ninetales realized the black chains and ink were draining its chakra. What do you think you're doing? Kid, I do not know how you made it here. Undo the seal, and I will make you strong, even beyond your wildest dreams. No one will be your opponent after that. The Ninetales attempted to tempt Kazuki with promises of power, recognizing his proficiency in Funjutsu. Even Hagoromo Satsuke? Kazuki asked casually. However, the mention of the name made the Ninetales thrash around with renewed vigor, attempting to break its bindings. You. How do you know father's name? Tell me who you are, and what else do you know? The Ninetales desired answers from the child standing before it. Once focused on ripping apart the child, Kurama now seeks information. Calm down, Kurama. I am not here to harm you. I am just here to make a deal. It would benefit you if you listened. Kazuki wanted a peaceful dialogue with the Ninetales, hence mentioning the Sage of Six Paths and the Kyuubi's true name. Benefit, haha. What kind of benefit are you talking about? Do not tell me you are willing to release me right now. That's the only benefit I can think of for myself. Kurama was now a bit more restrained, curious about Kazuki's intentions. Well, that I cannot do, but I can help you with the next best thing if you are willing to cooperate. Kazuki aimed to strike a deal that would be advantageous for both the Ninetales and little Naruto. Haha, kid, all humans are the same. If you do not want to release me, you can leave. Humans just want to control everything. You can leave. I will not agree to any of your deals. I will find my own way out. Soon enough, I will rip this kid to shreds and be free. Kurama, now with Kazuki's interruption, contemplated a new plan for escape from the cage. Comment. Vochun left. Chapter 42. Chapter 42. Kurama, you speak as if you are innocent and the victim here. Yes, humans are at fault, but that does not mean you are innocent either. Did not Hagoromo ask you to safeguard peace and protect this world? But what did all the tailed beasts do? You guys did not care about anything. If something annoyed you, you razed everything to the ground. Since the time you guys were created, how many lives have you guys killed? 1,000, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands. I am sure you guys did not bother to keep count, right? So, how different are you guys from the Shinju? Was not it the same? Kazuki, empathetic to the tailed beast's current situation, could not agree if someone claimed they were innocent. Since their inception, the tailed beasts must have been responsible for more than 1 million lives, at least. Kid, why should we be responsible for the lives of such inferior beings? It is their fault for being so weak in the first place. Kurama, prideful as ever, dismissed the significance of the lives it had reaped, deeming them inferior. So, should not that be the same for you now, being weak and getting caught? Well, honestly, I am not here to discuss who holds the moral high ground. Little Naruto is important to me. He is a good kid. I hope you can get along with him. With that said, Kazuki initiated his discussion with Kurama. It had been an hour since Kazuki started the ritual for Naruto, and outside the ritual chamber, both Tsunade and Hiruzen were waiting patiently. However, Hiruzen was much more anxious than the Sannin, walking up and down the room in an attempt to lessen his anxiety. Sensei, calm down. Kazuki will make sure that nothing goes wrong, and with his mastery over Funjutsu, Naruto will only benefit in the future after upgrading the seal. Tsunade offered words of comfort to ease her master's concerns. I understand, Tsunade, but it is the Ninetales seal. Even if it goes slightly wrong, then the entire village has to pay the price for it. Hiruzen expressed his worry. The memory of the last Ninetales attack was still vivid in his mind. There was something about that day that he had not shared with anyone. Even he himself did not know the answer to this question. During the Ninetales rampage, he was the closest to Minato while he returned to subdue the beast. Though he knew about the Shikifujin dead demon-consuming Seal Reaper Death Seal, he wondered why he did not offer himself as a sacrifice in exchange for Minato's life. Even with himself as the sacrifice, Mineta should have been capable of sealing the 9 tails. Back then, he only regained clarity after Mineta had initiated a ritual, and a barrier was raised to prevent interference. Hiruzen understood that someone had subtly influenced him not to act, and due to his guilt, he did not share this speculation with anyone. After all, who would believe that the professor had been influenced by someone using mind arts? Just when the third Hokage was lost in thought, a monstrous amount of bloodlust mixed with Nanitail's aura burst forth from the ritual room. Even the shinobi forming the perimeter could feel the monstrous energy within the barrier, but none knew what exactly was going on within the Senj compound. Hiruzen and Tsunade quickly made their way towards the ritual chamber, which now lay in shambles. Right on the altar, the huge form of the Nanitails had manifested itself. Hiruzen, without any second thoughts, formed a series of hand signs. Ninpu, Kochiu's no jutsu ninja art, summoning technique. Monkey King Enma arrived next to Hiruzen, his eyes widening in shock and question. Hiruzen, do not tell me the fox broke free again. However, the Sannin was yet to take any action because she saw Kazuki standing up casually and dusting himself off to make sure that his clothes did not retain any dust. Oh, it is such a drag. I need to rest for at least a few days, Kazuki sighed, and as he did, the 9 of tails that had manifested simply vanished into thin air, as if it were not there in the first place. Hiruzen composed himself after seeing that there was no accident and walked forward with Tsunade. Kid, what was that? For a moment, I thought the Kyubi broke free from the seal. Hiruzen could not help but sigh in relief because he did not want to see another tragedy like the Nanitail's attack. Old man, do not you have any trust in my Funjutsu prowess? That was nothing but the Nanitail stretching itself after a long time. Do not worry. He will not make any trouble in the future. Hiruzen, although confident in Kazuki, could not help but walk towards the altar where Naruto was sleeping soundly and check the new seal. The seal was so complex and advanced that he could not understand any part of it, but he maintained his dignity as a learned man. Good, Kazuki, the seal seems well done, and I am sure little Naruto will have no problems in the future. Hiruzen shamelessly shared his opinion, even though he did not understand anything about the new seal. Kazuki, who understood the old man's acting, chose not to expose his act and simply nodded with an understanding smile. Tsunade, however, had no issue admitting her shortcomings in front of her student. Although she was proficient in Funjutsu, her knowledge was nowhere near Kazuki's. After admiring the new seal, she could not help but question. So what about the old seal? Will it still be retained? I have not completely removed the old seal. I have retained a part of it and modified the rest. As for the new seal, I have layered it over the old one, so it would act as a double safeguard. In the future, even if someone were to forcibly extract the Nanitails from little Naruto here, then they will be in for one hell of a surprise. Although Kazuki understood that this world was inherently different, he knew that the Akatsuki may still retain the same goal, so he did not want to take any chances. Dagarashi Port, a land of tea. A young lady was casually speaking to a fish vendor about the recent ongoings of the land of tea, and suddenly a little frog leapt to the fish vendor's side. The vendor nonchalantly pushed it aside. However, the young lady's demeanor changed for a split second, and she quickly excused herself and left. The young lady stealthily traversed through the forest in the direction of the Fire Country. After making sure that there was no one tailing her, she quickly headed towards a well-hidden crevice by a hillside. This must have been the young lady's hideout, as she was familiar with the place. She activated the barriers around the hideout and undid the transformation. A tall and robust man with a distinctive shock of white hair that stood upright appeared. He wore a simple black jumpsuit underneath his cloak, emphasizing both functionality and ease of movement during combat. It was Jiraiya. Jiraiya quickly performed a series of hand signs. After a brief moment, a black and orange toad emerged from his mouth. It was none other than Giratora, a scroll toad that held the key to Naruto's 8 trigrams seal. Jiraiya was anxious, and before he could question Giratora, the summoned toad quickly revealed the emergency. The Nine-tailed seal has been broken. Giratora's words were like the worst nightmare that Jiraiya never expected to happen. Jiraiya, though he received a letter from the old man, did not return to the village but continued his pursuit of Orochimaru. From his last intel, Orochimaru was somewhere near the Land of Waves and the Land of Tea. He had personally come here a week ago to pursue that lead. It was not forcibly broken but unlocked without using the key. It seems like someone with higher mastery of Funjutsu worked and unlocked the seal. Jiraiya, you need to quickly return to the village. Jiraiya, momentarily distracted, understood the importance of the matter. If the Nine Tails had gone on a rampage again, it would have caused devastating losses for the Leaf. There are no Fuin masters that are capable of doing so, as far as I am aware. So how did this happen, Giratora? Please recall it again. Did anyone get access to the key without your knowledge? Jiraiya, although anxious, could not believe that someone could unlock his student's seal. He questioned the scroll toad. Jiraiya, you should know better than the others. I hold the secrets I protect with more importance than my own life, and I have been sealed within you all this while. Would anyone be able to access it without taking you down first? The orange toad responded to Jiraiya's somewhat hasty question. For their species, the secrets they held were of paramount importance, and they would rather die than share them with others. Jiraiya quickly calmed down after hearing the toad's words, realizing that he had questioned Giratora hastily without thinking properly. Jiraiya could not help but feel guilty for wrongly accusing the scroll toad, but his remorse was interrupted by Giratora. Jiraiya, this is not the time to feel remorse. You need to move now. I will help you reverse summon to a place near the Leaf Village. Once we establish a transfer point, you should be able to cut short your journey by at least a few days. Gamiken offered an option because, even with Jiraiya's top speed, it would take more than a week to reach the Leaf Village. Establishing a reverse summoning transfer point in the Fire Country should help him cut his journey time by at least half. Jiraiya understood and quickly made the necessary preparations to depart. Now, with the seal unlocked, Jiraiya released Gamiken from his contract and undid his summoning so he could establish a transfer point. The next morning, out of the 5 people who went through the ritual, only Tsunade was awake. Kajuki was so exhausted that he chose to rest at the Senj compound. Hiruzen chose to stay back and keep an eye on little Naruto until he woke up. Hiruzen had already relieved the other shinobi who had stood guard outside the Senj compound. Even Danzo was not aware of the things that happened within the Senj compound. Kakashi was the first to wake up from his slumber, and the moment he woke up, the entire world felt different to him. It was as if the shackles that held him back were no more, and his whole body was brimming with chakra. He had not felt so powerful all his life. Awake at last, are you? You know one should not train until they hit chakra deprivation. And by the way, your eye problem is fixed now. The Sharingan should not hold you back anymore. You should train to get yourself adapted to your new condition. Tsunade, who was working on a few scrolls by the table in the room, could not help but comment when she saw Kakashi wake up. Kakashi, who heard the Sanin's words, knew that she was covering up, not wanting to share the reason, and as a shinobi, he was self-aware that he was not exhausted but knocked out using some sort of drug, and he chose not to question the Sanin. Upon hearing the Slug Sage's words, he could not help but unconsciously try to activate his Sharingan. His left eye turned from a normal eye to a 1-tamu and all the way to a 3-tamu Sharingan. He was able to flawlessly control his Sharingan and close it, and he also did not feel the massive drain or the backlash from his chakra network. He even felt that his chakra reserves had grown immensely, almost by 6 times, and he felt that there was still a large room for improvement. This was not something Kakashi had felt in a long time. He understood that Tsunade had something to do with his new changes in his body. Comment and comment. Vote on left. Chapter 43. Chapter 43. Kakashi stood up groggily and walked in front of Tsunade, kneeling down in a respectful manner. Thank you, Tsunade-sama. I shall remember this favor for all my life. Although Kakashi had not completely moved on, after Tsunade's recent therapy, Kakashi was now much more stable and mentally strong enough to face his past. Kakashi could not help but silently shed a tear because, after losing everything in life and giving up on himself, he never thought of a second chance. Tsunade's help made him feel eternally grateful for the Sanin. So, kid, why do not you check out your new power-up? Go and stretch out in the training yard. I need to look after these kids, so you can go by yourself. And you can return to your shinobi duties after you have adapted to your new state. Tsunade simply waved her hand, as if saying it was just a trivial matter, and she continued carrying on with her work. Kakashi nodded gratefully and walked towards the training yard. It was not until late in the afternoon that the last of them woke up. Kino was the last person to wake up, and none of them were aware of what exactly had happened. However, everyone who went through the ritual could feel the positive changes in their bodies. Naruto, especially, was brimming with so much energy that Hiruzen could not help but wonder if the kid had eaten something to make him so overactive. After making sure everything was alright with Naruto, Hiruzen left the Senju compound to carry on with his Hokage duties, which must have piled up due to his half-day absence. Tsunade and Hiruzen had decided that once Jiraiya returned, they would share the truth about Naruto's parents with little Naruto. As per what Kazuki mentioned about the new seal, Naruto will be able to interact with the Nine Tails from now on. So, they had decided that it was best not to keep this information from little Naruto, and with Tsunade being Naruto's guardian, his safety was assured. Kazuki, who was exhausted, only woke up late in the evening. When he opened his eyes, he saw his elder sister Shozun sitting on a chair, going through a scroll. Big sister Shozun, how long have I been sleeping? Is Sensei not around? Kazuki inquired. Shozun, putting down the scroll upon seeing Kazuki awake, quickly moved towards him to ensure he was alright. Kazuki, how are you feeling now? Are you experiencing any discomfort? Shozun wanted to make sure her little brother was doing well before addressing his questions. Over time, Shozun had grown very attached to Kazuki and now considered him her own little brother. Yeah, I am alright, big sister. I am just a little tired. I should be fine after having a good meal. So, where are the others? Kazuki, now almost recovered, questioned Shozun again but did not disclose why he was so exhausted, as Tsunade must have provided some alternate reason for his fatigue. Sensei went to help Sandai-sama. As for little Naruto, he is out in the yard playing with Shikamaru and Choji. Your aunt Yoshino had come by earlier to check up on you, and even your Jonin sensei had come. Shozun shared the details as Kazuki got up and poured a glass of water to drink. Now, with most of his energy regained, Kazuki went towards the yard. Although Shozun offered to cook a huge meal for Kazuki, he offered to help, but Shozun insisted he leave the matter to her. As Kazuki neared the yard where the kids were playing, he could pick up hushed whispers with his heightened senses. It was none other than little Naruto sharing some secrets with Shikamaru and Choji. Oi, I feel there is something wrong with this place. I think there might be ghosts here. I can hear a weird voice speaking to me, Naruto shared, fear apparent in his little voice. Kazuki, understanding the reason, quickly flickered next to the kids. With the sudden appearance of Kazuki, the three kids were startled initially, but they relaxed when they saw it was their big brother. Big brother Kazuki. The kids called out in delight after the initial surprise. So what were you guys talking about? Kazuki was questioned, and it was little Choji who answered. Big brother Naruto says that this place has ghosts. He says they are whispering to him, Choji shared with a scared look. However, Shikamaru kept his silence, trying to figure out the reason and also considering if Naruto was trying to pull a prank. Then he thought Naruto was not smart enough to pull off such an elaborate scheme. Naruto, why do not we discuss this with Sensei later? Being from the Senju clan, she should be able to explain it. In the meantime, why do not I see how much you guys have progressed? Kazuki knew that now, with the seal changed and a new deal with Kurama, Kurama must have tried to interact with little Naruto from within his consciousness. Kazuki thought it was better to explain things when Shikamaru and Choji were not around, so he chose to divert the topic for now. With their big brother's words, both Choji and Naruto calmed down. Only little Shikamaru started pondering deeper and understood that Kazuki was trying to divert the topic, choosing to ask his brother about it later. So who wants to go first? If you guys perform the 3 basic jutsus properly, I will teach you something interesting. With Kazuki's promise, all the kids started showing off their progress in the 3 basics. Naruto, who had a previous surge in chakra due to the ritual, was not able to perform the 3 basic jutsus properly. Choji and Shikamaru could not help but mock Naruto, and the kids started a mock fight, with Kazuki keeping a watchful eye over them. The next morning, Gay and his team were at the Hokage building to take on a new mission that was going to be assigned that day. Being a special squad, unlike the other squads, most of their missions were issued by Sandaime himself, and they only had to approach the mission assignment desk if they had no missions assigned by the Hokage himself. Currently, Gay and his team were waiting in front of the Hokage's desk while waiting for him to approve their new mission. This is a rank mission. You guys just need to patrol the barrier and the new grounds that we are going to expand our village into in the future. You will be taking the lead, Gay. Your team will be accompanied by a newly formed genin team and a barrier team. This mission might take a long time, so you need to make sure to map every single detail, as this information will be directly given to the Fune Grandmaster. A cartographer will also join the barrier team to help you guys out. Hiruzen explained their mission briefly, and Kazuki had to survey the land around the village barrier and the future expansion area to help with the layout of the new defenses. So Hiruzen used this as a cover so that Kazuki could collect all the information up close. Understood, Hokage-sama. We will make sure to complete the mission to perfection, Gay declared with full enthusiasm and led his team out of the Hokage's office. As Kazuki and his team made their way towards the village gate, two teams were waiting for their arrival. One was a newly formed genin team after the last graduation, and the other was a barrier team. Kazuki recognized that the genin team included Jekko Hayate, and the barrier team was garbed in white with their faces covered to ensure their safety. An Anbu team was also assigned to secretly ensure the safety of the barrier team, and Kazuki was able to spot all the hidden Anbu with his heightened senses. I am sure everyone must have been briefed about the mission, so I will just go with the arrangements. Itachi, you will accompany the genin team and form a perimeter around the barrier team as they survey. Torun, you will stay near the barrier team for immediate support and the exchange of information. Myself and Kazuki will act as the outer perimeter individually. Gay made a simple but efficient arrangement. The plan was designed to provide maximum assurance for the safety of the barrier team. Every single Fune user in a village was a rare resource, so their safety was paramount. With the barrier team now venturing outside the village barrier and further, their safety needed to be assured. Currently, a few dozen miles away from the Leaf Village barrier, a team of shinobi was stealthily making its way towards the Leaf Village. The team leader decided to take a quick break and made a hand gesture for the team. As the team settled down for a quick break, the shinobi on the team set a perimeter. The team was led by a ninja who had one of his eyes sealed with a Fune tag behind his Anbu mask. He was also the sensor ninja of the team. The team consisted of a dozen shinobi, and upon closer inspection, one could say that the team was an Anbu squad of the Kirigatia village. Captain, is the intelligence accurate? Are we sure that this is not a trap laid by the other party? A jonin from the infiltration team could not help but ask the mission leader as they traveled deep into enemy territory based on intelligence they received from the underground black market channel. Although the intel may not be authentic, we have received a mission from Mizuki-sama himself, so we need to execute it, no questions asked. There is no room for failure, and if the intel is authentic, then we may be able to capture or kill a few Funjutsu users from the Leaf. If luck is on our side, we may be able to get the barrier key for the Leaf, making their defenses ineffective. After resting for half an hour, the team once again started moving stealthily in the direction of the Leaf Village, removing all the traces. Kazuki was currently surveying the area around which the future expansion was planned. He was acting as the outer perimeter for the team, and with Gay on the other side, the barrier team was carefully surveying the outer barrier and efficiently fixing any damages that might have occurred. Normally, the barrier team would not have to leave the confines of the village barrier, as maintenance could be done from within. However, the mission included surveying for future expansion, so they had to venture further out. The mission progressed with no hassle until noon. As this was a long-term mission, the barrier team would return to the village after carrying out each day's task. Just when the team had concluded a short break, Torin, who was near the barrier team, received a message from one of the bugs he had assigned to Kazuki. Torin, now on full alert, conveyed that a group of shinobi was stealthily approaching in their current direction. Kazuki, who was out scouting, was also retreating as he laid various traps toward the direction of the barrier team. Torin made sure to relay the information to the Anbu squad and Genin squad so that they could prepare themselves in the face of the incoming danger. After making a quick decision, the Anbu team split in two, one heading to intercept the incoming shinobi and the other to help the barrier team retreat safely. Itachi, along with the Genin team, was assigned to escort the barrier team along with Torin, and Gei moved in the direction of Kazuki, who was laying traps to intercept the incoming enemies. The Anbu had already sent secret messages to the village regarding the incoming enemy team. As the Anbu and Gei reached the location where Kazuki must have been, they could not spot anything. A small pebble flew in the direction of Gei, which he caught, and when he turned around, he saw Kazuki gesturing for them to follow. Gei was not surprised. However, the two Anbu who had come to intercept the enemies were surprised that they were not able to sense a genin who was so close to them. Kazuki was already aware of their arrival and was hiding behind an isolation barrier, and one of the Anbu caught Kazuki's attention as he knew who the shinobi was. Comment 6. Vote 1 left. Chapter 44. Chapter 44. The Leaf Anbu, with Gei's assurance, followed Kazuki after reaching a good hiding spot. Once there, Kazuki reactivated the isolation barrier to enclose all the Leaf shinobi. Quickly pulling out a blank scroll, Kazuki started drawing a layout of the surrounding forest. The detail was concise and clear, earning a satisfied nod from the Anbu captain as the young genin completed the layout of the assigned traps. When planning an ambush, it was crucial to ensure that teammates would not fall victim to the traps set for the enemies. After everyone memorized the layout of the traps, the Anbu captain asked a pointed question. Do we have a count on the enemy's number and strength? The Anbu captain was direct, aware that time was of the essence and efficient planning was required. Despite sending a message to the village for reinforcements, it might take hours for them to arrive. The enemy shinobis are about a dozen miles out from our current location. I fell back immediately after sensing them. They are not aware that they have been spotted. I am not sure about their exact strength, but I counted a dozen chakra signatures. Kazuki shared the information he had gathered with his unique sensing ability, which surpassed that of other sensory ninjas. After Kazuki shared the hand seals for the seal tags used on the traps, the Anbu captain quickly gestured for the other Anbu to recheck all the traps. Meanwhile, he asked Kazuki to maximize his sensing range and inform them the moment the enemy shinobi was detected. The Anbu swiftly rechecked and added more traps within a few minutes. When Kazuki signaled that the enemy was within his sensing range, the Anbu retreated inside the isolation barrier. The enemy remained unaware that their mission had been compromised, and the Leaf team lay in ambush. Kazuki felt two chakra fluctuations from the Anbu captain's eyes and the other Anbu. He recognized both as Dojutsu Yuzushuga and Uchiha. The Uchiha was Shizu, and Kazuki sensed the unique chakra of his Manjikyu Sharingan, although Shizu had only activated up to 3 tamu. The Leaf team waited anxiously for the enemy ninja. Meanwhile, a dozen Kirigekure Anbu, led by Ao, moved stealthily through the forest in the direction specified by the intel. Suddenly, O stopped and made a hand gesture, prompting the Kere Anbu team to form a tight defensive formation. O activated his Bakugan to its maximum and began scanning his surroundings. However, just as he detected the explosion tag buried by one of the Leaf Anbu, all the Leaf ninjas acted simultaneously to detonate the traps. Katsu. Kazuki released all the traps near the Kere ninja, and the explosion engulfed the entire Kere shinobi team. Simultaneously, Gei and the other two Anbu launched a fierce counterattack. While it was earlier decided that Kazuki would stay back to provide combat support, Kazuki held back and released his shadow puppet to assist. Because the Hyuga Anbu had taken command, Kazuki was obliged to follow his orders temporarily so as not to cause confusion within the team. Ambush! O screamed at the top of his voice. All the Kere shinobi reacted instinctively, as every ninja assigned to this mission was of Tokubetsu Jonin level or higher. For Kirigekure, which had lost much of its higher-end combat power during the Third Shinobi War, this was a luxury lineup. Many among the team had questioned whether the Mizuki's orders were made hastily, but what they did not know was that their current Mizuki was under the control of Obito, seeking revenge on Kere for being responsible for Rin's death. If the Mizuki were self-aware, he would not have sent such a team on a dangerous mission, even if the intelligence was valid. Suten. Bakushu water release. Exploding water-colored wave of Kere Jonin with a monstrous amount of chakra launched an attack immediately, using the Kere team as the center. They created a wave wall to defend the entire team from the explosion. The other Kere ninja immediately executed the Kirigekure no jutsu hiding in mist technique and filled the surrounding forest with a thick mist. The Kere shinobi quickly regrouped with commands from O, who was assessing the situation with his Bakugan. Despite the swift reaction of most of the Kere Anbu, the Leaf team, with the help of the well-placed explosion, managed to reap the life of one of the enemy shinobi. The Kere team kept spamming waves after waves as the explosion traps set by Kazuki went off continuously, chaining one after another. In a span of a few seconds, Kazuki had triggered more than 100 explosive tags. Each of these tags was handcrafted by Kajuke himself, so their power and blast radius were much greater than the standard tags. The Kari Shinobi killed was also caught off guard because he underestimated the blast radius. Oh, who was scanning the enemy, now recognized his opponents and the specific chakra signatures of the Bakugan and the Sharingan. He pinpointed the Leaf Anbu with the Sharingan, remembering encountering this particular Uchiha during the Third Shinobi War. The explosion created by Kajuki's trap was so huge that even the retreating barrier team was able to witness the blast clouds, even though they were a few miles out. Everyone be careful. They have 2 dojutsu users among them, and one of them is Shunshin no Shisu. The other is a Hyuga. Reform the formation. They might be able to perceive us through the mist. Although Kurigeku's mist technique was known to counter most dojutsus, it all depended on the opponent's proficiency and the potency of the mist. If the opponent had a high degree of mastery over dojutsu, they might even be able to see through the mist. Gei unleashed his gates one by one, all the way up to the 4th gate earlier. Now, with Kari Shinobi hiding within the mist, Gei decided to release the 5th gate. With Kajuki on the team with his Aryu ninjutsu, Gei did not have to care much about the backlash. With the custom-made medicines he provided, Gei could offset most of the damage Kinjutsu caused. Hachiman, Kyokujin no Mon, K8 gates. Gate of Limit. Open Gei was shrouded in blue chakra as he opened the 5th gate and was ready to launch a counter-offensive once the blast subsided. Even the other 2 Leaf Anbu prepared themselves. However, they had a question in mind. How many tags did the kid even stack to create the traps? If they had not known about the trap layout and blast radius, even they would have been caught in the blast. The moment the smoke blast subsided, the Leaf Ninja slowly regrouped to launch the next offensive. Suddenly, a blade pierced through the mist, targeting Hyuga's blind spot. Both Gei and Shishu quickly reacted to intercept the attack but were blocked by multiple Kari Shinobi. They started engaging in a fierce battle within the mist. The Hyuga ninja, aware of the ambush, dodged. However, he was quickly surrounded by 4 Jonin, including O, and launched a combination attack, pinning him in a pincer formation. Suiten. Senchokuk water release. 1,000 feeding sharks. The 4 Kari Jonin launched a larger-scale offensive on the Hyuga Anbu to eliminate him. The Kari Shinobi knew that the Hyuga specialized in taijutsu, and blocking such a larger-scale ninjutsu would be quite a burden. Then they could take the chance to eliminate him. The Hyuga Anbu launched a larger-scale defensive taijutsu as he had no way to dodge all the incoming attacks. Hakush Kaiten. Setsu 8 Trigram's palms revolving heaven. Sever, he created a large barrier to counter the incoming attack. Although the Hyuga was able to defend himself, blocking all the incoming attacks, defending such a larger-scale offensive would take a few seconds to steady himself again. This was the opening the Kari Jonin were waiting for, and O commanded the other 3 Jonin to launch an offensive to finish off the Hyuga. 2 of the Kari Jonin released a Dosen Kine tied with explosive tags, and O and the other Jonin went in for the kill. They did not want to give the Hyuga any chance of escape. Doten. Ganch no Jutsu Earth release. Rock Pillar Prison. Tens of rock pillars suddenly rose from around the Hyuga and enclosed him in a defensive barrier. The barrier took all the damage from the explosive tags and also the 2 Kari Jonin blades that were meant to behead the Hyuga Anbu. The Kari Shinobi went on high alert because, originally, they were not aware of a 4th Leaf Ninja, and O quickly scanned the surroundings to identify the new threat. Everyone be careful. There seems to be one more Leaf Ninja hiding. O's command was transmitted through the mist using a special transmission technique. Gei and Shisu were handling 3 of the Kari ninja simultaneously. While the Hyuga took on 4, Shisu and Gei were able to create a stalemate for the time being. The favor of the battle was tilting toward Kari Shinobi's side, with the Hyuga Anbu falling to a disadvantage. However, the inclusion of the 4th ninja stabilized the balance again. What the Leaf Anbu were not aware of was that the last Kari Jonin remaining, who had not engaged yet, was a Jonin from the Hojuka clan. He had earlier merged with the mist and was stealthily approaching Shishu to launch a sneak attack. Just as he stepped closer to attack Shishu's flank, a sudden attack caught him off guard, as he was not able to perceive the enemy even through his connection with the mist. Raiten. Kaminari Shobari Lightning Release. Thunderbinding Kajuki was already aware of the Hojuki ninja. He stayed just at the edge of the mist, using his perception to track the enemies from within the isolation barrier. The Hojuki ninja caught in the thunder trap was electrocuted and had to exit his misty state. He was not even able to liquefy himself, as lightning was a natural counter to their bloodline. The ear-piercing scream of the Harajuku Jonin carried within the mist, momentarily distracting Kare Shinobi. Shizu, taking advantage of the situation, launched a larger-scale fire ninjutsu at a Kare Tokubetsu Jonin, Katen, Kare Enden, Fire Release, Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. The Kare Shinobi, although momentarily distracted, put up a counter, Suten, Suijin Hiku Water Release, Water Formation War. However, what the Kare ninja forgot was what Shizu was famous for. The moment the Tokubetsu Jonin cut off the chakra for the water war, a figure flickered past him, piercing through the mist. Shizu, using his extreme speed to his advantage, exploited the small opening to cleanly behead the Kare ninja with his tanto. Oh, who perceived Shizu's intent earlier, wanted to help the Kare ninja, but an immense threat made him duck at the very last moment. A pitch-black metallic blade brushed past the top of his head. If he had reacted any slower, he was sure that he would have lost his head. Rolled, and when he regained his balance, he saw a black construct moving rapidly towards the other Jonin, who had earlier launched a killing strike on the Hyuga. Quickly shouted to warn his comrade of the incoming attack, and the Jonin quickly reacted and blocked the incoming blade with his own. However, what the Kare Jonin forgot was that the earth pillar prison behind him enclosing the Hyuga was retracted. Coincidentally, the Kare Jonin's back was facing the now stabilized Hyuga Anbu. The Leaf Anbu did not let go of such a chance for a counter. Hak Rokujin 8 trigrams, 64 palms. He launched a blitzkrieg of attacks on the Kare Jonin's Tenketsu points, although the other two Kare Jonin, who were attacking the Hyuga earlier, wanted to intercept. However, the Black Puppet used a multitude of hidden weapons to hold them back. By the time the Hyuga Anbu completed his relentless attack, the Kare Jonin was completely incapacitated. However, just before the Hyuga went in for the kill strike, O quickly intervened and saved the now fallen Kare Jonin. O started to weigh his decision carefully because now the balance was tilting to the other side. With the timely intervention of the fourth Leaf Shinobi, the Kare team lost 3 Shinobi. Comment live and comment. Vote on left. Chapter 45. Chapter 45. Out of the original dozen ninjas, 2 were killed, 2 were incapacitated, and only 8 were still capable of battle. With 2 Jonins down, they had to safeguard them now. So with a Leaf Shinobi still hiding in the dark and with the puppet's inclusion, it became a battle of 5 as 8. O did not like such odds, especially with them facing such strong enemies and on the enemy's home ground. Originally, they never expected such a retaliation from the Leaf Village. It was supposed to be a quick grab or kill mission. However, before he could make a decision, the Jonin facing Gei initiated a larger-scale ninjutsu to enclose the entire battlefield and form a water prison. Kajuki, who was on the outer perimeter, had to retreat to escape the attack range. Suten, Dei Bakushusha Water Release, Great Exploding Water Colliding Wave. However, the other Leaf Ninjas were not lucky enough to escape such a larger-scale attack. Now the water barrier enclosed the entire Kare team and the 3 Leaf Ninjas, along with the Black Puppet. With the formation of the water prison, the mist dispersed, and the 2 teams reformed and regrouped quickly. O made a quick hand sign. Though the Leaf Ninja were strong, the Kare Ninja made sure to protect the Jonin who launched the water barrier. So the battle fell back to a stalemate again. The Kare Ninja had an inherent advantage when fighting in the water. Gei took the position of vanguard, as his movements were not impeded even under the water pressure. Suddenly, the Kare Ninja launched another combination jutsu, Suten, Senchukik, Water Release, 1,000 Feeding Sharks. However, the scale was now completely different from what the 4 Jonin had launched earlier because now the attack was launched underwater as thousands of sharks launched an offensive towards the Leaf Shinobi. Gei, who felt the pressure of the incoming attack, was ready to open the 6th gate. However, before he could do so, Kajuki, who had detected a new chakra signature incoming, went on the offensive. He placed his hand on the water barrier and inserted a water orb into it by continuously pouring a large amount of chakra into the orb. Suten, Mujinsen Water Release, Infinite Sharks. A large number of water sharks, even more compared to the joint offensive of the Kare Shinobi, had been launched. As the 2 jutsus clashed, the sharks on both sides started tearing each other apart underwater. However, Kajuki's attack was more potent, as each shark of his exploded when they got defeated. So Kajuki was able to hold back the Kare's joint offensive underwater. However, this type of attack was a huge drain on his chakra reserve. Kazuki only chose such a flashy method because of the incoming support. Just as the two clashes ended, Kazuki, who was just outside the water prison, heard the faint voice of the newcomer. Kachios. Yeto Kazushi no Jutsu summoning. Food cart destroyer technique. A humongous toad comparable to the size of the water barrier was summoned right on top of it. When the huge toad landed on the water prison, the Keri-Janin was not able to hold the water prison anymore and was knocked out due to the backlash. With the huge water prison shattering, the toad landed right in between the two teams, and a white-haired ninja was standing on top of the huge toad. O immediately recognized who the newcomer was, and it was none other than the toad sage, Jiraiya himself. Retreat. We are falling back. O did not even bother to think of countermeasures the moment the Sannin appeared. All his plans went down the bin, but he simply ordered an immediate retreat. With the huge amount of water still around, they were able to fall back without any additional losses. They even made sure to destroy the corpses of the fallen comrades. Kazuki had intended to set up a trapping formation, but the sudden attack from the Keri ninja left him with insufficient time to deploy the entire trap. This oversight allowed the enemies to escape, causing frustration. The Hyuga Anbu shared in the disappointment, knowing that the enemy leader possessed the lost Byakugan. However, he recognized the futility of chasing them, especially given his depleted energy after the clash. Jiraiya, too, opted not to pursue the enemy, his primary concern being the Nine-Tails seal. As Jiraiya released the toad summoning and landed beside the Junin trio, he addressed the hidden shinobi, still not willing to come out. The battle is over. Kazuki, understanding that the toad sage's perception was formidable, dispelled the isolation barrier and emerged. Jiraiya was momentarily taken aback when a young child appeared. Initially expecting an elite Junin due to the chakra fluctuations, he could not help but smile, recognizing the genius from Hidden Lift Tsunde's young prodigy student, a child from the Nara clan. Doubting his assumption, Jiraiya inquired, "Little one, are you Tsunede's second disciple, the Nara kid?" He referred to Kazuki as a child, prompting a measured response. "Yes, Jiraiya-sama, I am Kazuki Nara," replied Kazuki respectfully, acknowledging the Toad Sage's status. He swiftly moved to attend to the injured leaf ninjas using Airyu ninjutsu. Jiraiya carefully observed the child's medical ninjutsu, noting its proficiency that rivaled or even surpassed that of the most senior medical ninjas. Delighted at Tsunede's choice of a worthy successor, Jiraiya watched as Kazuki efficiently treated the Anbu and Gei, restoring them to near-peak condition. "Let's fall back to the village. I've already sent a message to the border patrol team. If we are lucky, we might intercept the Keri team," suggested Jiraiya. As the team made their way back, Jiraiya learned about the village's current state from Gei, who willingly shared the details. Relieved that there were no tragedies within the village, Jiraiya found himself more puzzled about the fate of the seal. Hokage's office, Konoha. Jiraiya, leading the Leaf Ninja, found himself waiting in the Hokage's office for Tsunade. Gei and his team had left after ensuring the safe return of the barrier team and other Leaf Ninjas. Hiruzen provided a brief breakdown of the situation, and Jiraiya could not help but feel uneasy when he learned that Tsunade was the one behind the decision to modify Naruto's seal. Aware of Tsunede's exceptional skills in Funjutsu, Jiraiya was intrigued by the identity of this new Funjutsu master, and he could not help but wonder about the level of trust Hiruzen placed in them. Although Hiruzen knew about Kazuki's involvement, he refrained from sharing the information with Jiraiya until Tsunade gave her consent. "So, Sensei, you're saying that Naruto will become aware of the Biju sealed within him?" Jiraiya questioned as Hiruzen explained the changes to Naruto's seal. Hiruzen nodded and handed a few documents to Jiraiya, who quickly perused them. As Jiraiya finished reading, there was a knock on the door, and Tsunade walked in, taking a seat. "Tsunade, how have you been? It has been quite some time since we met," Jiraiya casually asked, acknowledging the years that had passed since their last encounter. Tsunade huffed in response, though she was secretly pleased to see Jiraiya back in the village. Not one to be deterred, Jiraiya addressed the pressing matter. "Is Naruto doing alright? I had to return because Geratora informed me that Tsunede's seal was broken." Worry was evident on his face, knowing that Tsunade was Naruto's current guardian. "He's doing fine, but it is no thanks to you. Are not you the kid's godfather? Where were you when he needed you? Do you know how much Naruto suffered during your absence?" Tsunade expressed genuine anger about Jiraiya letting Naruto be under their sensei's care, leading to Naruto's early years of hardship. Jiraiya, feeling a sense of betrayal, glanced at Hiruzen. He had left the village only after Hiruzen promised to take good care of little Naruto. Hiruzen tried to defend Jiraiya by sharing the truth, but Tsunade redirected her anger toward him. "And what did you do, old man?" "Nothing, absolutely nothing. What kind of twisted logic made you think that making him suffer would keep him safe, and secure his identity as a Jinchuriki when most of the village knew that Naruto had the 9 tails sealed within him?" Tsunade's frustration was palpable, fueled by Naruto's shared experiences. To prevent further escalation, Jiraiya intervened on his sense's behalf. "Tsunade, forget it. It is all in the past. Talking about things will not change them. I would like to meet Naruto, and Sensei has already informed me that we are going to tell Naruto about Minato and Kushina, so it is best that I share it with him directly." Tsunade, having heard Jiraiya's words, calmed down and stood up, asking for Jiraiya and Hiruzen to follow her to the Senju compound. As Tsunade and the others approached the yard within the Senju compound, Naruto was engrossed in a playful moment with Shizune, attempting to include little Tenten in their game. As Shizune noticed their presence, she quickly composed herself and greeted everyone respectfully. "Welcome, Sensei, Hokuji-sama, Jiraiya-sama," Shizune greeted with formality, receiving a polite nod from Hiruzen and Jiraiya. "Grandpa Hokage." Naruto, spotting Hiruzen, joyfully ran towards him. Although he was happy to see his grandfather, the white-haired uncle standing beside the Hokage remained a faint memory, elusive yet familiar. How is this possible?" Hiruzen and Jiraiya, observing Naruto's heightened chakra level, were astonished. The abnormality had gone unnoticed earlier, but now it was clear that Naruto's chakra had surged to an unprecedented degree. Tsunade, choosing not to explain, gestured for Jiraiya to talk to Naruto first before addressing the seal. Naruto, intrigued by the prospect of learning about his parents, agreed to speak with Jiraiya privately. Tsunade assured him she would be in the next room, leaving Naruto and Jiraiya alone in the yard. Meanwhile, the others followed Tsunade into the Senju house. Jiraiya took out a green, toad-shaped wallet and handed it to Naruto, who looked at it with confusion. "Take it. This is for you. I should have given this to you a long time ago. It belonged to your parents." Naruto, hearing Jiraiya's words, accepted the green toad wallet with trembling hands, treating it as a precious treasure. Seated cross-legged, Jiraiya gestured for Naruto to do the same. "I know you're confused, Naruto, but do not worry. I am your godfather. I was your father's sensei." Naruto sat down in front of Jiraiya, and the Toad Sage began breaking the ice, sharing the details that Naruto had long yearned to know. Meanwhile, in the Nara compound, Kazuki focused on training young Shikamaru, evaluating his progress with the 3 basic jutsus. Shikamaru had successfully mastered all 3 basics, prompting Kazuki to introduce the next challenge, the Shadow Clone Jutsu. Considering Shikamaru's intellect and current chakra pool, Kazuki believed he could teach him the technique and that Shikamaru would grasp it quickly, given his nature. "Shikamaru, what I am about to teach you is a aberrant technique, and I need you to promise not to mention it to Aunt Yoshino," Kazuki warned with a stern tone. He began explaining the Shadow Clone technique, highlighting its advantages and emphasizing its drawbacks. Kazuki reiterated the importance of understanding the limitations of the jutsu, ensuring that Shikamaru grasped the complexities involved. "So, Kazuki-Naisen, if I master this jutsu, I'll be able to train and be lazy at the same time. Why did not you teach me something this good earlier, brother? All those hours I put into training, sigh, such a waste." Shikamaru could not help but complain, realizing he could practically create a clone to do the work for him and gain knowledge effortlessly. "Shikamaru, listen carefully. Although you have enough chakra to create a couple of shadow clones without backlash, I suggest you stick to just 2 in the beginning. Is that understood? And if you practice diligently, you should be able to create your own shadow clones in a month or 2. Kazuki shared his honest opinion, concerned about his little brother overextending his chakra and risking mental exhaustion. Comment. Vote on left. Chapter 46. Naisen, can you show me how so that I can memorize the chakra pathways and hand seals? Shikamaru showed much more enthusiasm for learning the jutsu, and Kazuki decided to teach it to him due to his character. Kazuki slowly executed the complete hand seals, allowing his little brother to follow and execute the technique. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu Shadow Clone Technique. Ensuring Shikamaru would not go exploring out of curiosity, Kazuki restricted him to one shadow clone, as he already had half a dozen clones working on various tasks like Funjutsu, Taijutsu, Iryu Ninjutsu. Kazuki had a separate area within the Nara clan fortified with a heavy number of seals. He maintained a weekly schedule to release these shadow clones to assimilate knowledge, exploiting this loophole since the day he came into the world. Oh, this clone has a solid form compared to the regular clone. How many shadow clones can you maintain at a time, big brother, without them being a burden? Shikamaru observed the second Kazuki that had appeared and, under Kazuki's manipulation, changed into Shikamaru. I should be able to maintain more than half a dozen without it dragging me back anymore, and the chakra split will not be a decent amount. Remember, Shika, this is a very versatile jutsu. It can give you complete feedback, including the shadow clone's death. So, you need to be absolutely careful with the number of clones you produce in the future. You do not want to be caught off guard in the middle of battle because the backlash was too much to handle. Kazuki made sure to clearly explain the precautions Shikamaru needed to take. Kazuki Naizen, is that why the upgrade of this particular technique has been listed as Kinjutsu and stored in the Scroll of Seals? Shikamaru, though lazy, liked to read, and Kazuki always made sure to provide him with any books he requested. Yes, the upgrade of this technique allows you to summon a large number of shadow clones. However, unless one possesses Biju-level chakra and a strong spirit, executing that technique is like asking for trouble, Kazuki patiently explained, addressing all the questions Shikamaru had regarding the technique. As Shikamaru delved into learning the shadow clone technique, Kazuki focused on devising a new defense layout. Despite reaching a high level of mastery in Funjutsu, Kazuki remained vigilant, considering every possible scenario, including regular methods that civilians could use to infiltrate the village. The real challenges lay in countering space-time ninjutsu, yin-yang release, and entities like Black Setsu, along with other rare techniques in the ninja world. Kazuki was not arrogant enough to believe that he could design a Fun barrier capable of countering everything, but he aimed to implement the best defense possible. His current project involved integrating an idea from the modern world, something akin to a food tags. Kazuki was working on creating id cards infused with Funjutsu, similar to modern AFID technology. The purpose was to immediately identify anyone without such a card. He planned to establish different clearance levels, with shinobi obtaining a higher clearance than regular civilians. Kazuki understood the enormity of the task ahead, ensuring each tag was tamper-proof and could not be replicated. With the help of his shadow clones, Kazuki was confident that he could achieve this seemingly miraculous feat. Kazuki and Shikamaru were deeply engrossed in their work, and time flew by unnoticed. If Yoshino had not come looking for them, they might have stayed there all night. Kazuki quickly apologized and returned home for dinner. The week passed swiftly as Kazuki and his team carried out their regular survey missions, needing an additional week to complete the maintenance and survey. During this time, Naruto mostly stayed at the Senju compound, avoiding the Nara compound even for playdates with Shikamaru and Choji. Despite the joy of discovering his parentage, Naruto could not shake the sadness of being mistreated by the villagers, a fact Jiraiya had shared about his parents sacrificing their lives for the village's safety. Understanding Naruto's emotional state, Kazuki decided to take him out. Kazuki had considered letting Naruto meet Minato, whose chakra imprint remained within Naruto's seal, but Tsunade advised against it due to Naruto's intense hatred for the Nine Tails. Kazuki, ensuring there were no vulnerabilities for Kyubey to exploit, based the seal on the harmony between Naruto and Kurama. Currently, Kazuki and Naruto sat at Ichiraku, but Naruto had not touched his ramen. The noodles were now soggy. Kazuki had chosen not to bring Shikamaru this time, allowing a moment of solitude. A minute of silence passed before little Naruto spoke. Kazuki Naizen, did you know about my parents? I mean, Naruto was still grappling with the recent revelation, and being just over 3 years old in this world, the truth hit him hard. Yes, I knew about them, Kazuki answered, staring absent-mindedly at his ramen. My parents died to save the village, so why do they hate me so much, big brother? Naruto whispered, tears streaming down his face. Naruto, not everyone hates you. Honestly, it is not you they hate, but what's inside you. Kazuki comforted Naruto by placing his hands on his head. Why did he put it inside me, big brother? Did he want me to suffer? Did my father not know that the village would start hating me for the fox inside me? Naruto's questions were filled with pain. Kazuki maintained a thoughtful silence before answering with his true feelings. Naruto, tell me, do you think that I hate you? Kazuki questioned, and Naruto quickly shook his head, confirming that he did not. Naruto, do you know I lost my parents on the day you were born, during the Nine Tails attacks while trying to evacuate the civilians? Kazuki shared something he had not spoken about since the tragedy. Despite not knowing about the parents of the original Kazuki, he still felt a deep connection to them, and their loss continued to hurt him. Naruto, unaware of Kazuki's parents' fate due to the Nine Tails, looked at him with sorrow-filled eyes. It was not that your father wanted you to suffer. I believe he trusted in his son. He must have believed in you to handle all this pressure and still shine, conquering the Nine Tails in due time. Kazuki spoke, realizing it might be more effective to show certain things directly than to convey them with words. Naruto, do you want to know how far the hatred for the fox within you goes? Upon Kazuki's question, Naruto simply nodded. Kazuki led Naruto to buy flowers and then towards the village cemetery. After paying respects to his family, Kazuki led Naruto to Minato's and Kushina's graves. Naruto laid the flowers and paid his respects. It was Naruto's first visit to the cemetery, and after paying respects to the deceased, Kazuki guided him towards a large memorial stone raised in memory of the people who lost their lives during the Nine Tails attacks. Minato's and Kushina's names were listed at the top, and Kazuki's parents' names were among the deceased. The memorial stone had thousands of names listed, momentarily shocking Naruto with the scale of the loss. He knew about the tragedy, but he did not realize the magnitude of the impact. This should answer your question, Naruto. Our village has close to 100,000 people who call it home. On that particular day, you can say that everyone in the village lost someone: parents, children, friends, family, and more. You cannot expect everyone to let go of such grief in such a short time. In the eyes of most survivors, you are the one who carries the fox that took their loved ones away from them. It does not mean it is your fault, Naruto. It is just that you got the short end of the stick. Kazuki shared his thoughts as he gestured towards the large memorial stone, quietly waiting for his words to sink into little Naruto. So, will they keep hating me forever, Kazuki-san? Naruto could not help but question, still trying to contemplate Kazuki's words. It is not hate, Naruto. It is more like extreme grief, the last act of love one gives towards their loved ones. If you are willing to try and understand them, eventually they will understand you too. So, do not worry. Everything will change. You just have to believe. Kazuki shared his genuine thoughts and waited while Naruto started paying respects to the people who died during the attack. There were a few villagers in the cemetery, but none spoke against it, even though they knew who Naruto was. Somewhere on the outskirts of Konoha, inside a detached house, two people were having a secret meeting. Both individuals were covered in robes to conceal their identities. So, how are our plans proceeding? Has there been any change? One of the robed figures questioned. Well, honestly speaking, we are doing great. My team has already taken down more than 2 dozen root ninjas who were hiding among the civilians. If it were not for the information that you shared, I would not have known that there were so many root operatives posing as simple civilians. Danzo sure is cunning. The second robed figure shared the recent results regarding their operation. They had been hunting root ninjas who were loyal to Danzo and kept off the official records. Humph, that guy thinks he is smart, but he truly is not. If he had not had the support of the people around him, especially Harusan, he would have found his way towards an early grave. No matter what, I will make sure to bring him down and destroy him. So, why exactly did you ask to meet? Was not it decided that we only meet when it is something important? The first robed man questioned the other, as what they were doing was considered a crime. They were hunting root operatives without exclusive permission from the Hokage, and the people they killed were documented as civilians. Therefore, they made sure everything was done stealthily. Well, we seem to have come across a problem. I cannot say it is a problem, more like a small complication. Someone else is hunting Dance's root members like we are, but I have to say they are doing a much more efficient job than my team. I wanted to know your opinion on this matter. The second robed figure shared the intel about a new party that had joined the root hunt. They had no idea who the party was, and they did not know their motives. Have they targeted any innocents? The first figure asked, to which the second one simply shook his head. I have not received any reports from the Anbu regarding such incidents. All casualties were root members. I made sure to double-check. Do you think we should try approaching the other party and form an alliance? The second figure could not help but ask, to which the first robed figure maintained a brief silence and then shook his head. No, we will not try to approach them. By your words, they seem much more efficient, so we cannot risk it. There might be a possibility that Danzo himself is trying to remove any threats that might point back to him. He can be more cruel than you can possibly imagine. If it is to his benefit, he would not blink to chop off his own limbs, the first figure advised, taking a cautious approach to waiting and watching. The more root members die, the less power Danzo holds. The only reason the council does not push for Danzo's execution is because of the consequences that would follow if Danzo were to defect, considering the many village secrets he holds. For now, we will stick to our plan. Bringing down Danzo is our priority, the first figure answered. So, has Danzo repaid the debt owed to the village? I heard it was quite a substantial amount, the second figure inquired curiously. That dog, of course, tried to wiggle out by stating that it was spent on the village's benefit. Hiruzen simply asked for the records, which that dog could not provide, so he had to return every last ryu. The poor Shimura clan had to empty out their treasury. Even Danzo himself had to sell all his personal properties and assets within the village. The first figure shared the news with evident delight in his voice. Comment. Votron left. Chapter 47. Chapter 47. They should have been prime properties for business. I wonder if I should ask my clan to buy these properties, the second figure wondered aloud. You are too late, kid. The Senju and Ukshaya clans snatched up these properties even before that dog, Danzo, could walk out of Hiruzen's office. You should have seen his face, ha ha ha. Well, that aside, you guys need to be careful. No matter how timid Danzo seems, he is dangerous. Even I do not know how many more secrets he is hiding. As for the other party, as long as they do not harm the village, leave them be. The first figure stood up and walked out, leaving the second figure to contemplate the next course of action. It had been a week since Kazuki had a heartfelt talk with Naruto. Currently, Kazuki finds himself in the kitchen, assisting Yoshino in preparing a sumptuous breakfast for the entire family. As they laid out the dishes, the family gathered to enjoy their morning meal. Amidst the pleasant atmosphere, a white-clad Anbu suddenly appeared in front of their home. Shikaka stepped outside, engaging in a brief conversation with the Anbu, and returned with a scroll. After reading it, he safely stowed the scroll in his jacket. Once breakfast was over, Kazuki approached his uncle, and Shikaka handed the scroll over to him. Kazuki swiftly perused the contents and, understanding the situation, promptly burned the scroll. So, they'll be here soon, Are all the preparations ready, uncle? Kazuki inquired, aware that the Kumo delegation was expected to arrive in the village within a day or two. Yes, I'll be leaving soon as part of the welcoming team. My squad needs to escort them to Leaf Village. I've also informed every clan holding a Kikijinkai, especially the Uchiha and Hyuga clans. How about the preparations on your end? They are sure to look for the Fun Grandmaster, Shikekyu asked with concern, considering the delegation's likely hostile intentions, given the recent tensions and the loss of their Jinchuriki. Let them come, uncle. I have a few surprises ready for them. Any idea who is leading the Kumo delegation? Kazuki inquired, curious about the impending encounter, especially considering Kumo's current disadvantage after their Jinchuriki suffered significant setbacks. The Reikage himself will lead the delegation, accompanied by one of Kumo's esteemed elders. Whatever it is, something big is going to happen. I am sure of that, Shikek replied, his expression reflecting the gravity of the situation. Kazuki delved into deep contemplation upon learning that the Reikage himself would lead the Kumo delegation. His mind churned through various scenarios and potential outcomes, considering the delicate political landscape. Shikeku, standing by his side, patiently awaited his nephew's thoughts. After a minute or so, Kazuki emerged from his contemplation and turned to his uncle. Uncle, we might need to prepare for Ao's schemes. That Sachikage has been unusually quiet recently, and with the Reikage coming directly to the Leaf, it may prompt him to act. I suspect Ao might attempt something during the meeting. Kazuki shared his concerns, having meticulously processed the available information. The current state of the Shinobu world hung on the precipice of war, with a single significant move capable of sparking widespread conflict. Onoki, that Sachikage, known for his fence-sitting approach, was not one to pass up such a strategic opportunity. What troubled Kazuke the most was the possibility of Kumo and Aiwu forming an alliance against the Leaf. If such an alliance had indeed taken shape, the upcoming meeting could prove perilous. Takegakura village hidden by a waterfall. Jinten, Jinkei Hakuro no Jutsu dust release. Detachment of the primitive world technique. A bright beam of light ripped through the last line of Takegakura Jonin, who were holding ground against the Awajikyo Shinobi. The devastating attack left the Takegakura Shinobi in shambles. With their vast numerical superiority, the Aiwu ninjas quickly overwhelmed the remaining Takegakura ninjas. Most of the ninjas who continued resisting were killed, and the rest were captured. The Takegakura village was completely caught off guard by the Aiwu invasion, and the Aiwu army had completely entered their village. None of the Taiki defenses meant for early detection worked as intended. The whole battle scene was littered with bodies, and the entire Taiki village was almost razed to the ground. Onoki, who was flying in the air, landed next to the Aiwu Jonin commander, who was passing down orders after the end of the battle. The moment Onoki landed, the Aiwu commander turned to him with admiration in his eyes. Sachikage-sama, we have the entire village under control, but we were not able to capture everyone. A few Taiki shinobi managed to slip past our ambush. The commander shared the current battle status with Onoki, who simply gazed at the surrounding battlefield. Have all our ninjas secure a perimeter and build a forward base. The village is well fortified to suit our needs. Make sure that the package is delivered without delay. We do not have a lot of time. Now that the Taiki shinobi are on the run, the whole shinobi world will not know about this, and it would only mean war. We cannot let go of this advantage. I have already made plans. Just get the package delivered safely as soon as possible. We only have 2 days at most before everyone gets wind of this news. Onoki passed his orders down to his commander for him to follow. Onoki was making his first move, and he was planning to make a grand one. With the Reikage on his way to the Leaf for a peace talk, Onoki could not let go of such an opportunity. Originally, even with Awajikyo's strength, taking down Takegakyo so swiftly without anyone knowing was impossible. However, Onoki got the help of a Takegakyo missing nen who had sold out the village along with all the details of its defenses, so the Aiwu army could strike the heart of the village directly. Sachikage-sama, why do not we take it for ourselves? It will surely bolster our military might by a huge margin. And are you sure about paying that mercenary such a large amount? It is not like he can do anything if we defer payment. The Aiwu Jonin commander could not help but question when he knew what Onoki's upcoming plans were. No, taking it for ourselves will make all the major villages target us. We would have been put in a similar position as the Leaf village in the past 3 shinobi wars. Every major village will come after us as one, and Takegakyo was not meant to have it in the first place. Even I have no idea they had possession of it until recently. Although saying such words made Onoki feel somewhat bitter, he clearly knew that Aiwu was not strong enough to face the combined might of all the major villages. Understood, Sachikage-sama. I will carry out your orders. What about the civilians and the captured shinobi? The commander asked, wanting to know the fate of the now captured Takegakyo prisoners. There is no point in keeping the ninjas who resist. Kill them off. Use the rest as cannon fodder against our upcoming attack on Kumo. Make sure to plant explosive seals in case they get any bright ideas or try to run away. As for the civilians, screen them properly, keep them confined for about a week, and then release them. Make sure there are no shinobi hiding among them. Onoki made a quick and cruel decision about the fate of the Takegakyo survivors. He very much wanted to slaughter everyone, but he knew that when a major ninja village killed too many civilians unnecessarily, it would only create a huge backlash. Transport every last bit of resource back to the village. We will need everything that we can take for the upcoming war. And as for the mercenary, pay him. He might be of some use in the future. Onoki flew away towards their rear line, leaving the Jonin commander to carry out his order. The elite Aiwu Jonin quickly got to work to execute that Sachikage's order. Mountains Graveyard. In an underground lab, a masked Uchiha was currently tinkering with a white Setsu clone that lay on the operating table. Setsu popped out of the wall with delight evident on his face. Obito stopped what he was doing and turned towards the newcomer. Setsu, why are you here? Did I not ask you to keep an eye on Nagito along with Tobi? Obito walked past Setsu and reached a basin to wash his hands. Setsu sank down into the wall and popped back out from the floor next to Obito. I know, Alberto, but I have important news. As for Nagato, I am sure Tobo will be able to keep an eye on him in my absence, Setsu shared with a creepy smile on his face. What important news? Stop posturing and tell me quickly. I have other important things to attend to, Alberto said in a neutral tone, gesturing towards the white Setsu that lay on the operating table. Setsu, understanding that Alberto's patience was running thin, did not dawdle anymore. Takayuki has fallen. Aiwa has complete control of the village. Their army is moving towards Kimo as we speak, Setsu shared as he danced around. Alberto, washing his hands, paused as he absorbed Setsu's news. He showed more interest because this meant war, and a war was always welcome to further his goals. Do the other villagers know? There is no point if the villagers are already prepared. Alberto's mind could not help but form various plans as he questioned Setsu about the current status. Well, there were quite a few spies who slipped past the Awagikyo net, but I made sure to silence them all, so you can rest assured that the other villagers will not know about it immediately, Setsu shared, as if wanting to hear some praise from Alberto. Any idea how Aiwa was able to subdue Teki so fast? Their defenses should not have fallen so fast, and not without alerting the rest. Alberto was now fully concentrating on Setsu, waiting for his answer. Setsu stopped dancing and answered Alberto's question. It was a missing nin from Takagekyo, Kekuse, who helped Aiwa completely bypass all of Takagekyo's defenses and led them straight into the village. The Takagekyo Shinobu were completely caught off guard. Setsu then started explaining all the details that he had collected, and the more he shared, the more ecstatic Alberto became. He could not help but chuckle. Guess it is time I get back to Karagekyo. I cannot let them stay out of such a bloodbath. I still have to properly pay them back for causing Rin's death. Alberto quickly walked towards a shelf and picked up a few scrolls, addressing Setsu. Setsu, I have a mission for you. Make the journey for the Aiwa army as easy as possible by concealing yourself. I do not want the major villages pulling back out of the war at the last minute. Alberto casually mentioned the upcoming mission for Setsu. Say, Alberto, what about the Seven Tails? Are we not going after it? Setsu wanted to know what their plans were going to be because, as it is, the war seemed inevitable. No, it is still too early to go after the Biju. However, let Nagato know about the war and inform him about the Takagekyo missing nin. He should be a nice addition to Akatsuki. Tell Nagato that it is time to start recruiting more members. We will have to move up our plans a bit. Alberto passed his instructions on to Setsu. What about the Rain Village, Alberto? Are we going to take part in the coming war? Because I am sure the border countries will not be spared if a full-scale war breaks out. Setsu shared his concern, as Akatsuki was still relatively new, and although they had a few members, they were still not strong enough to expose themselves to the Shinobu world. Comment for comment. Vote on left. Chapter 48. Chapter 48. No, have Nagato restrict his actions as much as possible. Rain Village will not be part of the upcoming war. However, if any Shinobu venture into the village, have Nagato kill them all. I am still in need of a large number of corpses for experimentation. Oh, and send some of your clones to keep an eye on the leaf. After Alberto passed his commands, he used Kamiya and vanished. Setsu, letting out a light chuckle, merged back into the ground. Senju compound. Naruto had calmed down in the past week since he visited his parents' grave, and Jiraiya had stayed with Naruto to help him recover. Jiraiya, upon Tsunde's request, had agreed to become the Senju clan's guest elder. Currently, little Tenten is pestering Naruto to tell her more about the Slug Sage. Being around someone his own age had helped Naruto mellow down his turbulent emotions a lot. Why do not you go ask Tsunade about yourself? She is not going to eat you or anything, you know. Naruto could not help but tell Tenten because, when it came to admiring Tsunade, he had not seen anyone so crazy. Naruto, how dare you speak about Tsunade-sama like that? She is the greatest kunoichi in the whole ninja world. Someday, I will be as great as her. Big brother Kajuki has promised me. Tenten scolded Naruto and shared her aspirations. What's so great about old Granny Tsunade? My godfather said it is a miracle that she was able to walk properly carrying all that burden when he was drunk. Guess what? I am going to become the greatest Hokage just like my father. Just before Naruto could complete his posturing, a hand quickly grabbed him by the ears. Naruto turned around only to see Tsunade glaring at him with anger radiating out of her body. and that's when he knew that he had messed up. Tenten could not help but chuckle at Naruto's condition and admire Tsunade's greatness at the same time. "What did you just say, you pipsqueak? Care to repeat that one more time?" Tsunade, who heard Naruto's words while she was passing by, could not help but want to tear Jiraiya apart for teaching little Naruto such perverted things. "Grandma Tsunade, it was Irosenin who told me this when he was drunk the other night. He has been rambling about things in his sleep." Little Naruto blurted it out in the face of his guardian's anger. "Wait, why did you call him Irosenin? Tell me, did he teach you other demented things in this short time he was here?" Tsunade could not help but ask why Naruto called Jiraiya that. "Oh, that's what Big Brother calls him. He said that my godfather learned all his perverted habits from Grandpa Hokage, and they both are perverts and like to peep." Naruto shared the details that Kazuki had told him. Tsunade could not help but sigh when she heard Naruto. She was partially happy, though. At least her apprentice was smart enough to see them for who they really were. "Jiraiya!" Tsunade bellowed, wanting to find the Toad Sage and teach him a lesson for trying to corrupt little Naruto. "Master, it seems like things are really lively within the Senju clan. I just saw Jiraiya-sama running out of the Senju compound while you were shouting out his name earlier. Did something happen?" Kazuki entered along with Shizune, who was giving an amused look at Tsunade's false anger. "I am going to break quite a few of his bones when I lay my hands on him later. As for you, Naruto, stay away from that pervert. He is a bad influence," Tsunade said while releasing Naruto's ears from her grip, which he rubbed furiously. "Big brother, Kazuki." Tenten could not help but scream happily after seeing Kazuki, as he was the second person she admired after Tsunade. He was also teaching her the basics of chakra and funjutsu. "Hey, Tenten, how are you? Have you been studying diligently?" Kazuki asked with delight because the little girl was a genius when it came to funjutsu arts, learning at an exceptional pace, making her a delight to teach. After Tsunade reprimanded the kids, she sent them away with Shizune while she herself accompanied Kazuki towards the Hokage building. As Tsunade and Kazuki reached the old man's office, there were already people there involved in a deep conversation within the meeting room adjoining the office room. The entire Elder Council, except for Danzo, was present. Even Elder Kenji from the Uchiha clan was there. In addition, the meeting room was occupied by Jiraiya, the Jonin Commander Shikaku, the head of the Konoha Medical Department, the head of the Torture and Interrogation Department, and also the Anbu Commander. Hiruzen was carefully reviewing the scroll that he held at hand. Kazuki was initially surprised because Shikaku was supposed to leave on a mission to escort the Reikage, yet he was here, part of a high-profile impromptu meeting. When Tsunade entered the meeting hall, Kazuki, who followed her in, was the odd one out among everyone present. However, breaking protocol, Hiruzen allowed Kazuki to observe from the side, and he quickly moved to a corner. "It is good that you are here, Tsunade. I was about to send someone to find you. Take a seat," Hiruzen said with a grave tone. Whatever information he had received must have been grave to call in such an urgent meeting. "We just received valuable intelligence from one of our undercover Anbus. Although the Aberin clan Anbu was not able to make it out alive, he was able to send out the intel using a special method. Thanks to his sacrifice, we may be able to avert an upcoming disaster." Hiruzen stressed the importance of the scroll he was holding. Everyone in the meeting hall maintained silence for the now deceased Anbu as a show of respect. "So, what is the intel about, Hiruzen? Is it so important to call such a meeting hastily even without the presence of clan elders?" Koa could not help but anxiously ask. However, Hiruzen maintained his grave silence but glanced at Shikaku to share the news with the others. "Takegekyo has fallen. Iwagikyo caught them off guard and completely obliterated them. That Sachikage personally led the battle, and they have converted the entire village into a fortified forward base to launch attacks." Shikaku shared the intelligence that they had received earlier. Shikaku was just about to exit the village gates when an Anbu recalled him back to the Hokage's office, and a different team was sent to escort the Reikage's entourage. "Hokage-sama, is this true? If what Shikaku said is true, then it just means one thing. War. What are we going to do with the incoming Kumo delegation, and are the other villagers aware of this attack?" The head of the medical department could not help but blurt out her question, as war is not a simple matter, and no matter who wins or loses, everyone is sure to suffer at the end. However, Kazuki, who heard this, had a different reaction. His mind worked on overdrive, and all the information fell into place. His eyes widened in shock. Hiruzen, who sat across from the corner where Kazuki was standing, noticed this. Kazuki quickly manipulated his shadows to discreetly write a few words on the table so that they were visible only to Hiruzen. Hiruzen's eyes widened when he read the content of the message, and he could not help but look to meet Kazuki's eyes, who simply acknowledged the authenticity of the information with a quick nod. Well, that is not all. From what I know, Takegakyo must have had the 7 tails hidden amongst them, so it is very much possible that it has fallen into Owagikyo's hands by now. Hiruzen, choosing to believe Kazuki's words, quickly shared the information that the Nara prodigy had provided. Hokaji-sama, how sure are you about this intel? Because if what you said is true, then the power structure would completely change with Aiwe having possession of 3 Beiju. The head of the information department could not help but question the authenticity of the news. The 7 tails' whereabouts had been unknown since the time of the Shodei Hokage. It was the only Beiju that was smart enough to escape from Leaf's control before the exchange was made after the first Cage Summit. Everyone has believed it to be in hiding ever since. However, now Hiruzen was sharing that a small village like Takegakyo had controlled the 7 tails, which was unbelievable for the others. Hiruzen, are you sure? Because if that's the case, without our Jinchuriki, we will have to face 3 Jinchuriki at the same time if Aiwa chooses to attack us head-on. Hamura questioned him with worry and unease etched all over his face. Not necessarily, Hamura-sama. Aiwa might not outright take control of a 3rd Beiju because then every major village would target them to curb their power. What I am afraid of is that they might use the Beiju for some underhanded tricks, like how Kurogakyo tried it in the last Shinobi War. Shekik quickly added his insight, sharing the possibility of the enemy trying to sneak the Beiju into the village and then release it. Everyone, including Hiruzen, started contemplating Shikeki's words. Upon careful consideration, the Junin commander's words made sense. Aiwa might not attempt to take control of the 3rd Beiju unless they were sure they could take on all the major villages simultaneously. However, that did not mean they could not release the Beiju right in the middle of an enemy village. Damn that Onoki. You cannot put it past that fence-sitter to carry out such an underhanded scheme. If it assures him victory, he is willing to go to any lengths. Now the question is, do the other villagers know, and if not, do we tell them, especially Kumu? Because now that Aiwa has control of Takegakyo, their first attack would be either on Leaf or Kumu. Sharing this information might bring us some benefits. Elder Kenji, who was from the same era as Onoki, could not help but curse the Tsuchikage and suggested the option of sharing intel. No, I think it would be unwise to do so. The incoming Kumo delegation has nothing but ill intent in coming to our village, and if we inform them of the current situation, there are high chances that the Cloud and Stone will form a coalition and attack Konoha together. So it is better to wait and see what Kumo's true intentions are. If they genuinely come in peace, then we can form an alliance and face Ewu together. It was Tsunade who countered the Uchiha Elder's suggestion of sharing intel. From the earlier discussion with Kazuki, she knew that Kumo's intentions were anything but peaceful. If that's the case, then helping Kumo at this stage would be like planting a knife in their own back. Sensei, Tsunade's words make sense. Although they come in the name of peace, we do not know their true intentions, or if they truly come in peace, then it would not be too late to stand together. Jiraiya voiced his support for Tsunade's words. Hokage-sama, it is better we start making preparations. Although the war mobilization order from earlier is still active, we are still lacking if it comes to a full-scale war if we have to face all the major villages at the same time, so I humbly ask you to request Tsunade-sama to take over the medical department and lead it like before. The head of the medical department could not help but place a request in the face of the upcoming war because the next Shinobi War was all but set in stone after Aiwa's actions. Hiruzen made a gesture, and an Anbu flickered next to him, waiting for his orders. Call for a meeting. Do not tell them it is a war council. Just say it is a clan heads meeting like last time. I want them all in the meeting by 6 in the evening. The Anbu, acknowledging Hiruzen's orders, quickly flickered away to carry out the instructions. The meeting continued, and Tsunade sent the previous medical head to the Konoha hospital to make preparations. Kazuki was given a casual excuse to leave, but the moment he returned, he started preparing for the upcoming war. Comment and comment. Vote 1 left. Chapter 49. Chapter 49. Kazuki had not stepped out of his personal chamber for the past 2 days while producing specialized tags in large quantities. He even halted his shadow clones from practicing to assist him with the war efforts. Only Yoshino was allowed to enter to deliver his meals, and as smart as Shikamaru was, he knew not to disturb his big brother, though concern was evident on the little child's face. In the morning, as the Kumo envoy was to reach the Leaf Village, Gay and his team were already assigned their duties to keep an eye on the Kumo delegates along with other Leaf Shinobi teams. Kajuki was waiting near the village entrance to see the people that accompanied the Reikage, assessing their threat. To avoid drawing attention to himself, he mingled with kids his age who were waiting with flowers to hand them over to the guests as part of the welcome. After waiting for about 10 minutes, Kajuki saw the Kumo envoy team approaching the village entrance. Jiraiya was personally waiting to welcome the Reikage. When the Reikage's eyes fell on Jiraiya, he gritted his teeth and looked at Mabue, who was walking next to him, and simply shook her head. From their latest intel, there was no mention of Jiraiya being in the village, and their plans did not accommodate such an anomaly. They had to modify the plans, so the Reikage could not express his frustration openly and walked forward to meet the Sannin. "Welcome, Reikage-sama, welcome to Konoha." Jiraiya cheerfully greeted the Reikage, not caring about the obvious dislike on the Reikage's face. The Leaf representatives also stepped up to invite the other delegation into the village. Kajuki carefully observed as the group of kids passed the flowers over. He personally gave his flowers to Mabue and welcomed her while trying to place a seal on her discreetly. However, he was unsuccessful, as Mabue had a counter seal for marking placed on her body. If he wanted to break it and place his seal, he would need to make physical contact, which would make it suspicious. Realizing the Kumo team had come completely prepared, Kajuki did not push his luck. What the Kumo team failed to recognize was that the Leaf had made complete preparations and was waiting for the Kumo delegation to make one wrong move. "Your village seems quite bleak. I thought with the rumors about Konoha going around, I thought the village would be much more vibrant." The old man who was part of the Kumo delegation standing right next to the Reikage could not help but comment after noticing the dull atmosphere. "Well, you know how it is with the word out there about war and all. The villagers are only a bit tense. If our two villages meeting goes well, then our villagers should be able to relax a bit." Jiraiya shared a comment casually while scratching his head. "Is one of the Sannin suggesting that Kumo is pushing for war?" The Reikage, who heard Jiraiya's question, could not help but ask in a loud voice. No, that's not what I meant. I was only sharing the reason why the mood was so dull within the village." Jiraiya chose not to irate the Reikage much and simply made an excuse, leading the Kumo delegation towards the Hokage building. "Are we directly going to meet the Hokage? I was under the impression that we would settle down for the day and then proceed with the meeting the next day. The way you are rushing us feels like you are leading us to an ambush." The Reikage could not help but question, as they needed time to plan things out. Although they had made plans for every eventuality, having time to make thorough plans would be to their advantage, and with the number of targets they had in mind, they could not afford any mistakes. "Well, it was just that our Hokage-sama did not want to make esteemed guests such as yourselves wait. So, I thought you would prefer to meet the Hokage directly," Jiraiya countered. He knew that if the Kumo had come with ill intent, giving them more time to settle down would only be dangerous. But he knew he could not push the envoy team if they were not willing to meet the Hokage right away. "Sir, we have traveled quite far, and it would be better if we could start such an important discussion after ample rest rather than being hasty. I am sure the Hokage-sama would understand." It was Mabue who came up with a decent excuse, so Jiraiya could not deny it and led the Kumo delegation team towards their prepared accommodations. The moment the old man laid his eyes on the building, he could not help but squint. The Reikage noticed the subtle change in the old man's face but chose not to question him with the Leaf Shinobi around. "Reikage-sama, these are the quarters arranged for the entire delegation. If you find something lacking, please notify us so that we can arrange it for you and your team. And I would kindly like to notify you. Please refrain from moving alone, and in case you would like to look around the village, we can arrange separate escort personnel for each of the envoy members. I am sure you know that moving around in the village without authorization will be considered an act of aggression against the Leaf Village." An Anbu member of the Leaf gave a standard introduction and also made sure to add the last statement as per Hiruzen's orders. The Reikage simply snorted and moved with the envoy team to the building assigned to them. The moment Reikage entered the meeting room, he punched the wall in pure rage and frustration. Contrary to his expectations, the wall took the complete brunt of the impact without a scratch, leaving the Reikage astonished. Calm down. The entire building has been reinforced with Funjutsu. You need to do way better than that to bring down this building, the old man could not help but comment while admiring the Funjutsu used for reinforcement. Elder Kare, were you able to discern anything about the Fun Grandmaster? I am sure you told me if he tried to probe us, you could locate him. The Raikage calmed down a bit and could not help but question the elder. Do you think finding such a master is a child's play, especially if he or she does not want to be found? You really need to stay patient sometimes. I did not detect any probing, and I do not detect any marking seals as well, so the Fun Master should not have shown up yet. The elder patiently explained their current situation and moved forward to explore the seals in depth to gain more knowledge and inspiration if possible. The Raikage could not help but sigh after seeing the elder's actions, but he could not comment because the man did his job when it really counted. So he turned toward the rest of his envoy team. Out of the 18 members of the envoy team, except for himself, the elder, and Mabe, everyone was like a death warrior. Even if they were to die while executing their missions, they would not care. Their priority was the Raikage's safety and then the mission. Every Kumo member that was part of the envoy team was at least at the Junin level, and the elder and himself were at the Cage level, so they had confidence in completing the mission they had come to execute in the Leaf. If they were successful, the Kumo village would reign as the strongest Shinobi village. Before the Raikage started the meeting, he asked the elder to set up a barrier to ensure that the Leaf could not eavesdrop on the contents of the meeting. Even so, they stuck to a special gesture language to communicate. The Kumo secret meeting went late into the night in sessions. The envoy members, under the guise of sightseeing, tried scouting their respective targets. The Kumo delegation pushed the meeting with the Hokage all the way into the evening, stating that they were sightseeing. When all their preparations were set, the Raikage agreed to a meeting with the Hokage. Out of the Kumo delegation, only the Raikage, the elder, and Mabe, escorted by 3 Kumo Anbu, went to meet the Hokage. The rest stayed behind in the building allocated to the Kumo team. The moment the old elder from Kumo left Kazuki's visual range, he flickered next to the building and placed his palm on the exterior. The Kumo ninja inside the building were preparing for the upcoming assault. However, what they were unaware of was that as Kazuki placed his palm on the building, a special formation that lay dormant was activated. Everyone within the formation was tagged with an invisible Funjutsu mark on their soul. If the Kumo elder was around, he might have detected this, but now it was acting as a beacon to show their location to Kazuki and anyone with access to Kazuki's special scrolls linked with the formation, provided by the Hokage. Even if the Kumo Shinobi used special methods, the Leaf Shinobi would be able to track their real bodies thanks to the Fun marking on their souls. The Kumo ninja within the building were gearing up within a barrier set up by the elder. Each of them created a special clone using a simple Fun ritual. The clones were so perfect that it was nearly impossible to distinguish them from the real Shinobi. The Kumo ninja decoys split up, wanting to sightsee again, and were escorted by Leaf Shinobi. The Kumo Shinobi chuckled in confidence, thinking they had fooled the Leaf ninjas. However, what they did not realize was that 12 different Shinobi teams were tracking the Mun team for each enemy Shinobi. Gei's team was also assigned one enemy Shinobi team to track. Meanwhile, the Raikage and his entourage reached the meeting place where Hiruzen and the council elders were waiting to start their peace talks. The Raikage and Elder Kare sat while Mebu stood next to them, and the 3 Kumo ninjas stood a bit further away from the table, close enough to react under any circumstances. On the Hokage's side, Hiruzen was accompanied by Hamura, Koharu, and Kenji, the 3 elders. The Kumo elder looked at the Leaf side and could not help but question, "I do not see Elder Danzo here. Are we going to wait for him to appear or start without him?" Hiruzen's face changed for a split second, but he composed himself before answering, "There is no need to wait. Elder Danzo is dealing with some important matters, so we can start without him." "In that case, let me start. Hand over the Funjutsu master who was responsible for harming our Jinchuriki." The Raikage did not care about subtlety and directly dove into the matter. "Haha, in that case, why do not I ask you to unconditionally surrender Kumagekyo to Konoha?" Elder Kenji, originally from the Uchiha, did not like the tone in which the Raikage was making demands. However, before the Raikage could flare out, Elder Kare gestured for him to stop. "Raikage, if this is how you are planning to act during the whole meeting, we might as well end this meeting now to save both our time," Koharu could not help but comment. The Raikage calmed down a bit, and he knew he would only have to endure this for a bit longer, so he hid his frustration and huffed. Well, maybe our Raikage's words were a bit harsh. The matter remains. If we are to talk about peace, do not you think you need to take responsibility for trying to kill our Jinchuriki? Tell me how the Leaf would react if someone tried to harm your Jinchuriki. It was Elder Kare who intervened on behalf of the Raikage and put forth the first topic they wanted to discuss. Are we talking about taking responsibility here, Elder Kare? Do not you know what led to this incident in the first place? Nara could not help but ask the Kumo Elder as they shamelessly tried to push the blame on Konoha. Comment. Vote on left. Chapter 50. We know the details, and being a shinobi, such things are an everyday occurrence. That said, at the end of the day, it was Kumo that was harmed, so it is only right that we seek some sort of compensation, and it is not like you lost anything of significance, right? The Kumo Elder nonchalantly stated, as if the actions they took were just trivial matters. You tried to assassinate me, that I understand, but then you went after my son's life. Is that how Kumo wants to justify its actions? Hiruzen, for the first time, spoke in the meeting, and anger seeped when he mentioned Kumo's attempt on Asuma's life. Hokage, this is the world of shinobi, and being a shinobi himself, he should be aware that such things might happen. If you are so afraid for your son's life, maybe you should lock him up at home. It is not like such tactics are new to the Leaf. Did you not assassinate our previous 8 tails, Jinchuriki? The Raikage could not help but intervene and mock Hiruzen. For someone who believes that might makes right, Kumo's actions were justified from his point of view, and Fuke's death was something like a bitter pill that he could not swallow to this day. Hiruzen, who heard Raikage's words, could not help but grit his teeth. Although there was no evident proof of Konoha being responsible for the previous 8 tails Jinchuriki's death, as the Hokage, he knew better. So he chose not to refute the Raikage's words. Those were all things that happened in the past. We are gathered here today to discuss our upcoming future, and Kumo genuinely wishes for peace. I am sure, as strong as the Leaf is, it would not be able to handle another war after losing Yondaime and most of your elites during the 9 tails attack, right? Elder Kare intervened to keep the meeting on track. If they started delving into each other's past actions, the discussion could drag on for days. Their target was to stall and keep this meeting going as long as possible while the other Kumo ninjas completed their tasks. Kumo Envoy Building, Konoha. Gei-sensei, we have movement. They are moving. The Kumo ninjas had already deployed decoys, and their real bodies used a special technique to blend in, making them invisible. However, Kajuke was still able to detect them using his sensors, and the rest of his team tracked them with the scroll that Hiruzen had provided earlier. Gei's team moved stealthily, and so did each of the other Leaf Shinobi teams tasked with keeping track of the Kumo Shinobi. The Kumo ninjas had their respective targets, with 3 moving towards the Nara compound, 2 towards the Uchiha and Hyuga clans, and the rest heading to various locations within the city. As the meeting progressed and the Kumo ninjas stealthily attempted to reach their targets, 2 other parties were quietly working towards their goals. In a house within the village, a group of mercenary shinobi prepared to carry out their nefarious plans. They carried a large container sealed with funjutsu, waiting for a particular signal within the city. Dan, is this all that remains? Did Owa not say that we would have the support of close to 100 shinobi, while all that remains is less than a dozen people? Are we sure that we can still pull this off? One of the mercenaries could not help but ask, as originally, they did have close to 100 shinobi. However, after the Leaf increased security, most of the mercenaries were hunted down, and only less than a dozen survived. Fortunately, the package was still intact. Shut up. The fewer people alive means more money for each of us. We simply have to complete the mission and escape, the man acting as the temporary leader commented when he sensed hesitation among the group. Once everyone understood that it would benefit them more, they did not care about losing their comrades anymore. In the dark confines of the Shimura clan, a sleek figure emerged from the shadows, moving toward a man who awaited with impatience. Well, Danzo, it seems like you've been waiting for me for quite some time. I am honored for such a warm reception. Orochimaru could not help but chuckle at the sight of Danzo's anxious face. Orochimaru, you are late. The meeting has already started, and from the intel I have gathered, Kumo might make their move on Hiruzen during the meeting. I want you to move now. Danzo had a plan to execute, and even if Hiruzen were to survive the encounter, Danzo aimed to create enough chaos to regain control of the village. To achieve that goal, Danzo was willing to go to the extreme. That's not how things work during a trade, Danzo. First, provide me with what you promised, and if it is to my satisfaction, then we can continue with your plans. The snake sage did not care about Danzo's urgency. The only reason he had returned to the village, even with so much risk, was because the things Danzo had offered were too good to pass. With a disgruntled look, Danzo passed a storage scroll. Orochimaru opened the scroll to confirm the contents, and what he saw satisfied him. So, everything I was promised is in there. Now, about the plan. I want to make sure that the moment you complete the mission, you leave. Is that understood, Orochimaru? Danzo took a stern tone with the Sannin. If Danzo had the confidence to take down Orochimaru, he would have done it long ago. He could only make deals that would benefit him. As Orochimaru read the mission details in the scroll, he raised his brows in surprise and turned to Danzo with a cold gleam in his eyes. Are you sure, Danzo? Doing this means you will lose half the village. I thought you wanted to sit in Sensei's place, not destroy half the village. And how did you manage to even find something like this? Well, sometimes sacrifices are necessary. If they are to sacrifice their lives for the village's sake, then they should be happy about it. Danzo nonchalantly justified his actions. Orochimaru chuckled. I wonder how Sensei would react if he were to know about your scheme. Orochimaru, know your place. I have given you what you wanted. It is now for you to fulfill your side of the bargain, Danzo said with an ugly expression, wanting to make his point. Orochimaru simply chuckled, not caring about Danzo, and vanished into the shadows to carry out Danzo's plan. As Orochimaru exited, Danzo made a gesture, and a Shimura shinobi flickered next to him. Have all the preparations been made? Danzo questioned with a cruel glint evident in his eyes. Yes, Danzo-sama, but are we sure we should carry out such a plan? If we are exposed, the whole clan will be slaughtered. The Shimura Jonin could not help but question their clan head's decision. Humph, just follow my orders. Do not question them. After tonight, I will rebuild the Leaf Village's Hokage. Now leave. Make sure that nothing goes wrong. Danzo, after sharing his instructions, moved towards the interior of the clan to wait for the results. Normally, he would not have assigned such an important mission to his clan shinobi, but the severe lack of root elites made him choose such a drastic measure. The Shimura clan shinobi, along with a few existing root elites, split into two teams and stealthily moved towards the Hyuga and Uchiha compounds. Hokage meeting room, Konoha. The meeting had been going on for over 2 hours, and neither party was willing to give up the advantages they held. Hiruzen, although genuinely seeking peace, could not help but deny the outrageous requests that Kumo made. Each proposal from Kumo was more outrageous than the last, and the Leaf side clearly understood that the Kumo team had no intention to pursue peace. Enough, Raikage, Elder Kare. I genuinely thought Kumo wanted to establish peace between our two nations. Still, from both your attitudes, I see that you have no intention to do so. Why do not you drop this act and tell me the true reason for your visit? Hiruzen, someone who pursued peace, did not mean he was a coward. When the Kumo team blatantly mocked his efforts to establish peace, he could not help but get angry. Hokage, what do you mean by your words? Are not we placing our requests for peace? If your village truly wants to establish peace, why do not you concede to our simple requests? Raikage could not help but mock in a surprisingly jovial tone. Hiruzen and the other Leaf Council elders could not help but feel angry. Simple requests, you call these simple requests? Unconditional surrender of our village, conceding 1/3 of our territory, surrendering the Fun Grandmaster, transferring the Nine Tails control to Kumo, surrendering 10 Dojutsu children from Uchiha and Hyuga main branches, and yearly taxes to be paid to Kumo. Tell me, do these sound like simple requests to you? Do you think Konoha is a joke? Elder Kenji stood up from his seat in anger. From the older generation, he knew how much effort both the Senju and Uchiha clans put into building this village, so the Kumo delegate's words felt like a blatant insult to him. If this were not a peace meeting, he was sure he would have launched an attack. Just when the Raikage was about to mock the Uchiha elder, Elder Kare's eyes widened in shock as a huge explosion shook the entire Konoha village. No one knew exactly what was happening, except for a few. Before the Kumo elder could advise because he felt something was wrong, the Raikage quickly sprang into action, cloaking himself fully in lightning armor. Maybe, now. The Raikage's secretary, who was simply standing by the side, made a series of hand signs, and the whole meeting room was filled with fume seals, causing everyone in the meeting room to vanish. A few minutes ago, outside the Uchiha clan, the shinobi ordered by Danzo were patiently waiting when about 3 dozen ninjas stealthily approached them. "Is everything ready?" The root elite, leading the operation, spoke to confirm if all preparations were carried out properly. "Here, this will let you bypass all the barriers set around our clan. As promised, make sure you only take out the Uchiha leaders. If even a single person not on the list is harmed, we will personally hunt down Danzo and the Shimura clan. Is that understood?" The person who spoke was from the Hawk faction of the Uchiha. After the Uchiha clan reintegrated with the village and smoothly acquired a position on the council, support for the Hawk faction within the clan dwindled. Danzo, known for his schemes, convinced the Uchiha dissidents to help him eliminate the Uchiha higher-ups under the promise of aiding an Uchiha in reaching the Hokage position. "Have the explosive tags been set?" The root shinobi questioned again without acknowledging the Uchiha's threat, which made the Uchiha member squint in anger. Still, he chose to nod his head lightly to answer the root elite. "Are you absolutely certain that all the tags employed are the Fun Grandmaster's creation?" the root shinobi questioned. The Uchiha member's anger only flared at the root ninja's behavior, but the lead Uchiha ninja raised his arm to calm the others. "Yes, those were the tags that Fugeki personally commissioned from the Fun Grandmaster with the help of the Nara clan." "Good then, let's move." The 2 dozen Shimura members, along with Root, were followed by the Uchiha Hawk faction. They bypassed the Uchiha security barriers with ease, and just when they reached the vicinity of the clan compound, they stopped. The Root ninja nodded towards the Uchiha faction leader to act. Danzo's original intentions were clear. He was going to use the Uchiha to eliminate the Uchiha and, if possible, try to pin the blame on Fun Grandmaster too. Once the commotion created by Orochimaru unfolds, he plans to use it to eliminate the Hawk faction. This way, his Shimura clan and Root could emerge as saviors of the remaining Uchiha, and he could manipulate them as he liked once he became Hokage. He even sent a team to the Hyuga to repay them for the recent insult that they made him go through when he went to them for financial aid. Comment 13. Which one left? Chapter 51. Chapter 51. The Uchiha Hawk faction leader made a gesture to his team to prepare, and they all set themselves to a battle-ready state, drawing their weapons. The Shimura and Root members did the same. At the same time, near the Hokage Rock, the lonely figure of Orochimaru was observing the beautiful night view of the peaceful village, which he thought would soon plunge into chaos. The plans Danzo gave him included a complete layout of traps set in such a way as to trigger a huge landslide whose scale would probably engulf half of Konoha, destroying it. He was waiting, as per Danzo's instructions. Orochimaru was supposed to trigger all the traps simultaneously after getting the signal, which was supposed to be a huge explosion within the new Uchiha clan site. By Orochimaru's estimate, Danzo was trying to pin all the blame on the Uchiha. Although he had a lingering attachment to the leaf, he truly did not care as long as he could pursue his path to immortality. He was on the run because Jiraiya was chasing him earlier, and that guy could be annoying because he had a very good nose for information. Just when he was reminiscing about the past, a huge explosion caught his attention. However, unlike what he was told by Danzo, the explosion did not happen at the Uchiha site but at the Shimura clan. Orochimaru had already instinctively triggered all the traps when he heard the explosion, but unlike what he expected, none of the traps triggered. Orochimaru's face could not help but turn ugly, thinking that Danzo had fooled him, as nothing that was happening matched Danzo's words. He right away chose to retreat because he already had what he came for. "Sensei." Before Orochimaru could leave, a voice out of the darkness made him stop. The voice was none other than his dear student Anku's. However, the next moment, his senses flared as an attack was launched in his direction. Kochios. Gamagachi Shobari summoning. Toadmouth bind. The Shimura clan and Root Shinobi, expecting the Uchiha compound to blow up, were taken aback by an unexpected blast from another location. They simultaneously turned towards the origin of the explosion, deducing it came from the Shimura clan itself. In the midst of their confusion, blood splattered across the face of the Root's elite, who was leading the coalition. Their supposed allies, the Uchiha Hawk faction, started cutting down the Shimura and Root Shinobi in quick succession. The Root Shinobi, who led the team, had somehow escaped the initial ambush. He also noticed more and more ninjas surrounding their team and launching attacks, quickly overwhelming them. He could not help but turn to the Uchiha faction leader, who simply chuckled. Danzo should be really stupid if he thought we would betray our own blood. For all I know, Danzo should have been blown to smithereens with the last blast. Haha. The Uchiha member, blood still dripping down his blade, rushed to finish the now crippled root member. The explosion served as a signal for the various factions intending to harm the leaf. The mercenary team, taking it as their cue, carried the container and started to move out of the building towards the center of the village. However, just as they took a few steps out of the house, they were stopped by a barrier. The temporary leader understood that they had been exposed and opted for mutual destruction, quickly breaking the seal on the container. Even so, the leaf Anmu surrounding them outside the barrier acted coordinatively, performing a series of hand signs. The dozen mercenary shinobi, along with the container, were forcibly reverse summoned to a location way outside the village barrier. To their despair, close to more than 200 leaf shinobi were ready and waiting, fully geared and ready for battle. The entire leaf army was enclosed within a barrier, led by the leaf's Chunin commander, Shikeki. Quick, deploy the sealing team. Cut down the mercenaries who resist. We need to seal the Biju before we take any losses, commanded Shikeki. The leaf army was prepared with all the necessary measures to subdue the Seven Tails. Hiruzen had placed an elite Uchiha team, led by Fugeki himself, to be part of the force assigned to subdue the Seven Tails. The mercenaries were killed before they could put up the slightest form of resistance. The forceful reverse summons left them disoriented upon reaching the entrapment. Meanwhile, when the blast went off, Gei and his team immediately took action. Similarly, all the other shinobi initiated actions to bring down their respective targets. The Kimu shinobi were caught completely off guard, and before they could cause much damage, they were disposed of. Even those who escaped the initial attack were quickly overwhelmed by the sheer numbers as the Konoha shinobi joined the fray to eliminate the threat. The Hyuga clan was also fully prepared for the supposed unexpected attack. With most of the threats within the village neutralized, there were 3 locations where battles ensued. Inside the toad's esophagus, Orochimaru faced Jiraiya, who had managed to trap him within the toad's mouth. Give up and surrender, Orochimaru. I will make sure to talk to Sensei on your behalf to show some leniency in your punishment, Jiraiya said, expressing concern for his friend. Oh Jiraiya, are not you knave, still trying to help me out even after all this? Are you sure that I cannot escape? From what I can see, this does not feel like an unbreakable barrier, Orochimaru commented, flicking his snake-like tongue and carefully observing his surroundings. Confused about how Jiraiya was able to track him, Orochimaru realized it must have been Anko. Jiraiya must have somehow found a way to track him through his connection to the cursed seal on Anko. So I guess it is true what they say about how Leaf has a new Funjutsu Grandmaster now. It was a pity I was not able to meet such a master while I was still in the Leaf. Maybe I could have persuaded them to help me in my endeavor, Orochimaru leisurely commented, not really worried about the current situation. Suddenly, he acted. Senneijashu hidden shadow snake hands. Dozens of thick serpents shot out from Orochimaru's sleeve, rushing towards Jiraiya, who quickly formed an armor around himself with his steel-like hair. Haraju's needle jizz and then quickly followed it by Harajugoku needle hell, shooting a barrage of hardened hair needles towards Orochimaru. The hairs themselves were strong enough to pierce through and destroy all the incoming snakes. Orochimaru, aware of the needle hair's lethality, did not take the attack without proper defense. He quickly weaved his hands and initiated a counter, Doton, Domu, Earth Release, Earth Spear. When the needle hair collided with Orochimaru, metal scraping sounds were produced, indicating that Jiraiya's attack did not cause any visible damage. Jiraiya pushed for the next attack, retracting his extended hair. Although Orochimaru had confidence in matching Jiraiya's strength, he was not foolish enough to engage his opponent on his home ground. He understood that the longer he stayed within the toad's mouth, the greater the disadvantage he would be in. So, he quickly summoned the Kusanagi sword to clash with Jiraiya. Kaiten, Gemei Enden Fire Release, Toad Oil Flame Bullet. Out of the various pores in the toad's mouth, oil was sprayed in the direction of the snake Sannin, which was ignited by Jiraiya's fire technique, enveloping Orochimaru in a hot inferno. Before the raging inferno completely consumed him, Orochimaru summoned a water wall to defend himself from the burning oil. However, being inside the toad's mouth, the efficiency of his jutsu was lowered. Tsuten, Tsujinhiki Water Release, Water Formation Wall. Steam quickly spread out with the clash of burning oil and water. Though Orochimaru was able to stop most of the attack, he did not come out unscathed. Once the steam cleared, Jiraiya could see that most of the skin on Orochimaru's body was melting like wax. "Damn you, Jiraiya. I just got this body recently. Now I have to go and find a new one. Do you know how tough it is to find a body that's pleasing to my eyes?" Orochimaru chuckled while observing the condition of his current body. Orochimaru decided to engage in close combat because, within the toad's mouth, he could not use any summons, and his opponent had an advantage due to suppression. He chose to confront his friend in close combat before Jiraiya could launch his next attack. The battle within the toad's mouth escalated to another degree. Meanwhile, at the location where the mercenary team had transported, the breaking of the seal by the mercenary leader allowed the Seven Tail to break out of the sealing container. However, no matter how the Seven Tails tried to escape the entrapment, it could not do so. In addition to the massive barrier that enclosed it, close to half a dozen hellbeasts besieged the Seven Tails like a pack of bloodthirsty wolves. When the Seven Tail was about to overpower one of the large hellbeasts and go in for the kill, a golden Susanoo intercepted the Biju. Under the joint siege of half a dozen entities and the combination attacks of more than 200 leaf elites, the Chomi became more and more irritated as it fell into a disadvantage. The Seven Tails roared in anger and slammed into the golden Susanoo, pushing it to the edge of the barrier along with two other hell beasts. Even under such massive outbursts, two of the hell beasts managed to hang on to the Seven Tails' body with their jaws deeply sunk into the Biju's flesh. The Biju roared in anger, and it immediately charged to fire a Bijudama-tailed beast ball to break free from its current predicament. When the Leaf Shinobi saw the Seven Tails charging a larger-scale attack, Shikaku immediately commanded the ninjas to fall behind a second barrier. The Seven Tails was confined within a three-layered barrier, but contrary to its expectations to complete the attack, a new obstacle interrupted it. Mokuton, Mokuri no Jutsu Wood Release, Wood Dragon Technique. The wooden dragon, although not as big as the Biju, was large enough to restrict the Biju's jaws for close to a dozen seconds. During this time, the wooden dragon continuously absorbed the Bijudama's energy, causing the energy ball to shrink in size. When the Seven Tail completely freed itself from the wooden dragon's binding, the Hell Beasts and the Susanoo, which were pushed away earlier, rejoined the fray. Shikaku, carefully monitoring the battle situation, knew that he needed to finish the suppression as fast as possible. Fugeko, who was maintaining the Susanoo's form with difficulty, indicated that the battle had been raging for almost 10 minutes. Shikaku anxiously turned towards the barrier team, working on sealing the Seven Tails within a container personally designed by Kajuke. He wished that Kajuke were by his side at such a crucial moment to expedite the sealing. Shikaku quickly erased the distracting thoughts and issued commands to the Leaf Shinobi and the Nara clan's blood summons. Fugeko, inside the golden construct, opened a vial and consumed its contents in one go. This helped him quickly recover his fighting state, and he immediately rejoined the fight with renewed vigor. He understood that they had to finish the battle soon, or the burden on his eyes would become overwhelming. The Uchiha clan elites fought exceptionally fiercely, coordinating their Ketten jutsus to damage the Seven Tails. Seeing Fugeko use their clan's signature technique, the Susanoo, which was long believed to be lost, raised their morale to an unprecedented level. The clash between the Seven Tails and the Leaf Army picked up pace again, and the Shinobi re-entered the barrier to attack the Seven Tails with the threat of the Bijudama neutralized. The Raku's team, which teleported the Leaf Village higher-ups, was surprised when they arrived at the new location. The sneak attack did not yield the intended result. Originally, the transfer was supposed to isolate the entire Leaf higher-ups away from the village barrier, leaving them disoriented for the Kumo team to deal with. However, to their surprise, Hiruzen, fully geared for battle and emitting a palpable aura, stood before them. He was alone, as the other Leaf Elders were nowhere in sight. Comment 6. Vochun left. Chapter 52. Chapter 52. Elder Kare could not help but comment, "I fear all we have done is awaken a sleeping giant and fill him with a terrible resolve." Hiruzen, who had held a mild hope until the last second, now fully resolved himself to fight. He had no more consideration for the Kumu envoy team. They were no longer envoys but invaders who came to destroy what he held dear. "Raikage, you should not have done this. If you had faced me directly in battle, I would have respected you for your courage. But all I see before me now are a bunch of cowards. Hiruzen growled, wanting nothing but to tear apart the enemies standing before him. So what, Hiruzen? We are shinobi. As long as we fulfill our mission, that's all that matters. As for the methods employed, they do not count, and you should not have come to face us alone. Reikage grinned. In a one-on-one, he did not have enough confidence to kill Hiruzen, but with Elder Kenji by his side and a dozen of Kumo's best elites surrounding the Hokage, he saw a chance to cut down the Leaf's leadership. Hiruzen chuckled at Reikage's words, unfurled a scroll, and threw it on the ground. The scroll had a small slug over a Funjutsu circle with human written on the center of the scroll. Who said I was alone? The Kumo elder, seeing the Funjutsu scroll, instinctively clad his body in lightning and moved to intercept. However, out of a puff of smoke, the slug vanished, and Tsunade emerged, charging at the Kumo elder with a fully powered punch. Boom! The Kumo elder was lucky to be clad in lightning armor. Otherwise, he would not have survived that punch unscathed. The punch left a deep crater, with Tsunade's fist as the epicenter. Tsunade, after going through the ritual, carried such dangerous intensity that even with the lightning armor, a few bones in the Kumo elder's body broke. Tsunade quickly fell back to Hiruzen's side, while the Kumo elder regrouped by Reikage's side, along with a dozen Kumo shinobi and Mapei. It seems like I was right, Sensei. Kumo is nothing but a bunch of cowards. They must have lost their backbone after losing the third Reikage. Now, with the peace talk ending in an ambush and Kumo attacking the Leaf Village, the only answer was war. Tsunade chose not to hold back her words and started blatantly insulting the enemy. Senju, I dare you to repeat that one more time. I will make sure to send you to hell. The Reikage, who never liked being insulted, could not control his anger. It seems Konoha wants to go to war with Kumo. You know, we can still talk this out peacefully. I am sure even the Leaf does not want to sacrifice innocent shinobi life. The Kumo elder, still feeling that something was odd, wanted to know if they could fall back under the name of peace. Everyone who heard the Kumo elder's words could not help but give him a bland look. Tsunade even started laughing like crazy after hearing the Kumo elder's words, not caring that they were right in the middle of a battle. Even the Reikage could not help but give the elder a look of disbelief. Ketan. Kamekyaka fire release. Great fire annihilation. Hiruzen, determined to put an end to the Kumo team's interference, initiated a powerful attack. He unleashed a sea of flames, enveloping the entire Kumo line in a raging inferno. In response, 4 Kumo Jonin quickly stepped forward, combining their water release jutsu to create a massive colliding wave. Tsuten. Daibakususha water release. Great exploding water colliding wave. Fire and water clashed with tremendous force, creating steam that obscured the battlefield. Despite the Kumo Jonin's joint efforts, Hiruzen's attack began to overpower their combined water release. The Hokage, fueled by determination, poured more chakra into his technique, intensifying the flames. Recognizing the dire situation, the Reikage, using his superior speed, flickered to the Hokage's side, ready to counteract and interrupt the Hokage's attack, cloaked in lightning armor, and launched a powerful punch towards Hiruzen. Before the punch could connect, Tsunade stepped forward and intercepted the Reikage's attack with her monstrous strength, blocking his punch with her forearm. Stay out of my sensei's way, Reikage. You're not strong enough to face either of us, Tsunade declared, her eyes filled with determination. She then retaliated with a swift counterattack, aiming a powerful strike at Reikage, who barely managed to dodge. The Kumo elder, witnessing the situation, decided to intervene. He performed a series of hand signs and unleashed a powerful lightning technique. Raiten. Rary lightning release. Thunder Dragon, targeting both Hiruzen and Tsunade. However, Tsunade, who had been observing the Kumo elder since the start of the battle, swiftly reacted and ripped through the incoming lightning dragon heads with sheer raw strength while being clad in chakra armor. As the Kumo Jonin found themselves at a disadvantage, Tsunade covered her sensei's flank against the combined assault of the Reikage and the Kumo elder. Tsunade, bolstered by her recent upgrade, easily matched the lightning-clad punches from the Reikage. Without this enhancement, she would not have been able to withstand such devastating attacks unless she took additional precautions. The Kumo elder was still trying to pinpoint the reason for his odd feeling, so his focus was divided during the fight. Hiruzen, as the battle progressed, drew a Fuma shuriken and hurled it toward the Kumo Jonin team. While in the middle of its trajectory, he performed a series of hand seals, causing the single shuriken to multiply into hundreds of deadly projectiles. The Kumo Jonin used their speed to evade most of the projectiles, but they failed to notice that the shurikens were rigged with explosive tags. A massive explosion erupted through the Kumo line as the shurikens made contact with the ground. The Reikage was eager to intervene in Hiruzen's rampage as he cut down one Kumo shinobi after another. However, Tsunade successfully kept both him and the Kumo Elder engaged, preventing the Reikage from supporting his Jonin. The Reikage wondered if all three Sannin were of equal caliber, considering Tsunade's seemingly unstoppable strength. He acknowledged that, if not for his sturdy armor, facing such a formidable opponent head-on would be impossible. Another Kumo Jonin fell victim to Hiruzen's fierce attacks, and the Reikage knew they could not afford to lose more ninja, especially with leaf reinforcements on the way. My boy, what's taking so long? Why have you not recalled our ninja from within the leaf? We need to retreat now, the Reikage urgently demanded. He believed that, as long as he secured a few Kekki Genkai, the assault would be considered a success. However, Mabui, who had not engaged in the battle, was sweating profusely. She struggled to recall any of the suicide warriors sent into the leaf. Reikage-sama, something seems wrong. None of their Fun tags are responding. I am not able to recall any of them, Mabui admitted. As soon as she conveyed this information, the Kumo Elder, realizing the severity of the situation, fell back to her side and attempted to recall his comrades. Oh, still looking for those ninja you sent into the leaf? Do not worry. You will not even be able to retrieve their corpses. Tsunade taunted the Kumo team while continuing her relentless assault on the Reikage. The moment Hiruzen heard that the Reikage intended to retreat, he changed his plans swiftly and created 4 shadow clones of himself. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu shadow clone technique. The 4 new shadow clones rapidly shot out in 4 directions, moving a fixed distance, and then began weaving hand signs. Shishinjin 4 violet flames formation. A massive barrier enclosed the entire battlefield. The moment the barrier was completed, Hiruzen intensified his attacks, aiming to eliminate as many enemies as possible. With war now inevitable, one less Jonin on the enemy side meant fewer casualties for the Leaf during the upcoming conflict. However, the Kumo Elder jumped in to support the Kumo Jonin, making it challenging for Hiruzen to pick off the enemies as easily as before. As the Kumo Elder left to support the other side, the Reikage found himself handling the entire pressure from Tsunade. The Sannin was on a rampage, destroying the surroundings with her monstrous punches. More than 2 dozen craters marked the battlefield, a testament to the sheer power and ferocity of Tsunade's assault. As the battle raged on, a few more Jonin fell on the Kumo side. Their original number, more than a dozen, had been significantly reduced by Hiruzen. The Reikage, unable to wait for the ninja who infiltrated the village any longer, chose to believe Tsunade's earlier words and made a quick gesture for the Kumo Elder to retreat. The Elder immediately pulled out a large scroll and weaved hand signs. Within moments of the Reikage's signal, the entire Kumo team vanished into thin air. It seems like they have come thoroughly prepared, Sensei. It must have been a teleportation technique aided by Funjutsu, Tsunade remarked as she reeled in her aura and landed next to Hiruzen. There is not much we can do about such Funjutsu techniques. They have always been techniques with no natural counters. We need to quickly get back to the village. I need to make sure the explosion did not do more harm than intended. Hiruzen undid the barrier around the battlefield and swiftly retreated back to the village along with Tsunade. Back within the Toad's Mouth, the clash between the 2 Sannin had reached epic proportions. Orochimaru was battered, but he still held a sadistic grin. Jiraiya, it seems like you have grown quite strong these few years, but it is time that I take my leave. Just then, just behind the Hokage rock, a monstrous purple serpent made its appearance. It looked around for a second and noticed a fleshy prison that enclosed the 2 Sannin. The purple snake rushed forward and swallowed the entire flesh prison in a single bite. Jiraiya, who was inside the Toad's Mouth, quickly understood the situation. He undid the seal and swiftly escaped from being swallowed by the gigantic snake. Before Jiraiya could summon his toads, the purple snake vanished with a puff of smoke, carrying Orochimaru within its belly. A few miles outside Konoha's barrier, the Seven Tails was still struggling to break out of the barrier that the Leaf Elites had deployed. Fugeki was almost staggering, trying to hold Susanu's form. Just then, the sealing team that had been working tirelessly since the start of the battle completed their sealing. Druk arranged Choifin 16 Lotus Harmony seal. All 16 sealing team members planted their palms on the ground at the same time. The jade container placed at the center of the circle glowed, and a huge lotus formed right underneath the 7 tails. The fully bloomed lotus quickly enclosed itself around the biju, and though the 7 tails struggled with all its might, it was still not able to break free from the delicate-looking lotus petals, devouring the 7 tails completely. Then, the huge lotus shrank to the size of a fist and got sealed within the jade container etched with Funjitsu seals. The next morning, the shocking news of the Kumo envoy team's deceit spread throughout the village. However, even more startling news rocked the entire Shinobu world. Firstly, there was the fall of Takagekyo village. Secondly, a full-scale offensive by the Awagekyo ninja on the Lightning Country had been launched. Kumogekyo had suffered great losses as the Reikage was away, and the Tsuchikage himself led the assault, accompanied by their 2 Jinchuriki, the 4 tails and the 5 tails. In the end, with the intervention of the 8 tails and numerous sacrifices from Kumo Shinobi, the Awagekyo assault was repelled, and the Aiwo army retreated back to the territory of Takagekyo. Currently, Kazuki was walking through the hospital, heading to a specific ward to meet someone important. Upon entering the room, he narrowed his eyes at the sight of Danzo lying unconscious on the bed, half of his body missing. Kazuki understood that Danzo had survived by sacrificing a Sharingan, as indicated by the missing right eye. Although Kazuki had intended to kill Danzo during the explosion the day before, the resilient figure somehow survived. Comment 19 comment. Vote on left. Chapter 53. Chapter 53. Originally, Kazuki would not have personally targeted Danzo after stripping him of all his powers. However, he discovered the wandering nun attempting to approach little Shikamaru, trying to access the Nara compound and unearth their secrets. This prompted Kazuki to reconsider, realizing that Danzo's survival posed a potential threat. Approaching Danzo, Kazuki used his medical ninjutsu to examine him. The presence of Hashirama's cells within Danzo's body indicated a possibility of recovery, and given enough resources, he could recreate half of his body. Faced with the potential danger, Kazuki injected a purple-colored serum into Danzo's medical solution. With this, you will suffer for the rest of your life, you dog. Coming after my family was the worst mistake you could ever make. I will watch you suffer every day. You must beg others to kill you, but you will not be granted that mercy, Kazuki declared, vowing to make Danzo pay for targeting his family. Leaving without alerting anyone, Kazuki left Danzo to the effects of the vile liquid. Although the Leaf Village had survived Kumo's treachery, there were still a few casualties on the Leaf's end, especially the Shimura clan. If the vice leader of the Shimura clan had not confessed to Harusan about Danzo's plans, the entire Shimura clan would have been wiped out. The blast within the Shimura clan took out almost all the supporters of Danzo. Subsequently, Kazuki headed towards the hospital's main office to meet his master, who had recently taken over as the head of the medical department. With the official commencement of the war, she had numerous tasks to organize before joining the front lines. In the wake of the recent developments in the Shinobu world, with the Fourth Shinobu War on the horizon, all major villages were on high alert, bracing for the impending storm. Kazuki sat patiently on the couch, Tonton in hand, while Shizun, handling documents with the finesse of a seasoned veteran, worked diligently. Kazuki, are you done with your preparations? We'll have to mobilize within a day or two. The vanguard teams have already been deployed on all fronts. With the troops previously assigned, the teams should be able to hold the defense lines until the main army arrives. We are severely lacking personnel, so Sensei might consider some drastic measures, Tsunade inquired, absorbed in her file. Recognizing Kazuki's determination, she had requested that he be assigned directly under her for both strategic reasons and to ensure his safety on the battlefield. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Kazuki responded, "It is alright, Sensei. It is not just us lacking veteran shinobi. Although Aiwe has greater numbers, they lack quality. Kumo, despite retaining most of their power during the Third War, should have suffered a substantial loss during the recent Awagekyo attack. But what confuses me is how Awagekyo was able to move so stealthily. I feel like there is a third party pulling the strings, Sensei." Sharing his insights on the Sanin's concerns, Kazuki emphasized the Leaf's strengths. Despite lacking a fully mature Jinchuriki, the village compensated with high-end combat power. Especially with the Uchiha clan integrating back into the village, they alone boasted close to 30 elite Jonins. Tsunade, taking a moment from writing on the folder, continued, "Kazuki, Sensei has called for a war council meeting later in the morning. Why do not you follow me as my attendant?" Your insights might be helpful. Go and meet up with the kids, and join me later at the Hokage building. I am sure the kids are confused and worried. The Senju elder asked me to inform you that your blade is ready. You should go and collect it before we leave for battle. With that, Tsunade finished the report and picked up the next file handed over by Shizune. Before leaving, Kazuki handed Tsunade a folder containing detailed information about the wandering nun and her exploits. Unfurling a scroll, he released Nano Yakashi, who was still unconscious. Tsunade and Shizune raised their brows, observing Kazuki's casual handling of the situation. Shizune sent a glare towards her junior and quickly moved to check on the now-downed Kunoichi's status. After confirming that everything was okay, Kazuki left to prepare for what lay ahead. Kazuki confidently strode towards the Nara clan compound to gather Shikamaru and Choji. His plan was to make a quick stop at the Senju clan next, where Naruto and Tenten were waiting. The idea was simple: a meal to lift the spirits of the young ones. As they regrouped, Tenten seamlessly integrated herself into the trio with her infectious charisma. Kazuki, determined to create a memorable moment before the impending battle, decided to take them to the relic shop owned by the old man. Perhaps luck would be on their side, and they could find something useful. However, fate had other plans, as the old man managed to swindle them once again, taking advantage of the kids' enthusiasm for a few more trinkets. Undeterred, the group continued their stroll through the marketplace, observing the lingering weight of war in the eyes of the villagers. Despite the open shops, the impending conflict cast a shadow over the once lively place. Conversations about the upcoming war echoed through the air. After their shopping adventure, Kazuki turned to the kids with a smile. "So, where would you like to go for our feast?" Excitement lit up Tenten's eyes as she suggested, "Kazuki-Naizen, why do not we head to Yakiniku? I've been craving beef for ages." "No, we should go to the Nara restaurant," Choji chimed in, almost drooling at the thought of novel dishes he could savor. However, Naruto had other ideas and expressed his desire to go to Ichiraka for some delicious ramen. Kazuki and little Shikamaru exchanged helpless looks as the three kids started a scuffle to decide where to eat. In the end, Kazuki let fate decide their choice and opted to pick lots, with little Tenten emerging as the winner. The group then walked in the direction of Yakiniku. While Choji was initially disappointed, he soon let go of his loss when he laid eyes on the sizzling barbecue. Once they were seated at a low table with a grill, the group ordered the food they desired. "Have as much as you guys want. Today is a special treat," Kazuki announced, prompting cheers from all the kids except for little Shikamaru. "Kazuki-Naizen, is it really going to be war?" Shikamaru's words made the kids pause their excitement, even Choji toning down his eagerness. "Shikamaru, you are spoiling the mood. Look at how your friends are reacting. As for your question, yes, we are at war." Kazuki could not help but comment on little Nara's question. "So, is Kazuki-Naizen going to the battlefield too? Will you be away for a long time?" It was little Tenten who followed up with her query. Kazuki sighed at how sensitive the kids were to the changing situation. "Sigh, you kids should not be worried about such things at your age." And Tenten, "Yes, I will be leaving to fight in the war, and I have no idea when I will be back. So, I thought it would be good to spend more time with you all before I leave." "Big brother Kazuki, it is not like you are much older. You are only a few years older than us. Why do not you stay back with us?" Choji questioned, worry etched on his face. Despite his usual jovial demeanor, Choji had a high level of emotional intelligence for his age, and over the past years, just like Shikamaru, he had considered Kazuki as his elder brother. Kazuki simply pointed to his forehead protector. "You see this? This means I am a leaf shinobi, and I have a duty to defend the village from our enemies. I may be young, but I can hold my ground in front of my enemies. And worry not. I will be with Sensei most of the time. You do know how strong my sensei is, right?" Kazuki added, reassuring the children that he would be under Tsunade's guidance to alleviate their concerns. Unable to contain his curiosity, Naruto asked, "Will I be able to join the war? I am sure I am strong enough to punch a few enemy shinobi," flexing his arms. Shikamaru's eyes instinctively widened as he had long deduced that Naruto was the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, a detail Naruto had yet to share with his friends. Kazuki quickly glanced at Shikamaru, signaling that Naruto would not be allowed to join the war, and the young Nara calmed down. "Haha, Naruto, if you go to the battlefield now, I am sure the enemies will crush you with their pinkies, little Tenten teased Naruto. Now that they were staying in the same compound, they had grown close, and Tenten enjoyed playfully mocking Naruto as the elder one among the two. Well, let's not talk about something that does not concern you guys. Did not we come here to have a feast? Let's start. Kazuki signaled the waiters to serve more food as the kids began to enjoy the barbecue. As the feast concluded, Choji could not help but let out a large burp, and the other kids followed his example, bursting into loud burps. Meanwhile, Kazuki pulled out 2 storage scrolls, one for Naruto and one for Tenten, sliding the scrolls in front of them. I have left detailed notes on your upcoming training, and I hope that neither of you slacks off while I am away. Especially you, Tenten, as the elder one among the two, you need to make sure that Naruto regularly trains and sticks to his schedule. I will also leave additional instructions with my aunt Yoshino. If you guys need anything, you can approach her or Shikamaru. As for you two, Kazuki said, pointing at little Shikamaru and Choji, who were giving sheepish smiles, I will leave your training instructions directly with aunt. I know how both of you are. After the hearty meal, Kazuki returned to the Nara compound to meet his aunt and share a conversation before he left for war. Kazuki, are you sure about this? Yoshino held a medicinal dye, ready to temporarily change Kazuki's silver hair to black. Kazuki sat in front of her, preparing for the dye to be applied. Of course, Aunt Yoshino. Do not you think my silver hair would attract too much attention? And I am going to war, so I should try to eliminate such inconvenience, Kazuki replied, avoiding the fact that he did not enjoy being called Shobe Kakashi every time he met Gei-sensei. Kazuki, you know that's not what I meant. I was asking if you were sure about participating in this war. I am sure if you say the word, Sanada-sama will be happy to leave you back in the village while she goes to the front lines. Yoshino expressed genuine concern for Kazuki's well-being. She believed 6 years old was too young to be on the battlefield, despite the joint efforts of Yoshino and Shikeki to convince Kazuki otherwise. Well, you know how strong I am. I will take care of myself, auntie. I will be 7 years old in a few months, and I remember younger ones being on the battlefield in the previous wars and during the Warring States period. Kazuki tried to convince his aunt, aware that she was still trying to find ways to prevent him from getting involved in the war. Those were different times, Kazuki. You know our village has yet to degenerate to a condition where they have to employ kids to fight on a battlefield, Yoshino countered. Despite her reservations, she quietly helped apply the dye to Kazuki's hair, turning his hair and brows black. Later in the morning, in the Hokage building, a war council meeting was assembled, with representatives from all the clans that called Konoha home present. Even the representative of the Shimura clan attended the meeting. Hiruzen made a gesture, and the entire room fell silent. He motioned for Shikeki to speak. Comment 14. Comment. Vochun left. Chapter 54. Chapter 54. Kumagekyo has officially declared war on Awagekyo and Konoha. Awagekyo has done the same. According to our intelligence, Kurigekyo is rapidly mobilizing its troops, so we can consider that they will be declaring hostilities soon, Shikeki stated, providing a brief overview of the recent declarations made by the Lightning Daimyo and the Earth Daimyo. What about the Sand Village? Have they made any declarations? One of the clan representatives questioned regarding the last major village's intent. As of now, out of the 5 major countries, the Wind Daimyo has declared neutrality and stated that they will not be participating in this war. However, they will retaliate if anyone encroaches on the Wind's territory, Shikeki continued. Sunagekyo, which had suffered heavy losses during the Third Shinobi War, had not fully recovered, and they declared neutrality, carefully avoiding involvement in the conflict. So we are here to finalize the troop deployment. I understand that we might have to fight on 3 fronts if Kurigekyo joins the war, but I am confident that the will of fire will prevail, just like in the previous wars, Hiruzen commented, and the discussion for the main troop deployment began in earnest. The Uchiha clan will be deployed to the Kere front. With their Sharingan, they should be able to hold against the Kere forces, and with Fugekyo, they should be able to endure if the Kere deploy their Beiju. Clan leader Fugekyo will be personally in charge and has been appointed as the commander for the Kere battlefield, with clan leader Tsum acting as the deputy. In addition, Shikeki also mentioned a few other clans that would support the Uchiha on the Kere front. Next, about the Kumagekyo battlefield, it will be personally led by Jiraiya-sama as the commander, and I will act as the deputy. However, the Hyuga clan will be split in two and deployed on the Aoi and Kumo fronts. The Nara, Yamanaka, and Akimichi clans will also be deployed in addition to the Kumo battlefield. Shikaka continued his report, naming a few more clans that would fight against the Cloud Shinobi. As for the Awagikyo front, Sanado-sama will be the commander, and clan head Hayashi will act as the deputy, along with half of the Hyuga. The Sarutobe clan will be deployed as well. Shikaku finished assigning the clan Shinobi to each battlefront. In Konoha's current state, they could field somewhere close to 30 to 35,000 troops, and if necessary, they could field up to 40,000 troops. Out of this number, only a part consisted of clan Shinobi. The rest were all civilian ninjas. These leaf ninjas were allocated according to the battlefield requirements. In the current Shinobi world, Awagikyo could field the highest number of troops, followed by leaf, and then Kumo. So what about the medical troops and the scrolls? I understand we do not have a large stock on hand. How are they being allocated? One of the medium-sized clan representatives could not help but question the allocation of these strategic resources. If they were to assign these items based on contributions, then most of these life-saving treasures would be monopolized by the larger clans, and they might even hoard these items for the future, even if they do not need them currently. It was Harusen who spoke to settle everyone's worries. No one has to worry about these items and medicines. The village council has decided not to distribute them based on contributions but to provide a fixed number for each battlefield. I hope that the commanders in each field do not abuse this authority and provide the items to any shinobi who is in dire need of these treasures. Additionally, 90% of the current stocks will be split between the Kere and Kumo battlefields. I will try to establish a constant supply of these scrolls and medicines with the help of the Nara, Akimichi, and Yamanaka clans. The moment Harusen declared his words, the clans assigned to Kumo and Kere were delighted, especially the Uchiha, who gave Harusen a respectful nod. The only person unhappy with this decision was Hayashi Hyuga, who was assigned as the deputy for the Awajikyo front. Although he knew that the slug sage, Tsunade, was a godlike entity when it came to Aryu ninjutsu, she could not be as effective as the medical scrolls, which acted as a portable medic. Having the highest level scroll was like having an extra life. Therefore, he was not reconciled with being allocated only 10% of the current stocks. Despite Harusen's promise of a steady supply, no one knew how long this war would last, and having one extra scroll could mean saving one more shinobi's life, so he could not help but speak. Hokuji-sama, it is not that I doubt Tsunade-sama's capability. No matter how strong she is, she's still one person. Do not you think assigning only 10% of the current stock to the Awajikyo front will be detrimental? For all we know, the leaf ninjas facing the Awajikyo side might be dealing with the highest numbers. The Hyuga clan head's question made the small and medium clans assigned to the Awajikyo front whisper in agreement. They did not voice their opinions openly because of the presence of the Senju princess. However, only those who knew the truth, like Harusen, Shikaku, and Tsunade, could not help but sigh internally, realizing how absurd the Hyuga clan head's words were. For the other battlefields, they would have to rely completely on the stock they started with until a steady supply could be established. Even then, the highest level scrolls would not be available because, currently, Kazuke was the only one who could create them. The Awajikyo front could be considered the luckiest because they would have the scrolls Kruta himself acting as their supply point, actively creating more scrolls while on the battlefield. Additionally, the Io front would have an Eryonin of equal caliber to Tsunade herself in the form of Kazuki. However, Harusen could not openly voice these words, as doing so would only make the enemies actively target Kazuki on the battlefield. However, before Hayashi's question could add more confusion, Tsunade spoke up. Hyuga clan head does not have to worry on that front. Although the current Senju clan might not have enough personnel to contribute to the war, we would like to contribute in other ways. The Senju clan has procured quite a substantial number of scrolls from the Nara clan in advance, so I will contribute them to the Aoi front. Rest assured, Hayashi, that even if the other fronts were to face a shortage of these scrolls, the Aoi front would not encounter such difficulty. I can promise everyone that much, she confidently declared. Tsunade did purchase some scrolls for the Senju clan from her student, but that was nowhere near enough to meet the Aoi front's requirements. However, she was confident that with Kazuki around, he must already hold a substantial number of scrolls on his person due to his cautiousness, which, according to her, bordered on paranoia. Sometimes, she always felt that the kid was on guard against some unknown enemy. Understood, Saneda-sama. Thank you for your consideration. With your words, now I can feel reassured. Although Hayashi questioned the Hokage out of concern for his clan shinobi's lives, he knew when to stop. With Sanin's promise, he was now confident about these strategic resources. Well, now that's settled. The Anbu and the medical team will be deployed according to their necessity. Although the Sand Village has declared neutrality, we cannot let our guard down because of their words. So, the Shimura clan, along with a few civilian ninjas, will be stationed on the Wayne country border just in case. Hiruzen made this decision because, after Dance's recent fiasco, most of the clans in Leaf harbored animosity towards the Shimura clan. The clan had lost most of its elites during the explosion, and Hiruzen wanted to help the Shimura clan retain their remaining members so they could progress steadily in the future. Although Hiruzen held some resentment toward Danzo, it did not extend to the Shimura clan. With all of Danzo's supporters now dead, he did not want to punish the innocents of the Shimura clan. Hiruzen understood that this way, a few bad eggs might escape, but the alternative would be wiping out the entire clan, which Hiruzen would not agree to. The meeting went on for another 2 hours before it concluded, and everyone departed. Shikeki had called for a clan meeting before they departed for the battlefield tomorrow because he had to assign various personnel to take care of the clan affairs while he was away at battle. The Nara clan, as the supplier of medicines, would have to work even harder during times of war, as each additional batch of medicines they produced could end up saving a shinobi's life in need. Although the Nara could be considered the top among the medium-sized clans within Konoha, they were not very well known for their fighting prowess. Currently, in total, the Nara have close to 40 Jonin-level ninja, with only 5 elite Jonin-level shinobi. This included all the Nara shinobi, even those not on active duty due to advanced age. This might seem like a lot, but one should understand that a clan like the Uchiha alone could field close to 30 elite Jonin. The difference between the two was vast, and the Nara clan had no Kage-level ninja. The closest one who had the possibility of reaching that stage in recent years was Shikaku's younger brother, who perished during the Nine of Tails attack. However, he was confident that Kazuki, in the future, if provided with enough time for growth, would reach that stage. Maybe even Shikamaru, if that kid puts enough effort in that direction. All the Jonin-level ninja were part of the meeting, with a single exception being Kazuki himself. Since the day he found the ritual, more than a dozen of the Nara members have gone through it, including Shikeko, Shikamaru, and Kazuki himself. They had an inherent advantage while fighting shinobi of the same rank. Well, our clan has been assigned to the Kumagakure battlefield, so we might be facing more threats after our clan personally targeted their Jinchuriki. I hope you all remain cautious. For those who have not yet received the shadow puppets, I have procured them. The amount should be able to supply one each for all our Jonin rank shinobi. Due to a recent rainfall, I also managed to get my hands on a substantial amount of chakra ore, which I had forged into suitable weapons. Please take your pick and assign the remaining to the outstanding elite Chunins among our clan. Shikeki did not hold back from providing the things he had procured lately. Kazuki, after tirelessly working with the help of his shadow clones, was able to create about 2 dozen shadow puppets. In addition to the ones they already had at hand, they should be able to provide all the Nara Jonins with one. Although these items were precious in one's life, such items were trivial. So, he did not hold back and even had the chakra ore that Kazuki provided forged into suitable weapons for their clan members. Then he started distributing a few specialized tags among the clan, explaining their usage, which they gratefully accepted. Clan head, I am not being greedy or something, but I would like to know if we were able to gain anything substantial in regards to the highest level of medical scrolls from the Fun Grandmaster. Nara Jonin could not help but ask with a sheepish look. Unlike most clans, the Nara people were much more close-knit and did not have an issue raising such sensitive questions with the clan head. Even among the Nara clan, only Shikeku, Yoshino, and the senior elder were aware of the Grandmaster's true identity. Most in the clan believed that Kazuki was the student. Even though having a Grandmaster's grace was a blessing to the Nara clan, the Nara Jonin could not help but ask because, though they were shinobi and death was an everyday occurrence, who would not want to live if they had a chance? Comment and comment. Vote 1 left. Chapter 55. Chapter 55. Shikeki could not help but smile at the Jonin's request and sighed. Do not worry, the Grandmaster has done more than what we deserve. Every shadow puppet was personally created by the Master, and even the chakra weapons have been modified by the master. As for the scrolls that you are referring to, he has allocated 3 scrolls each for elite Junins, 2 for Junin level, and 1 each for Chunin and Jinin. You guys should understand that even the commanders of each front might not have such benefits, so do not be too greedy. With the promise of the highest level scrolls from Shikaku, everyone's mood within the clan lightened. Kazuki, even with his expertise in Funjutsu, could only create 1 or 2 of these scrolls each day, even if he employed the help of shadow clones. So the amount Shikaku shared was close to almost half a year's worth of Kazuki's efforts with a dedicated shadow clone. Kazuki had already released most of his shadow clones, leaving only 2 behind for creating medical scrolls and the other to study the Hiraishin. Normally, one would not be able to maintain the shadow clones if the host moved away by a large distance. Still, Kazuki was able to mitigate this issue with the use of Funjutsu. He had also laid out a reverse summoning array so that he could send a new clone if he had to release the 2 clones due to some emergency. Kazuki was not naive enough to think that he could face all dangers with only a third of his chakra. Although he had a substantial amount of chakra, that was not a reason enough to be arrogant. Elder Kuroda, it will be up to you to run the clan efficiently while we are away. Although I have made plans for any eventuality, one cannot foresee all possible outcomes, so I hope you can do your best to lead the clan while we are away. Shikaku finally, after giving all the additional instructions, turned to an elderly man who was sitting near him. He was the senior-most elder of the Nara clan, from Shikaku's grandfather's generation. Although he was past his prime, his wit was still as sharp as ever, and Shikaku had no trouble leaving the clan under the old man's care. The old man simply nodded in acknowledgement of Shikaku's words. Once the clan meeting concluded, Shikaku and Kazuki made their way back home for supper. It might be quite some time before the family could gather again, as the impending war cast a weight on Yoshino's face. Kazuki and Shikaku were heading out to battle, so the mood was a bit somber. After dinner, Kazuki pulled out a box containing his new sword. Shikamaru showed interest in the weapon, understanding that anything his brother used must be special. Even Shikaku wanted to see the final product, as it was forged by a grandmaster blacksmith with fune seals and rituals personally handled by Kazuki. According to what he gathered, the blade was entirely made from the core of a meteorite fragment, making it a true treasure. Kazuki gestured for Shikaku to open the box, as he had carefully examined the final product before picking it up from Tenten's great-grandfather. Shikaku stepped up and opened the box, revealing a sheathed blade resembling a katana with a black handle and red stripes. The blade, crafted from a meteorite fragment, possessed an otherworldly aura. Its pitch-black surface seemed to absorb the surrounding light, giving it an almost ethereal quality. The handle, adorned with red stripes, added a striking contrast, while the scabbard featured a black canvas with a seemingly innocuous red scenery that, upon closer inspection, revealed itself to be a complex array of closely packed fune symbols. When unsheathed, the blade emanated an ominous chill, as if darkness itself were enveloping the wielder. The red flame-like patterns on the black surface added an element of danger, making it not just a work of art but a truly formidable weapon. Shikaku could feel the weight of its power as he held it, understanding the significance of the treasure now in his possession. Magnificent. This is a true killing weapon. Kazuki, even I am tempted to take this for myself, even though I am not proficient with a blade, said Shikaku. He took a few steps back, maintaining a safe distance, and went through basic sword stances. Although Shikaku claimed he was not handy with a blade, his form said otherwise. While he might not be a master, he was still proficient in handling a blade. As a shinobi, killing was in their blood, so knowing how to handle various weapons was simply a given. Shikamaru, who was observing the new blade, was simply smitten by it. He had stars in his eyes while admiring his brother's sword. She is truly beautiful, Shikamaru could not help but comment, and Kazuki noticed how Shikamaru was referring to the blade as if it were a person. He understood that the little Nara must have truly fallen in love with the weapon, so he mentally made a note to help craft Shikamaru a weapon of similar quality, as he still held enough of the core after forging the blade. From his estimate, although not enough for another full-length weapon, it should be sufficient for a Tanta blade. Have you named it yet? Shikaku, who was now done swinging the blade, sheathed it back and passed it to little Shikamaru, who carefully started admiring it along with Yoshino. No, uncle, I still have not come up with a good name. Any ideas? Kazuki could not help but ask because he knew that he was not good at names, so he turned to his uncle for suggestions. However, little Shikamaru looked at his brother with almost pleading eyes to let him name the blade. It looks so beautiful. Being a Konoche herself, Yoshino could not help but admire Kazuki's new weapon. Fine, Shikamaru, you can name the blade. Find something fitting, because in the future, this blade might be placed at the same status as those legendary ones like Kusanagi no Tsurugi and Tatsuka no Tsurugi. Kazuki knew for a fact that, with all the effort he had put into making this blade, it could even rival the likes of those legendary swords. Shikamaru, who heard Kazuki's words, was now more determined to find a fitting name for this pitch-black blade. As Yoshino and Shikamaru started discussing options, they finally settled on one within a few minutes. Big brother, she will be called Amatsukage no Megami, or you can simply call her Amatsukage for short. What do you think? Shikamaru wanted to know if his brother liked the name. Goddess of Celestial Shadows, not a bad name. Kazuki liked it, so he gave a smile and a quick nod, which made his little brother happy. Kazuki, the sword must have cost you quite a lot. What if you lost it? Will not it be a shame? Yoshino could not help but ask about the possibility of losing the brand new weapon that, from Kazuki's words, could rival those legendary weapons. You do not have to worry, Aunt Yoshino. This blade will remain with the Nara family. We can simply summon it back if I lose it in the field, and only someone with Nara blood can wield this weapon because I have left the sword's summoning scroll under the care of the Hell Beast clan. So, they will guard it with their lives as long as they are connected to our clan. Kazuki explained the measures he had taken to safeguard the blade. Even if lost or stolen, he could summon it back, and the Hell Beasts readily agreed to his request. Kazuki Naisen, is not the blade too long for you? I mean, it fits my father's size perfectly, so how will you be able to wield such a long blade? Shikamaru asked curiously as he realized the blade was too long for Kazuki's current height. Kazuki chuckled and took the blade from Shikamaru's hand. The blade immediately resized itself to perfectly fit his stature. Everyone was surprised when they saw this. Ah, no wonder the blade felt so perfect in my hands. Shikamaru could not help but comment because earlier, when he used the sword, it felt like it was custom built to fit him. Shikamaru understood that earlier he must have unconsciously willed it to be perfect for his size. Here, you try it. Think of the size of the blade that you are most comfortable with, Kazuki said while passing the blade over to Shikamaru. Shikamaru picked up the blade again and started willing the blade to be different sizes. He even turned it into the size of a pocket knife. As he kept playing around, Yoshino quickly grabbed it, sheathed the blade, and returned it to Kazuki. Be careful out there. I will pray for both of your safe returns. Yoshino embraced Kazuki in a hug, with tears streaming down her face. Kazuki accepted the warm embrace because he knew how Yoshino must be really feeling. The next morning, even before dawn broke, the commander of the Awajikya front, the Senju princess, stepped forward to address the remaining commanding shinobi. The main army, close to 12,000 leaf shinobi, had already left towards the battlefield, and the ones remaining here were the highest officers among the army for the Aiui battlefield. Except for Shizune and Kazuki, everyone was an elite jonin. There were close to a dozen people in all. Hayashi, has everything been prepared? The slug sage questioned her deputy. Yes, Saneda-sama, everything is set. With the 3,000 troops already at the border, we will have close to 15,000 shinobi on our side. We have already established a stable supply line for our forward troops, the Hyuga clan head answered. With a nod, Saned gestured for the remaining elites to move. As they were traversing through the forest, Saned and Hayashi took the lead, followed by the rest. Even while moving at such high speeds, the leaf shinobi maintained a tight formation. They were far enough apart not to hinder each other's movements and close enough to help their teammates in case anyone needed support in the event of an ambush. Although Kazuki was only 6 years old, almost approaching 7, he could easily keep up with the rest. Do we know the enemy numbers and where exactly the battlefield would be? Saned raised a question while moving towards the Anbu elite, who were part of their entourage. Yes, Saneda-sama. From our recent estimates, we should be facing somewhere close to 25 to 30,000 Aiui shinobi. As for the battlefield, it has been spread out between the Land of Grass and Land of Waterfall, with the latter being their main forward base for staging attacks on both Leaf and Cloud as they have already fortified Teku village. The Anbu shared the latest intel they had acquired. What about the Rain Country? Has there been any movement? Sunade could not help but ask because she held a lot of memories when it came to the Rain Village. The fact that Aiwu had not stretched the battle lines all the way up to the Rain Village was a surprise to her. Stretching the lines would be an advantage to Aiwu, considering their greater numbers. Awagikyo, with its superior population, could field close to 55,000 to 60,000 troops at a single time. With half of their troops concentrated on Leaf, they should have left the remaining troops to deal with the Cloud. Currently holding Tekigakyo, they hold a strategic advantage over both Leaf and Cloud. No, Sunada-sama, there has been no movement within the Rain Country. They have been unusually silent. Even Aiwu has stayed away from the rainy country, the Anbu shared. Kazuki, who was listening to the conversation, understood that it must have something to do with Nagito and Akatsuki. Kazuki was worried because, for all he knew, Setsu might be spying on them currently. Although his normal chakra detection range was vast, only his Keki Jinkei could detect Setsu's Mayfly technique. The detection range of his bloodline limit was too short, only about 800 meters or so. Some might say that 800 meters to detect a specialized hiding technique like Setsu's was grand, but Kazuki understood how cautious Setsu was. While Setsu might not be able to eavesdrop on or sneak up on Kazuki, monitoring his movements would be easy for Setsu.